Haicheng. In a room on the second floor of the Qin residence, a woman with striking features and dark circles under her eyes sat blankly on a deep blue satin bed. Her thick, wavy black hair spread behind her like a dark cloud. Qin Sheng took 10 full minutes to accept the truth. She had been reborn. This was the room she had lived in for 20 years. Every decoration and painting had been chosen by her own hand. She stared at the family photo on the wall, showing 3 smiling faces. Rebirth? She whispered, then suddenly shouted in anger. Why rebirth? Heaven, are you playing a joke on me? The digital clock on the wall showed July 5th, 21:31 a.m. She remembered everything from her previous life clearly. 2 months later, a violent storm swept across the world. Then came the end of days. Temperatures soared, disasters struck one after another, and living creatures began to change. She had gone from a pampered heiress who never lifted a finger to someone who lost everything overnight. The money in her bank account couldn't even buy a loaf of bread. The Grand Qin residence, once a symbol of wealth, became nothing more than a pile of useless bricks. She had been betrayed by teammates she trusted, and later, she personally took revenge. She had also been hurt by those who seemed weak and pitiful. From then on, she swore never to be naive again. 3 years into the apocalypse, she had survived countless near-death experiences and constant hunger. Later, she joined a certain faction. After much struggle, she finally outlasted the leader and took over as the new boss. Although her power couldn't compare to the top forces, she was living quite comfortably. But who would have thought? She just took a nap, and before she could even hold a celebration, she was reborn. It felt like staying up night after night playing games, finally reaching the highest rank, only for the system to reset your account overnight and send you back to the beginner's level. That kind of frustration, who could understand? She had been living well as the leader of her faction, eating good food, drinking fine wine, and enjoying life. Wasn't that happiness? She had absolutely no desire to be reborn. Not even a little. In the novels she used to read, only people who had miserable past lives got a second chance. But she had been perfectly happy. Her parents had passed away early, but they left her billions in inheritance, enough for her to live in comfort forever. Even though the early days of the apocalypse were tough, her courage and determination eventually made her a successful person. Wasn't she supposed to be the boss in this story? Why did she have to be reborn again? Qin Sheng wanted to scream to the sky. Wait. Inheritance? Suddenly remembering something, she reached under her pillow, pulled out her phone, and checked her bank balance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 11.3 billion more. Looking at her bank balance, Qin Sheng's angry expression slowly faded. Her lips curved into a wide grin, her smile dazzling. Of course. How could she have forgotten? She had been reborn. This was before the end of the world. Her money actually had value now. It wasn't just useless paper anymore. The Qin estate, her parents' remaining shares, and other properties, all of it could be turned into supplies. Ha ha ha. A burst of wild laughter echoed from the second floor. The night cat resting in the garden woke up in fright. With a soft meow, it leapt into the darkness and disappeared. In her previous life, Qin Sheng had lived decently, but after the world ended, just having enough to eat made someone privileged. Eating well was nothing but a dream. Now, with all this money, she was determined to become a super hoarder. She would spend every single cent. Sell the house, sell the shares, sell the bags, sell the jewelry. She would stockpile supplies until she had nothing left. From today on, no one could stop her. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng no longer felt troubled. Her account might have been reset, but her experience remained. She refused to believe that this life could turn out worse than the last. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng grabbed her phone and ran downstairs to the kitchen. She opened the double-door refrigerator and saw it filled with all kinds of food. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Gulp, so much delicious food. Was I out of my mind before, only thinking about dieting? What's the point of living if you can't enjoy good food and drinks? Some people get full after a few bites, while others can always eat a little more. Before, to keep her figure, Qin Sheng only ate low-calorie, high-protein meals. But now, her eyes were fixed on a half-eaten piece of cake in the fridge. What a coincidence, it was her birthday today. Looking at the beautiful birthday cake, tears of emotion slipped down her cheeks. Birthdays are such a wonderful thing. She swallowed again and, without hesitation, took the calorie-packed cake out of the fridge. Sitting cross-legged by the open door, she began eating big bites of it. That rich, sweet cream. She hadn't tasted anything this good in 10 years. Like someone who hadn't eaten in ages, she devoured the cake while eagerly reaching for more food from the fridge. Russian sausage. Soda. Cold braised ribs. As for the salad, forget it. She didn't feel like eating that. She kept eating until her stomach was completely full. When she finally stopped, she let out a small burp, feeling satisfied. In her previous life, the temperature had suddenly risen, and then a heavy rain came without warning. That was the beginning of the end of the world. Everything happened so suddenly. Although she was an ordinary rich heiress who had inherited billions, she soon realized that no amount of money could buy supplies. At that time, cash was only useful for starting fires or as scrap paper. Bank cards were even more useless. Now, as she looked at the long string of glowing numbers in her mobile banking app, along with a pile of stock contracts, the property certificate for the Qin residence, and several other real estate documents, she made a decision. Within the next month, she would spend every last cent of her fortune, over 10 billion. That included selling her houses and stocks for extra cash. So, the first thing she did after eating was to take out her notebook. While thinking, she quickly wrote down all the supplies she would need. After finishing her list, she went online to check and fill in anything she had missed, determined not to overlook a single item. In the middle of the night, her room was brightly lit. Qin Sheng leaned over her desk, watching the computer screen while taking notes with her pen. After the apocalypse, the temperature during the day is extremely high, and at night it drops below zero. So, we must have enough winter supplies like cotton clothes, quilts, and down jackets. We also need staple foods, rice, flour, corn, wheat, noodles. Daily necessities are important too, especially sanitary products, toilet paper, toothpaste, toothbrushes, laundry detergent, and soap. And don't forget generators, solar panels, and batteries. I heard there's a new kind of solar-powered cup online that can collect moisture from the air and turn it into water. That's a real treasure. We also need fuel, gasoline, diesel, kerosene, and coal. Medicine is essential too: cold medicine, antiviral and anti-inflammatory drugs, immune boosters, and alcohol. Cooking utensils are a must. We also need seasonings like salt and MSG. Instant food and snacks are important too: sausages, instant noodles, spicy noodles, self-heating meals, sour and spicy noodles, pickled chicken feet, chicken legs, and pork trotters. And ice cream, popsicles, and frozen treats. Don't forget any of them. Oh, and when stocking up on ice cream, be careful of overpriced ones. They're a waste of money. She listed everything one by one. It had been years since she last touched a computer keyboard, so she still preferred writing by hand instead of typing. With so many supplies to buy, how could she manage without extra storage space? Qin Sheng touched her chin, thinking about all the family heirlooms at home. From her years of reading experience, she knew that in most rebirth stories, the main character usually gets a special ability, either a system or a personal space. It had been a while now, and she hadn't heard any strange voices or seen any signs of a system. So, could it be a space instead? According to many novels, such spaces are often connected to a family heirloom. Thinking of that, Qin Sheng felt a bit troubled. For most people, it would be easy to figure out which item was the heirloom. But for her, it was a bit difficult. After all, her family was extremely wealthy. They had countless heirlooms passed down through generations. Qin Sheng took out a key and opened the hidden door to the study. As soon as the door opened, the sensor lights turned on automatically. Inside the 300-square-meter secret room, rows of display shelves stood neatly in order. Each shelf was filled with precious antiques, ancient books, and even collections of bronzeware, old swords and knives. And this was just one of 4 such secret rooms in her home. Every single one was full of heirlooms. P.S. The heroine is bold and ruthless. She has morals, but not too many. If you prefer kind and gentle heroines, this is your chance to leave. The emergency exit is to your left. For those who like this kind of character, hop on board now. In the end, if you don't like it, you can always read another book. Writing isn't easy, so please don't leave a bad review. According to common story settings, special spaces are usually activated with blood. Looking at the secret room filled with rows of antique shelves and dazzling family heirlooms, Qinsheng took a deep breath and drank a large cup of brown sugar water. She hoped she wouldn't faint from blood loss. With that thought, she picked up a fruit knife and made a deep cut on her palm. The wound was deep enough to hurt badly, but she stayed calm and let her blood drip into a bronze cup. When the bleeding slowed, she gritted her teeth, pressed her arm, and forced out more blood until the cup was full. Then she quickly wrapped her hand with a bandage. Holding the cup in one hand and using the other to spread the blood, she began wiping it on each item on the first shelf, one by one, carefully watching for any changes. As the saying goes, better to try too much than miss the right one. What if the real treasure was something small and easy to overlook? With that in mind, she didn't spare a single thing in the secret room, even the antique carved bed 2 meters long. By the time she finished, the cup was completely empty. Qinsheng waited in the secret room for nearly half an hour, but nothing happened. As expected, getting the space wasn't that easy. She took her knife and went to the remaining secret rooms. There were 2 secret rooms on the 3rd floor and 1 huge one in the basement, over 1,000 square meters. Every head of the family had their own collection room. The biggest one in the basement had been left by her father. Her father didn't really understand collecting, but he liked to show off. So he had the largest number of items, but the worst quality. Things like family treasures bought from street stalls, family treasures taken as debt payments, family treasures supposedly from royal ancestors, every kind of family treasure imaginable. Qinsheng had no interest at all in her father's poor-quality collection. But she was afraid she might miss something valuable, so she went anyway. After all, losing a little blood could be fixed with some brown sugar water. If that wasn't enough, she could always have some tonic foods later. No, she had to stop thinking about that and focus on finding the space. Missing this chance would be a lifelong regret. And, unexpectedly, the surprise came so quickly. Inside one of her father's transparent, rectangular brick-like collectibles was actually the space. After absorbing her blood for a few seconds, the brick suddenly gave off a bright, almost dazzling green light. Then, in an instant, it disappeared. Right after that, an identical jade brick appeared in her mind. The mysterious patterns on the brick glowed faintly. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she saw a gray space. The space was square, shaped like jade bricks, about 80 meters high, but its length seemed endless, like a huge tunnel stretching beyond sight. Looking at it, Qinsheng couldn't help giving a thumbs up. Amazing! Even the richest person in the world couldn't fill this space completely. With this new space, the first thing Qinsheng did was empty the 4 secret rooms at home. After all, they were full of antiques, and who knew when more treasures might appear? She couldn't let it go to waste. With the space ready, Qinsheng quickly made a plan to collect supplies. First came food. Buying directly from the local wholesale market was fine for a few dozen or even 100 tons, but anything more would take time. Besides, large-scale purchases could attract unwanted attention. So she decided to go straight to the biggest grain-producing area in the country, the north. But before leaving, she made a phone call. She planned to sell the Qin residence, along with other properties and the shares she owned. Even the sports cars in the underground garage had to go. Every bit counts. Selling them would bring in more money for supplies. To handle this, she contacted her late parents' lawyer and signed a power of attorney. He would take full charge of selling everything. The prices could be slightly below market value, but the sales had to be quick. She needed the money urgently. The Qin residence was located in Haicheng and covered a large area. A few years ago, when someone ranked the city's luxury homes, the Qin residence was among the top 10. Built during the Republic of China era, it was not only a house but also a collectible in terms of value. Qin Sheng remembered that its estimated worth back then was 3 billion yuan. Over the years, as property prices kept rising, its value only increased. A house like this was hard to sell through an ordinary real estate agency. Besides, she insisted on full payment, and only a few people in her social circle could afford it. When the lawyer received her call, he drove overnight to the Qin residence. After organizing and signing all the documents, he left immediately. Although he was puzzled about why she suddenly wanted to sell the house, the generous commission and his authority over the price made it impossible to refuse. People like him knew well not to ask unnecessary questions. Born into a wealthy family, Qin Sheng had always known that one should never be stingy with necessary expenses. Even though the lawyer had some personal ties with her family, no relationship was strong enough to replace proper payment. If you want a horse to run fast, you can't skimp on the feed. After arranging everything, Qin Sheng booked a flight that night. Just before boarding, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID. Jiang Jiangguo? For a moment, Qin Sheng stared at the name in confusion, as if she had just remembered something she had forgotten. She suddenly realized she had completely forgotten about Jiang Jiangguo. Jiang Jiangguo was her childhood best friend, a tall, 1.8-meter tall girl with a cute personality. She was also a fitness enthusiast. Her father came from a poor background and rose to success through her mother's wealth, but after getting rich, he quickly found another woman. Jiang Jiangguo's mother, suffering from depression, took her own life. Before that, she bought several apartments in Beijing under Jiang Jiangguo's name and transferred part of the company's shares to her. With the rent and dividends, Jiang Jiangguo could live comfortably without working too hard. In their previous life, after the world fell into chaos, the two of them struggled to survive together. Jiang Jiangguo had always been incredibly lucky. In many situations, her good fortune saved them both from danger. They once joined a local power group. Qin Sheng became the second in command, and Jiang Jiangguo the third. In the end, Qin Sheng died, but Jiang Jiangguo somehow survived, tough and unyielding like a cockroach. Just then, the phone rang. Qin Sheng.
Come save me.
My dad and his people locked me in a mental hospital to force me to hand over my shares. Please come quickly. The food here is terrible, unbelievably bad. It's so salty I could cry. I'm using a nurse's phone to call you. I'm at the 3rd hospital on Jiming Mountain. A nurse's phone? Qin Sheng looked down at her screen and almost thought she was seeing things. The name Jiang Jiangguo was clearly written on it. Well, it seemed that Guy would have to stay there for a few days. The 3rd hospital of Jiming Mountain. Qin Sheng knew that place. It was a well-known mental hospital in Haicheng, run with strict discipline. Unless someone could grow wings, there was no way to escape. Everyone knew that not all the people kept in such hospitals were truly ill. Knowing that Jiang Jiangguo was there, Qin Sheng simply said, "Oh," feeling much more at ease. She had heard Jiang Jiangguo mention this in her previous life, so it didn't surprise her. "Jiangguo, listen to me. The food there isn't great, but try to bear with it. If you can find a way out, do it yourself. If not, just wait there. I'll come to get you. I have to go away for a while, but when I'm back, I'll pick you up, okay? What are you going to do?" "Old Qin, are you abandoning me? Didn't we agree to go to the ranch together, watch the sunrise, and eat the freshest beef? Hello? Hello?" "Old Qin." Beep, beep. On the plane, Qin Sheng laughed while eating. What was Jiang Jiangguo's father thinking, sending him to a mental hospital? What kind of grudge did he have against that place to do something like that? In Qin Sheng's memory, Jiang Jiangguo was the kind of person who could stir up chaos wherever he went. Although the two were best friends, Qin Sheng didn't plan to take her along to stock up on supplies around the country. Having that girl with her meant countless unexpected problems could happen. It was better to finish her own plan first, and then talk about it after returning to Haisher. After all, Jiang Jiangguo definitely had to come along. They had known each other since childhood, and in her previous life, they had been through life and death situations together. He was the only person she could truly trust in the end times. Besides, his incredible luck was a real treasure. Oh, right, her friend's property could also sell for a good amount of money. It would be a waste not to use it. She would persuade her to sell the house when she got back. Jimming Mountain Third Hospital. Beep, beep. Jiang Jiangguo listened to the busy tone on the phone, his face dark with anger. Furious, he threw the phone aside. He jumped onto the counter, waving a clothes-drying pole with a white t-shirt tied to the end. As he moved, the white shirt fluttered in the air like a flag.
Comrades,
The enemy is nothing but a paper tiger now. The horn of victory has sounded. Everyone, charge with me.
charge.
Hundreds of people in blue and white hospital gowns followed Jiang Jiangguo, shouting as they rushed forward. Nurses ran down the hallway in panic, even losing their shoes as they fled. Call the director. The patients are rioting.
Ah,
Don't come any closer. Help.
Tita.
At 10 in the morning, Qin Sheng was already sitting at a banquet table hosted by the largest grain distributor in the north. She took out her carefully prepared shopping list and handed it to the middle-aged man across from her. Mr. Huang, these are the items I want to buy, along with the quantities, she said. Please take a look. After speaking, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, thinking about whether she had missed any supplies. Huang Weiguo looked at the young woman in front of him, adjusted his glasses, and studied the list carefully. Rice, millet, corn, flour, sorghum. You want all kinds of grains? He went through the list item by item. Qin Sheng's list included almost every type of grain available on the market. May I ask why you need so much grain? Huang Weiguo asked, puzzled. With the amount she was ordering, it could practically support a small country. Qin Sheng idly played with her neatly manicured nails. I was bored a while ago and made a bet with a few close friends. The loser had to buy grain to support Africa. I lost. But it's fine. I may not have much else, but I do have money, and I love doing good deeds. Spending a few billion is no big deal. Her arrogant attitude and careless gestures perfectly portrayed a spoiled rich girl who had never known hardship. Huang Weiguo felt as if someone had stabbed him in the heart. What he had worked for his whole life was nothing more than a casual bet to her. Darn it! If Qin Sheng weren't here to do business and make him money, he might have lost control and done something reckless. That eye roll of hers was just too irritating. Are all rich kids this shameless nowadays? While eating slowly, Qin Sheng said, as for rice, any brand will do. For flour, I need both medium and high gluten types. Just make sure everything is fully stocked. As for the price, with such a large order, you'll give me a discount, right? You know how the grain market is now. It's been rising fast and our profit margin is already small. Before he could finish, Qin Sheng snatched the list from his hand. Did you see the quantity I'm ordering? Each type is in the millions of tons. And you're talking to me about profit margins? Mr. Huang, you're really not being sincere. I can't stand people who try to overcharge me just because I'm rich. Is being wealthy a crime? Every morning when I wake up, I see that my savings have grown by tens of millions in interest, and honestly, it's quite stressful. So, if you don't give me a fair and reasonable price, I'll just find someone else? If I put this deal out there, plenty of people would fight for it. You are the first one I came to, but it seems you're not showing much sincerity. Someone like me, a rich kid who's not too smart with money, you should really appreciate the chance. Wait. Huang Weiguo quickly stood up and walked over to Qin Sheng with a big smile. Don't rush. I haven't finished talking yet. What I mean is, even though the profit margin for grain is small right now, a big client like you is different. I promise to give you the best quality goods at the lowest price. That's more like it. Qin Sheng glanced at him and handed over the shopping list with her slender hand. Huang Weiguo hurriedly took it with both hands. Every type of grain on the list started at 10,000 tons. There were also many different varieties. The total price came to more than 2 billion yuan. Such a huge order. He had never seen anything like it in his life. Even if he cut the profit to the lowest level, this one deal would be enough to secure his future for decades. At that moment, he looked at Qin Sheng as if she were a shining god of wealth. These rich kids really make people both love and hate them. After signing the contract, Qin Sheng finished her meal, said goodbye to Huang Weiguo, and went straight to an almost closed factory by the highway. She rented an entire row of warehouses. She called Huang Weiguo. Starting tomorrow, I want to see your grain delivered continuously to this warehouse address. Once I see the first batch, I'll pay you 30% in advance. When all the goods are delivered, I'll pay the rest immediately. Huang Weiguo was surprised for a moment, then quickly nodded. I understand, don't worry. It's impossible to prepare everything at once, but I'll work as fast as I can. I won't waste your time. After all, the sooner the deal was done, the sooner he could get paid. Thinking about the money he was about to earn, Huang Weiguo became full of energy and hurried back to his company to start arranging everything. Qin Sheng booked a suite at a chain hotel near the logistics park. During the day, large trucks kept driving in one after another. As a major client, she received VIP service from Huang Weiguo, who arranged workers to help unload the goods every day. Qin Sheng was tall and preferred off-road vehicles rather than regular cars. Her pink Hummer was parked in a small park not far from the warehouse. Behind the car stood a large rainbow beach umbrella. Under the umbrella was a lounge chair. Wearing sunglasses, Qin Sheng relaxed on the chair, eating an ice pop, scrolling through her phone, and ordering food delivery. Before long, a white van drove over. The young man in the fried chicken shop uniform parked his car and checked the location on his phone. He looked around and saw only Qin Sheng nearby. Uncertain, he asked, Miss, did you order 500 family buckets and 500 portions of chicken wings and drumsticks? Qin Sheng took off her sunglasses. Yes, that's right. Just put everything in the trunk, please. Make sure it's arranged neatly. Our company is having a picnic and dinner here later, and it would be bad if anything spilled. The delivery guy nodded and started moving the boxes of fried chicken from the van into the SUV's trunk. Normally, they didn't offer this kind of delivery service, but her order was just too big. A regular scooter couldn't possibly carry that much food. As soon as the delivery man left, Qin Sheng looked around again. Seeing no one nearby, she waved her hand and stored all the fried chicken into her hidden space. She had carefully chosen this spot. No cameras, few people, completely safe. After all, in this hot weather, who would come to the park in the middle of the day? A few minutes later, another small truck arrived. Excuse me, did you order 500 rice bowls with braised meat? Yes. Put them in the trunk. Your 500 portions of crispy chicken. Your 500 braised pig's feet. Your 500 roast ducks. All sliced and ready. Your garlic prawns, spicy crayfish, braised shrimp. Your rice dish. All day long, delivery trucks kept coming and going in this quiet little park. In the morning, it wasn't too bad, with the temperature around 30 degrees. But as the sun rose higher, by 11 or 12, the heat climbed close to 40 degrees. By 7:30 in the evening, after receiving the last batch of deliveries, Qin Sheng drank a cold cola and drove back to the warehouse. When she arrived, the last few trucks had almost finished unloading. In just one day, half of the entire row of warehouses was already filled. After everyone left, Qin Sheng entered the warehouse and closed the door. The first thing she did was take out a professional scanner to check for hidden cameras or other devices. Although she had already checked when renting the warehouse, she couldn't be sure that no one had placed anything inside during the day. Better safe than sorry. Caution always comes first. Once she confirmed everything was secure, she stored all the supplies in her special space and transferred 30% of the payment to Huang Weiguo as agreed in the contract. She had stayed at the Beida warehouse for nearly half a month. During that time, she not only stocked up on food but also contacted many nearby factories to order other supplies in bulk. There are many different kinds of food factories here. Instant noodles, sausages, spicy snacks, dried meat, nuts, chicken feet, biscuits, and bread. Each type is supplied in hundreds of thousands of boxes. Relying on her own efforts, she temporarily raised the city's labor wages. Everywhere you look, there are job ads offering high pay for workers. After the world changed, the weather became extreme, either very hot or freezing cold. So ice cream became something essential. It not only cools you down but also tastes great. When she visited the ice cream factory, she made sure to avoid the expensive ice cream traps that would blow up her budget. During her 2 weeks here, Qin Sheng ordered takeout every day, hundreds of portions at a time. Sometimes she visited restaurants recommended by online friends, tasting different foods. If something was delicious, she would order hundreds of portions and store them away. At night, she went to the warehouse to receive the goods. After that, she continued shopping at the night market, buying non-stop. 15 days passed quickly. Huang Weigua, holding the final payment, was grinning from ear to ear. He even gave Qin Sheng many local specialties before personally escorting his lucky star to the plane, reluctant to say goodbye. After all, who knew when he would meet another rich and impulsive customer like her again? He had to treasure the moment. Next stop, the grasslands. After Beidaqing, this was her new destination. Qin Sheng, known for her bold spending, returned to the grasslands, just like when she had looked for food suppliers before. Although there were many individual ranches on the grasslands, there were also large buyers. She went straight to one of these buyers, signed a contract, and paid the money. As for going from one herder's home to another to buy directly, it might save a little money, but it would waste too much time. So she immediately dismissed that idea. In her free time, Qin Sheng bought a large Dongfeng truck and often drove around the grasslands. Some big ranchers owned hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep. When she looked out, all she could see was a vast sea of white sheep. Qin Sheng had done experiments with popsicles and live chickens using her special storage space. When she put a popsicle inside and took it out hours later, it hadn't melted at all. That proved that time inside the space was completely still. So she didn't need to worry about anything going bad. When she put a live chicken inside, it would stop moving instantly. When she took it out, it was in the same state as the moment it went in. She even tested it by making a small cut on its neck, and it still bled normally. Because of these experiments, she felt confident storing live cattle, sheep, and other animals in the space. When she took them out later, she could process them right away, and they would be as fresh as newly prepared ones. The hides and wool could also be used. If she had people process them first, it would be fine for a few thousand, but since she bought them in the hundreds of thousands, that would take far too long. As the saying goes, no matter how much wealth you have, animals still count as assets only when they're ready to use. The weather was unbearably hot today, and many herders lost cattle and sheep to the heat. At a time like this, someone was willing to buy large numbers of cattle and sheep at normal prices. Most herders were more than happy about it. She bought many live animals and tens of thousands that were already processed. All of them were stored in her special space. After that, Qin Sheng continued to buy large amounts of dried beef and many other local specialties. She heard that the local red willow lamb skewers were delicious. Qin Sheng found the place, bought a few skewers, and squatted by the shop door to eat. "Boss, your lamb skewers are amazing." "Of course. We grill them fresh from the day's meat. They have to taste good." "How many skewers do you sell in a day?" "About 2,000 or 3,000. Thanks to everyone's support." "Huh. All right then, starting today, make 8,000 skewers for me every day for 10 days. I'll take them back for my friends who've never tried anything like this." 10 days later, Qin Sheng waved goodbye to the grasslands. The barbecue shop owner felt both happy and exhausted. His wrist trembled as he counted the money. After 10 days of non-stop grilling, his hand had developed a habit of moving on its own. Qin Sheng kept traveling all over the country. She went to the seaside to buy seafood. For poultry, she went directly to the farms to buy live ones. For processed meat, she went to the local wholesale markets. She ordered salt, various seasonings, and daily necessities directly from factories in bulk. She bought cotton clothes and down jackets straight from the manufacturers. She even made a special trip to Xinjiang, where she stocked up on food, cotton, and cotton seeds. All kinds of frozen goods were processed directly at the factories. She also ordered a large amount of saltpeter for making ice. Generators, solar panels, side dishes, snacks, instant food, gasoline and diesel, medicines, drinking water, books on farming and other professional topics. She prepared everything she could think of. Wherever she went, She would use her phone whenever she had free time, ordering hundreds of takeout meals at once. If she came across a famous restaurant, she would book hundreds of tables, have all the food prepared, and store it away. That way, if she didn't feel like cooking later, she could just take it out and eat. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. The balance in her bank account dropped quickly. She was about to take a break when she received a call. The Qin estate had been sold for 3.5 billion yuan. Her shares were also sold, and all remaining properties were converted into cash. The branded clothes, bags, and jewelry she had bought before were all sold by her lawyer. Ding Fortune account credited 3.5 billion yuan. Ding Fortune account credited another 150 million yuan. Ding Wealth app deposit received. Sigh the troubles of being too rich. Qin Sheng looked at her growing bank balance and started another round of crazy shopping. She stocked up mostly on food, daily necessities, and medicine. She also ordered some traditional weapons and modern ones. Although guns and cannons weren't very useful against strange creatures, they were more than enough to deal with other people. In the apocalypse, you had to watch out for more than just monsters. She would quietly arrive somewhere, spend money like crazy, and then leave with an empty wallet. Across the country, she became known as a mysterious big spender. Only after she truly let herself spend freely did she realize money really could disappear fast. When she saw only a few tens of thousands left in her account, Qin Sheng finally decided to go home. The Qin residence had been sold, but she could still rent a place. Homeless? Not a chance. She still had her credit cards, enough to enjoy the rest of her time. Back in Haishir City, the first thing Qin Sheng did was rent an apartment. She found a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room unit through an agency. It was fully furnished and ready to move in. That afternoon, she signed the contract, 6,500 yuan a month, 1 month's rent plus deposit. Starlight Community. 17th floor, apartment 1703. Qin Sheng hired a cleaner to tidy up a bit, then moved in. At that moment, she kicked off her shoes and lazily lay down on the sofa. Spending money is really exhausting. If her father knew that she had spent over 10 billion in less than 2 months and even sold the Qin mansion, he would probably be so angry he'd come back to life, just to give her a top spender of the year medal. She had also sold the company's shares and other properties. Sometimes Qin Sheng wondered if her so-called rebirth was just a dream. What if, after she sold everything and stocked up on supplies, the end of the world never came? Then again, that wouldn't be a bad thing. Even if she sold those supplies at a discount, she'd still have enough money to live comfortably for the rest of her life. Besides, she still had her special storage space. She could use it to start a logistics business. Transporting goods through the space meant no damage, no tolls, and no delays.
Ha!
She'd definitely be #1 in the world. Who could possibly beat her? After taking a nap at home, Qin Sheng woke up feeling like she had forgotten something. After thinking for a while, she finally remembered. Someone was still waiting for her rescue at the psychiatric hospital. So she quickly drove to the 3rd hospital of Jiming Mountain. Before she even reached the hospital, she saw from afar that the tall walls were covered with white flags. When she got closer, she realized they were actually white t-shirts tied to clotheslines, fluttering in the wind. A security guard stopped her. "Hello, please register before visiting."
Okay.
Qin Sheng signed her name in the visitor log and smoothly entered the 3rd hospital. After walking in, they soon saw several patients in blue and white hospital clothes squatting on the green lawn. In the middle of them stood a large decorative stone. A short-haired girl with strong chest muscles sat cross-legged on the stone, vividly telling everyone the story of Journey to the West. Her sleeves were rolled up high, showing her tanned, toned arms. The smooth lines of her biceps were so perfect that even a fitness coach would be impressed. Seeing that she was fine, Qin Sheng smiled and called out loudly, "Jiang Jiangguo. My friends, the heavenly messenger has come to take me to the sky to become the great sage." Jiang Jiangguo turned around, showing a bright smile with shining white teeth. "Wait for me. Once I make it up there, I'll help you all become immortals too." Then she quickly swung the clothes pole in her hand and ran toward Qin Sheng, giving him a big hug. Old Qin, you finally remembered me. My days here have felt endless. I've been waiting for you every day. Looks like you're doing well. You've even become the great sage now. Hee hee. Jiang Jianguo chuckled and waved goodbye to the other patients. My friends, the great sage is leaving. Great king, don't forget to come back and take us to the heavens. Great king, don't go. I want to follow you and help you. Great king, make sure to defeat the Jade Emperor and become the leader yourself. A group of monkeys. Oh no. A group of patients enthusiastically waved goodbye to her. Let's go. I'll help you with the discharge papers. Qin Sheng led Jiang Jianguo toward the doctor's office. As they reached the first-floor lobby of the inpatient building, they heard hurried footsteps coming from the stairway around the corner. Looking up, they saw a middle-aged doctor with a receding hairline holding a medical chart, followed by a group of nurses rushing toward them. The director's eyes shone with excitement. You're here to take her home? Qin Sheng nodded blankly. Why did it feel like the director was as happy as a fox spotting a fat hen? She hesitated and asked, can we do the paperwork now? Of course. Absolutely. Right now. Immediately. The moment he heard she was here to take the patient away, the director was so thrilled his hands trembled. He quickly pulled out a medical chart from his pocket. Just sign here, and you can go. He looked at Qin Sheng eagerly. Go on, sign it. You're not changing your mind, are you? This patient, Jiang Jianguo, had been nothing but trouble. Ever since she arrived, the whole hospital had become restless. If the food was too plain, she led a protest. If it was too salty, another protest. If the cleaning wasn't done well, yet another protest. Even going to the bathroom isn't smooth, and they're ready to start a riot. He called Jiang Jianguo's father to pick her up, but he refused. They left her at the hospital gate, hoping she would leave on her own. But she climbed back over the wall and came in again. They drove her far away, yet she still managed to find her way back. After repeating this several times, even the director was about to lose his mind. Qin Sheng's mouth twitched as she signed her name on the medical record. The moment she finished the last stroke, loud cheers exploded around her. She signed it. She's leaving. She's finally leaving. We can finally send this troublemaker away. Hurry up. Take her away. Did you drive here? If not, we'll drive you back ourselves. The director looked even more unstable than the patients. The nurses behind him didn't seem quite right either. They all looked overly excited. As the car carrying that little troublemaker finally disappeared from sight, the entire hospital staff burst into another round of deafening cheers. Even after driving a long way, Qin Sheng could still hear fireworks going off behind her. What on earth did you do? The director's celebrating like he's sending away bad luck. Nothing much. The patients there are all so talented and fun to talk to. I just played around with everyone a little, that's all. Honestly, if you hadn't come to pick me up, I wouldn't have wanted to leave. The first thing Jiang Jianguo did after getting her out was to make her sell her house and her shares.
What?
You had a dream that predicted the end of the world in 10 days. Sell the house, sell the shares, and stock up on supplies. You even sold your own house and inheritance? You spent over 10 billion already. The half-eaten popsicle fell from Jiang Jianguo's mouth, hit the ground with a clatter, and broke apart. She reached out in shock and touched Qin Sheng's forehead. A dream that predicts the future? Do you think you're some kind of prophet? I told you to stop playing those mystery and role-playing games, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. Your brain's all mixed up. Old Qin, I know a top psychiatrist, my own doctor. How about you come with me tomorrow for a checkup? The people at the hospital are actually quite nice, but you can't lose your mind like this. You're my only best friend. While you're still thinking clearly, can you write a statement and let me take care of your money for now? I promise I won't take a single cent. Qin Sheng gave her a sharp look. That stubborn pride kept her from admitting she had actually been reborn and had even died before Jiang Jianguo in her previous life. If she said that out loud, Jiang Jianguo would never let her live it down. So she simply said she had some dreams that showed the future. Listening to her unreliable words, Jiang Jianguo smiled so much that you could see his throat. As he kept smiling, she suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. She saw Qin Sheng suddenly hold a chair in her hand. Her laughter stopped abruptly. Immediately, she took out her phone from her pocket. Hello? Dear Dad, I've thought it over. I'm willing to sell my shares to you at a 30% discount, but I want the transfer to be completed within 24 hours. Otherwise, I'll sell them to your competitor and ruin you. Hello, is this Xiaowang? Yes, it's me. Please sell all the apartments I rent out in Jing City to me at a 20% discount. I want full payment. If you can't sell them within 24 hours, I'll give the job to another real estate agent. You won't get any commission. After finishing the call, she looked at Qin Sheng eagerly, with a flattering face. Sister, no, big sister, do you have that legendary space? Can I store my supplies with you? You can charge a storage fee. If I don't have money, I can pay you later. From now on, we'll be half-sisters with different fathers. Please don't abandon me. Qin Sheng nodded proudly. Sure enough, the houses in Jing City are being sold at a 20% discount, which is the peak of the housing market. With the discount, each house easily loses over 1 million yuan. Although full payment is needed, many people are eager to buy. Jiang Zhengwo's father was puzzled that his simple-minded daughter had gone to a mental hospital and then gave in, but after selling his shares at a discount, he had already gained a lot. Worried that the shares might fall into the enemy's hands, he quickly arranged for Jiang Jiangguo to sign a contract and transfer the money. As a result, Qin Sheng, who had almost lost everything, now had several billion yuan. Jiang Jiangguo looked at Qin Sheng with great trust. I'll keep 2 million to buy my favorite snacks and the rest is up to you. After all, you've been smarter than me since we were kids. We've always been at the bottom of the class, second to last and last. Honestly, I don't understand. You spend most of the semester practicing martial arts. It's normal to rank second to last. But I study hard and take notes every day. How come I still rank last? Basically, you're definitely smarter than me. Since I gave you the money, you can do as you like. Seeing that his close friend was willing to entrust her entire fortune without hesitation, Qin Sheng was moved to tears. She was good at spending money. So, a series of shopping sprees began again. This time, because of the tight schedule, she went straight to the local wholesale market. In just a week, only a few thousand yuan of Jiang Zhengwo's leftover snack money remained. Suddenly, it was September. In previous years, September marked the start of autumn, and the weather had already begun to cool down. This summer has been unusually hot. Even in September, instead of cooling down, the temperature has risen. Outside, it has reached 45 degrees Celsius. The heat makes the air shimmer and distort. People on the street walk quickly, not wanting to stay outside for even a minute. Qin Sheng has been busy spending money these past 2 months. She feels tired and falls asleep directly on the sofa. When she wakes up and opens the curtains, she sees the sunset. The sky is filled with fiery clouds that look like they are burning, hurting her eyes. She checks the time on her phone. It's 6:30 p.m. She yawns and takes out her car keys. She drives to the supermarket. Although her home is well-stocked, shopping is also a kind of fun. There is a large supermarket within 3 kilometers of Xinguang community. Qin Sheng likes to visit it whenever she has free time. She doesn't have many hobbies. As a girl, luxury brand bags and designer items don't attract her. She grew up surrounded by luxury goods and isn't very interested in brands. Her only hobby is eating and drinking. She also likes small animals like tiny horses or little SUVs. Because her family is very wealthy, many of her friends, who are second-generation rich, have some history of being kidnapped. Her father was kidnapped several times when he was young. Luckily, her grandfather is very trustworthy and always pays the ransom without calling the police. The only requirement was that he must not go hungry, especially since he was the only child in 9 generations. Because of this, her father was very popular among kidnappers. Whenever someone ran out of money, they would kidnap him and treat him well with good food and drinks. Then they would wait to get paid and release him. If any kidnapper treated him badly, it would be known and looked down upon by others in the same circle. After all, in today's world, such trustworthy hostages are very rare. You take the money but still mistreat him? That's not right. With experience visiting kidnapper hideouts often, her parents decided to strengthen her self-defense skills from a young age to better protect herself. Even at 3 years old, she was already tying her little pigtails. While other children just started kindergarten, she was already practicing horse stance. So, from a delicate little girl, she was gradually becoming a tough female warrior. Since she was young, she never stopped learning martial arts, free fighting, and traditional techniques. She spent many years at Mount Song and Shaolin Temple. While other kids played with Barbie dolls, she was already swinging nunchucks. When others took dance classes to improve their grace, she was being disciplined by her master. It was said that to learn how to fight, you first had to learn how to take a hit. While others blushed and fell in love, she was practicing her stance. While others attended art and music classes, she was getting beaten. At 15, her parents suddenly went on an adventure to the Bermuda Triangle and the entire ship sank. To this day, her body has never been found. An exceptional relative came to seize her property, using all kinds of ruthless and shameless tricks. Qin Sheng knew that only magic could defeat magic. She went straight to the black market boss and used a gold card, along with 10 billion in inheritance, to buy herself the title of his adopted daughter. From then on, those troublesome relatives didn't even appear before her. They were dealt with firmly by the black market boss. She finally found peace. At 16, she single-handedly challenged 13 thugs from outside the school and became famous. She became the school's top fighter. At 18, she saved a beauty from a robber and broke 8 of his ribs, earning a medal for bravery. At 19, during summer vacation, she was traveling when she met an elderly woman who was lost and asked for help. She was then kidnapped by human traffickers. 3 days later, a large human trafficking ring was busted in a city. The traffickers were all severely injured, with broken bones, but Qin Sheng had a broken hand. However, her fracture was caused by fighting. Her life over the past 20 years can only be described with one word: fierce. She always made the quickest choice that was best for herself. After experiencing the end of the world, she forgot all her martial arts skills learned over the years. All that remained were deadly fighting techniques deeply imprinted in her mind. Each move, like a conditioned reflex, was ingrained in her bones. After accepting the end-of-the-world scenario, Jiang Jiangguo started a series of intense training plans from the very first day back. As long as he couldn't be defeated, he would keep pushing himself harder. At noon, Jiang Jiangguo was practicing with his new weapon on an open terrace. The origin of the weapon was unclear. It was one of his great-grandfather's collections. They took a photo together and looked it up online. This item is called a heavy sword. It's similar to the sword carried by Yang Guoren, the Condor heroes. Qin Sheng didn't know how heavy Yang Guo's sword was. But her sword was very heavy. The blade looked like a very wide ruler, thick in the middle and thin on the sides. When stood upright, the sword was as tall as Jiang Jiangguo's shoulders, and with the handle, it was a little taller than she was. It was 184 centimeters long, and the blade weighed over 80 jin, about 40 kilograms. This weight is comparable to that of a slender adult woman. Plus, there was a 26 jin, 13 kilograms sheath. Altogether, it weighed about 106 jin, around 53 kilograms. Holding such a heavy weapon was a bit tiring for Qin Sheng. But Jiang Jiangguo, after seeing all the weapons Qin Sheng collected, was determined to keep the sword, refusing to let go. This thing was so heavy that most people couldn't even lift it, let alone use it to fight. The elderly men and women doing morning exercises saw her sword and exclaimed in admiration. After watching some videos about heavy swords and practicing intensely herself, she gradually seemed to unlock a new skill. She didn't become perfectly one with the sword, but handling it became quite natural. Though not as skilled as the top martial artists of the past, she could now use her 80-pound sword as she wished. A heavy sword is about using momentum to control others. It's less flexible than typical weapons, but has greater power. Once, she accidentally swung her sword and broke a tree in the park. After Qin Sheng was fined 6,000, he also joined the practice sessions. Their daily routine became a playful fight. She hit him. He hit back, Then they would go home with bruises and bumps. Overall, Zhang Jiangguo was more seriously injured. Over time, Zhang Jiangguo's muscles no longer looked exaggerated like a bodybuilder's, but each muscle held powerful energy. Qin Sheng's weapon was a large cleaver, used cleanly and efficiently, something he was familiar with from before. In September, the weather was even hotter than during the peak summer days. Outside, temperatures reached around 46 or 47 degrees Celsius. In the supermarket, many elderly people were enjoying free air conditioning. Some even brought their grandchildren to play chess, spending hours inside. Qin Sheng and Zhang Jiangguo each pushed a shopping cart, slowly walking between the shelves. They occasionally added their favorite foods to the carts. Pickled chicken feet, chocolates, jelly, salted chicken, spicy duck neck, and fish from Dongting Lake. When they reached the vegetable section, she looked at the prices. Cabbage, 9 yuan 99 per jean? Are vegetables this expensive now? She then looked at the cucumbers next to it, 16 yuan 50 per jean.
Tomatoes, 12 yuan per jean.
Green beans, 18 yuan. Due to the high temperatures, prices for both vegetables and meat keep rising. Outdoor workers have almost completely stopped working, especially in ongoing building projects and shopping malls, which are repeatedly delayed. Construction workers, in such heat, refuse to work no matter how high the pay. Moreover, if someone gets hurt, the developers can't avoid responsibility. Qin Sheng remembered a month ago when she bought a lot of groceries. Back then, she went to the greenhouse to pick vegetables, and cabbage was only 1 yuan 50 per jean. When she gathered various fruits and vegetables, she bought the leftover produce from farmers, those that looked bad or were about to rot in the fields, at low prices. Anyway, she didn't mind having extra. Next to her, two elderly women pushed carts with only a few vegetables, slowly choosing what to buy. Why are the prices of vegetables getting higher every day? Cabbage is almost as expensive as meat now. And these green beans, oh my, who can afford to eat them? The Price Bureau doesn't seem to care. It's really frustrating. Everything is going up, but my pension is still the same, not enough for daily expenses. There's nothing we can do, so we buy a little less. My son says the hot weather has caused many vegetables to rot in the fields. Of course, vegetables are more expensive now. Let's buy more pork. Have you noticed that pork prices are starting to rise these days? Because of the heat, many pig and sheep farms are getting sick. I think meat prices will go up again soon. Really? Then we'll buy some more pork belly later. My grandson loves pork belly. At the vegetable section of the supermarket, two elderly women carefully peel off the outer leaves of a cabbage while chatting. Qin Sheng finished shopping and bought some meat too. She saw that durians were on sale inside the supermarket, so she bought several. Even though she had plenty of fruit in her space, she still couldn't resist buying more. Their shopping carts were piled high. When paying, they could hear an older woman behind them calling them spendthrift. The pink Hummer covered in rhinestones stands out, whether among luxury cars or among other flashy vehicles. It sparkles and looks very trendy. As Qin Sheng pushed her cart toward the parking lot on the second basement level, she saw some mischievous kids picking at the pink crystals on her car. They weren't real diamonds, but once scratched, it wouldn't look nice anymore. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Jiangguo hurried over in 2 quick steps and shouted loudly. Where are your parents, little ones? Come out and pay for the damage. A few children ran away quickly after hearing the loud shout. Qin Sheng crouched down to check her little pink car, feeling relieved that it was still intact. Luckily, it was firmly attached and hadn't been taken by those kids. Are you okay? Zhang Jiangguo also came over, looking at Qin Sheng with concern. She knew that this car meant a lot to Qin Sheng. It was a gift from her parents on her 15th birthday, and it was the last birthday present they gave her. After that, Qin Sheng's parents disappeared at sea, and their bodies were never found. It's fine. When the world gets a bit safer, I won't drive this car anymore. I'll store it away and let it rest. Let's go. Qin Sheng took a deep breath, wiped the dirt off with a tissue, opened the trunk to put things inside, then sat in the driver's seat and drove away. She parked the car in the underground garage. Qin Sheng and Zhang Jiangguo carried their bags upstairs. Just as they stepped out of the elevator, they saw a man and a woman trying to pry open her door lock. Since then, the two of them haven't contacted each other again. The man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He had blonde hair, was wearing beach shorts and a tank top, and had a tattoo on his arm that only showed his upper arm, looking lazy and relaxed. That look, you could tell he probably gave up on the tattoo halfway because it hurt too much. And that lazy expression, besides the messy hair that looked like a bad hairstyle, didn't resemble anything else. It was clear he was just a beginner trying to do it himself. Chun-hao, are you capable or not? Hurry up. Someone's coming soon. Don't rush me. I don't know why this lock is so hard to open. It'll be done soon, just wait a bit longer. Both of them were focused on trying to open the lock, not noticing two people coming out of the elevator behind them. Jiang Jiangguo chuckled. With such a nice, but it would be a shame not to give it a kick. He looked at the round, smooth buttocks and suddenly kicked hard.
Bang! Bang!
Two loud thuds, and their heads hit the security door one after the other. Who the heck tried to ambush me? Who the heck are you? The little blonde guy. Chun-hao covered his head, feeling dizzy, and turned around. His eyes first landed on Qin Sheng, who had a beautiful figure, and he was surprised to see a pretty girl behind him. Hey, what are you looking at? My uncle is right here. A cheeky female voice came, and the little blonde guy turned his head toward the sound. He only saw a strong, sturdy waist, then tilted his head up to look further. A tall, muscular figure with delicate features caught the eye. He instinctively took a few steps back in fear. He looked at Jiang Jiangguo in horror. Wow, where did this fierce female warrior come from? Her strong and powerful build is unbelievable. Are you here for a bodybuilding competition? Next to him, Li Jingjing covered her head, feeling dizzy, and turned around. In a moment, she saw two familiar faces. Qin Sheng? What are you doing here? Jiang Jiangguo, do you live nearby too? Li Woman was a bit surprised. She didn't expect to see Qin Sheng in this place. Qin Sheng looked at her coldly.
What?
This is my rented house. Is it strange that I'm here? No, I didn't mean that. I don't care what you mean. Qin Sheng glanced at both of them lightly and pointed to the surveillance camera at the end of the corridor. Now leave my house immediately. Otherwise, I will call the police for trespassing. She then took out her keys and opened the door to go inside. Li Jingjing was a little afraid of Qin Sheng. Back then, Qin Sheng was wealthy and very generous. She was known in the circle for being kind but rich. Being friends with her brought her many benefits. But once, she secretly insulted Qin Sheng, and someone recorded it and sent it to her. This caused a falling out, and Qin Sheng beat her so badly, she stayed in the hospital for half a month. I recently had a nose job with implants, but it got crooked and I had to have it fixed several times. Now, whenever I see Qin Sheng, I feel a sharp pain in my nose. Not only did Qin Sheng turn her back on me, but she also took back the designer bags and clothes she gave me, and she threw them to a stray dog right in front of me. I have multiple broken bones and stayed in the hospital for half a month to have my nose repaired. Thinking about this, Li Jingjing feels very sad and tears up. My dad was just a small-time rich man, not very wealthy. Later, he was tricked by a mistress into investing in a new energy project, and he lost everything. Now, he spends his days sneaking around with Chun-hao, breaking into places and stealing things. We have been to this Xinguang community several times, but nothing happened. Everything was going smoothly before, but I never expected Qin Sheng to live here. I didn't dare go inside, so I just stood at the door, looking at Qin Sheng with a sad expression. I lost everything in my family, and high-interest loans keep bothering me at university. I really don't know what to do, so I had to come up with this plan. I'm not a thief. Qin Sheng, weren't we the best of friends before? Please help me. I swear I will never speak badly about you again. I consider you like a sister. Please take me in and help me. You're not short of money, right? If you just share a little, it would be enough to pay off our family's debts. This shouldn't be hard for you, right? You're so rich, so why don't you help me? Weren't you saying before that you treat me like a sister? You're so annoying. Before Li Jingjing could continue, Jiang Jiangguo flipped her the finger. I told old Qin long ago that you're a worthless scoundrel. I was right to see through you. If you show up in front of old Qin again, I'll smash your head. You stole her money, and then you insult her behind her back. You rotten scoundrel. As she spoke, she bit her shopping bag in her mouth, waved her fist, and followed Qin Sheng into the house. Qin Sheng silently placed the groceries on the coffee table. Jiang Jianguo glared at Li Jingjing, then took the items to the fridge. Knowing that Qin Sheng usually didn't like others interfering in her affairs, she naturally went to tidy up the kitchen. Qin Sheng sat on the sofa, crossing her legs. She looked at Li Jingjing with a relaxed expression. Honestly, Li Jingjing looked much more tired than before. She slightly curled her bright red lips and shook her head. Don't just assume you're related. Our family's genes can't produce a face as modern and high-tech as yours. Come on, let's go. Why are you still standing at the door? Do you want to stay and mooch some food? She waved her hand to see her off. Li Jingjing saw Qin Sheng not helping her and became anxious. Qin Sheng was her last hope, but she refused to help her. She didn't want to visit her father's debt collector, that fat, greasy boss Huang, who was over 50. She looked sadly at Chun Hao beside her, tears welling up in her eyes. The person swayed unsteadily, looking like they might faint. The little yellow-haired girl immediately stepped forward, carrying and hugging her, confidently pointing at Qin Sheng. Why are you so cold and mean? We're good friends. Helping each other is normal. Let me tell you, I have many friends outside, Chun Hao. If you don't behave, you won't have a peaceful day in the future. Li Jingjing looked at Chun Hao with tears of gratitude. Chun Hao, you're still kind to me. Those men are all liars. When they heard I went bankrupt, they ignored me. Only you stayed by my side, never leaving me. Wah, I'm so touched. Don't worry, Jingjing. From now on, my life belongs to you. How? Jingjing, how? Jing. The two started acting out their scene at her door. Chun Hao was about to go inside, with Li Jingjing. Hey, what are you doing? Don't come in. This is my house. You're trespassing. Qin Sheng quickly stood up, went to the door, and pretended to block them in front of the camera. Then they forcibly barged in. Jingjing once said that your family is very rich and has endless money. What's wrong with helping her out? It's still your good friend. You saw her family go bankrupt, but didn't offer a helping hand. She just said a little bad thing about you, and it doesn't hurt at all. What's wrong with forgiving her? Are you going to die? As soon as he entered, Chun Hao started scolding loudly. Seeing that there are only 2 women in the house and one is a bit taller, so what? Isn't she still a woman? If he really gets physical, he can take down both of them with one hand. He was acting very bravely, talking loudly and confidently, feeling like a real man. Li Jingjing hid in his arms, saying nothing, just crying. While crying, she showed a mix of admiration and sadness, with an expression that was hard to describe. When Qin Sheng saw that the door was closed, she quickly went behind the security door and locked it again. She turned her head, and her previous anxiety disappeared, replaced by a cold smile. She pulled out a baseball bat from under the sofa. Your mother usually has nothing to do at home. Why don't you suggest your dad to get some help? And you too, you've broken into someone's home without permission. So, my actions from now on are just self-defense. Please don't mind too much. Chun Hao smiled slyly, showing a grin similar to the Nike logo, and calmly took out a folding fruit knife from his pocket, pointing the blade at Qin Sheng. Little brat, still want to act tough with me? What's the point of playing with sticks? Today, I'll teach you how to use a knife. In his view, Qin Sheng was just someone to scare. A pampered girl from a wealthy family. How could she really fight? But Li Jingjing looked into Qin Sheng's eyes and couldn't help but shiver. Qin Sheng had learned martial arts since elementary school. She knew that. She couldn't help but step back 2 paces. Chun Hao often told her he had many little followers who could fight 10 at once. She hoped he could beat Qin Sheng. This little brat Qin Sheng, her family was so rich, yet she didn't help those suffering and in need. She deserved a beating. If Chun Hao won later, she planned to strip Qin Sheng and take nude photos to blackmail her. If she didn't pay, she would post the photos online. And Jiang Jianguo, whose family was also somewhat wealthy, he would be stripped too. Li Jingjing clearly didn't notice that Qin Sheng had mentioned earlier that the house was rented. She still thought Qin Sheng was the same wealthy girl as before. Qin Sheng, what are you trying to do? This is a society governed by law. If you hit us, we'll call the police. You won't get any good results. Don't think that having money means you can do whatever you want. What are you talking about? I am a law-abiding citizen. Qin Sheng was holding a baseball bat. Just now, when you came in, the cameras recorded everything. You two secretly tampered with my door lock or forced your way in. I didn't stop you. So, I was just defending myself. She raised her wrist, and the bat swung through the air in a smooth arc. It struck Shun Hao's hand hard, causing the fruit knife to fall with a clatter. His right wrist immediately swelled up painfully. Shun Hao realized she wasn't joking. But before he could say anything, the baseball bat struck his leg again. Crack. Ah. My leg. The woman moved quickly and precisely, with great force. He felt a sharp pain that almost made him explode from within.
Ah.
My leg is broken. Stop. Don't come any closer. I know I was wrong. I just came in to say a few words. I'm not a bad person. Please spare me. Chun Hao was already injured, with one leg and one arm hurt. He had no strength left and kept struggling to back away. Qin Sheng moved forward and struck his remaining leg with the bat. With the sound of bones breaking, the woman in front of him showed a very satisfied smile. Breaking into a house with a knife late at night and bringing a knife. What are you trying to do? I was just visiting my girlfriend's place. I didn't mean any harm. Holding a knife was just to scare people. To scare people? Qin Sheng sneered. I'll scare you a little too. She then used a technique to break someone's bones, causing them to fall apart. Chun Hao's screams were deafening. Then Qin Sheng's gaze shifted to Li Jingjing. Li Jingjing was so scared, she quickly hid behind the sofa. Don't come any closer. Help. Someone's hurt. Qin Sheng, I was wrong. I won't appear in front of you again. Help. Help. It was all Chun Hao's fault. He forced me. You know I'm not a bad person. Mom. Don't come over. Ah. Qin Sheng wasn't in a hurry. She listened to Li Jingjing and Chun Hao's shouts getting louder. She raised her hand to signal for silence, saying, Be quiet, stay still, and don't make noise. Then she slowly walked to the TV, turned on the speakers, and played some music. The music perfectly covered Li Jingjing's cries for help. Jiang Jiangguo locked the glass door to the kitchen from the outside, looking through the glass. He crouched on the floor, picking beans, while watching Li Jingjing run around the room in panic, with Qin Sheng calmly following behind with a stick. He took a deep breath of his snack water and muttered, Oh my goodness, why does old Qin seem to have such a strange vibe? Wow. So scary. She stepped lightly, her dance graceful and swirling, swaying with the music. Although she didn't put much effort into dancing, as a proper wealthy young lady, basic dance moves are a must. Xiao Jingjing. Little cutie. Since you're here, come out. Why are you hiding? Hey, where did you go? I can't find you anymore. Qin Sheng pushed open the door, tiptoed, and quietly moved toward the feet behind the curtain. She reached out, grabbed her by the neck, and lifted her up like a little chick. Li Jingjing was so scared she almost peed. It's been over a year since they last met. Qin Sheng not only has incredible strength, but now seems a bit mentally unbalanced too. She looks just like a big villain from a movie. Qin Sheng has always been gentle to girls. She threw down her stick, suddenly twisted Li Jingjing's arms and legs, and her sharp cry almost drowned out the music. Li Jingjing was dragged into the living room, thrown next to Chun Hao. She couldn't move at all, but her pain was heartbreaking. Tears and snot covered her face. She struggled and moved closer to Qin Sheng. I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. I won't come again. I swear I won't come back. Please let me go. Qin Sheng sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, slowly eating ice cream. In her past life, she had taken her out on the day Jiang Jiangguo was admitted to the mental hospital. The two of them went straight to the Northwest Desert, played off-road driving, and then experienced the end of the world. They never returned to Haisher. So, they also never saw Li Jingjing. Looking at the man and woman lying on the ground, bruised and battered, Don't worry, didn't you say you wanted me to take care of you and help you? so don't leave. From now on, our family of 4 can live happily together." She gently stepped on the little yellow-haired boy's hand, looking at him kindly. "Little yellow hair, what do you think?" I miss my mom." "Boo-hoo." Chun Hao suddenly started crying. He's just a simple street kid. He's never even collected protection money. He only uses a fruit knife to scare small kids, just to grab some pocket money. He wouldn't dare bother middle schoolers. Kids these days grow up not knowing what to eat. Once, he bravely tried to steal pocket money from a middle schooler, but he met a first-year middle school boy, over 1.8 meters tall, strong and big. With a head like that, anyone who tries to steal from him is uncertain. Now, to stand up for his goddess, he's also provoked a real villainess. Why is he so unlucky? His mom was right. Boys need to protect themselves outside. Women are really scary nowadays. Qin Sheng didn't make things too difficult for them, just gave them a good beating. Then quickly fixed their broken bones. She leaned happily against the doorframe, watching the two support each other as they limped into the elevator. "Jingjing, come visit again when you have time. Little White Lotus, don't go. Stay for dinner." Jiang Jianguo peeked out from behind Qin Sheng, waving enthusiastically and causing a fuss. Li Jingjing leaned into Chen Hao's arms, smiling so hard it looked almost sad. She frantically pressed the elevator button until the doors closed. The two of them sank to the ground, exhausted. Chen Hao held his swollen wrist. "Jingjing, you didn't tell me your friend is a martial arts expert. Maybe we should call the police." Li Jingjing's face turned very pale, and she trembled all over. When she heard Chen Hao, she shot him a sharp glare. "Call the police? Are you kidding? Don't you know how many records I have? Besides, how would we explain? Our hands and feet are tied. There are security cameras outside her door. That hateful person is truly vicious. Plus, you're a guy and you can't even handle a girl. I think we should break up. It's better this way." Chen Hao. "Wow, you're so heartless."
네, 배우나더라고 더배초에.
Qin Sheng was in a good mood, playing soft music while cooking in the kitchen. Jiang Jianguo was helping out. She was originally a young lady who never touched spring water with her fingers, and she couldn't do much besides boiling water. However, after the end of the world, she also started learning how to cook. At that time, there were no cookbooks, and her phone was useless. She used very few ingredients to cook. The first time she cooked, the pot was burnt black with a layer of crust, but she couldn't bear to throw it away, so she ate it all. Later, whenever others cooked, she would watch nearby whenever she had the chance. She carefully recorded each step in a small notebook, and gradually, she learned some skills. But having cooking skills didn't help much. In the apocalypse, food was scarce, and there were hardly any fried, grilled, or stewed dishes. Most of the time, she either baked food or cooked it directly in the fire. During a supply gathering, she specifically bought many cookbooks. Now that the internet was working normally, she didn't need the cookbooks for the time being, because her phone was full of short videos teaching how to cook. She neatly placed the food into the refrigerator. She opened her tablet, paused on a cooking video, and looked at it carefully. First, slice the pork belly from the market. Then, get a free-range chicken egg. Use spring water. Add an appropriate amount of salt, MSG, and chicken essence. Qin Sheng carefully followed the steps from the video on how to make boiled sliced pork. Slice the pork belly and marinate it with seasonings, then add eggs and cornstarch. Next, I struggled with the amount of seasoning to use. Jiang Jianguo, how much is an appropriate amount? Probably about a spoonful. Jiang Jianguo uncertainly scooped a full spoon of salt and put it into the pot. Half an hour later, a splash of hot oil was poured over the cooked dish. A fragrant bowl of hot water-boiled pork was ready. Qin Sheng placed the bowl on the coffee table, turned on the TV to watch a light comedy, sat cross-legged on the carpet, and started eating. After a few bites, it was a bit salty and a little sweet, but overall okay. Suddenly, she remembered she didn't have any drinks. She went to the fridge and took out a bottle of chilled peach sparkling water. She also took out a portion of braised pork from her space, and a serving of egg drop soup. When she collected supplies, She often stored hundreds or thousands of delicious dishes in her space. Most of her money was spent on food. Now, she couldn't even count how many local specialty dishes she had stored in her space. She also bought many paper books and comics, hundreds of tablets, over 1,000 phones, and power banks. All the tablets and phones were filled with movies, anime, TV shows, variety shows, and some offline single-player games. There are also various handmade teaching videos, all downloaded and ready to use. Plus, solar panels and generators are all included. When the power goes out in the future, these generators and solar panels will be very useful. Jiang Jiangguo watched nearby, wide-eyed. Honestly, are you really Qinsheng? You can cook by yourself. Are you some wandering ghost occupying my old Qin's body? Give me back my money. Qinsheng ignored Jiang Jiangguo's antics and started listing his little secrets. You still wet your pants at age 8. You didn't get your period until you were 15. You snore, grind your teeth, and fart in your sleep. When we traveled to Sichuan at 17, you ate too much spicy food and got hemorrhoids. You even mixed chili oil into your dad's Indian herbal oil, causing him to rush to the emergency room in the middle of the night. You liked the school heartthrob, so you waited outside the bathroom to confess, but when you heard him ask if anyone had toilet paper, you rushed in to give him some. But then you saw what he looked like and got disappointed. People thought you were a pervert and reported you to the school. There are many more. Do you want me to keep going? She glanced lightly at Jiang Jiangguo. There's food in the kitchen. If you want to eat, make your own meal. And in the future, you'll need to learn how to cook. I don't want to be your personal chef. Old Qin, I don't want to eat dinner. I want steak and pizza. Then order takeout yourself. You still have thousands of yuan. No need to save it for later. Jiang Jiangguo honestly ordered 10 takeout meals. One to eat with Qinsheng, and the rest stored away. After watching TV for a while, dinner was almost finished. While throwing away the trash, Qinsheng took a walk downstairs. Jiang Jiangguo was playing a mobile game at home. She said they should cherish the present days because after the end of the world, they might only be able to play single-player games. They should level up their ranks before the disaster strikes. Night fell, and it wasn't as hot as during the day. There was a strange coolness, and wearing short sleeves felt a bit cold. Many people in the neighborhood finished eating and went out for a walk. In the center of the community, there was a swimming pool. Many children were still playing in the water. Qinsheng walked around, observing everything around her. It felt like she was in a different world. Gradually, she left the neighborhood. Not far from the community, there was a street with snacks. After dark, it became their main place. Colorful lights flickered from one end of the street to the other. The air was filled with the smell of cumin and other spices. If she remembered correctly, tomorrow early morning, the Black Snow event would mark the start of the end times. This prosperous world would vanish in an instant. Qinsheng is definitely not a good person, but looking at this lively and busy world, she still feels reluctant to leave. Who doesn't want to be an ordinary rich kid living peacefully, just eating and waiting every day? She walks slowly along the small path, deeply remembering everything she sees. There is no excitement or anticipation of knowing what will happen next, only a heavy feeling. After the black snow, there is heavy rain. When the rain stops, the weather becomes very extreme. During the day, it is very hot, so hot that it makes people feel suffocated. After the sun sets, the nights get colder, even colder than winter. Alternating between extreme cold and heat, the land is eroded by acid rain, making it hard to grow crops. Qinsheng wanders around casually, buys a few things, then goes home. At home, she turns on the TV and looks at the latest news.
She also searches online.
Many people are discussing the unusual high temperatures this year. Some farmers say their livestock have died from the heat. Many others mention old Mayan prophecies. She finds a popular post on a forum. The poster says crops are starting to die in large areas due to the high heat, and their livestock are getting sick. Hospitals are crowded with people suffering from heat stroke. Glaciers are melting, and sea levels are rising. At the same time, the water levels in rivers are much lower than usual. All of this is a sign of the end times. The Mayan prophecy will come true. The comments below are full of different opinions. Good usernames are already taken. Is the original poster not at fault? How many years have passed since the Mayan prophecy, and people still bring it up? Dog from Wong's family. Confirmed. The original poster is just trying to get likes. Dumbledore with a lot to say. No, really, I work at the Central Hospital. Recently, many patients have come in feeling unwell due to the hot weather, but it doesn't seem like normal heat stroke. Jealous person. My aunt's family grows vegetables in the countryside. Many of the crops have rotted in the fields. They can't even sell them. Grass and cow dung. I raise tens of thousands of sheep. Over a month ago, a rich kid bought them all. Luckily, I sold them. Now, most of the cattle and sheep from other herders have died from illness. No buyers are willing to pay low prices. Emerging from the mud and staying clean. Stop talking. I'm about to go downstairs to stock up on 100 pounds of salt and other food and drinks. They're all for eating, so I won't waste them. Little Moon. Boo-hoo, I'm so scared. Is there a brother to protect me? Handsome guy. Sister upstairs. Send me your location. I'll protect you. Old Wong Online. Don't get too happy too early, sister. She might not be a girl. She could be a guy. Young Lord. Selling hemorrhoid cream online. Only 9.9 yuan with free shipping. Be prepared. Seeing the forum getting more and more chaotic, Qin Sheng immediately logged out. By around 8 a.m., the outdoor temperature had already reached over 50 degrees. At noon, Qin Sheng touched the window glass on the balcony. As soon as her hand made contact, the glass felt like it was burning like metal. She took a quick breath and quickly pulled her hand back. At this time, the TV news was showing many reports of people suffering from heat stroke. Qin Sheng opened her phone. She scrolled through various videos. Some people's shoes melted on the hot pavement as they stepped outside, leaving dark footprints. Others poured water on the cement road, which evaporated visibly. A farmer posted a video showing fish floating on the surface of the pond, all white and bloated. The temperature had risen to a new high overnight. In just one day, different parts of the country experienced various problems caused by the heat. And just then it got dark. At 2 p.m., the bright sunlight suddenly disappeared behind the clouds. Some white, fluffy, feather-like things drifted down from the sky. It looked very beautiful. Romantic people rushed outside to catch the snow-like flakes with their hands. But as soon as their skin touched these things, it felt like a burning pain. Everywhere in the city, there were screams of pain. These white, fluffy floating objects, when they hit anything, instantly liquefied. And once liquefied, they became highly corrosive. They were like sulfuric acid, eating away at everything they touched. Many unaware people who encountered this snowflake were burned and rushed to the hospital. Suddenly, the streets were filled with the sounds of ambulances. Rumors of the end of the world spread rapidly online. These snowflakes melted quickly when they landed on steel buildings, making a faint sizzling sound and showing signs of corrosion. When they fell into water, they polluted the water source. Authorities immediately tested the water and found that tap water samples contained slight corrosiveness, making it unsafe to drink. Urgent notices on the news advised everyone not to drink tap water for now and to use bottled or mineral water instead. By afternoon, news reports flooded the internet about damaged power lines and transformer explosions. Many places experienced power outages. Online videos showed similar scenes of floating particles like snowflakes, causing chaos worldwide. The government explained that the dormant volcanoes in the cherry blossom country had erupted after 100 years. These black particles might be volcanic ash carried by the wind. Cherry blossom country is located on a volcanic and earthquake zone, and this eruption has caused a national crisis, threatening its very existence. The remaining survivors are being relocated to safer areas. This explanation provided some comfort to frightened residents. Some older people even celebrated with firecrackers. The snowflakes fell all day. At night, it started to rain again. Qin Sheng collected some rainwater in a glass. In the clear rainwater, tiny black particles floated. All of this is exactly the same as in the previous life. The snow and rain brought a virus capable of destroying the world. Since the snow fell, many people have shown signs of nausea and vomiting. First, they vomited, and later some started coughing up blood, with tiny bits of internal organs mixed in. Hospitals are overcrowded. Even the hallways are full of patients trying to rest. Many sick people are staying at home, monitoring their condition as advised by doctors. First, there was the corrosive snow. Now there is an unknown illness causing bleeding. Even the most careless people noticed something was wrong. Some alert individuals started stockpiling supplies early. Now, everyone is caught up in panic, rushing to buy things in the rain overnight. At the supermarket, people are carrying boxes of supplies home. All the grains, oils, and staple foods are gone, and snack shelves are empty. There's hardly any daily necessities left. People are rushing to buy supplies. Many pharmacies have run out of medicines too. That night, Qinsheng's neighborhood activated a backup generator. Many old neighborhoods without backup generators are like being in a steamer. The heavy rain didn't lower the temperature much. Instead, it made the heat worse. High temperatures will directly eliminate many people. Those who survive the heat are the ones who can adapt to the new world's climate. The next day, some areas in the country still had power. On the third day, the rain stopped, and the power was completely out. During the day, the temperature reached 56 degrees Celsius. At night, it dropped to 0 degrees. But Qinsheng knew this was not the limit. The neighborhood committee began going door to door, handing out flyers to calm everyone and tell them not to panic or run around. They organized the community to keep order and registered each household's situation, then distributed supplies through a system. On the fourth day, the jewelry store downstairs was broken into. Some rioters, taking advantage of the power outage and no surveillance cameras, thought they could steal a lot. Many jewelry stores and banks in different places were robbed. By this time, people still thought it was just a temporary disaster. They believed it was a disease or epidemic, and once it was over, everything would be fine. For thousands of years, China has faced many natural and man-made disasters. Not one of them was impossible to survive. On the fifth day, armed patrol teams appeared on the streets. At the same time, the supplies people could get were running out. More and more patients started coughing up blood, and everyone was scared. Qinsheng was in a long line, waiting in the underground garage to get the daily supplies. On the first day, people could get a big bag of 10 pounds of rice. By today, each person was only allowed 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of water, enough to keep from starving or dying of thirst. Qinsheng slowly moved forward with the long line. The distribution of supplies was handled by the nearby neighborhood committee director, Wang Changming. Building 7, Apartment 1703, Qinsheng, Jiangjiangguo. Qinsheng confidently announced her name and address, holding a bottle of water and 2 pieces of bread as she walked back. Jiangjiangguo, carrying a bottle of water and a bread, followed listlessly. Because of the power outage, all the elevators in the community were out of service. People on higher floors could only climb up slowly. Qinsheng was used to this level of activity. Reaching the 17th floor was not a big problem for her. Jiang Jiangguo was a fitness enthusiast and knew some martial arts, so it was easy for him too. Did I hear right? You live in 1703? At this moment, a man and a woman suddenly spoke to Qinsheng and her companion. They looked to be in their 30s and seemed to be a couple. The man kept a serious face and said nothing, while the woman chattered non-stop. We're in 1702. What a coincidence, we're neighbors. Our apartment has been under renovation for over 2 years, and we haven't seen anyone living there. Didn't expect it to be 2 pretty girls. Qinsheng smiled and nodded politely. Jiang Jiangguo looked at the two with some suspicion and tightened his grip on the supplies. After secretly discarding some leftover food, old Qin once told him that he must protect every grain of their supplies. Otherwise, she would beat him to death for stealing her food. Seeing that the two didn't seem interested in talking, Zhang Lili stopped asking questions. It's normal for some shy girls not to like talking to strangers. The group continued walking upward. Zhang Lili was panting heavily, gripping the handrail on the stairs, struggling to climb. I wish we hadn't bought such a tall building. A 2- or 3-story place would be better.
I'm exhausted.
My legs are trembling. Hearing her complaints, the man impatiently said, "You are the one who wanted to buy an elevator building, saying living on a lower floor would waste elevator fees. You even wanted to buy the highest, the 23rd floor. I didn't say I was wrong. If I live on a lower floor, I wouldn't have to pay for the elevator." Who knew there would be such a long power outage? The backup generator in the community only worked for one night and broke down. Climbing up and down every day, who can handle that? This shabby community isn't even a high-end place. The service is terrible. Listening to the couple's argument, they secretly quickened their pace, leaving the two far behind. When they got home and opened the door, Qin Sheng felt a wave of heat hit her. Jiang Jiangguo quickly closed the windows and drew the curtains. Qin Sheng immediately took out several large plastic basins from the space and placed them in the living room. She also put in large blocks of ice she had prepared earlier. The ice blocks were over a meter long, about 60 centimeters high, weighing 50 or 60 pounds each. Jiang Jiangguo leaned over the ice, hugging and licking it eagerly. "Old Qin. It's so cool and comfortable. I love you, old Qin. Without ice cubes, I would have melted away." Hee. Qin Sheng smiled coolly. Hearing this, she remembered her past life, when there were no ice cubes. Jiang Jiangguo would walk around the house shirtless all day, only wearing a pair of shorts, not even underwear. It was very shocking to see. There were 5 large ice blocks in the living room, along with a fan blowing air around. After about 10 minutes, the temperature clearly dropped. But the ice was melting visibly. Qin Sheng didn't waste the melting water. She used it to wash vegetables, then washed her feet, and finally mopped the floor. At times like this, she didn't care much about cleanliness. Saving water was important. Since tap water was contaminated with rainwater, it had a slight corrosive smell and couldn't be used for drinking or washing. But it was still okay for flushing the toilet. However, she wasn't sure how long the pipes would last. With continuous corrosion, they would eventually break down. When that happened, using the toilet would become a problem. But by then, Qin Sheng probably would have already left this place. After resting and wiping off her sweat, Qin Sheng didn't bother cooking. The power had been out for days, and in this heat, vegetables could only last 2 days, and meat would spoil in a day. There were very few places left in the house to cook. The smell of the food wafted out and was noticed by others, which caused some trouble. She took out a family-sized box of food, sweet and sour pork, and some ice-cold cola from her space. The coffee table had a movie playing on it, starring Chow Yun-fat. If you ignore the end of the world and the noisy Jiang Jiangguo, this kind of solo living arrangement is simply perfect. Humans have an incredible capacity to endure. When there is hope, they can tolerate anything. But if the future looks hopeless, most people choose to give up and die. Or they abandon their morals and let their inner demons take over. A few days ago, people still held on tightly, protecting their last bit of dignity. But what happened next shattered this fragile balance in a very direct and brutal way. The man saw his wife's actions and quickly ran into their daughter's room. When he entered, he saw the daughter sitting with her back to them, at her computer desk, quietly eating something.
She was eating.
It seemed like her illness had finally healed. The woman was so excited she couldn't speak, covering her mouth and crying with happiness, afraid her sudden noise might scare her daughter. At that moment, the family cat suddenly jumped into the daughter's arms. The girl froze in shock, holding the cat close to her face. With a cracking sound, the cat's neck twisted unnaturally. A slit appeared on the top of the girl's head, widening gradually. From the opening, a bloody, arm-sized mouth with sharp, spiral teeth emerged. It made a crunching sound as blood dripped down her white dress onto the wooden floor. After finishing with the cat, the mouth retracted back inside. Her head closed up again. She went back to reading and studying. Suddenly, she screamed loudly. The woman stared in horror at the scene before her, unable to hold back her scream. Her scream woke the man across the room. He turned his head and saw clearly that it was indeed his daughter's face. But in the middle of her face, from the center of her forehead down to her chin, there was a clear bloodline splitting her face into 2 halves. Both of its eyes no longer have the white part, only dark, black pupils remain.
Monster.
She's not my daughter. It's not her. You monster. Give me back my daughter. The woman couldn't believe that the monster in front of her could be her daughter. She crazily lunged at the monster. Give my child back to me. I'll fight you. Suddenly, a sharp mouthpiece emerged from a crack in the monster's head and pierced her body. It dragged the woman closer and started to eat her. The man was so scared his legs went weak and he couldn't speak. When people are truly terrified, they often can't make any sound. They can only open their mouth in shock and breathe heavily. The monster, holding the woman, kept eating until only a skeleton was left. It had almost finished. The monster's head closed again, and it picked up a blood-stained book with unclear writing and a pen. It started to draw and write without thinking. It looked just like when the girl was doing her homework before. The monster focused on the book in its hands, as if it didn't notice the man behind it. The man clenched his teeth tightly, afraid to make any sound. His legs trembled as he slowly crawled toward the door. Similar scenes happened in different parts of the city. In this dark night, everywhere was filled with desperate screams. Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo sat facing each other. Qin Sheng held a large curved sword, while Jiang Jiangguo gripped a big iron hammer. Although neither of us shows signs of vomiting, we can't be 100% sure we won't mutate. If either of us acts strange later, the other person should just attack. Got it? If you mutate, I will definitely knock your head off. Jiang Jiangguo nodded, then suddenly thought of something and looked worried. Wait, what if you mutate, Qin Sheng? What happens to the supplies at your place? I might not be able to get them back. Qin Sheng gave her a calm look. Having risks with friends is part of the game. If I mutate, just accept your bad luck. I left a whole room of supplies in the empty house for you. Enough for a while. If I leave more, you can't take it all. So, the remaining supplies are just bad luck for you. Although she had been reborn, Qin Sheng didn't dare to be completely sure about everything. After all, she had been reborn so other changes could happen too. Moreover, in her previous life, some people showed no signs of vomiting but still mutated into different forms. They stayed like this all night, neither daring to put down their weapons. Once dawn came and they confirmed nothing was wrong, they finally relaxed and collapsed onto the sofa. Qin Sheng was glad she hadn't mutated into a different form. Jiang Jiangguo was relieved that his supplies were still safe, so he wouldn't go hungry. During the day, Qin Sheng stood on the balcony with binoculars, looking down. Now, the streets were full of frightened people running away and strange creatures hungry after being awakened. Jiang Jiangguo's face was pale as he watched the scene through the binoculars. Their building was on the edge of the neighborhood, separated from the street by a wall. From the 17th floor, he could clearly see everything happening on the street. Opposite, near a trash can, a man in a suit had his head split in two, with a bloody, long, fleshy tube sticking out of the split. At the end of the tube was a big mouth with spiral teeth, biting into a woman who had fallen to the ground. There was blood, torn flesh, and white bone fragments. This kind of scene was very shocking to see. Even Jiang Jiangguo, who was used to horror movies, found it hard to watch. She gagged twice, her face pale as she stared in horror at the street across. Scenes like this were everywhere. She looked at Qin Sheng with a pale face. Is this what you called a strange creature? Yes, this is a strange creature. Both the snowflakes and the rain behind it carry some unknown virus. After being infected with this virus, some people will be corrupted and eaten away. Their vomiting process can cause them to spit out parts of their organs, creating a new digestive system. Of course, some people show no signs of vomiting and quietly develop new digestive systems. Such mutants are rare and usually of a higher level. After transforming into a mutant, they lose their thoughts and feelings, leaving only their deepest obsessions and instinct to eat. Unlike the zombie movies you often watch, these mutants usually do not attack humans on purpose. They focus on repeating certain behaviors from their past lives. As long as you don't make noise or disturb them, they will ignore you. If a mutant is suddenly awakened, it becomes angry and will mindlessly see any living thing as food to swallow. Qin looked at the street with a serious expression. She reached out and sensed the energy inside her body. A small, tender sprout emerged from her palm. Humans also have their own way of evolving. Nature will not easily let any species go extinct. Is this your ability? Jiang Jianguo squatted down, leaning his head close to Qin hand, curious about the small tree seedling swaying in her palm. What kind of supernatural power is this? He asked. It's a wood-type ability, Qin replied. Viruses are in the air and water, infecting everyone. No one can escape, but after being infected, some people don't turn into mutants. Instead, they become awakeners, gaining various abilities. Even without awakening a special ability, your physical strength will improve. The most common ability is self-enhancement, improving senses like sight and hearing or gaining beast-like powers. Some have elemental awakening, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, or ice. Rare abilities include space, time, mental powers, or even healing. There might also be some rare abilities that everyone doesn't know about. Listening to Qin's descriptions, Jiang Jianguo's eyes shone brighter and brighter. He couldn't wait to ask, Old Qin, are you a dual-type evolutionist with wood and space abilities? No, wait, you also have precognitive dreams. You're a prophet, Old Qin. Did you see in your dreams what kind of evolutionist I am? Hearing Jiang Jianguo's question, Qin paused. Then he looked at her with an expression that was hard to describe. Why are you looking at me with that constipated face? What exactly is my ability? Is it especially awesome, so awesome that words can't describe it? I didn't see your ability. You should feel it yourself. Qin quietly withdrew the small sapling from his palm. He turned and went into the house. Jiang Jianguo stood on the balcony, watching Qin's back, lost in thought. An ability even old Qin can't foresee must be incredibly cool and powerful. Jiang Jianguo spent the afternoon trying the method Qin taught at home, but he didn't get any results. Seeing this, Qin said, How about we have a fight? Don't hold back. Many evolvers only activate their powers when they face danger. All right then, Old Qin, make sure not to hold back. Go ahead and really hurt me, your delicate flower, to unlock my potential. Don't worry, I won't. As soon as Qin finished speaking, she quickly stepped forward and threw Jiang Jianguo over her shoulder. Then she pressed him to the ground and started throwing rapid punches. Jiang Jianguo, who was into fitness and had some taekwondo training, was mostly a beginner. He could handle normal opponents thanks to his height advantage. But facing Qin, who had been practicing martial arts since she was a child and was a skilled fighter, he was completely defenseless. Especially since Qin's punches all hit exactly where the pain was strongest. Ah! Stop hitting me, Old Qin. You're really going too far. Help. I give up. Stop it now. Stop shouting. I'm doing this for your own good. After a while, seeing Jiang Jianguo still didn't show any signs of transforming into a beast, Qin made a harsh decision. She punched him hard in the chest. This punch made Jiang Jianguo feel like his soul was leaving his body, and his eyes turned bloodshot. My chest. Qin, you jerk. Roar. A deep, rough roar came from Jiang Jianguo's mouth. Her body visibly grew larger. Finally, she transformed into a towering, muscular giant girl over 3 meters tall. What's happening? 1 minute later, Jiang Jianguo was pressed against the ceiling, her back arched, legs squeezed tightly together. She covered her chest with one hand and her private area with the other, her light brown face blushing so red it looked almost black. Because her body had grown so big, her clothes all tore apart. Even her underwear turned into rags. What kind of ability is this to wake up with? I don't want to run around naked. She's a girl, after all. Also, in cartoons, when characters transform, their clothes usually change size with them, right? Why did mine just rip apart? Qin stroked his chin, looking at the strong, tall Jiang Jianguo, just like in his memory, and wanted to burst out laughing. But to avoid hurting Jiang Jianguo's feelings, he clenched his thighs tightly, held back his smile, and spoke seriously. I think your ability is probably beast transformation like brown bear strength. It seems like a very powerful ability. Brown bears are so mighty. Qin Sheng struggled to hold back his laughter, his mouth twitching into a funny expression. Jiang Jianguo initially felt a bit comforted. It seems that in the animal world, brown bears are quite powerful. A slap from a bear could kill a tiger. But suddenly, Qin Sheng's lips were tightly pressed, and she couldn't hide the smile that was about to appear. Old Qin, be serious and don't laugh. Ha 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 ha.
Sorry.
I didn't mean to laugh. But I really can't help it. Ha ha ha. Thinking about how Jiang Jianguo refused to use his animal transformation ability even when he was close to death in the past life, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Every time he transformed, his clothes would tear apart, and he'd have to run around naked. Where could she find clothes with such great elasticity? This was the biggest flaw of animal transformation powers. The ability was good, yes, but it used a lot of fabric. At noon, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo were eating leftovers from a Sichuan restaurant. Spicy blood tofu, pickled fish, crispy pork, and garlic-flavored ribs. They were also eating chilled watermelon, with a variety show downloaded on a tablet. They ate while watching the show. Suddenly, a crackling sound came from the radio. Qin Sheng immediately turned off the tablet and listened carefully to the information coming from the radio. ZZZ, survivors, please pay attention. This is a disaster for all humanity. ZZZ. We will be infected by the alien virus. This official message directly admits to the end of the world situation. It also urges everyone to save themselves, as emergency survivor bases are being set up around major cities. It encourages everyone to stay strong. The message also explains the traits of the aliens. It advises people to avoid making noise if they encounter the aliens to prevent attracting their attention. The weakness of the aliens is in their central nervous system. To kill an alien, you must completely cut off its spine or head. If someone is bitten or scratched by an alien, and their brainstem isn't eaten, there's a chance they could be infected with the virus and become a new alien. Now, most families have no food left. Many people are risking going outside to find supplies. Some are even turning against their own kind. Late at night, Qin Sheng hears the sound of someone trying to break in. Recently, she and Jiang Jianguo have been taking turns staying awake at night. Even at home, they don't dare to relax and sleep peacefully. In the early days of the apocalypse, the scariest thing wasn't the aliens but other humans. Aliens won't attack unless disturbed, but humans are different. There are two things in this world you should never look directly at: the sun and people's hearts. It was her turn to stay awake in the middle of the night, so she leaned on the sofa in the living room to rest. So, the security door makes a little noise, and she immediately hears it. She casually picks up a large knife and quietly walks behind the door barefoot. This knife is one of her grandfather's collectibles. She doesn't know much about its origin or material, but she knows it's very sharp. She used this long knife to cut a kitchen knife, and it broke neatly into 2 pieces. It truly cuts through iron like mud. The sheath and handle of the knife are wrapped with black snake-like patterns, with the snake's head and tail connected. The eyes are set with 2 rubies. There is a small, ink character on the blade, so she simply calls it the ink knife. Although Qin Sheng has bought many weapons, including heavy crossbows, among all her collections, she is most satisfied with this big knife. It feels very easy to use. It cuts things very accurately. Outside the door, 3 sneaky figures are still trying to pry the lock. A small, bald man whispers, "Brother Hu, are you really sure there's food inside?" The man called Brother Hu has a square face and a tough-looking middle-aged man. After hearing the small man's words, he snorts impatiently.
If you believe it or not, fine.
If not, go on your own. I didn't ask you to come along. I've been watching for a long time. Only 2 single women live in that house, one tall, one short. The short one is really pretty. If they're not getting enough food, they can just eat something else. The short man responsible for prying the lock gives a lecherous laugh. Hee hee. Later, who will go first among the 3 of us? We are all brothers, so there's no need to decide who goes first. Brother Hu is really cool. And he's the one who knows how to have fun, haha. Although the 3 of them spoke quietly, they weren't very worried about their surroundings. They are tenants in this neighborhood, and often hang out together to eat and drink. Brother, who is also the security guard here, so he knows a lot about what's going on. Recently, they have broken into many locked doors, mainly targeting women living alone or elderly people. A few days ago, it rained heavily outside, and they didn't dare to go out. They originally just wanted to steal some food. Once, when they were stealing, an old lady fought back desperately. They accidentally hurt her badly, and she died. At first, everyone was very scared and even wanted to turn themselves in. But after a day, they realized nothing happened. The old lady's body was rotting in her house, but no one cared. Human evil is far worse than any other creature in the world. Without laws and morals, wickedness grows wildly in the dark. Since then, it's like they've let some part of themselves free. They've become bolder and more cruel. If someone resists, they kill them immediately. When they see a good-looking target, they act like beasts. A couple of days ago, although the rain stopped, many monsters that eat people appeared outside, so they dared not go out to find supplies. Compared to outside, many residents in the community are aware of each other's situations. They know whether someone has vomited at home, which might indicate an infected person, and they generally understand the circumstances. The household at 1703 has been observed for a long time. It consists of 2 young women. One is quite tall, looking like a tomboy. The other is more attractive. Most importantly, there is no man in the house. This means they have almost no ability to resist. A few days ago, these 2 women went out to collect supplies, so they are definitely not infected. The shorter one is focused on unlocking the door, when suddenly she hears a click. The door is open. She stands up happily. But when she looks up, she sees a woman in pink cartoon pajamas standing at the door. Did she open the door herself? In this day and age, some people still open the door to friendly visitors. Today must be her lucky day. A beam of light shines on the tall man's face, making him involuntarily step back twice. Qin Sheng leans against the door, holding a large knife in her left hand and a flashlight in her right. Why are you a bunch of troublemakers trying to break into my house in the middle of the night? Before the tall man can speak, a sharp voice comes from the room across the hall. Behind door 1702, Zhang Lily is peering through the peephole, shouting through the security door. Girl, close the door quickly. They are dangerous intruders. She got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and on her way through the living room, she heard suspicious whispering. Zhang Lily carefully looked through the peephole on the door and saw several people with weapons trying to break into the little girl's door across the hall. There's no good reason for 3 people to be breaking into a young girl's home in the middle of the night. Moreover, all 3 were holding knives or sticks. They couldn't be there for a friendly visit, surely. She covered her mouth, trying to keep her breathing quiet, afraid to make any sound. At this moment, calling the police probably wouldn't help. Zhang Lily silently prayed that they wouldn't succeed in opening the door. Unexpectedly, before they could break in, the girl inside the apartment opened the door herself. Was she inviting trouble? She felt anxious, but dared not open the door herself, since her husband and daughter were inside. If the intruders came in and hurt her family, what could she do? She could only shout through the door. She hoped the girl inside might have a chance to escape. Stop bothering us. You crazy woman, if you keep yelling, we'll come to your house tomorrow night. Zhang Lily shivered in fear. At this moment, Chen Weiming and Chen Weiwei, awakened by her screams, had already come into the living room. Chen Weiming, hearing the shouting outside, quickly approached with a stern face and covered Zhang Lily's mouth. He glared at her fiercely. Warning you, don't cause trouble at home. If you provoke those dangerous people and they hurt Weiwei, what will we do? Mom, why do you interfere in other people's matters? What's the point now? Those people might do anything if they get angry. Didn't you hear? They're coming to our house tomorrow night. It's all your fault. Don't you think about me at all? Do you even care about your daughter? Chen Weiwei looked at her mother with disgust. Since she was young, she never liked her uneducated, rural mother. She spent all her time at home eating, drinking, and cleaning, and she couldn't do anything else. Taking her out would only make her look bad. Now, with everything going on, she's struggling to take care of herself, and she still has the energy to worry about others. Chun Weiming was also very annoyed with his clueless wife. If it weren't for her dropping out of high school and working all the time to support him through college, and for her family's house being demolished, he would never have married such an uneducated woman. Zhang Lili was stared at fiercely by Chun Weiming and suddenly fell silent. I just think she's only 2 years older than Wei Wei. What if those animals hurt her? Chun Weiming dragged her and threw her onto the sofa, shouting fiercely, "That's none of your business." Zhang Lili had never seen Chun Weiming look at her with such a look. That disgusted, hateful gaze was like looking at a disgusting bug. She covered her mouth, afraid to cry out loud. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Sheng walked out of the room directly and closed the door behind her. Brother Hu and the others saw her come out with a knife, and they all sneered recklessly. "Little sister, playing with a knife isn't good. Put it down quickly. Later, I'll teach you to use other weapons."
Haha, yeah.
"Since you opened the door and cooperated willingly, we'll be gentle with you." "Really?" Qin Sheng opened her beautiful eyes and softly said, "Since you took the initiative to come to us, I will be gentle too. Hee, this young woman is quite cooperative. If you serve us well, we'll take you to enjoy good food and drinks in the future." Brother Hu chuckled, but before he finished speaking, the young woman suddenly moved. He felt a chill on his neck. He instinctively reached out to touch it, but before his hand could reach, his head suddenly rolled off. In the next moment, it seemed he saw his own back. Thud! His round head fell to the ground with a crisp sound. His wide-open eyes hadn't closed yet, but they had lost their sparkle. Immediately after, Qin Sheng struck again with her knife. The short man was cut in half at the waist, and his intestines and internal organs spilled out with blood. All of this happened in just a few seconds. Both men died so quickly. The last person was completely panicked. He didn't even see clearly how Qin Sheng had attacked. His two companions had just died right in front of him. Both of them were killed completely, with no remains.
Please.
Spare me. I know I was wrong. I'll work hard for you in the future. Just treat me like a nobody. Let me go. No. Don't come any closer. Help.
Someone.
He's killing people. The remaining one begged for mercy while panicking and backing away. He stepped on Brother Hu's head and rolled down the stairs. He rolled all the way to the corner between the 17th and 16th floors. One of his feet dislocated during the fall. He leaned against the wall, got up, and knelt down, repeatedly kowtowing. "Spare my life. Please. I beg you, let me go. I have a family to support, young and old, and a child waiting at home. Please spare my life. Help. Is there anyone? Save me." Qin Sheng held a knife and slowly walked down the stairs toward him. "Have the people you killed before begged like this? When they shouted for help, no one came to save them. You're the same, so go to hell." "You little brat." With a flash of the knife, the man's head was cut off. Qin Sheng wiped his knife and turned around. She saw Jiang Jianguo holding her heavy sword, standing at the stairway entrance with a dazed look. "Old Qin, why didn't you wake me up? This was such a good chance to practice my skills." "I missed it." Qin Sheng lazily rolled her eyes and said, "A few mice, and you need 2 people." She realized that Jiang Jianguo's mental strength was truly extraordinary, and his way of thinking was very different from normal people. He was really on par with the group from the 3rd hospital. Her acceptance of the end-of-the-world situation was very quick. She also instinctively understood the rules involved. "Since you're here, just throw these bodies out the window. If you leave them in the hallway, tomorrow morning there will be a swarm of flies everywhere. Just throwing them out like that? Isn't that called high-altitude littering? Someone might report us. Are you trying to be funny? Hurry up and do it. Not only flies, but in this hot weather, leaving the bodies in the hallway would cause them to rot quickly and attract maggots." Jiang Jianguo obediently nodded. He bent down, grabbed a head from the ground, and threw it like a shot put. Then he easily lifted the body and threw it out the window. Qin Sheng went home, washed her hands, and then lay on the sofa to rest. Jiang Jianguo, after throwing out the bodies, simply fell asleep on the living room carpet. He kept saying he would stay awake with Qin Sheng, but within 5 minutes, snoring filled the living room. And he even farted. The air instantly became extremely foul. It was almost toxic. Qin Sheng quickly covered her nose and ran out of the room to avoid the smell, then went back to her own room to sleep. Leaving Jiang Jianguo alone in the living room, he was snoring loudly. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo left together with their backpacks. Across from them, in apartment 1702, Chen Weiming was peering through the peephole, watching the two leave. After waiting several minutes to be sure they had gone far, he carefully opened the door. Last night, he was afraid that Zhang Lili might offend those bad people and that they would come to their home after dealing with Qin Sheng. So he had been hiding behind the door, secretly watching. When he saw this, he was covered in sweat. That usually gentle-looking woman was actually so scary. She made a quick, deadly move. In just a blink, the two of them were separated, one dead. The other person, although rolling down the stairs, left a large dried blood stain at the corner of the staircase and blood splatters on the wall. His fate was clear. Early today, they left with their backpacks, probably to find supplies. The radio had already said that these strange creatures usually wouldn't attack unless disturbed. But having seen how they attack people, Chen Weiming was terrified. He dared not go out to look for supplies. Fortunately, his wife Zhang Lili had a habit of stockpiling things from the countryside, and after moving to the city, she learned how to take advantage of some moms to get deals. The house was filled with many bags of rice, along with oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, canned foods, pickles, and household items piled up in half a room. In the past, he often looked down on her for bringing home cheap things, but now he thinks she should have bought even less. Currently, the supplies are enough to last for half a month without any problem. But if this continues, it's not a sustainable solution. He stared blankly at the empty staircase. It would be great if fewer people were eating. That way, the supplies could last even longer. Thinking about Zhang Lili's unkempt appearance and rough manners, Chen Weiming's eyes flashed with deep dislike. On the first floor, Qin Sheng quickly took out two small electric scooters from the storage. The noise from driving is too loud and might wake the strange creatures. Plus, there are cars crashing outside, which isn't safe. Let's just ride the small electric scooters. She handed one scooter to Jiang Jianguo. If you dare honk the horn and make noise, you're doomed. I know, I'm not stupid. I promise I won't honk. At this moment, Jiang Jianguo was carrying a heavy sword on his back and a hiking bag on his chest. He looked a bit annoyed as he glanced at Qin Sheng. Since they were kids, she was always taller than Qin Sheng, but for some reason, she had always been the one to dominate him. Could there really be some kind of bloodline suppression? But their way of interacting had always been like this. Neither of them was very polite. Today's goal is to gather supplies, not just today, but in the future as well. Although Qin Sheng's space still has many supplies, these are like money. Who wouldn't want more? She has read some post-apocalyptic novels and watched movies. In movies and books, some supplies are left untouched, waiting for humans to find them until they spoil or rot. But only those who have truly experienced the end of the world know this is impossible. In the apocalypse, not only humans change, but snakes, insects, rats, and other creatures also mutate. What is most common in the city? It's these creatures, especially rats. Rats are omnivores. They eat everything. Normal rats can bite through plastic packaging and eat what's inside. Mutated rats can even chew through metal cans. Supplies can't be kept safe at all. The first target is all the bookstores, libraries, and museums in the city. Qin Sheng isn't a selfless saint, but since she still has space, she doesn't mind saving some of humanity's cultural treasures without harming her own interests. In her previous life, after 4 or 5 years of the apocalypse, books and similar items were almost gone. They had been gnawed by insects and rats, soaked by rain, and rotted away. Many children born in the end times had never even seen what a book looked like. There are also items inside the museum. These items represent the history of the nation, thousands of years of documents and antiques. These are the soul of this people. Once, a foreigner posted comments online claiming that the people of Daxia had no gods to believe in. Among the comments, there was a remark I still remember. The people of Daxia do not worship gods. Their faith is in their country. They are generations of ancestors who have sacrificed themselves, paving the way for future generations with their flesh and blood. The names on the tombstones in the martyrs' cemetery are the true faith of the Daxia people. Qin Sheng, as a super-rich third generation, often complains that her country is not perfect and still has many issues. But if someone insults her country, she is the first to stand up against it. She once hired hackers to find all the information about that foreigner online. Then she teamed up with Jiang Jiangguo, carrying a backpack full of history books to give a cross-country lesson on Daxia's history. Later, they developed a strong friendship. A man named Charlie, with a big beard, created a Chinese website in his country dedicated to explaining Daxia's history. Qin Sheng was very generous and became an angel investor. Making money was not her main goal. She just wanted to hear people call her President Qin. Although she lost money for several years, she didn't mind. In the end, that website also earned a lot of money. 2 small electric scooters silently moved through the city streets. They spent a whole day clearing out the libraries and major bookstores in the city of Hai. Next, she planned to gather more supplies. She didn't loot the remaining supplies in the city because she already had enough. There was no need to fight the remaining survivors. She wanted to leave them some hope. Plus, collecting scattered supplies was time-consuming and difficult. Instead, she went to a large wholesale market in the suburbs, clearing out the big warehouses and shops there. She even took supplies from some hardware storage areas. Whenever she encountered a startled mutant, she killed it immediately. Real fighting was the fastest way to grow stronger. Jiang Jiangguo was now very skilled with his heavy sword. With a loud crack, he cut through the last mutant that lunged at him. Jiang wiped the blood off his face and stepped closer. Old Qin, how was that? Was that move cool or what? Qin Sheng nodded casually, carrying his big sword on his back. Both of them were covered in blood, looking like fierce bandits. We need to leave quickly. The noise will definitely wake up nearby mutants. The whole wholesale market probably has many mutated creatures. If too many come, we might not be able to escape. Old Qin, you don't believe in my strength, do you? I think I can now walk around confidently with my fighting skills. Do you think you're a crab? Walking sideways. Because of your strange confidence, you always think you can beat the top student before exams. But every time, you end up at the bottom, and your poor grades pull down the class average. Qin Sheng calmly walks out, criticizing Jiang Jiangguo harshly as he leaves. Jiang Jiangguo has always been very bold and tough-minded, adapting quickly to any situation, no matter what happens. He even has a silly sense of pride, acting like he's the best in the world. Jiang Jiangguo follows behind, holding a bloody sword, listening quietly as Qin Sheng continues. He says, "There are always people better than us. The world has many strange powers we've never heard of. So behave yourself, or I might run away while you're asleep, take your supplies, and let you starve on the street." Jiang Jiangguo laughs and responds, "I know you're just joking. You wouldn't really run away. You need my stuff."
Come on, you know I was just joking. I was just teasing you.
When we were kids, you told me to put mouse droppings in my dad's teacup, and I did. I almost got beaten but didn't tell on you. Thinking about those old times, Jiang Jiangguo chuckles. He says, that oolong tea had tiny, mouse-dropping-like shapes. My dad added water twice and didn't notice. He adds, if I hadn't been laughing secretly, I wouldn't have been caught with the leftover mouse droppings in my pocket. Just as I turned a corner, I suddenly heard a rustling sound. I looked back and saw more than 10 strange creatures chasing after a person, climbing over a wall.
Run.
There are many inside the wall, and that's a public dining hall. Run. The 2 in front. Hurry. The man leading the group was running so fast that his legs looked like they were flying, almost like a blur. I looked closely and saw that more strange creatures kept climbing over the wall. Their many heads made my scalp tingle.
Run.
Without hesitation, the 2 of them turned and ran outward. When the strange creatures are quiet, they're not scary. As long as you don't disturb them, they ignore humans around them. But what's terrifying is a whole group of these creatures. If one makes a screech, all the others will suddenly become aggressive, attracting even more. This is like an endless splitting of the creatures. In an instant, sharp, piercing screams echoed from every corner of the market. More and more creatures gathered from all directions, chasing after the three people. Jiang Jianguo was running, panting heavily, wishing he could throw away his heavy sword. But he couldn't. It was his weapon, and even in a life-or-death situation, he couldn't let go of it. While running, he cursed the people behind him. "You idiot! How did you attract so many of these creatures? I just couldn't hold it in," and farted. Who knew these strange creatures actually have a sense of smell? When we escape, I will personally sew up your butt. If we can survive and get out, I will find you some sewing supplies myself. You two stop talking and run now. They ran to a fork in the road. Qin Sheng quickly turned with Jiang Jianguo. Using the blind spot, Qin Sheng smoothly took a jeep out of the space, and they both got in quickly. They started the engine, added fuel, and pressed the clutch. A man followed them around the corner, saw the car, and realized it was about to leave. He didn't have time to get in, so he jumped onto the car, standing on the footrest, holding tightly onto the roof rack. In the next second, the car shot forward like an arrow, roaring loudly. He almost fell off. While gathering supplies earlier, Qin Sheng remembered the terrain around, so their escape was very smooth. After several sharp turns, a black Land Rover sped out of the wholesale market entrance. A group of strange creatures was left far behind. In the quiet countryside, Qin Sheng glanced at the man hanging outside the window in the rearview mirror. Luckily, with so many sharp turns, he wasn't thrown off. Qin Sheng isn't a kind person. In the end of the world, good people usually die the fastest. This person managed to crawl out of their car on their own. That was their skill. If they couldn't keep up, she wouldn't have risked increasing her own danger just to wait for him. Moreover, those strange creatures were following him. Zhang Dawei was dizzy and leaning against the car window, holding on tightly with both hands, afraid he might fall. Through the car window, there was a woman with pretty features, taller and more muscular than him, eating sunflower seeds and watching him eagerly. It seemed like she was waiting for him to fall. "Miss, my name is Zhang Dawei. Can you please stop the car so I can get in? I can't hold on much longer." "No," Jiang Jianguo shook his head honestly. "I have to listen to Lao Qin. If he hasn't spoken, I won't let you in, but I can offer you some sunflower seeds. Do you want some? Miss, do you think now is the time for sunflower seeds? I'm holding onto the luggage rack. If I let go, I'll fall. It's okay. I'll help you." She spat out the shells and lowered the car window just enough to stick her hand out. "Don't. Let go. Don't twist my arm. I'll fall. Help. Help." Ignoring his refusal, Jiang Jianguo forcibly pried Zhang Dawei's right hand off the luggage rack and shoved some sunflower seeds into his hand. "See? That's better. You still have one hand free, so you won't fall." The car was still moving. Zhang Dawei looked at the sunflower seeds in his hand. He glanced again at the woman constantly tossing seed shells out of the window. He hurriedly stuffed the seeds into his pocket and steadied the car. Jiang Jianguo kept cracking seeds and spitting shells outside the window. Cold seed shells flew out of the car window and hit his face randomly. Although these two people saved his life, he couldn't help but shout. "Miss, are you really that fierce?" Qin Sheng was driving and chuckled softly. "This girl is not ordinary. Otherwise, she wouldn't be happily living under the watch of her ungrateful father and stepmother every day. To keep her stepmother quiet, she learned some trick somewhere. Since her stepmother moved in, she started secretly messing with her father's box. Her stepmother got pregnant within a few months of moving in. Just after giving birth, she was pregnant again. She took all kinds of birth control pills, but still got pregnant. However, Grandpa and Grandma Jiang are very traditional and love having many children. They are also very strict. Her stepmother couldn't even consider an abortion. In 10 years, she had 9 children. Apart from postpartum rest, she hardly had any free time. Her bust, once full, is now empty, and she looks much older. After 9 children, even with a nanny, it was very exhausting. Although Jiang Jiangguo did not say anything, he felt deep anger towards that woman because her interference caused his mother to become depressed and take her own life. To gain control of the shares, that woman also spread false rumors and used all kinds of tricks. At one point, Jiang Jiangguo even stayed at Qin Sheng's house, afraid to go back home. The car stopped on a grassy field. Zhang Dawei was the first to jump out, clutching his stomach and vomiting. It was the first time he saw a woman driving so recklessly. It was terrifying. "We're leaving now. Goodbye." Qin Sheng stuck her head out of the car window and waved. Then she stepped on the gas and drove away. She didn't like strangers staying close to her, always feeling there could be safety issues. After all, even among teammates, betrayal and backstabbing happen often. As for Jiang Jiangguo, Qin Sheng glanced at the girl munching sunflower seeds in the rearview mirror and shook her head. She excluded him. Back in the city, it was almost dark. After a tiring day, the two quickly took a shower. Qin Sheng looked at the packed space and felt a strange sense of satisfaction. That night, she slept very deeply. Until almost dawn, she got up to use the bathroom. She heard strange crying outside the door. The sound was unusual. It was rough and hoarse, but not like the screams of a different creature. Turning her head, she saw Jiang Jiangguo also sitting up on the sofa. Two people walk to the door and look outside through the peephole. The door to apartment 1702 is open. Chen Weiming and Chen Weiwei are dragging a person with messy hair, whose face is hard to see, out of the room. That person is resisting wildly and making hopeless whimpering sounds. Chen Weiming, with a twisted face, grabs her hair and lifts her up. Only then does Qin Sheng realize the face belongs to Zhang Lili. Her mouth is sealed with transparent tape, her hands and feet are tied, and she has some injuries on her face. Desperate tears slide down her cheeks. However, Chen Weiming feels disgusted when he sees her face, which is covered with brown spots and crow's feet. "Stop crying. Seeing you cry makes me feel sick. Zhang Lili, I'm telling you, if it weren't for the many years you served me, I would have already hurt you badly. Be smart and get away from me. Otherwise, I might just hurt you now." "Yes. The food in the house isn't enough already. You're my mother. How can you be so cruel as to fight me for food? Leave. Go find your own food. Don't stay here." "Mom, aren't you the one who loves me most? Didn't you say you'd give up your life for me? I'm just asking you to leave now. You won't even do that?" Chen Weiwei also looks at her coldly. "As I thought, Dad was right. You are a selfish woman. You are not really my mother. My mother is beautiful, educated, and gentle. You're not even worthy to carry her shoes." Zhang Lili looked at her daughter, whom she had cared for with all her heart for 20 years, and suddenly felt hopeless. She was angry about her husband's betrayal, but what her daughter said made her feel even more despair. This was her child, the one she had raised herself. Not long after she married Chen Weiming, a woman appeared, pregnant and claiming to be Chen Weiming's ex-girlfriend. At that time, the baby was almost born. After giving birth, the woman took some money and disappeared without a trace. Chen Weiming said that since the baby was his own flesh and blood, he couldn't bear to send the child to an orphanage. He wanted to raise the child himself. But Zhang Lili refused and was determined to send the child away. However, at the orphanage door, the child suddenly smiled at her. With innocent big eyes, she held onto her finger, as if holding the whole world. Zhang Lili's heart softened suddenly. Plus, Chen Weiming said the child was destined to be with her. So, the child was allowed to stay. They named her Chen Weiwei. They told everyone that Chen Weiwei was their own daughter. And Zhang Lili treated Chen Weiwei just like her own daughter. Later, after a miscarriage, she hurt her health and could no longer have children. From then on, she poured all her love into Chen Weiwei. She never expected that 20 years of love would lead to this result. She was as angry as a mad lioness, fiercely breaking free from Chen Weiming's grasp. Chen Weiming's hand tore a large piece of scalp from her hair, yet he felt no pain. He looked at the handful of black hair with scalp, blood dripping down. Before he could react, Zhang Lili suddenly charged at him, like a mad dog, headbutting him hard. She let out a painful cry. Bang! Her back hit the wall. Chen Weiming angrily clenched his fist and swung it at Zhang Lily's head. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared, and a severed hand fell to the ground. It was still clenched into a fist. In the next second, with a cracking sound, his jaw was dislocated and a shoe was shoved into his mouth. His screams of pain were swallowed by his throat. A series of actions happened smoothly and quickly. Zhang Lily didn't feel the pain she expected. She looked in shock at the figure that suddenly appeared. It was the young girl from across the way. Since you kindly warned me earlier, I can do you a favor and help you deal with this jerk. And the little jerk next to him. Of course, if you don't want me to, just forget I said anything. Qin Sheng stood at her door, holding a long knife. I can also chop them into mincemeat. Jiang Jianguo also joined in, quickly tearing off the tape from Zhang Lily's mouth and untying the ropes on her hands. Seeing the two of them, Chen Weiming's gloomy expression flashed with a hint of fear. Ignoring his broken hand, he pulled Weiwei and tried to rush back inside. Jiang Jianguo silently kicked the door shut with a loud bang. With nowhere to retreat, Chen Weiming's face turned pale as he looked at Qin Sheng with fear. He had personally seen this person quickly solve 3 murders with a knife. Now his whole body was trembling, but he still mustered his courage. He said in a provocative tone, "This is our family matter. No need for outsiders to interfere. You go away. Yes, yes. My mom isn't a good person. Don't be fooled by her pitiful look," Weiwei also said. Jiang Jianguo rolled his eyes at her. "I think you're not a good person either." Zhang Lily stood still, her hair loose, shouting at the two like a madwoman. "Weiwei, am I bad to you? Since you were little, I've always kept the best food for you, never scolded or yelled at you, afraid you'd suffer. Whatever you want, I buy for you. I've given you my heart. Why are you treating me like this? Also, Chen Weiming, if you don't like me or dislike me, just say so. Why did you lie to me, making me drop out of school to work and save money for your college? Why did you take my family's demolition money? My college entrance exam scores were much better than yours. You think I'm disgusting, but I think you're disgusting too. Your heart is dirty and cheap. You're full of inferiority and shamelessness. You dislike me but still want my efforts and my money. What's the difference between you and a duck? At least when someone takes your money, they treat you well. I've been married to you for so many years, and it's no different from being a lonely widow. You can count how many times you've touched me on one hand. You're not allowed to talk about my dad like that." Chen Weiwei was initially a bit scared of Qin Sheng and the others, but when she heard Zhang Lily insulting her father, she protected him like a fierce little lion. "My dad never liked you. It's because you kept bringing up his schooling and forcing him to marry you. Otherwise, my dad and mom wouldn't have separated. I was very young when I realized you weren't my real mom. I look so good. How could my real mom look like you? My parents were forced apart by you. You evil woman. The kindness you show me is what you owe me. You owe me for a lifetime. Oh, and about your miscarriage, it's also my fault. Grandma said there was a little sister in your belly, and I put red flowers in your chicken soup, which caused you to miscarry. All these years, you never suspected me, did you? You fool. You say I forced you to separate?" Hearing Chen Weiwei's accusations, Zhang Lily looked confusedly at Chen Weiming. "Chen Weiming, I never knew you had a girlfriend. Are you saying I forced you to break up?" Then she looked back at Chen Weiwei. "And you, do you think your mother is a good person? When she gave birth to you, she wanted to throw you into the trash and let you drown. I was the one who gave her money to save your life. If time could go backwards, I would have watched you drown myself. If I hadn't been soft-hearted back then, I would have my own children now. My poor child, who never even got to see the world before you killed him. You monster." After feeling extremely angry and hopeless, Zhang Lily suddenly calmed down. She knelt in front of Qin Sheng. "I don't want you to kill them. Please give me a knife. I want to settle my own revenge." Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow. She turned around and went into the room, pretending to look for something, but actually took out a large knife from her space and handed it to her. This woman looked calm on the outside, but her eyes were filled with madness. Seeing Qin Sheng really handed her a knife, Chen Weiwei backed away in panic, hiding behind Chen Weiming. She looked at Qin Sheng with hatred. "You all are no good. This is our family matter. Why are you interfering? You said it yourself. She's not even your mother. What family matter is this?" Qin Sheng sneered coldly. She turned to Zhang Lili and said, "Here's the knife for you." Then, with a fierce smile, she and Jiang Jiangguo went back into the house and closed the door. Since Zhang Lili wanted to end her own life herself, with no regrets, their presence was now unnecessary. She returned the kindness and gratitude she received at night. They owed each other nothing. At the same time, outside the door, there was a sudden burst of frantic screams and angry curses. Some belonged to Chen Weiming, and others to Chen Weiwei. A few minutes later, everything was quiet again, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Zhang Lili packed a full backpack and knocked her head against the door toward Qin Sheng. She thanked her for saving her life. Then she left. As for the bodies of Chen Weiming and Chen Weiwei, Qin Sheng did not see them. Only messy bloodstains and splattered flesh remained on the ground. Rooms 1701 and 1704 were still unfinished, with no doors. Room 1702 was empty again. Thus, on the entire 17th floor, only their family remained. It was already dawn. "Old Qin, it's just our family on the 17th floor. How about we have hot pot for a few days? Can we have Sichuan spicy hot pot?" "No, I want something light. I want mushroom soup hot pot. Then how about a yin-yang hot pot? That's my last limit. I can't live without spicy food." The footsteps were very light, but the speed was fast. They moved quietly, trying not to make any noise, afraid of waking the hidden creatures nearby. To be even quieter, they wore socks over their shoes. This prevented the sound of shoe soles rubbing against the ground when walking quickly. They moved silently all the way. After a busy day, all they wanted was to lie down and rest. After a night of rest, Qin Sheng gathered all usable supplies and stored them in the space. They decided to move to a new location. The radio had already announced that the nearby base in Haiqing was established a few days ago. Survivors were leaving the city one after another, heading to the Haiqing base. Now, Qin Sheng and the others also decided to leave. Like before, they traveled between the city areas. Qin Sheng preferred riding a small electric scooter, which could handle even complicated roads. Most importantly, it was quiet. It didn't make loud engine noises that could wake the creatures. Of course, sometimes they encountered trash bags or plastic bottles on the ground, and a few creatures might wake up. But Qin Sheng didn't need to take action. Jiang Jiangguo would quickly deal with them. Along the way, there were abandoned cars, smelly corpses, and swarms of large flies flying everywhere. The flies were about the size of big cockroaches, gathering in groups and flying around, looking very creepy. They greedily ate the corpses of rats and other animals. There are also all kinds of strange and unusual creatures. They keep repeating some of their past actions. Some of these creatures are holding brooms and aimlessly sweeping the streets. Some are smashing the ATM machines at banks. Others are constantly biting themselves as they look down. There are also those standing in the middle of the road, pretending to be hit by cars, lying on the ground when vehicles approach. After Jiang Jiangguo was hit, he skillfully took out a large pink bill. The creature took the money, put it in its pocket, quickly got up from the ground, and left. It moved to the other side of the road and continued waiting to pretend to be hit. Both men were amazed. How strong is their obsession? Even after turning into strange creatures, they still think about pretending to be hit. Actually, as long as you stay calm and don't anger these creatures, they are like shy people living in their own world. They don't care if someone passes by. But if you disturb them, they can turn into fierce beasts. Whether it's Qin Sheng or Jiang Jiangguo, they have learned how to get along with some of these creatures through repeated life-and-death escapes. Most survivors have also learned this. The small electric scooter was replaced by a big truck when they reached the countryside. Jiang Jiangguo drove. Qin Sheng sat in the passenger seat, eating along the way. But after eating too much, she started feeling the urge to pee halfway. Jiang Jiangguo,
Stop at the small woods up ahead. I need to take care of my biological needs. Do you want to pee or poop? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. At this moment, the man in the trench coat was still in his human form. This shows he was still lost in his own world, and not disturbed. Qin Sheng drew her big sword and sneered. You little brat. Living your life poorly, and now you've turned into a creepy mutant. I've seen all kinds of storms, but you, little sprout, dare to show off. The mutant was stunned, as if her words angered it. Its head suddenly split in half, and a bright red mouth appeared. It let out a sharp screech and lunged at Qin Sheng. Seizing the moment, Qin Sheng swung her sword. With a splat, the mutant's body was cut in two at the waist. The upper half fell to the ground. The lower half, still moving due to inertia, took 2 more steps forward before collapsing. She casually wiped her long sword on the corpse on the ground and then turned back. When she reached the car, she saw Jiang Jiangguo had gone to the bathroom and hadn't come back yet. She took out a bag of sunflower seeds, cracking and eating them while waiting. After several minutes, Jiang Jiangguo hurried out of the woods, panicked. Qin Sheng, you won't believe it. I just saw a creepy mutant peeking at me while I was going to the bathroom. Darn, even after dying, it's still so disgusting. Qin Sheng looked her up and down. Are you okay?
What could happen to me?
I just took it out with one strike. I was so angry I stomped on it, crushed it right there. It's totally broken. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng looked at Jiang Jiangguo's blood-stained shoes with some disgust. All right, let's go. We should try to reach the base before it gets dark. Okay? Jiang Jiangguo nodded. Just as he was about to get into the car, he casually glanced up at the sky. His face suddenly changed color. Qin Sheng. A meteorite is falling from the sky. A meteorite? Qin Sheng looked up. In the distance, a dark object was falling rapidly. From this angle, it was likely to hit them. At that moment, as it got closer, Qin Sheng finally saw what the falling object was. It wasn't an object at all, but a person. Old Qin, run. That thing is coming down. Wow, a falling celestial being. Jiang Jiangguo shouted excitedly and jumped. Seeing the falling object getting closer, she almost instinctively drew her heavy sword from her back, holding it horizontally toward the target. When it was about to hit, she grabbed the sword with both hands and struck down fiercely with the cross-section. It was like swinging a baseball bat. Take this, old monkey. Bang. The person was hit and flew backward, crashing hard into a tree trunk, startling a flock of birds.
Wow.
Right on target. Jiang Jiangguo looked at her heavy sword in disbelief. Old Qin, if I could join the national sports team, I'd definitely be a sports star. Time coordinate. 100,000 years ago on ancient Earth. Landing site detected. Unknown small forest. Body scan in progress. Severely damaged. Combat power check. Very weak. Space device destroyed. Cannot be repaired. Supplies and weapons reset to 0. Illustration database damaged. 10% intact. Repair possible. Ding ding ding. Ancient Earth is full of dangers. Please watch your health bar. If it reaches 0, you will faint. Ding ding ding. Your neural device will shut down in 3 seconds. 3. Ding ding ding. Protective barrier deactivated. Ding ding ding. Pain sensation blocked. Lifted. Miyu listened to the constant mechanical beeping in his mind, feeling dizzy and disoriented. He struggled to sit up but immediately heard a cracking sound. His leg was broken. At the same time, sharp pain shot through his body. He couldn't wait any longer. He needed to find a safe place to rest quickly. His teacher had warned him that ancient Earth was very dangerous. There were all kinds of terrifying creatures everywhere. But right now, he couldn't move at all, and his neural device was shut down. During the wormhole crossing, he was attacked by a meteor, damaging his space device. All his stored weapons and other items were lost. His combat power was reset to 0. Could I really be waiting to die? Just then, he saw 2 figures walking toward him. They are humans.
Great.
They are humans. Now, I am saved. But before he could shout for help, he saw clearly what the 2 looked like.
The one in front was a tall, strong woman with a build as tough as a martial artist. Behind her was a pretty woman of medium height, walking and spitting sunflower seed shells. Wait, that woman behind, spitting seeds, looks familiar. Qin Sheng, this is a person. How did he fall from the sky? Could he be an alien? Nowadays, not only are there strange creatures, but aliens are invading Blue Star too. We have to cut him down. The strong woman pulled out a weapon that looked like a ruler, taller than she was. The pretty woman said, "Let's ask him. If he's really from space, then we'll have to cut him." Mu Yuan looked at Qin Sheng's face, and a series of frightening memories flooded his mind. He is a new human who came back from 100,000 years in the future. Back then, Blue Star was just a desert, a wasteland in space, an abandoned planet, full of trash. Many discarded, highly polluted waste from other planets was collected here. It was basically a giant trash dump. The last remaining humans on Blue Star had long since migrated to another planet called Mora, where they could survive. He had never seen what ancient Earth looked like. He was born on Mora, but he studied history and always explored Blue Star's past. Later, his teacher sold everything he owned at an auction to buy the rights to Blue Star. He then returned to the abandoned Blue Star, hoping to rebuild their old home. His teacher had the smartest mind on Mora. He spent his life building a machine that could create a space-time wormhole. He chose him to travel through the wormhole back to ancient Earth. He collected samples of plants and animals to bring back and grow, aiming to restore Blue Star's former glory. They made many mistakes at first. Initially, they used a method called soul transfer, where they extracted mental energy, traveled through the wormhole to another time, and attached it to a different body. Traveling through the wormhole was very dangerous. Even though the teacher was very smart, each calculation had some errors. So, the results of his travels were uncertain. His first successful trip back to ancient Earth ended with him encountering a famine. He was close to starving and had to trade his space device for a simple bread roll. That device was big and square, and it was his favorite. But he still died from hunger. His attempt failed. The teacher recalculated the time travel. He was sent back to the time when Earth's spiritual energy was at its peak, the era when all kinds of creatures thrived the most. So, he tried again. The second time, he was transported into the body of a transfer student at an ancient Earth school. But before he could learn anything about Earth's history, a frightening woman dragged him into a small forest. After a fierce struggle, his consciousness shattered. Failure. The third time, he successfully traveled into the body of a troublemaker. But as soon as he opened his eyes, the same beautiful woman took him to the hospital. His consciousness shattered again. Failure. The fourth time, he managed to transfer into a human trafficker. He hadn't yet released the children he was holding, but he encountered that same woman once more. He was crushed with broken bones, his consciousness shattered. Failure. Learning from previous experiences, he knew that even when his mental energy was attached to others, it was very unstable. A small mistake could cause him to lose control and fail again. So his teacher decided he should use his own body to travel through the wormhole. On the fourth attempt, just as he landed, he met that terrifying woman once more. It's important to remember that each successful transfer took thousands of tries filled with mistakes. And this time, he was using his own body. If he died, it would really be the end. Qin Sheng looked at the man whose expression was clearly off. The moment he saw her, his eyes twitched, his mouth crooked, and a big bead of sweat dripped down his forehead. He was trembling all over, like he had seen a terrible monster. If someone didn't know better, they might think he was having a seizure. Is he really that scary looking? He's actually very handsome, but this strange man looks oddly familiar, like I've seen him before. Yet, Qin Sheng was sure she had never seen such a face. This man, although very good-looking, really handsome, is also strange and weird. He definitely isn't a good person. Especially because of his clothes. Who wears a one-piece suit like that? And a tight, white, shiny suit at that. Qin Sheng grabbed his chin and looked at him coldly. Hey, pretty boy, you better give me a good reason why you fell from the sky. Otherwise, I'll cut you into pieces and feed you to the aliens.
Yeah. Be honest, are you an alien? Jiang Jianguo nodded along. Are you a spy from another planet? What are you doing here? If you don't tell the truth, I'll... He. Mu Yuan swallowed hard, his mind racing. How can I trick these two women? But right now, it seems impossible to fool them. Especially that woman munching on sunflower seeds, staring straight at him. You can't hide the look in your eyes when you want to attack someone. Mu Yuan could almost feel Qin Sheng's big curved knife in her hand, eager and ready. And also, that tall man with the creepy smile, his grin was very lecherous. God knows what terrible, cruel things he might do to her, things worse than animals. He is a humanities student, after all. Not a martial artist, not good at fighting. So he opened his mouth. Abba. Is he a mute? Mu Yuan nodded frantically. Abba. He gestured with his hands, mimicking being thrown down. Qin Sheng frowned. Do you remember anything? Abba. Mu Yuan shook his head vigorously, his innocent-looking eyes shining brightly. Qin Sheng's heart suddenly tensed up, like being shocked by an electric current, and her alertness increased. Jiang Jianguo. This beautiful alien girl is using mental attack on me. Quickly take her down. Got it. Abba. What mental attack? I didn't use any mental attack. Seeing that strong and brave woman raise her big sword, Mu Yuan shrank back in fear, continuously making the Abba sound. He was already injured from crossing the wormhole, and now he was about to be cut. In fear, he rolled his eyes and fainted immediately. Jiang Jianguo held a heavy sword, looking at the fainted alien, ready to strike. A tender, green hand pressed down on his iron fist. What's going on? Are you really into this alien? Not going to kill him. Jiang Jianguo was stunned, then looked at Qin Sheng with a strange gaze. She still remembered Qin Sheng, just now calling this person a little pretty. Qin Sheng rolled her eyes at her. Don't let your imagination run wild. After saying that, she squatted down and looked at the man lying on the ground, with long silver hair. Her gaze quickly flicked away from his handsome face that looked almost unreal. Finally, it settled on his tight white suit. She reached out and tugged at Mu Yuan's white bodysuit. You're still not admitting you're attracted to his looks? You're already tearing his clothes. Old Qin, you're really wild. Should I step back now? Jiang Jianguo's eyes sparkled as she smiled, saying she would step back. She covered her eyes with her large fan-shaped hands, but secretly peeked through her fingers. Her lecherous aura was almost overflowing. Qin Sheng ignored her silly antics and slowly spoke. This guy's clothes are not simple. They fell from such a high place. With gravity and friction on the ground, the clothes are completely intact without a single tear. I'll try again to see how elastic it is. If it's good, then Jiang Jianguo, you might get a pair of underwear that can transform without tearing. Maybe you can even get a couple of bikinis to change into. After hearing this, Jiang Jianguo, who had been peeking with a mischievous look, suddenly lowered his hand and leaned in closer. He looked eagerly at the silver-haired man on the ground, who was unconscious and wearing a tight white bodysuit. Really? If that's the case, I won't have to run around naked when I transform using my beast abilities anymore. Honestly, not wearing underwear makes my butt feel cold and uncomfortable. As he spoke, Jiang Jianguo quickly reached out before Qin Sheng could, trying to grab the man's clothes. He tugged, and the white outfit stretched like rubber candy, pulling far without tearing. When he let go, the clothes immediately returned to their original shape. Snap! A bouncing sound as the clothes stuck back onto the man. This incredible elasticity. Perfect! This is exactly the outfit I need. Take it off. Old Qin, let's strip him. I want this clothes, I mean it. Even Jesus couldn't stop me. Qin Sheng calmly replied, try to see if you can take it off. I doubt these clothes come off that easily. What's so hard about taking off clothes? Jiang Jianguo said nonchalantly, starting to tug at the outfit. But after struggling for a long time, he couldn't get it off. It was like a layer of skin with endless elasticity, but it just wouldn't tear. Old Qin, I really can't get this alien's clothes off. Jiang Jianguo pulled the clothes far away, but when he loosened his grip, the clothes automatically stuck back onto him. Qin Sheng sighed. Forget it. Let's carry him in and wait until he wakes up. This is his stuff, he must have a way. Once we get the clothes, we'll get rid of this little alien beauty to prevent future trouble. After saying that, she turned back. He. Jiang Jianguo chuckled strangely and nodded, grabbing the person from the ground, slipping him into his armpit, and following. The two looked just like villains stealing a young woman on TV. Jiang Jianguo held the person, walking and marveling. Old Qin, do you think this guy is from which planet? Their alien civilization is quite advanced, with such high-tech clothes. And the people on this planet look pretty much like us. They reached the car. Jiang Jianguo took out some rope and quickly tied up the person's hands and feet. Then he threw him onto the back seat and got into the driver's seat himself. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng continued happily munching on snacks in the front passenger seat. Jiang Jianguo, feeling miserable, was drooling and mentally complaining. Maybe this is the fun of sitting in the front passenger seat. After all, Qin Sheng is the boss. As the second in command, he has to do more work like a laborer. Otherwise, how could he highlight the boss's happiness? Qin Sheng sat in the front, holding a bottle of soda in her left hand and a braised pig's trotter in her right. She took a sip of her drink and bit into the pig's trotter, making Jiang Jianguo drool. Old Qin, tear off a piece of meat and give it to me. It smells so good, I can't focus on driving. Qin Sheng used greasy hands to tear off a large piece of meat. The tendons couldn't be pulled apart, so she simply bit them with her teeth. Finally, a fragrant, juicy, freshly cooked pig's hoof with saliva was stuffed into Jiang Jianguo's mouth. She hesitated for a second, then ate eagerly and happily. Outside, the weather was hot. The car windows and doors were closed, and the air conditioning was on. The smell of marinated pig's hoof, mixed with various spices, spread through the air. In the back seat, someone who was unconscious twitched his nose slightly and slowly woke up. Mu Yuan, in a daze, smelled a strange, powerful aroma he had never encountered before. It was very strong and invaded his senses, drifting into his dreams. Qin Sheng was happily showing off her pig's hoof when suddenly a fluffy head leaned over. Silver hair fell to her wrist, feeling slightly ticklish. A clear, gentle voice came from beside her. Excuse me, what do you have in your hand? Marinated pig's hoof. Qin Sheng slightly raised the corner of her mouth. So, you're not pretending to be mute anymore? Hee. Mu Yuan awkwardly smiled. He suddenly forgot about the ABA sound. He wanted to touch his hair, but his hands and feet were tied. He had already used all his strength just to move closer. At this moment, his gaze seemed glued to the pig's hoof, as if with super strong adhesive. As Qin Sheng chewed the pig's hoof up and down, the Adam's apple moved as saliva kept flowing from the salivary glands. What kind of weapon is this woman holding? It can actually lock all his attention. It's so scary. Could it be a mental attack? Mu Yuan watched eagerly as the pig's hoof was being eaten, gradually less and less by Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo. In the end, only the clean bones remained, which were casually thrown out the window. Just when he thought everything was about to end, Qin Sheng pulled out a long stick from a plastic bag. She seemed unaware of someone nearby constantly swallowing. She asked Jiang Jianguo, "Jianguo, spicy duck neck, do you want to eat?" "Yes. I must eat." Jiang Jianguo was still chewing on a small bone, and when he heard Qin Sheng, he bit the bone with a crunch and swallowed it. He opened his mouth, waiting to be fed. Qin Sheng broke off a small piece of duck neck and put it into his mouth. Is opening his mouth enough? Mu Yuan watched their interaction and, imitating Jiang Jianguo, opened his mouth toward Qin Sheng. Like a hungry child weighing about 100 pounds. I want some too. Eat. Qin Sheng rolled her eyes at him, biting her duck neck as she said, "You're full of nonsense. Prisoners have no rights. Besides, you might not even be human. I am human. I am a new human from 10,000 years in the future." Just as he finished speaking, the surrounding air suddenly became silent, and even the sound of breathing could not be heard. What the heck? 10,000 years later. Then, a sharp screech of brakes broke the silence.
The car was already moving slowly, but Jiang Jiangguo suddenly slammed on the brakes. Several people were thrown forward because of the inertia. Jiang Jiangguo and Qin Sheng were wearing seatbelts and were okay. Mu Yuan was badly hurt, flying from the back seat to the front, limbs twisted and pressed against the windshield. Her knees hit the horn on the steering wheel. The honking sound of the horn echoed loudly across the empty field, sounding very sharp. Jiang Jiangguo suddenly choked, and the cold cola she just drank came out of her nose, making her cough and tears flow. Qin Sheng paused for a second, then quickly put down the snack she was holding. She hurriedly pulled Mu Yuan away from the glass and threw her back onto the rear seat. Then she quickly looked around. With such loud braking and honking, if there were many strange creatures nearby, it would be over. But things always happen this way. What you least want to happen often has a high chance of actually happening. Qin Sheng suddenly turned her head to look out the window. She saw faint figures emerging from the small woods along the roadside. Jiang Jiangguo. Drive quickly. Okay. Got it. Jiang Jiangguo also snapped out of a shock, hurriedly started the car, and quickly pressed the accelerator. The car sped off suddenly. Thrown onto the back seat, dizzy and seeing stars, Mu Yuan staggered to get up. As he tore open the door, the car suddenly sped up and he was thrown back down. He quickly got up and looked behind Qin Sheng. What he saw was shocking. Behind the vehicle, a dozen strange-looking creatures were chasing. They didn't look quite human, but somewhat like humans. Most of these monsters had their heads split open in the middle, with long mouths and sharp fangs sticking out. But two of them were different. They had human faces, but their eyes lacked whites. One monster had dark red flesh wings growing from its back, with many eye-like patterns on the wings. As it flapped its wings, it ran fast, creating a wind behind it. Another had a torn belly, revealing a swollen, disgusting growth with a pair of eyelids-less eyes and a spiral-shaped mouth full of sharp teeth. If it bit someone, even doctors wouldn't know how to sew it up. What are these monsters? Teacher was right. The ancient Earth is really dangerous. So terrifying. Why did he, a humanities student, have to come to ancient Earth? Wouldn't it be better to send a warrior? Now all the weapons and equipment are gone. All that's left is a biological guide for sampling. He's doomed. Are there really rare mutant species? Qin Sheng looked at the two mutant creatures running at the front in the rearview mirror. The gaze slowly fell on the dark red, eye-covered flesh wing. Jiang Jiangguo also noticed these two very different alien creatures. Old Qin. These two aliens look different from the others. Are they the leaders? No, but this form is considered a higher-level version of the usual aliens. Alien shapes are very strange and their abilities can't be easily ranked. Many aliens have different powers. But the most common is the cracked-head alien, which is also the least powerful. This time, we've alarmed two rare aliens at once. It's going to be hard to shake them off. Focus on driving and get rid of the small minions first. Got it. Jiang Jiangguo nodded and kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The car sped along wildly. After half an hour, only two rare aliens remain behind. Keep driving until we reach an open area. Stop where there are no buildings or small forests nearby. Qin Sheng had his large curved sword across his lap, squinting as he watched the two pursuing aliens in the rearview mirror. Mu Yuan sat quietly in the back seat, keeping his mouth shut and not daring to speak. He didn't want to be so scared, but his body was out of control. He had only lived on Mora Planet for 180 years. He was still a child. He had never seen such a scene before. The new humans there relied entirely on weapons for their fighting power. The warrior's fighting ability is slightly stronger, but still within normal limits. Wars between planets rely entirely on advanced technology weapons. Therefore, their personal strength is not very high. Especially for someone like him. Without his weapons and equipment, he's just a weakling. Looking at the situation in front of him, Mu Yuan thought he might be in trouble. As a student of interstellar literature, does he really have to reason with monsters? While he was lost in thought, the car stopped. He saw the two women in the front seats open the doors decisively and get out. Before getting out, Qin Sheng gave him a cold glance and said,
Little liar, if you don't want to die, stay quietly in the car. She exuded a commanding presence. Mu Yuan nodded quickly, acting obediently like a puppy. At this moment, Qin Sheng looked like she was shining brightly, dazzling his eyes. Even the large sword on her shoulder gleamed with a cold, captivating light. Go, boss. Mu Yuan couldn't help but want to wave his fists, but his hands and feet were tied, so he couldn't move. He crawled like a little worm toward the window, shouting loudly, Go, boss. May the stars protect you. Qin Sheng waved her hand without turning her head. She then looked at Jiang Jiangguo. Jiang, which one do you want? I want that ugly big tumor. My obsessive-compulsive disorder won't let me rest until I squeeze those big pimples. Jiang Jiangguo pointed to the large, facial tumor on the creature's open belly and said, That's a top-quality blackhead. Qin Sheng nodded. All right, I want that winged one. The two mutant creatures chasing behind saw the car stop and let out excited screeches. They quickly sped up and charged toward the vehicle. Seeing that the two humans didn't run away, but instead approached them, they became even more excited. Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo each held a large sword, one with a heavy sword. They exchanged a quick look and nodded in agreement. Then, they both moved at the same time, rushing like arrows shot from a bow, faster than the eye could follow, heading straight for the mutants. Qin Sheng charged forward and collided with the winged mutant, jumping into the air with a tiptoe. He grabbed his large sword with both hands and aimed it at one of the mutant's wings, then swung it down hard. The sword was sharp and fast, making a rushing sound as it cut through the air. The mutant's abilities came from being infected by a virus. The virus carried tiny microorganisms called bugs. These bugs parasitize the body and cause new biological traits to develop. The various external limbs of the mutant are actually the bugs manifesting in physical form. These bugs are very small, so tiny that they are hard to see with the naked eye. They can float in the air, hide in rainwater, and invade hosts through breathing, mouth contact, or even skin contact. Once they find a host, they hatch and grow inside the body. The targets of parasitism are not limited to humans. Animals, plants, insects, any living creature can become a host for parasites. The parasitized beings lose their thoughts, memories, and emotions, leaving only a certain obsession deep in their brains. They live on like walking corpses. Perhaps this way of living cannot even be called truly alive. After the end of the world, some people began studying parasites, trying to merge their abilities with humans while keeping their minds clear and rational. They want to turn these transformed creatures into weapons. However, until Qin Sheng's death, there have been no successful cases. People who are parasitized are completely transformed into different species, attacking targets within their sight without distinguishing friend from foe. They do not follow commands at all. An attack missed. But Qin Sheng was not upset. Instead, she smiled with satisfaction. While the enemy dodged, she opened her left hand. A small green sprout emerged from her palm, growing quickly in the wind, then shot forward like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was about the thickness of a thumb. Pop! A faint sound. A vine, as thick as a finger, deeply pierced into the enemy's head. The exposed part of the vine was dark green, but the veins of the leaves glowed with a faint, flickering light. Eek! As the vines invaded, the alien creature's body painfully contorted into a strange shape. It lost the ability to resist with each breath. Qin Sheng expressionlessly guided the vines, which kept splitting and growing inside her. A few seconds later, countless thin, dark green vine threads burst out from every inch of the creature's skin. Green smoke-like bursts erupted from its nose, eyes, ears, and mouth. On its long, eye-patterned flesh wings, each eye was burst open by the vines. It looked like a monster covered in tentacles. Desperately, it twisted on the ground, howling in pain across the field, its voice gradually weakening. Its body shriveled, and the once full flesh wings looked like dried chicken wings, thin, wrinkled, and fragile. Qin Sheng smiled slightly and withdrew her vines. She looked to the other side. Jiang Jiangguo was chasing and being chased by the tumor-like alien.
Sometimes he carried a heavy sword, fighting the alien, and other times he was running after it, shouting loudly. For a moment, Qin Shin couldn't tell who was attacking whom. The large flesh inside the alien's belly was bouncing behind Jiang Jiangguo, chasing wildly. While running, it opened its mouth wide, showing rows of sharp, dense teeth. The meatball's body was connected to a soft tube that looked like intestines. The other end of the tube was attached to a human body running behind the meatball, with an empty stomach showing rows of white bones and some organs. To outsiders, it looked like two people and a ball spinning around each other. The meatball would sometimes hit the ground hard, bounce back with a springy force, and then crash fiercely toward Jiang Jiangguo. Jiang Jiangguo could only dodge everywhere. At one point, the ground was full of big holes caused by the meatball's hits. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng's ears kept ringing with the sound of the meatball bouncing on the ground. Duang duang. Jiang Jiangguo was holding back, not wanting to use her beast transformation ability. She relied only on her strength and fighting against the strange creature. Although Qin Sheng had already dealt with her own problems, she wouldn't help Jiang Jiangguo without being asked or invited. This was their usual way of getting along. Unless one of them asked for help, the other wouldn't interfere easily. So, watching Jiang Jiangguo and the strange creature fight back and forth, one hitting, the other hitting back, Qin Sheng yawned. She grabbed her big sword and returned to the car, climbing onto the roof in a few quick moves. She took a pack of spicy flour beans from her pocket, munching on the crunchy beans while watching the meatball bounce on the ground with a duang duang sound. Jiang Jiangguo, if you really can't do it, just use your beast transformation ability. Don't waste time with it. We need to reach the Haiqing base before dark. I won't. My clothes will explode. I don't want to run naked. Jiang Jiangguo ran away while shouting back. Old Qin, wait for me a little longer. I promise I'll take down that big black head quickly. Don't help. I want to do it myself. Qin Sheng nodded as he munched on a flower-shaped bean. Don't worry, I definitely won't help. After finishing the last bean, he took out a pack of spicy strips from his pocket and started eating. He quietly waited for Jiang Jiangguo to return victorious. According to Qin Sheng's prediction, Jiang Jiangguo would eventually have to use his beast transformation ability. After all, right now, her and the meatball's fighting power seemed evenly matched. Jiang Jiangguo's heavy sword struck several times, but that soft meatball was incredibly squishy, like cotton. The sword sank in, but then bounced out again. It was no problem at all. Through the car window, a head with long silver hair was hanging out, staring in shock at the meatballs smashing everything around. And nearby on the ground, the pair of shriveled wings. Just 10 minutes ago, those meat wings looked very frightening. But Qin Sheng went up, and in less than a minute. He didn't even see the meat wings resist, just dodged. Then they slowly burst apart and were drained by the vines. The one responsible for all this is on the roof, eating a long, thin, bright red, oily-looking thing that has a strange smell. While eating, she takes deep breaths, making a ha-ha sound. It seems that this object makes her feel uncomfortable. Maybe it's poisonous? But her expression looks like she's really enjoying it. For a moment, Makuyuan feels confused and overwhelmed. Just then, a bright red, ribbon-like object appears in front of his eyes. He looks up along the small strip and sees a pair of delicate, white hands. A lazy voice comes from the woman. Hey, pretty girl. Want some spicy strips? Makuyuan has grown up drinking nutritional supplements. On Mora Star and other planets, that's common. Various nutritional drinks and bars are their main source of energy. Besides that, Makuyuan's tongue has never touched anything else. Looking at the red, cylindrical, strip-like object in front of him, Makuyuan hesitates for 3 seconds. He is about to nod, but that hand pulls back again. Not eating? Fine then. I want some. It's too late now. You didn't want it earlier, so no way now. I'm just thinking. Shut up, prisoner. Makuyuan sighs softly and weakly says, I have a name. I'm Mukuyuan. Graveyard, Qin Sheng frowned. Are people 10,000 years from now so careless with names? So far, She doubted Mu Yuan's claim that he was from 10,000 years in the future. Right now, she only wanted his super stretchy clothes that could make underwear for Jiang Jiangguo. Although she was really curious about what Blue Star would look like in 10,000 years. Would flying saucers be everywhere and aircraft carriers flying in the sky? Maybe they wouldn't need land vehicles then? Would elementary students still stay up late doing homework? But she didn't plan to ask more. Sometimes knowing too much isn't always good. Jiang Jiangguo's shouting wouldn't last just a moment. After Qin Sheng drank 2 sodas, ate 3 packs of spicy strips, and 4 pig's feet with sauce, she finally heard a loud, powerful roar like a bear. This roar, echoing through the dense trees around, created a huge sound reverberation. The deafening roar instantly spread across the field, startling a flock of birds. Roar! Stop spying on that little white face in the car. Close your eyes. I'm going to show my strength. I'll smash your head for spying. Mu Yuan only heard a thunderous shout at his ears, making his head buzz. But he was a bit confused inside. Why can't he look during a fight? Could there be a secret weapon? Before he could understand what was happening, a red cloth fell from above and covered his head exactly. The red silk blocked his view. He was about to reach up and take it off. Qin Sheng's careless voice sounded above him. Little garden, I advise you to listen carefully and behave. Don't look at things you shouldn't, or your handsome face might get smashed by Jiang Jiangguo. I definitely won't save you then. You don't want to end up in a box, do you? Mu Yuan quietly pulled back his hand after touching the red veil, then quickly retracted his head into the car. He had already loosened the ropes on his hands. Qin Sheng saw that he could touch the red cloth but didn't stop him.
Does this mean
maybe he can also loosen the ropes on his feet? Just as he was feeling a bit hopeful and bending down to untie the ropes on his feet, a vine as thick as a finger shot in through the car window with a whoosh, quickly tying his hands together again. All right, it seems he still can't untie them. Mu Yuan sighed and obediently lay flat. Listening to the faint roar of wild animals coming from nearby, he felt like claws were scratching inside his heart. So curious. How could there be a bear's roar? He had only seen bear sounds and reconstructed bears in biology class on his light brain. A real bear.
How amazing!
I wonder if the bear built by the biologist in 3D is the same as this one. In his world, Blue Star, there are no animals left at all. Even across the entire galaxy, there are very few animals and plants. He remembers when he was a child, going with his father to dine at a very wealthy interstellar lord's table. That was the first time he saw food other than nutrient bars. It was a red, distant thing that smelled nice. It seemed to be called an apple, but he was not allowed to touch it. Adults said that appetite is the most dangerous desire, and apples have the power of demons. Once you taste the demon's flavor, you can never eat nutrient bars properly again. The Moralan people must control this dangerous and simple desire to become the best warriors in the Alliance. When he grew up, he understood. His father was afraid that if he tasted something delicious, he wouldn't want to eat nutrient bars anymore. After all, fruits and meats are only for the wealthiest lords to enjoy. But now, he has traveled back to 100,000 years ago. Everywhere here is full of green plants. Not fake images created by technology, but real, fresh-smelling plants and trees. And many other unknown plants.
And
living.
Bears. Bears.
On the way to the base, Mu Yuan looked like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, leaning against the car window, staring non-stop at the passing scenery. He kept making all kinds of amazed sounds like a curious child. What's this peach tree? I recognize it, I recognize it. This is real grass. So luxurious, a vast field of grass that stretches as far as the eye can see. Even the richest star lords don't have such extravagance. Wow. What's that jumping out of the water? Is it a fish?
Ah,
it's a fish. A fish. And the apples? Why don't I see any apples? The apples only the wealthiest star lords can enjoy. Are they rare on ancient Earth too? Qin Sheng was munching sunflower seeds while listening to the man in the back seat marveling at everything. He silently glanced at Jiang Jiangguo. Turning his head, He saw Jiang Jiangwo also occasionally glancing at the back seat through the rear-view mirror. Jiang Jiangwo's gaze was fixed on the long, shining white hair under the sunlight, especially contrasted by the black leather seat cushion. Simply stunning. Such beautiful hair, it would be a shame not to make a wig out of it. Little brother, your silver white hair looks so good.
So smooth.
What shampoo do you use? Is it Head and Shoulders? Huh? Shampoo. What is that? Mu Yuan was still amazed by the scenery outside when he heard Jiang Jiangwo's words, and he turned around blankly. He looked completely confused. Do you still wash your hair? Don't you wash your hair? Qin Sheng turned his head, biting a half-eaten duck neck. His gaze slowly fell on his flowing long hair. Jiang Jiangwo twitched his mouth.
What?
Not wash. Aren't you tired of being dirty?
No, we don't wash.
Water is very precious here, only used for drinking. For daily cleaning, we go to the cleaning warehouse, lie in the purification liquid for a few minutes, and then we're clean. The purification liquid can be reused continuously. Washing hair with water would get you sentenced to death. Mu Yuan said confidently. Why are you asking? Do you think you can use water? He made a gesture of scratching his head. Qin Sheng nodded eagerly. Jiang Jiangwo said, we can wash our hair, face, bathe, and wash our feet with water. There's water everywhere here. Honestly, I think you guys are pretty pitiful. Such advanced technology, but you still have to save water. Oh well, we're better off. Washing hair with water still means death? That's so unfair. As Jiang Jiangwo finished speaking, Qin Sheng immediately grabbed a large bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. Hearing that water resources are so precious in the future, he suddenly felt that the water tasted really good. Ah, that's so refreshing. Old Qin, I want some too. I want to drink water. Okay, drink up. Large portion, please. Two people sang together, and the person in the back seat looked at Mu Yuan with envy. It's so wonderful. Ancient Earth is so great. Endless and inexhaustible water. Seeing his envious expression, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jian exchanged a glance, both secretly sharing a mischievous smile. Jiang Jian focused on driving. Qin Sheng quietly took out a legendary big red apple from her space. To make the contrast clearer, she also took out a white ceramic plate from her space and placed the apple on it. Holding the plate, she brought it into Mu Yuan's line of sight. In the white jade-like plate, a big, round apple shone brightly in the sunlight, looking tempting and juicy. Qin Sheng, with a very tempting tone, said to Jiang Jian, Jian, look at this apple. Isn't it big and round? Before Jiang Jian could reply, in the back seat, Mu Yuan's eyes widened suddenly. Although his hands and feet were tied, he didn't hesitate to lean forward quickly. He suddenly jumped up, making a loud bang like a firecracker. His face hit the front seat's headrest hard, but he didn't care about the pain. He moved his body and squeezed into the space between the two seats. His eyes shone with a dazzling, metallic-like glow.
Wow.
So big. So round. So red. Yes, this is the fruit of my dreams. Qin Sheng smiled successfully and said, Do you want it? I have this precious red apple, which only the wealthiest interstellar lords in your area can enjoy. How about trading your plain clothes for it? Thinking about Jiang Jiangwo, who couldn't even tear his small underwear, he eagerly spoke, Yes, yes, yes. Take off your clothes and give them to us. The apple is yours. You can enjoy the treatment of the richest interstellar lord. How about it? Isn't it a good deal? Two clever women, like sharp-tongued temptresses from the Garden of Eden, kept enticing the newcomer behind them, who was still unfamiliar with the situation. Seeing him hesitate, Qin Sheng pushed harder. Using the backpack as cover, she pulled out a bag of spicy strips. Add a pack of unbeatable spicy strips? Deal or not? I also need to learn some basic information about ancient Earth. Is that okay? No problem. Deal. In the end, Mu Yuan couldn't resist the bright red temptation and nodded. But then a problem arose. The space device was broken, and he lost everything. I only have this set of clothes left. I gave you everything. What am I supposed to wear now? Isn't that just right? Qin Sheng clapped her thigh and took out a set of men's clothes from her bag.
My ex-boyfriend, who just recently passed away, had a similar build to yours. He still has a set of clothes here. I'll give it to you. Jiang Jiangguo looked at Qin Sheng with a confused expression and asked, Are you making friends out of nowhere? When did she have a former boyfriend? She didn't know. Qin Sheng winked at her, and she understood immediately. Then everything went quiet, and no one asked further. Mu Yuan nodded repeatedly and took the clothes. They found a place to stop the car. After getting out and changing clothes, he took off his white jumpsuit, folded it, and handed it to Qin Sheng. He carefully explained, I don't know what you plan to do with this outfit, but it can't be cut or repaired. Once it's damaged, it loses its ability to adjust to the wearer's shape. With your current technology, it can't be fixed. When Jiang Jiangguo received the clothes and was about to laugh, she paused. So, the thing she was longing for, did it still not exist? Qin Sheng patted her shoulder to comfort her. It's okay, jumpsuits are fine. At least it's better than running around naked. That's true. Jiang Jiangguo muttered softly. Since Mu Yuan got that big apple and some spicy strips, he had been hiding them like treasures inside his clothes. He would take them out now and then to smell but never eat. After he took out the apple, licked it once, and put it back in his pocket for the nth time, he finally asked, By the way, I haven't asked your names. May I know what to call you too? I'm Jiang Jiangguo. I'm Qin Sheng. Can you tell me what's going on now? What time is it? What exactly is happening here? Why are there so many monsters? Qin Sheng spoke in a serious tone. If you are truly from 10,000 years in the future, I can only say it's unfortunate. You came to the wrong time. If you had traveled here a few years earlier, you would have seen a prosperous and thriving world, not one filled with danger and threats. Qin Sheng explained the chaos caused by the disaster. We are now heading to the Haiqing base, the closest human gathering point. If you don't have other plans, we can take you there along the way. The base is safer than the wild outside. Thanks to your high-tech nanosuit, you can ask anything you want. That's part of our trade. On the way, Mu Yuan kept asking endless questions. He didn't stop talking, and Qin Sheng answered honestly. As we got closer to the Haiqing base, we saw more survivors on the road. Some were walking, others riding bikes. Fuel is hard to find now, and bikes don't use fuel. They're quiet and practical. We also saw a few people driving cars. But no matter what, everyone was quiet. Survivors walking by would wave, hoping to get a ride. However, no cars stopped. In uncertain times like these, trusting strangers to get in a car is risky. It's like having a hidden danger behind you. You never know when it will strike again. Seeing the car move forward without stopping, those people looked furious, but dared not shout or curse loudly. They were afraid of waking some hidden creature. At most, they picked up a stone and threw it angrily to vent their frustration. Faced with the threat of death from the creature, most people could control their temper well. But a few were willing to hurt others during the disaster. As the car reached the highway, they saw a few men with weapons blocking the road. About 200 meters ahead, there was a wide sheet of metal covered with nails. That metal sheet covered 3/4 of the highway. It was almost impossible to go around it. The men held various weapons, knives, iron bars, and a bald man with a gun was the most noticeable. Behind them, there were many supplies, probably left by other survivors who had passed earlier. But what caught the most attention was a pile of dead bodies on the ground. They were badly mutilated and covered in blood. Some of the bodies were women, completely naked. This group not only stole supplies but also harmed and killed people. As the car approached that place, Jiang Jiangguo slowed down. Old Qin, we've encountered roadblockers. Should we stop, or try to rush through? I'll follow your lead. However, if we rush over, all 4 tires will probably be ruined, and with the time needed for repairs, it will be hard to reach the base before dark. Qin Sheng's gaze fell on the few naked bodies, cold as ice. I really dislike those who hurt their own kind. Jiangguo, accelerate and crash straight through. What about the car? Trust me. Mu Yuan, fasten your seatbelt. Qin Sheng's eyes lowered, her long eyelashes casting shadows beneath her eyes, like a stormy sea. Everyone hold on tight. Jiangguo pressed the accelerator to the floor and drove straight at those people.
Danyu, D.
On the road, the thin man waiting for the next group of prey lowered his binoculars. He excitedly said to the others nearby, "Hey, there are 3 pretty women in that car. The one with white hair is especially beautiful. Boss, you can enjoy that white-haired woman first. After you're done, don't rush to kill her. Let the brothers have a taste too." Hearing about the pretty women, a tall, bald man chuckled, showing a mouthful of dark, soot-covered teeth. Wow. These days, the thin man's words have become more daring. Just now, he wasn't satisfied with a young girl. Now he's so happy. She must be a fairy.
Ha.
Let's stick to the usual rules. Keep the supplies. The women are for ourselves.
Ha ha ha.
This apocalypse is really better. That morning, the woman was dirty, but it was clear she was wearing brand-name clothes. We never even dreamed of women like her before. Now not only do we dream of her, but we can also use her freely. Ha! A few people were joking and talking dirty. The bald man, known as the boss, was the one holding the gun. But suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The car was only a few hundred meters away, but it showed no signs of slowing down. Oh no! These idiots might actually want to crash into us. No more car?
Darn.
They even sped up. Get out of the way, quick! The bald man shouted an order, and everyone quickly moved aside. These women, they actually want to hit us. When their tires burst and the car stops, I won't let them go. Witches. He kept staring at the car, which was getting closer to the metal with nails embedded in it. His smile couldn't be hidden. He already thought of 100 ways to torture those ungrateful women. But as the engine's sound grew louder, his smile froze. Suddenly, several vines shot out from the car's window. One vine quickly wrapped around the metal, making a loud crash as it threw it off the road. The other vines shot straight toward them. They were awakened beings. There are awakened ones inside the car. Everyone, be careful. Seeing the vine that seemed to have eyes and was flying toward them, the group instantly panicked. They scrambled and crawled to jump over the highway barrier and escape. The bald man ran while frantically shooting his gun at the car window. But within a few meters, a vine shot out from his forehead.
Pop.
Then his whole head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Red and white splattered everywhere. Seeing this, the others immediately lost any desire to fight back. They hurriedly grabbed their weapons and ran for their lives. Brother Bald is dead. Run now. Ah.
No.
Don't kill me. Spare me.
Please.
Help. As soon as they climbed over the barrier, vines from behind dragged them backward. They fell to the ground, tears and snot streaming down their faces. They begged loudly for mercy. But it wasn't over. Compared to the others, the bald man's death was the easiest. The vines that bound the remaining people dragged them along the highway. Jiang Jiangguo watched through the rearview mirror as they went from screaming to gradually stopping moving, leaving behind streaks of dark red blood. Gradually, their legs were gone. Their lower bodies were worn away. In the end, only a few bald heads remained. The vines finally retracted. The heads kept rolling forward due to inertia, like scattered bowling balls. Mu Yuan looked at the woman silently drinking water in front of him, and his respect for her strength grew even more. She is truly a powerful person. And she is also a kind-hearted leader. Although Qin Sheng didn't say much the whole time, he clearly saw that her expression turned cold only after seeing the naked bodies. Before that, she had seen the group of robbers from afar but remained very relaxed. She almost ignored such opponents. On the rest of the road, whenever they encountered people blocking the way, whether trying to hitch a ride or with bad intentions, the car simply drove through. The people blocking the way didn't slow down. They sped up to avoid the car. They left behind a trail of angry curses. At 7 p.m., the sun was setting. The car arrived outside the Haiqing base. The Haiqing base is easy to find because it was built on the site of the famous Xian High Resort. At that time, Xian High Resort was newly built and not yet open for business. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse arrived. Many people were heading to the base, and even before reaching it, the number of survivors and vehicles on the road was visibly increasing.
There was even traffic congestion. Qinsheng had cars in front and behind. A black Land Rover moved slowly among the traffic. Old Qin, it seems many people are heading to the Haiqing base. So many cars, it's almost like rush hour. Think about it. Before the apocalypse, Haiqing had millions of people. Even if most are gone or turned, about 20% might still be alive. Nearly 1 million survivors. There are many factories in the nearby industrial parks. Just one Fudokong branch has hundreds of thousands of workers, plus other electronics and clothing factories. Do the math. Jiang Jiangguo was amazed. Wow, yes, I really hadn't thought about that. Before, I rarely saw other survivors in the city. Sometimes I even felt like it was just us in the whole world. At that moment, Mu Yuan from behind spoke. Both of you, since we've reached the Haiqing base, I won't bother you anymore. You're leaving already? Jiang Jiangguo wanted to ask more, but Qinsheng interrupted. Qinsheng reached under the seat and pulled out a black backpack. Although I really wanted to trick you with an apple and some spicy strips, I decided to give you some food instead. Equal exchange, no debts. Then he said 2 words. Goodbye. Thank you. Goodbye. Mu Yuan took the backpack, slung it on his back, and without hesitation, opened the door and jumped out of the car. The striking white hair immediately made him the center of attention as he got out of the car. He headed straight toward the gate of the base. Jiang Jiangguo then said thoughtfully, Old Qin, do you really think he's from 10,000 years in the future? I still suspect he's an alien in disguise. Who he is doesn't matter. Sometimes, knowing too much isn't good. Just mind your own business. The more you know, the closer you get, and that can cause trouble. Qinsheng looked out the window calmly, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Sadness filled him as he took out a bucket of hot fried chicken from his space. It's so good that he's gone. Now I can eat fried chicken freely. Jiang Jiangguo, do you want a chicken leg? Yes. I want to. The car was stuck in traffic, moving very slowly, like a turtle crawling. The window kept out the hot outside air, keeping the inside cool. The two happily enjoyed their fried chicken with the air conditioning on, feeling like immortals. Old Qin, do you want some ice-cold soda too? Of course. I've stocked up enough to last us 10 lifetimes. Drink as much as you want. I'll get you 2 liters of big soda. Thanks, Old Qin. I love you. I want the kind with crushed ice. That's the best. It's clear that being with just the two of us is much better than with outsiders. Old Qin, I tell you, never date a man. What man is better than a close friend? If you are tempted by beauty and want to sleep with someone, that's fine, but make sure everything is clear and fair. If you fall in love, I won't be so carefree anymore. Hearing this, Jiang Jiangguo felt that even the chicken leg in his mouth didn't taste as good. Luckily, that beautiful alien girl left. If she had stayed, and if Old Qin developed feelings for her, I would be in trouble. Would Old Qin still invite me for late-night snacks in the future? Even though there was heavy traffic, all the survivors tried to stay quiet. No one argued, and no one honked their horns. Most of the people who survived this long were used to staying silent. Qinsheng was eating chicken wings while watching the terrain. Before the apocalypse, the new Sea City Resort hadn't officially opened, so she had never been inside and didn't know what it looked like. Looking ahead, at the end of the traffic there was a very tall wall. The wall was at least 10 stories high, stretching endlessly on both sides, with no end in sight. It probably surrounded the entire resort. The wall was built with large stones stacked together, giving a primitive and powerful feeling. On top of the wall, there were turrets and patrols with machine guns, constantly watching below. They were ready to suppress any uprising immediately. This was a huge project. It seems that the Haiqing base must have many individuals with special abilities, or else it would be impossible to complete such a large project in such a short time. After the apocalypse, it stays dark very late. It is almost 9 o'clock before it fully becomes night. An hour later, it is already past 8, and although the sky is not completely dark, the moonlight is beginning to show on the horizon. Finally, it was their turn to arrive. Please get out of the vehicle for registration. At the entrance of the base, there are guards with guns and a few staff members. The guard speaking is a man with a gun. Behind a long table are a young man wearing glasses, with thick registration books, pens, and a fingerprint scanner in front of him. Two people get out of the vehicle. The man notices Qin Sheng, who is dressed neatly and has a healthy complexion. He pauses briefly, then quickly returns to normal. His gaze then shifts to Jiang Jiangguo behind her, and he is surprised again. This time, because the woman is very tall, estimated to be over 1.80 meters. She is taller than many men. Due to recent intense training with a heavy sword, her skin has a light tan, and her muscles are well-defined and full of strength. Fortunately, Jiang Jiangguo has delicate features, clearly a woman. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell her gender. She looks like a female version of a legendary hero. The registration staff can't help but swallow nervously, then quickly regain composure. He avoids further staring at her. Then he turned to the two of them and said, according to the requirements above, level, name, age, special skills, and whether you have awakened abilities. The man spoke in a cold but polite tone. He looked at Jiang Jiangguo, who was taking notes with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Both of these people looked clean and healthy, clearly well-fed. Even at this moment, they were well-fed and warm. At least one of them must be an awakened person. That muscular girl looked very promising. The registration staff silently noted Jiang Jiangguo's name. When they saw him write the level of his special ability, they secretly smiled, thinking, just as expected, beast transformation ability. Good. A good fighter. Old Qin, it's your turn. After Jiang Jiangguo finished registering, he handed the registration book to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng casually wrote down her abilities. When it came to her special abilities, she hesitated for a moment, but then confidently listed her plant and space abilities. Before the apocalypse, people were divided into the poor and the rich. After the apocalypse, society still had class distinctions. Awakened individuals could go anywhere without being oppressed. She chose to write down her space ability because she knew that space-type abilities were not rare, and the chance of awakening was similar to other abilities. However, normal space abilities usually had limited capacity. Especially in basic spaces, which are usually only a few cubic meters, you can only store your own supplies or a small amount of very important items. She registered her space ability so that if someone ever discovers her using the space to take things, it won't seem strange. Even if others see it, they will just think she has a basic space ability. It won't attract much attention. Seeing that Qin Sheng has dual abilities, the registration staff smiled again. Although plant-based abilities don't have much attack power and are mainly for support work, space abilities are also not very useful, but they are better than nothing. The staff pointed to another person nearby using a fingerprint scanner. Go over there to record your fingerprints. The system will enter your personal information and issue you another ID card. This is like an old-style ID card. In the future, when you do missions and earn contribution points, they will be stored on this card. Don't lose it. Inside the base, contribution points are used as currency. The two of them went to record their fingerprints again. After about a minute, a staff member came out of a small room behind and handed over 2 cards. To enter the base, you need to pay 20 jin of grain. If you don't have it, that's okay. Later, when you enter the base, you can be assigned work directly, and the points will be deducted from your work credits. But if you pay grain directly, you won't be forced to do any work. You have more freedom. Hearing that entering the base requires grain, Qin Sheng was not surprised at all. In her previous life, she also visited many bases, each with its own entry threshold. Moreover, the Haiqing base is already very humane. If there is no food, you can borrow it first, and after being assigned work within the base, the wages will be deducted. This measure has already saved most of the survivors. After all, except for few mutants. Most ordinary people cannot carry so many supplies with them. Many are fleeing with empty stomachs. Compared to those who are turned away at the gate, starved to death, or are eaten by wild beasts. The group arriving at the Haisher base is undoubtedly lucky. Qin Sheng nodded at Jiang Jiangguo. She didn't want to be forced into work immediately upon entering the base. Jiang Jiangguo quickly opened the trunk and took out 2 bags of rice. Each bag weighs 20 jin. 1 bag per person.
Just right.
A staff member stepped forward, took the 2 bags of rice, and turned to carry them into a small house. The glasses-wearing registrar took out a simple map and handed it to them. This map shows the layout of the entire estate's facilities. Keep driving inside and follow the signs. There's a parking lot ahead. Find your accommodation according to the map, and you'll see when you arrive. Okay? Thank you. Qinsheng nodded and returned to the car. Jiang Jiangguo stepped on the accelerator and drove through the gate. Sure enough, they saw the parking lot signs and followed them for about 10 minutes. A large parking lot appeared before us. It was already full of tightly packed vehicles, with no end in sight. There were at least tens of thousands of cars. It was clear that this was originally an open-air parking lot. The car shelters above were of various colors, and some were even covered with plastic sheets. It was obvious that these were makeshift shelters added temporarily. This space is quite detail-oriented. If there were no shelters and everything was just parked outside in the sun, the tires would probably melt from the heat. Jiang Jiangguo chuckled as he drove into a parking space and parked the car. While he was parking, Qinsheng had already roughly memorized the map. When the map was unfolded, it was quite simple. It only had white lines forming circles and some boxes with words like parking lot, dormitory, supermarket, hospital, and so on. Besides the terrain map, there were also some rules for the survivors to follow. She looked at it once, then handed it to Jiang Jiangguo. These are some rules for the base. Take a look and remember them. These people are dressed in torn clothes, very thin, with dark skin. As soon as someone comes out of the parking lot, they rush over quickly, asking if they need a guide or someone to lead the way. Just as Qinsheng and another person step forward, a figure suddenly rushes past like the wind and quickly grabs Qinsheng's pants. Like a little wolf cub, he turns around and scolds the others who are chasing behind him. I got here first. This person is mine. We agreed that whoever catches them first gets to be their guest. It seems to be some kind of rule among them. Qinsheng stays silent. Jiang Jiangguo also obediently carries several large backpacks and stands behind her with a heavy sword. These backpacks are filled with snacks Jiang Jiangguo likes to eat. He finds it troublesome to ask Qinsheng every time, so he usually packs several big bags at once, eats some, then asks for more. The little boy looks about 12 or 13 years old, very thin, with limbs as skinny as sticks. His clothes and pants are greasy and smell of sweat. His head is completely shaved, smooth and shiny. Among the survivors, many have this kind of hairstyle. The other survivors who were driven back by him are now swarming to grab other guests. Do you need a guide? The little boy turns his head and his fierce expression suddenly changes. One moment, he looks threatening. The next, he appears gentle and kind. He is really good at changing his face like in Sichuan opera. Seeing Qinsheng with empty hands and Jiang Jiangguo behind carrying several large bags, I immediately understood who was in charge between the two. He continued smiling at Qinsheng. Sister, I am very cheap, and I know the way well. If you invite me, it will definitely be worth it. Really? How cheap are you? You can give me anything. As long as I can eat. A piece of bread, a steamed bun, some rice, instant noodles, or cookies. Anything. I don't mind. The boy spoke eagerly. Qinsheng also carried something, her backpack. But compared to Jiang Jiangguo's heavy load, hers was quite small. She took out a bag of breakfast cookies from her backpack and handed it to the boy. Although she had a map, it was very simple and lacked many details, only showing the locations of official buildings. It was also inconvenient to find places using the map. Lead the way. I need to find a place to stay first. Do you know how the houses are arranged in the base? Yes, I do. The boy took the cookies, opened them, and ate a piece while explaining. I'm one of the first survivors to arrive, so I know everything about the base. There are 2 types of houses. One is free. The other requires payment. Jiang Jiangguo asked curiously, what's the difference between the free and paid ones? The base has 3 living areas. Area A and Area B charge rent, while Area C is free. Area A is the most luxurious. It is home to important people and has standalone villas, so it costs the most. It is a high-end, wealthy area, and even rich people might not be able to live there. Area B mainly has apartments. Rent depends on the size of the house. The larger the house, the higher the rent. Many residents here are awakened individuals or capable people. It is considered middle class. Area C is the slum and the most chaotic part. It offers free shared dormitories, large rooms with 60 beds, one for each person. To stay in the free dorms, residents must do some work assigned by the base, which they cannot refuse. These tasks are usually simple, like cleaning, repairing things, or moving bricks at construction sites to build new houses. If someone doesn't want to share a room and has no money, they can set up a tent in the open area of Area C. The base doesn't interfere. However, living in a large dorm is crowded and costs money. The base provides some protection, so personal safety is somewhat assured. Setting up a tent is a free-for-all. If someone steals your tent or harms you, the base won't get involved. Most people choose to live in the shared dorms. Only the very old, sick, disabled, or extremely dangerous individuals set up tents on their own. Qin Sheng listened to the boy's words while observing the surroundings. Paid houses are easier to explain. There are 4-person rooms, 8-person rooms, and 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartments, all kinds. If you have enough money, living in a villa in Area A is also possible. I'll take you to the housing office. You can rent a house from there. The little boy leading the way walked and ate at the same time. Before long, he licked all the crumbs off his bag. Aren't you going to save some for later? Qin Sheng looked at the boy who was licking his bag and asked, "Hey, why save it? My mom told me to eat whatever I find right away. Eating it is the safest. I tried hiding the food I brought before, but I couldn't hide it at all. It was always taken away. Those darn dogs, when they search us, they even have to spread my butt cheeks to check. They're afraid I might hide something in my butt crack. Have you ever hidden something in your butt crack?" Jiang Jianguo asked curiously. "Of course I have," the boy nodded naturally, then sighed regretfully. "I hid 2 little bear cookies in my butt crack. I wanted to bring them home for a snack, but they found them. I thought if I hid things in my butt crack, they wouldn't eat them. But I was wrong, they didn't like it, but they still ate them."
Darn.
"They're so picky." Jiang Jianguo laughed loudly. They continued walking and talking. After about 10 minutes, a small 2-story building appeared in front of us. At the entrance, there were big characters that read Housing Management Office. Inside, there were about a dozen desks arranged in a row, each equipped with a computer. In front of each desk, there was a long line of people waiting. The young boy entered and immediately pulled Qin Sheng toward a desk where a slightly chubby middle-aged woman was sitting. "Big sister, come with me to line up. Over there. My aunt is registering. We're related." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman shot him a sharp look. "What do you mean you're related? Stop talking nonsense." Qin Sheng smiled and followed the boy to join the line. Jiang Jianguo found a stool to sit on and wait. After a while, it was finally Qin Sheng's turn. The woman glanced at the boy with a faint look. "Looks like you've had enough to eat today. This is the 3rd visitor, right? When you go home tonight, your mother can save some food." Then she turned to look at Qin Sheng, still expressionless and professional. "Do you want to stay in the free shared room or the paid one?" "Paid. I want to rent a 2-bedroom apartment." The woman tapped quickly on her computer and brought up a screen. "There are 30 buildings in Area B for full rental. Buildings 1 to 26 are fully occupied. The remaining buildings still have space, with 4 units per floor and a total of 8 floors. Which floor would you like to stay on?" "Top floor." "I want to stay on the top floor." Qin Sheng replied without hesitation, "I'm not afraid of climbing stairs. Living on the top floor means only 3 families pass by her door. The fewer people, the better. She dislikes crowded places." The woman nodded and said, "Then it's building 27, 8th floor. Pay first, then see the house. 50 jin of grain per month. Later, when your identity card has contribution points, you can use them to pay rent." She glanced at the little boy beside her and added, "This building has good orientation and lighting, and the decoration is okay. Water and electricity are connected. If you need gas, you can buy it at the base." After paying the rent and getting the keys, the child took Qin Sheng to the entrance of the accommodation building, completing the task. Then he hurried toward the parking lot. The entire area of the accommodation zone is filled with 7-story apartment buildings. The walls look new, as if they were built recently. Indeed, as soon as they entered, They saw that the stairwells were full of signs of recent construction. Brand new white walls, splashes of plaster. The thin film on the stainless steel handrails hadn't been removed yet. They went all the way up to the 7th floor rooftop, where 4 security doors caught their attention. The house they rented was 704, the last one. Near the staircase leading to the rooftop, Qin opened the door with a key and was stunned by the interior decoration. The walls are all plain white, and the floor is concrete. A lonely incandescent light hangs from the ceiling. The place feels so empty, like a haunted house. Jiang Jiangguo. Is this the popular raw finish style now? What raw finish? This is just raw. Lao Qin, are we being scammed? Jiang Jiangguo looks confused. Qin notices that the doors to rooms 702 and 703 are slightly open, not locked. He quickly opens the doors to both rooms and takes a look inside. For some reason, my gloomy mood suddenly feels a little better. Wow, compared to these 2 rooms, ours is already nicely decorated. This place has a pure Syrian style. What do you mean Syrian style? Jiang Jiangguo follows Qin, doubtful, and peeks inside. Whoa, no way. These rooms are all rough walls, not even painted white. Only the water and electricity are connected, and the pipes are all exposed. The kid wasn't lying, his aunt really is his aunt. We didn't lose out. In the future, who knows which 2 fools will rent these rooms? What a tragedy. People are like that, one person's bad luck can be overwhelming. But seeing others worse off makes you feel a bit better. That's human nature. Qin enters room 704 and checks the facilities inside. The water and electricity are working. Currently, there is no natural gas at the base. The older sister said the base sells bottled gas, so you can buy it yourself. Qin plans to stay at the base for a while. So, the first thing to do now is to decorate. But it is already dark outside. The 2 of them ate a little, and then slept on the floor. Early the next morning, they started the actual decorating work. The first task was to install curtains. They chose full blackout, light beige linen curtains, with an additional layer of sheer, semi-transparent curtains to protect privacy. Jiang Jiangguo used a hammer to install the curtain rods on the wall. Once the rods were in place, they hung the curtains. It is daytime now, so there is no need to sleep. Qin pulled the sheer curtains closed to block outside view. Then they slowly began preparing other tasks. Although it was only 9 in the morning, the sun outside was very bright. The thermometer on the balcony showed the indoor temperature was 52 degrees Celsius. Both of them were wearing tank tops and shorts, busy working inside. They were sweating heavily. Jiang Jiangguo was assembling furniture and sweating as he worked. Although his body could survive in such high temperatures, it was very hot. Qin quickly changed the lock on the security door and then closed all the windows and doors. She brought out several large plastic basins from the storage space. She placed big blocks of ice inside them. They took out the electric fan, plugged it in, and turned it on to blow cool air. The ice blocks they just took out melted quickly, visibly melting away. But Qin didn't mind at all. She had stored a lot of saltpeter for making ice, and all of it was used up, enough to create 2 icebergs. Seeing the ice suddenly appear out of nowhere and the fan working, Jiang Jiangguo's eyes lit up. He quickly stood up, helped Qin sit on the newly assembled sofa, and was very eager. Old Qin, dear old Qin, you sit here and rest. You just need to help cool down the place and be the overall commander. I'll handle everything else. Well, you're busy alone, isn't that a bit much? No, it's great. I love working hard. It's honorable.
Don't compete with me.
If you try to do my job, I'll get annoyed. Just one thing. Please keep the room from getting hotter, okay? Qin nodded with a mix of laughter and tears. Someone is insisting you rest, and who can refuse? So, during the next while, Qin nibbled on spicy chicken feet while wandering around the house, planning the furniture arrangement. She had collected many pieces of furniture, some from after the apocalypse, ready-made. Others she ordered from a furniture factory before, needing to be assembled herself. Jiang Jiangguo. This cement floor isn't very clean. Should we lay down vinyl flooring or wooden flooring? Wooden flooring, of course. We can't lower our living standards. I can install the flooring myself, don't worry.
Should we replace this incandescent bulb? I also have a beautiful crystal lamp stored away. Definitely. You bring it out and I'll install it. Should we get a white cabinet for the kitchen? Do we need a range hood too? Yes, get one. Without a range hood, cooking spicy dishes will be too smoky. Jiang Jiangguo, which bedroom will you sleep in? The master or the second bedroom? I don't mind. Just sleep in the room you don't like. You choose first. Jiang Jiangguo, can you handle electrical work? The socket in the kitchen has no power. Is it broken? Leave it to me. Don't touch it, it's dangerous. I have 10 years of experience as an electrician. I can tell if the wiring is powered just by feeling it. After 10 minutes, Jiang Jiangguo, with a wild hairstyle and a face covered in soot, came out of the kitchen. He grinned proudly, showing his white teeth, which suddenly emitted a puff of black smoke from the gaps. Cough, cough. I told you I have experience. I can tell if there's power just by feeling it. Cough, cough. Qin Sheng looked at Jiang Jiangguo, who had a pale complexion and a wild hairstyle, and was completely confused. Did you use a voltage tester in the kitchen? You didn't use it. Oh, that thing can't be as accurate as feeling with my hand. Jiang Jiangguo waved dismissively and went back to working on the electrical appliances. Qin Sheng took 3 seconds to observe and confirm that Jiang Jiangguo was sober before feeling relieved. He nervously warned, next time, use a test light when dealing with electricity. If the voltage is high, it could kill you instantly. You don't understand. True strength means constantly challenging your limits. Our bodies now have awakened abilities. Even at 50 degrees Celsius, we can't be burned. Can we still be the same as before? Listen, old Qin, I've already made up my mind. From now on, I will focus on strengthening my body. I will push my muscles to the limit. Once I get used to household electricity safety, I will try high voltage. After adapting to high voltage, I want to try getting struck by lightning. I want to develop a body as tough as a Golden Bell shield, invulnerable to blades, guns, and electric shocks. Old Qin, just wait to hold onto my leg. Having me is your good fortune. Qin Sheng's chicken claw fell to the ground with a clatter. Seeing Jiang Jiangguo's excited expression, he twitched his lips slightly. What should I do? This reckless friend seems even more intense than last time. Last time, Jiang Jiangguo only trained himself to the limit, but he never thought about shocking himself. If he messes up the voltage, he might turn into roasted pork. Can electricity be played with casually? Trying it could be deadly. Qin Sheng was so scared, she spent a long time convincing Jiang Jiangguo to abandon that idea, temporarily stopping him. But seeing Jiang Jiangguo agree with a look of eager anticipation, she knew her words hadn't fully convinced him. After a busy morning, this 2-bedroom apartment has finally been transformed from an unfinished space into a beautifully decorated home. Looking up at the bright crystal chandelier, Qin Sheng smiles happily. Jiang Jiangguo, what do you want to eat for lunch? Today, I'll satisfy all your cravings. I want to eat snail noodles, duck foot hot pot, durian pizza, and fried stinky tofu. Hearing that he has a say, Jiang Jiangguo lists a series of very tempting foods. Qin Sheng's face is filled with many of Jiang Jiangguo's favorite foods because she also likes them. Many hobbies and tastes are shared between close friends. She brings out 2 large bowls of hot snail noodles and duck foot hot pot from her space, steaming and bubbling. When the stinky tofu and other small dishes are also served, the room fills with a mix of strong, mixed smells. It looks like a big crime scene. Seeing all the delicious food, Qin Sheng suddenly takes out 2 bottles of chilled Fanta from her space. One for each of them. Jiang Jiangguo washes his hands, sits cross-legged in front of the coffee table, and watches Qin Sheng pour Fanta into glasses, bubbles fizzing inside. Suddenly, on a whim, she asks, "By the way, Lao Qin, do you have any canned herring? I saw a short video about it once, and that stuff is really powerful. I've never had the courage to try it. If you happen to have some, let's taste it together." Qin Sheng just found a comedy movie on her tablet and turned to look at Jiang Jiangguo with a puzzled expression. "What's that? Is it tasty? Did I remember once, when I was gathering supplies at the supermarket, all the food on the shelves was taken. Only a few rows of canned goods remained untouched.
It seemed like those cans were herring fish cans. Wait a moment, I'll look for it in my space. Qin Sheng had never heard of this before, but since no one wanted the cans, she added them to her space inventory. She thought it's just canned food, and even if it's not tasty, how bad can it be? Might as well take it. It's better than letting mice have it. She searched through various corners of her space and finally found a bunch of herring cans in one corner. She took one out and handed it to Jiang Jiangguo. Is this the can you were talking about? Yes, yes. That's exactly it. Seeing what Qin Sheng held, Jiang Jiangguo's eyes lit up. He quickly rushed over and took it. I saw online that this stuff smells terrible. Worse than garbage. I've always been curious about what it is that makes it so unique. Old Qin, open a can, let's try it. How does it compare to snail noodles? Oh, snail noodles are like a little brother next to this. Qin Sheng watched Jiang Jiangguo's excited expression and his eager attitude, along with her own description. I don't know why, but Qin Sheng suddenly remembered the old dog that used to guard his family home. That dog ate fancy food every day, looking very reluctant, but as soon as it saw a pile of poop, its eyes would light up, and it would rush over to eat. That look strangely resembled the person sitting across from him now. In an instant, Qin Sheng lost interest in the thing called herring can. He pointed at the security door. Jiang Jiangguo, go eat in the hallway. It's better ventilated there. Can I eat inside? Qin Sheng shook his head. No. Old Qin, do you want to go out and eat with me? We should try new things, right? Qin Sheng looked expressionless and shook his head. I'm not interested in trying to improve myself. I just want to relax. So, be brave and try it yourself. From now on, I'll rely on you. The doctor said I have a weak stomach and should eat soft food. All right then. Jiang Jiangguo, holding the herring can in one hand and a small wooden stool in the other, turned around and left the door, looking back every few steps. Before closing the door, he made sure to remind him. Old Qin, eat your own snail noodles.
Don't eat mine.
And leave me half of the duck foot hot pot. Got it, got it. You go ahead and relax. Qin Sheng put his tablet down, pressed the play button. He watched a movie while slurping his noodles. Without turning around, he replied, bang. The security door closed. Jiang Jiangguo sat in the hallway, taking several deep breaths. I don't believe there's any food in the world. I won't try. Anyway, it's the end of the world, so today I'll push myself. She looked serious as she opened a can, staring at the cloudy liquid inside. The appearance wasn't great. First, she sniffed it. As the saying goes, don't judge a book by its cover. The same applies to food. Maybe it looks bad, but tastes good. Jiang Jiangguo lowered her head, took a deep breath close to the can.
Wow.
That smells terrible. Yuck. How can something smell so bad? Is it even worth trying? She looked at the can in fear. In her 20-plus years, she had never smelled anything so foul. It was like rotten meat mixed with feces, with an indescribable sour, fermented smell. It was extremely overpowering. This stuff could almost be used as a biological weapon. Qin Sheng, behind the security door, was nibbling on a crispy duck foot and watching through the peephole. Hearing Jiang Jiangguo's dry heaves, she felt grateful she hadn't been impulsive. If Jiang Jiangguo, who was squatting and eating crab legs at the same time, could be disgusted, then this smell was definitely not ordinary. Jiang Jiangguo was about to give up when she heard Qin Sheng's voice from behind the door. Jiang Jiangguo, if you can't eat it, just stop. Let's not be brave and try it. If I end up hurting myself, it wouldn't be worth it. Is old Qin trying to provoke me? Jiang Jiangguo instinctively thought Qin Sheng was using reverse psychology. It's just a can of food, after all. It's only a little spoiled. If it can send me away, who cares? I looked down on it. It's okay. At first, I felt a bit uncomfortable, but after a while, it doesn't seem so bad. Old Qin, maybe this thing just smells bad but tastes good. I'll try it first. If it's tasty, we can eat it together. After saying that, he took a deep breath, resisting the urge to gag, and used chopsticks to pick up a soft, limp fish. He quickly put it in his mouth, not giving himself a second to regret. But the moment the fish touched his tongue, he regretted it. It smells terrible. So disgusting and gross. Thinking about the other side of the cat's eye, There was another pair of eyes watching him. Jiang Jiangguo forced himself to swallow despite feeling sick. People can be cowardly, but they must keep their dignity. Darn it. It's soft and mushy. The texture.
Ugh.
How does it taste? Smells bad but tastes good? Qin Sheng asked from behind the security door. Jiang Jiangguo wanted to say it smells terrible. But he also thought that if he was the only one eating such a stinky thing, Qin Sheng would tease him forever. He instinctively wanted to invite her to try it too, so they could suffer together. Brothers in hardship. No one should laugh at the other in the future. Delicious. Jiang Jiangguo's mouth was full of herring, but he didn't have the courage to swallow it.
He could only gulp and reply.
Delicious. Even though it smells bad, it tastes really good. Before he finished speaking, he couldn't hold back and started to gag. Qin Sheng looked suspiciously. Is it really tasty? Yes. Ugh. It's really delicious. Ugh. Old Qin, I'm not lying to you. It's really tasty. It melts in your mouth. Ugh, I can't go on. Ugh. Seeing her eating and vomiting at the same time, Qin Sheng didn't believe the words, delicious, at all. At this moment, a loud, angry shout came from downstairs. Wow, who the heck is cooking poop in this building? Even if you're hungry, you shouldn't eat that. Ugh. Brother, stop cooking poop. Ugh, can you please close the door and eat quietly? Hearing the curse from the corridor, Qin Sheng quickly pinched her nose, took the small stool and the remaining half of the sardine can into the room. Then she hurriedly closed the door, afraid someone would come looking for her because of the smell. Looking at the sardine can in her hand, Qin Sheng felt very lucky she didn't try that stuff with Jiang Jiangguo. This can't even be called food. It's more like a biological weapon.
Wait.
Weapon? Qin Sheng suddenly had a bright idea and stopped her plan to throw the can into the drain. She looked thoughtfully at the extremely smelly sardine can in her hand. A few seconds later, she smiled slyly. Yes, a weapon. Since this can't be eaten, it can definitely be used as a powerful weapon. She could almost imagine, during future battles, sneaking up on the enemy and suddenly launching a sardine can filled with a torpedo. The can would explode above the enemy, and the soup and fish inside would rain down from the sky. The enemy's expression would be priceless. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, she quickly sealed the remaining half of the can with plastic wrap and put it in her space. There was still more than half left. No way she would waste it. Next time she encounters such a can, she must pick it up. It's an essential item for home and travel. When she came out, Jiang Jiangguo was already happily slurping his big bowl of snail noodles, showing no sign of the earlier nausea except for a bit of cold sweat on his forehead. Seeing Qin Sheng come out of the kitchen, Jiang Jiangguo, while slurping his noodles, complained, "Old Qin, I tell you, this stuff is really not for humans to eat. What kind of people invent such disgusting food? It's a crime. Next time you see this kind of can, don't bring it home." Qin Sheng shared her recent idea. Jiang Jiangguo immediately came back to life, his eyes shining like steel. "Old Qin, you're really something. I never thought of that. When I was a kid playing in the countryside, my cousin took me to blow up cow dung. We put firecrackers into a pile of manure, and I had to run immediately. If I moved too slowly, I'd get covered in poop from the explosion. That scene is still very vivid in my memory. I guess if we blow up a sardine can, it won't be any less powerful. I'm really eager to try it." After dinner, the two of them thoroughly cleaned the house. During the hot daytime, Qin Sheng didn't want to go outside and just took a nap at home. Jiang Jiangguo is very active. While Qin Sheng was sleeping, she carried her heavy sword to the top floor and practiced swordsmanship under the blazing sun. Qin Sheng's grandfather's collection became easier for her to handle over time. She practiced whenever she had free time, almost like she was becoming obsessed. Jiang Jiangguo knew that although Qin Sheng seemed to handle daily life easily, the end of the world was very dangerous. She couldn't rely on old Qin forever. She needed to become strong herself. Before the apocalypse, she was old Qin's top follower, and after, she had to keep that position. She couldn't let others take it away. As the sun was about to set, She returned home and took a shower with water melted from cooling ice. While changing clothes, I heard a knock on my door. Qin Sheng's voice came from outside. Jiang Jiangguo, I plan to visit the base. Do you want to come? Yes. Wait for me. I'm just getting dressed. I'll be ready soon. The older brother must go out with me, in case some little troublemaker outside tricks old Qin. Qin Sheng looked at the wet footprints on the floor and sighed lazily. When we left, the sun was almost setting, but the hot breeze hitting the door made Qin Sheng frown. It felt hotter than yesterday. In her past life, she stayed mostly in the north and didn't know much about Hail City. But back then, the first disaster after the end of the world was a bug outbreak. This bug disaster wasn't just locusts passing through. All kinds of insects, after evolving, suddenly exploded in number. Snakes, bugs, rats, and ants flooded out of the ground like a flood. She wondered if something like this might happen here too. When they reached the 4th floor, they saw a family moving in. There were quite a few people, 8 in total, adults and children. A large truck was parked downstairs, and 2 men in their 30s were unloading furniture, beds, sofas, pots, and dishes. The remaining adults, children, and elderly were carrying things upstairs. They looked like a family. Qin Sheng simply glanced briefly, and then walked away. Jiang Jiangguo couldn't help but feel curious, and looked a few more times into the truck's cargo area. After the two of them had walked far away, she finally spoke, saying, Qin Sheng, that big truck's inside looks just like a camper, with tables, chairs, benches, and even a bed. This family is quite resourceful. Qin Sheng, walking along the map route from memory, replied without turning his head, although these people look tired from traveling, the middle-aged man has a rough aura and the women, children, and elderly don't seem weak. They probably have some skills. Stop your curiosity. Don't get involved in everything. There are always people better than us and things beyond our reach. We're not afraid of trouble, but we shouldn't seek it out either. Hey, do you think I'm the kind of person who likes to cause trouble for no reason? Yes, Jiang Jiangguo. The entire Haiqing base was large, with many survivors. Especially after dark, without the hot sun, more survivors moved around than during the day. But everyone was in a hurry, some walking quickly with their heads down, rushing forward. Unlike before, no one would kindly ask, "Have you eaten?" After walking for over 20 minutes, Qin Sheng saw from afar the bright lights by the artificial lake inside the city. The lively sounds of talking, shouting, and arguing filled the air. If you ignore the tattered clothes and thin bodies of most people, it almost looks like the end of the world. On the map, Haiqing Base has 3 official markets, located in the East District, West District, and Central District. The market in front of you is in the Central District, set up beside an artificial lake. Streetlights are placed every 50 meters along both sides of the road. Under the lights, there are many stalls. Some people set up small tables to sell their goods, while others lay a cloth on the ground and display their items directly. Some people squat nearby, with 1 or 2 items in front of them, waiting for customers. At this time, money is no longer very useful. Most transactions are based on bartering or using contribution points to buy things. Many people come to browse, pushing and shoving, almost like a busy market fair. However, patrol teams from the base constantly patrol the street to keep order. Qin Sheng looked at the goods on the stalls. There was a wide variety of items dazzling to see. There was gold jewelry, brand-name clothes and bags, watches, shoes, and underwear. There was also food, water, small pieces of cloth, and some ancient-looking antiques that couldn't be named. Back before the end of the world, gold, diamonds, and famous brands were highly sought after. Now, everything is very cheap. Among the survivors setting up stalls, some are also evolved beings. The Ice-type evolver sells various flavors of popsicles and ice cubes for cooling. The Earth-type evolver helps build walls and similar structures. The Plant-type evolver sells fruits and grains they grow themselves. Some stalls display strange creatures cut in half. Does anyone really buy those? Beautiful lady. Want to look at clothes? We also have brand-name bags. Just 1 box of cookies or some snacks is enough. Gold jewelry. Big sale. Just 1 contribution point to buy. Popsicles. Tomato-flavored. orange-flavored, cucumber-flavored. Buy one, get one free for just one contribution point. Big brother. Do you need a wall or a mud house? I can help. Qin Sheng has no contribution points, so she trades 2 pieces of bread and an ice-type ability for 2 orange-flavored popsicles. She has some space storage, but she still wants to buy something when she goes out. After looking around, she doesn't find anything she wants, so she just buys a popsicle. The 2 of them eat their popsicles while shopping. A young man in his 20s, with handsome features, hurriedly walks to an almost empty spot, sits cross-legged on the ground, casually inserts a blade of grass into his hair, and starts shouting. Are there any kind ladies looking to buy? I have great strength and eat little, and I listen well. Please, kind lady, buy me. No money needed, just provide food and shelter. The middle-aged man selling goods nearby looked at him with disdain. You're healthy and able to work. As long as you're willing to work, you won't go hungry. Why are you running over to sell yourself? And only to young ladies? You think everything will go your way. The young man seemed not to hear and kept shouting loudly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he focused on 2 women walking toward him from a short distance. One was tall and strong, carrying a heavy sword. The other had fair skin and was eating an ice cream. Both looked healthy and clean. They must be important people. Maybe rich. He quickly fixed his hair and walked confidently toward them. Miss, are you buying? I can be your helper, do chores, cook, wash clothes, anything. I'm strong, eat little, and very obedient. Buy me. No money needed.
No 998. No 888.
Just give me some food, and I'll go home with you. Qin Sheng was licking her ice cream, turned her head, and looked at the young man with grass growing on his head as if he were a fool, and she said coolly, who in this day and age is short of a lazy bum? Exactly. Jiang Jianguo quickly nodded, very cautious about any young man who appeared around Qin Sheng. Just now, Jiang Jianguo was glaring angrily at the young man, but when he turned around, he smiled at Qin Sheng like a gentle spring breeze. Old Qin, let's go. There are many things ahead. Don't bother with him. He dragged Qin Sheng away as he spoke. The young man wanted to say something, but Jiang Jianguo shot him a fierce look, and he swallowed his words quietly. Jiang Jianguo returned to his stall, continued shouting to attract customers, and waited for the next lucky person. Qin Sheng was dragged along by Jiang Jianguo, feeling both amused and helpless, while Jiang Jianguo kept warning her to stay away from trouble and similar advice. They only slowed down after walking a few hundred meters. I admit I have a bit of a thing for looks. I like to admire beautiful people, but I wouldn't be so distracted that I can't walk when I see someone attractive. Speaking of beauty, that young man with the grass growing on his head isn't even 1% as pretty as that old man with white hair. With such beauty, I can stay calm. Especially compared to those plain and common women. Humph, you underestimate me too much. Qin Sheng proudly bit into her ice cream bar and held it in her mouth. At the end of the market was a crossroad. Opposite was the base's task hall, and nearby was a public dining hall. Within a 3-kilometer radius of the base, a public dining hall was set up. Survivors could use points to eat there, which was much cheaper than cooking their own meals. Currently, there is only one task center in the entire base. Qin Sheng and her companions saw the brightly lit task hall from afar. Many people were coming and going. Curious, she headed in that direction. Since she was free anyway, it was a good idea to look around. She initially thought the task hall would be like the housing management office, with desks and staff members. But when she entered, she found only a few staff members responsible for registration. The whole hall looked very high-tech. An entire wall was covered with semi-transparent virtual screens. It looked like a stock trading center, with colorful information scrolling across the screen. Qin Sheng asked someone nearby and learned that the top 2 rows of pinned information were official tasks. The tasks below were posted by individuals. Are you new here? The man with a square face, who had just explained things to her, looked at Qin Sheng mysteriously. Qin Sheng nodded and quietly handed over a pack of cookies. Yes, we're new. We don't know much yet. Can you help us understand? That's very kind of you. Oh, no need to be so polite.
the man politely said, but quickly slipped the cookies into his clothes. You're such a polite girl. The man took the items and suddenly looked much more sincere with a warm smile. Jiang Jiangguo honestly stood behind Qin Sheng, attentively listening to the man's bragging. No, his introduction. Look at you and your. The man glanced at Jiang Jiangguo, who was a head taller than him. After a brief hesitation, he continued. You seem to be an evolver, right? See those red tasks above? Most of them are high-risk missions issued by the authorities, and of course, the rewards are quite generous. Only strong evolvers usually take on these kinds of missions. The green tasks are relatively easier and less dangerous. If you want to post a private mission, just go over there and register with the staff. But when you post a mission, you need to pay the mission fee in advance and give it to the staff for safekeeping. This is to prevent the publisher from backing out after the mission is accepted. However, private missions require a fee, 10 contribution points. Qin Sheng looked up at the display. There are about a dozen official missions. Most involve collecting mutated plants and animals outside the base. Completing one usually earns at least 50 points or more. Private missions, on the other hand, have all kinds of requests. Some are looking for their mothers, children, fathers, or lost loved ones. Task rewards are usually not very high, generally not exceeding 10 points. After all, there are not many wealthy survivors left now. At this moment, the task information on the light screen refreshed. A series of over 10 task notifications popped up one after another. All the publishers were the same person, Yi Beixian. Listening to the name, it sounds like a man. The first task is to find his wife, with a reward of 500 contribution points. The second task is to find his cousin, with a reward of 500 contribution points. The third task is to find his childhood friend's younger sister, with a reward of 500 contribution points. The fourth task is a total of 12 bounty tasks, all involving finding women. And each of these tasks has a sketch of a beautiful woman's face attached. Qin Sheng looked at the name, Yi Beixian, with curiosity. Do you know who this Yi Beixian is? Hee hee. The man's laugh sounded a bit lecherous, showing an envious expression. This Yi Beixian is a famous big shot in Haiqing Base. He's powerful, wealthy, and surrounded by countless admirers, each more beautiful than the last. He gave Qin Sheng a thumbs up, then shook his head regretfully. If I had a woman as beautiful as that, I'd die happily. He's got a bunch. Comparing people can really make you angry. We are all used to Yi Beixian's close friends occasionally acting jealous and running away from home. He often posts missions to find people, not just once or twice. I understand. Jiang Jiangguo's eyes lit up with excitement. I often read romance novels, and this is like the story where she runs away, he chases, and she can't escape.
Wow.
Is this the real-life version of a boss story? I really want to see the scene live. What should I do? The man smiled confidently. Hee hee, every time these women run away, they help some survivors claim rewards for free. Honestly, I've taken on this kind of mission twice already. I won't tell you more. Look, so many people are rushing to get missions over there. I'm also going to make some quick money.
Bye.
The man strode toward the service window. Qin Sheng looked up. Wow. Are all of them rushing to take Yi Beixian's mission? The windows were crowded with survivors, pushing and shoving each other, almost fighting. From this, you can tell the mission isn't very difficult. That's right, if someone really wanted to hide, it wouldn't be so easy to find them. Probably just a little romantic game between couples. Jiang Jiangguo quietly moved closer to Qin Sheng's ear, watching the large, 500 contribution points displayed on the screen. Tears of envy couldn't help but flow from her mouth corner. Is this the power of love? Qin Sheng gave her a cold glance. No, it's the power of contribution points. The simple missing person notice was for someone who didn't really want to hide. The reward was as high as 500 contribution points. What else could it be, if not money? In the base, if you exchanged food for contribution points, 1 gene of food could get you 1 contribution point. Eating a meal in the cafeteria usually costs about 1 contribution point, and you might even get some meat. 500 contribution points equal 500 gene of food.
500 meals. Who wouldn't want to grab it? She was a bit tempted. But thinking about the mountain of food in her space, she felt too lazy to move. Meanwhile, beside her, Jiang Jiangguo was staring at the crowded window, lost in thought. His eyes burned with curiosity, almost tangible. Old Qin, can I go take the mission? I promise I won't cause trouble, and I can earn contribution points too. Earning contribution points? Qin Sheng saw through her. You should go gossip somewhere else. I can tell what you're about to say just by the way you sit. She helplessly waved her hand. Go on, go on. You're always glued to me, I'm almost bored of it. It's good to find something to do. If someone bullies you, just come back and find me. I'll help you handle it. Thanks, old Qin. Love you forever. Jiang Jiangguo hurriedly ran to the task window, as if rushing to a feast. Wait for me. Count me in, sis. Hey, don't push. You're pressing on me. Who the heck is messing with my head? Old woman, try pulling my hair again and see what happens. Watching Jiang Jiangguo's series of playful antics, Qin Sheng silently covered her face and stepped back, focusing on studying the task information on the screen. The task center of a base best shows the overall situation of the base. Most official tasks here are small missions like collecting mutated plants and animals. This means the base hasn't faced any major crises so far, so the tasks are still easy. There are no large-scale joint resource collection missions either. Either they don't need supplies, or the base's officials are handling these missions themselves. It's almost impossible that they don't need supplies, like money, who wouldn't want more? So it must be the latter. It seems the official people at Haiqing Base are guarding the survivors inside. Yi Beixian and Qin Sheng once again looked at the name. This name sounded strangely familiar, like they had heard or seen it somewhere before. After thinking for a while, Qin Sheng finally remembered something. In her past life, she and Jiang Jiangguo once encountered a very powerful mutated beast. She was badly injured and couldn't move, and Jiang Jiangguo was also close to death. They hurriedly fled and accidentally ended up at a small base. That place was full of women, especially many beautiful women, like a land of women. Inside the base, except for the base leader and his son, no men were allowed. On the day they arrived, they heard the base's rules and escaped that night. The rule was that any woman entering the base was considered part of the base leader's harem. Every night, he would ride a mutated crocodile out to play, and the crocodile would stop at a woman's door. The woman inside would then be honored. It was like an ancient emperor's palace. When Jiang Jiangguo heard this, he managed to carry her away, even though he was barely able to move. He kept cursing as they left. At that time, it seemed, the base leader's name was Yi Beixian.
Yi Beiquan Base.
Yes, that's the name. Thinking of all this, Qin Sheng looked at the name and felt a strange, indescribable feeling. Could these two people be the same person? After leaving the mission hall, Qin Sheng went to the contribution point exchange area, using some supplies to get a few hundred points to move around the base more easily. In the next 10 days, she stayed at home, eating and sleeping every day, like a lazy fish waiting to die. Extremely lazy to the extreme. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiangguo is always busy. Whenever he has free time, he goes on missions. He takes on all kinds of tasks, from simple missing person notices to collecting mutated beasts and plants outside the base. He is strong, quick with his sword, brave, and fearless. The more dangerous the task, the more excited he becomes. Soon, he gained a reputation among the evolvers. People call him Jiang One Sword. He always draws his sword at the slightest disagreement. Many are willing to team up with him for missions. With him around, safety greatly improves. Especially in fights, he can take on 3 opponents at once. But at the same time, many also know Jiang Jiangguo has a useless sister at home who just eats and wastes her life. She spends her days indulging and wasting the resources Jiang Jiangguo works hard to earn. However, people only talk about her behind her back. No one discusses this openly in front of her. Until one day, Jiang Jiangguo came back with a swollen face and bruises. He burst into tears, clutching Qin Sheng's leg as he entered. His nose was runny, tears and snot all over her pants. Old Chin, no. Boss, you have to avenge me. They bullied me because they outnumbered me. While they stole my credit and my sword. Boss, your number one little sister was bullied. I don't want to live anymore. Qin Sheng, dragging Jiang Jianguo, who was clinging to her like a sloth, moved slowly to the sofa. She patted his head and took a box of ice cream from her space to give to him. Stop crying loudly, wipe your nose, have some ice cream first, and calm down before telling me what happened. Jiang Jianguo sniffled and finished a box of ice cream in 3 bites. Then he angrily gestured as he explained what happened. It was like this. Then like that. Yes, yes. Just like that. I was like this. Qin Sheng listened for a long time. So you're saying that when you took on the task, you accidentally found a rare mutated fire cloud grass, and someone discovered it. That person came to steal it, but couldn't beat you, so they went to get help. Finally, a very powerful boss arrived, not only stealing your fire cloud grass, but also taking your reward? And your heavy sword. Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Jianguo nodded repeatedly. They took everything and gave it to that little brat Yan Jingjing. Who is Yan Jingjing? She's the little brat who tried to steal our grass but failed, then went to get help. And who is the big boss who beat you up like this? That's Yi Beixian. He's got lots of women. It was him who hit me. Yan Jingjing is also one of his women. Jiang Jianguo pointed at his swollen eye. I even transformed, but I couldn't beat him. He punched my eye and even broke my nose. Luckily, my nose is real. If it were fake, I'd have to find a plastic surgeon to fix it now. Boss, you have to avenge me. I'm so miserable, boo-hoo. Qin Sheng coldly glanced at her and said, Call me Old Qin when there's nothing going on, and call me Big Boss when there is. After saying that, she pulled her hand away and went straight back to her room. Big Boss, Big Boss. You can't ignore me. Where are you going? Changing clothes. I have to look super cool and awesome to avenge myself. Jiang Jianguo has some mental health issues. He was tested and diagnosed with a mild form of schizophrenia. Because of this, his usual behavior can seem a bit crazy, silly, or strange. But she has gotten used to it. In her past life, after the apocalypse, she had teammates, but none of them could truly be trusted to have her back. Only Jiang Jianguo, even though he's unreliable most of the time. Well, sometimes he's not dependable at critical moments either. However, she once risked her life several times to save Qin Sheng. Because of this, Qin Sheng is willing to stick with this silly, quirky friend through the end of the world. A teammate who won't betray you behind your back is very rare. Qin Sheng, who has been betrayed by trusted teammates before, understands this very well. A few minutes later, the two finished packing and went out. As they stepped downstairs, 2 middle-aged bald men approached, one broad and muscular, the other of average build. Bald heads are common in this water and food-scarce post-apocalyptic world. Long hair is rare. People like this are usually either powerful figures or connected to powerful people. Seeing Jiang Jianguo, the 2 men approached from front and back. Their instincts told them to pay attention to Qin Sheng walking ahead. The muscular man spoke first to Jiang Jianguo. Brother Jiang, I heard you got into a fight. Are you okay? The man behind looked at Jiang Jianguo's nose, wrapped in gauze, and his swollen eyes. He showed sympathy and said, We all heard about it. It was Yan Jingjing's close friend, Yi Beixian, who did it. Now she's spreading the news everywhere, saying you ran away in a panic. Jiang Yidao should be called Jiang Runaway. Yan Jingjing is usually very arrogant. Her Fire Phoenix team is the same, rude and bossy. They often steal others' mission results, and they don't play fair. If they win, they call others useless. If they lose, they call for backup and ask Yi Beixian to step in. Yi Beixian is a big shot in the base, and many people have suffered unfairly because of him. Hearing this, Jiang Jianguo's face turned cold with anger. She jumped and said, Jiang Runaway? Darn, that jerk. She thinks she's the only one with connections. I have connections too. Then she stepped forward, went to Qin Sheng's side, proudly patted her shoulder, and said to the 2 men, See that? My boss. She treats me well. She's just here to stand up for me. Her,
The two men looked at Qin Sheng, who was taller than Jiang Jiangguo by more than a head, thin, with pale skin and soft flesh. They had teamed up with Jiang Jiangguo a few times and had some impression of this legendary boss. After all, she was always talking about how powerful she was. They thought she was a very strong evolutionist. But it turned out to be Qin Sheng. They also live in this building on the 4th floor. When they first moved in, they saw Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo coming out of the building, and they immediately noticed Jiang Jiangguo. There was no way around it. Her appearance was simply outstanding. Muscular build, tall figure. Even though she was a girl, she was also a strong and tough girl. Her gender didn't affect how fierce she was when fighting. As for Qin Sheng, she spent her days eating and wandering around the base, like a street kid. Besides smelling the delicious food from the 7th floor every day, she didn't seem to do any serious work. She hadn't gone on any missions either. It was obvious she was feeding off Jiang Jiangguo, a kind-hearted but naive girl, living off her. We've seen people like this many times. Some are family members, some are spouses, and some are friends. They always exploit the selfless person, living off their kindness. Jiang Jiangguo usually takes on several missions each day, sometimes completing multiple in one day, working like a desperate person. It's clear she's being heavily exploited. People who are too emotional are often easily deceived. At this moment, in their eyes, Qin Sheng was the ultimate parasite attached to Jiang Jiangguo. So they didn't look at her kindly. Jiang Jiangguo was completely immersed in the joy of almost getting revenge. She didn't notice their expressions at all. She happily started introducing herself. This is my boss. Since 1st grade, I've been hanging out with her. Her name is Qin Sheng, with the same character as Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Pretty impressive, right? Old Qin, this big guy, is Li Chang. The one next to him is Song Pengfei. What a coincidence. They live in the same building as us on the 4th floor, the one where we used the truck to move in. People should have some shame. Some folks pretend to be friends, but they just eat and drink with the resources and contributions others work hard to get. They probably can't even sleep at night, Song Pengfei sneered. Li Chang snorted. Not everyone can be a friend. For those who only want to take without effort, stay away from them. You never know when they might stab you in the back. These kinds of people are ungrateful and greedy. Li Chang glanced sideways at a certain greedy person, with eyes practically saying, trash. As for Jiang Jiangguo, they honestly thought she was rare. But at the same time, they also felt she was worth too little. Listening to their words, Jiang Jiangguo only felt confused. She thought for a few seconds. Then she shyly scratched her head and said, "Are you talking about me? Actually, I feel a bit embarrassed. Every day, Qin Lao prepares food and drinks for me. Sometimes I think I haven't done enough." She turned around and earnestly said to Qin Sheng, "Old Qin, I've decided. From now on, after I finish tasks and have free time, I will learn to cook seriously. You have to cook every day at home, and washing dishes must be tiring for you. From now on, I will also handle the household chores. Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have realized I was doing so poorly." The last sentence was directed at Song Pengfei and Li Chang. Song Pengfei, Li Chang. The two exchanged glances and then looked at Qin Sheng, giving her a fierce thumbs up. Song Pengfei, you woman, are really good at manipulating Jianguo's sister. Look at how you've brainwashed her, Li Chang. Let's stay away from her. Maybe this woman has the power of mental influence. As soon as Li Chang finished speaking, both of them took a few steps back, watching Qin Sheng cautiously. They were afraid she might control their minds next, turning them into the next selfless model, like Jiang Jiangguo. Qin Sheng nonchalantly chewed a big piece of bubblegum. She looked at the two of them with a silly expression. Is Jiang Jiangguo still coming or not? Don't talk to fools. Just leave quickly. I'll help you get your dignity back. I still need to go back and take a nap. Oh, okay, we're leaving now. Jiang Jiangguo waved goodbye to the two of them. Then he pulled Qin Sheng and headed outside. Boss, I've already found out. Yi Beixian lives in Building 11, Area A. I even know the house number. That little brat Yan Jingjing also lives there.
Let's go knock on the door right now.
Boss, you must get my sword back. Knock Yi Beixian down. There was also that bossy woman. She hit my eye. I want to punch her hard. Boss, can I go first before you jump in? I've thought of some cool opening lines. Let me tell you, I will represent the moon to defeat you. How about that? No, that slogan sounds a bit childish. Spreading love and truth in the face of evil. Great mighty dragon. Prajna Pramitha. Jiang Jiangguo, can you be quiet for 1 second? 1 second has passed. Can I keep talking now? Qin Sheng suddenly collapsed to the ground, and amidst the dust, he let out a loud, impatient roar. Jiang Jiangguo, shut up. Are you like a monk from a story? On the other side, watching the two walk further and further away confidently. Did they really go to confront someone? Li Chang was suspicious. Could he have been mistaken? Could that woman named Qin Sheng really be a hidden expert? He turned to Song Pengfei. With years of brotherly understanding, Song Pengfei immediately understood the look in his eyes. He tentatively said, "Should we go see what's happening? If Zhang Wo and this woman are too beaten up to move, we can help carry them back. Maybe we can save them?" Li Chang. That makes sense. Let's go check. Song Pengfei, let's go. The two quickly followed. Area A and Area B are several kilometers apart, so Qin Sheng drove directly there. The parking spot had already been moved to a small lot not far from the building. It took less than 5 minutes to walk there. Qin Sheng got into the car, stepped on the gas, and the black Jeep Wrangler headed straight toward another part of the base. Li Chang and Song Pengfei quickly followed in their cars. After about 10 minutes, Qin Sheng was standing at the entrance of Area A. They were eager to seek revenge, but were stopped by 3 elderly security guards who had difficulty walking. Visitor registration required. No entry without an invitation from a resident. The 3 old men had fewer than 10 teeth combined. Wearing neat uniforms, they immediately blocked the way when they saw unfamiliar visitors. The oldest-looking guard smiled politely, showing a bare, slightly eerie smile. Jiang Jiangguo grabbed Qin Sheng's arm. "Old Qin, I could take down these 3 old men with one hand. Let's just rush in. No entry without an invitation." The 3 old guards stood in a line, holding their canes across the path. They looked ready to lie down on the spot if anyone dared to touch them. Just then, Li Chang and the others arrived. Hearing Jiang Jiangguo's words from afar, they hurried forward to stop the two. Li Chang lowered his voice and said, "We can't force our way in. Brother Jianguo, these 3 guards are not to be offended. If you provoke them, you won't have a good time at the Haiqing base." Jiang Jiangguo looked very surprised. "It's that serious? Offending these 3 old men means I can't stay at the Haiqing base? Who are they?" Qin Sheng also looked carefully at the 3 elders. They seemed ordinary. Apart from being very old, there was nothing special about them. Could they be experts who have reached a state of returning to simplicity? Qin Sheng couldn't help but ask, are they the secret protectors of the Haiqing base? Legends say they are like wandering monks who have evolved to a high level. Song Pengfei pulled the 2 aside and whispered, "They are way more powerful than wandering monks." He pointed to the first old man. "This one is the father of the base leader." Then he pointed to the second old man. "This one is the father of the second in command." I know. Jiang Jiangguo quickly interrupted Song Pengfei. He pointed to the 3rd old man. "This one is definitely the father of the 3rd in command." Wow. The most powerful one has no teeth at all. His 2 daughters married the base leader and the 2nd in command. He's their father-in-law. You definitely can't offend him. If you offend the first 2, there's still a chance. Offend him, and you're dead. Li Chang made a slicing motion across his neck. Dead. Do you know why the higher-ups sent these 3 old men who are so old they seem to struggle just to chew sunflower seeds to be security at Area A? It's because of their status. No matter how strong an evolver is, they wouldn't dare to show off in front of them. I don't dare to act impulsively, I don't dare. Jiang Jiangguo kept shaking his head. Feeling a bit scared, he turned to look at the 3 security guards. Luckily, he hadn't forcefully entered earlier. If he had punched those old men away, he might have been sent away next. The 3 old men seemed to notice the attention on them and turned to Jiang Jiangguo with very kind smiles. Jiang Jiangguo shivered inside and immediately smiled foolishly at the three old men, showing his teeth. Qin Sheng also politely returned a smile. Li Chong and the other person bowed 90 degrees. They said in unison, "Hello, sir, since forcing in isn't an option, maybe we should be polite first?" Just as Qin Sheng was thinking this, Jiang Jiangguo said, "Maybe I should ask the old man if Yi Beixian can come out. We won't break in." Without waiting for Qin Sheng to agree, he quickly ran to the security office. "Sir, can you ask Yi Beixian to come out? I want to challenge him to a fight." The first old man replied, "What Beixian?" "Yi Beixian," the second old man asked. "Why do you want him to come out?" "I want to challenge him. He stole my knife." The third old man said, "Oh, you want us to treat you to chicken? Or some cake?" No, we're too old for that. We can't eat these things." Jiang Jiangguo. Seeing Jiang Jiangguo return empty-handed, Qin Sheng chuckled unkindly. The three old men pretending to be deaf and mute clearly didn't want to call anyone. "It seems that Yi Beixian has some reputation in the base." Li Chong whispered, "Jiangguo, maybe we should leave. We can't get in, so how can we fight? Even if we do, we won't win." He was thinking this but didn't say it aloud. Jiangguo is proud and doesn't want to hurt her pride. Song Pengfei also advised, "We're all in the same base. We'll have chances to get revenge later. Attacking blindly is just asking for trouble." He glanced at Qin Sheng with his eyes. "You guys are the fools. Haven't you understood yet? Isn't it better to stay alive? Why come to die?" Qin Sheng found a large white loudspeaker used for street stalls inside her space, pulled it out of her pocket. She handed it to Jiang Jiangguo, who looked sad. "Stop looking so gloomy. Here, take this. Turn the volume all the way up. The rest is up to you." Seeing the loudspeaker Qin Sheng handed over, Jiang Jiangguo's eyes lit up. He quickly took it, gave Qin Sheng a thumbs up, and turned the volume to the maximum. He ran to the entrance of the community and started shouting loudly. A series of loud words, wildly shouting. She has always been talented at arguing.
Ye Bei Quan.
"Open the door. If you have the guts to steal my knife, open the door. Yi Beixian, you sour fish. You're both sour and unnecessary. You're a small, trashy loser. You can only beat me. If you have the guts, fight my boss. Yi Beixian, you hide inside the house pretending to be a coward, not daring to admit it. Give me back my knife. You scoundrel. Yi Beixian, every time you go out, everyone watches you. You think they admire you, but actually they think you're an idiot. You jerk, you take a shower every day but still smell like trash. Yi Beixian, you've danced on cow dung, danced naked, and pressed on your back. Your butt makes popping sounds, and you're so proud, able to smell and cover it up." Three old men sit neatly by the window. Old Man 1. "This girl is talented." Old Man 2. "What did Yi Beixian do to her?" Old Man 3. "It seems he tried to take her sword." Old Man 1. "He's really a scoundrel. Why try to take a girl's sword?" Meanwhile, Li Chong and Song Pengfei look at the large speaker that appeared out of nowhere, surprised. How could that pocket hold such a big speaker? It must be a space-type evolutionist. "Are you a space-type evolutionist?" Li Chong asks Qin Sheng, looking at his pocket. Qin Sheng rolls his eyes at him and doesn't answer. He then takes out a piece of bubble gum, unwraps it, and puts it in his mouth. She still remembered the harsh words the two men had said about her, calling her a bloodsucker and other mean things. She walked directly to a shady spot under a tree, pulled out a foldable chair from her versatile pants pocket, placed it on the ground, and lay down. She patiently waited for Yi Beixian to come out. With Jiang Jiangguo's big mouth, he just couldn't stop talking, like he'd eaten a lot of gum. If Yi Beixian could stay patient, she would consider it a win. A few minutes later, many people had gathered at the entrance of Area A's residential zone. They were mostly locals. The loudspeaker from the street stall was very powerful, making Jiang Jiangguo's voice heard from 10 miles away. A crowd of onlookers was waiting to see what would happen. This woman is here to find Yi Beixian. Maybe he's the one who caused her trouble. No way. I've seen all kinds of women around Yi Beixian, small, beautiful, cold, and charming, but I've never seen such a strong girl. Yi Beixian has a really strange taste. If she gave me a chance, I wouldn't dare touch her, afraid she might break my leg. Such a tall, muscular girl, scary. Hey, you guys don't know the full story. I do. Yi Beixian stood up for Yan Jingjing and took something from this woman, so she came here to confront him.
I was there at the time.
That woman is a beast-type evolutionist. Yi Beixian beat her badly back then. She couldn't fight back then, but now she dares to come here again. Looks like she has someone backing her up. Stop talking, look over there. Yi Beixian has appeared. Amidst the noise and commotion, a man dressed casually, with a serious expression, walked out of the residential area. Behind him, a group of beautiful girls followed. These girls had different styles, some cute, some cold and elegant, some gentle, some fiery, but all of them were good-looking. Qin Sheng looked at the man leading the group. He was of average build, neither fat nor thin, about 1.75 meters tall. His features were plain and unremarkable, not particularly handsome. He was the kind of person who would easily blend into a crowd and not attract much attention. Li Chong whispered, "This is Yi Beixian. Don't be fooled by his looks, he's very powerful. And he likes women who look good. His special ability is lightning, which is the strongest attack power. Be careful." Hearing this, Li Chong looked at Qin Sheng with a strange expression. "If you guys can't beat him later, run quickly. Run to the 3 old men by the gate and use them as shields. Yi Beixian wouldn't dare hurt them. Jianguo's sister is okay, but it's mainly you. You look too attractive. If he catches you, he'll definitely go after you." Song Pengfei nodded, agreeing strongly. In this end-of-the-world situation, being good-looking isn't always a good thing. Jianguo's sister is so pretty, it's a good thing. Although they didn't like Qin Sheng, he was still with Jiang Jianguo. They also didn't want her to fall into Yi Beixian's hands. Seeing the man walking toward him, Jiang Jianguo immediately remembered the scene of being beaten. He grabbed the loudspeaker and ran toward Qin Sheng, shouting, "It's him! It's him! It's him! Old Qin, he's the one who hit me." Qin Sheng also stood up, turned his neck, and headed toward the gate. Jiang Jianguo quickly slipped behind Qin Sheng, crouching low to hide his bulky body behind Qin Sheng's back. He pointed at Yi Beixian, looking timid but shouting, "You blockhead! My boss is here. If you know what's good for you, return Grandpa's heavy sword and bow to admit your mistake, or today I'll beat you so badly you'll be crawling on the ground." Yi Beixian impatiently turned his head, saw Qin Sheng blocking his view, and his eyes lit up. "Oh, a pretty girl. How can a beautiful girl fight and cause trouble? Come here, into your brother's arms. Your brother will take care of you. You're talking nonsense. You scoundrel. Even if you lick your boss's toes, you're not worth mentioning. Keys cost 3 yuan each, 3 for 10 yuan. Do you deserve them? How many do you deserve?" Yi Beixian looked at Qin Sheng, who remained unmoved, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. His eyes showed curiosity, coldness, pride, and indifference all at once. "I think you have some charm, and I've also taken a liking to you. So, think about how to fall in love with me. There are tens of thousands of people in Haiqing Base, and I only give you this chance. I hope you don't refuse it and narrow your options. Women do not anger me. The consequences are more than you can handle. I admit you are special, but you can't take advantage of my feelings for you without limits." Yi Beixian, with a crooked smile and a smug look, kept spouting cheesy lines. Qin Sheng's bubble gum suddenly lost its flavor, and she felt uncomfortable all over. Her body was greasy, as if wrapped in a thick layer of oil. Disgusting, like gutter oil. She felt so sick she almost wanted to vomit. "Are you Yi Beixian? The one who took things from Jiang Jianguo and even hit her?" "Yes, that's me. But since he's your friend, and we're like family now, what's the difference between you and me? As long as you stay with me, I can return that broken sword to her right now." "Good, then I haven't chosen the wrong person." Qin Sheng clenched her fist, resisting the greasy feeling. Fine vines extended from her palm, intertwining and wrapping around each other, forming a whip as thick as her wrist. The vines seemed alive, twisting in midair. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Seeing the whip in Qin Sheng's hand,
Yi Beixian showed a hint of admiration on his face. Very good. I like women who are strong-willed like you. The more determined you are, the more appealing you become. Women, let me conquer you. He gathered electric energy with both hands, blue arcs of lightning dancing between his palms, crackling loudly. Surrounding onlookers quickly stepped back, creating space around the two people. Behind Yi Beixian, a dozen women looked at Qin Sheng with unfriendly eyes. Jiang Jianguo, move away. I really can't stand this anymore. This man is so greasy, she shouted loudly, swung her whip, and aimed it sharply at Yi Beixian. Yi Beixian formed a web of electricity in front of him, with a mischievous smile. When the whip hit the electric web, blue sparks crackled but couldn't break through. Women, no one can escape my electric net, just like you can't escape my love trap. Women, give in to me, don't test my patience. Go to hell. Qin Sheng couldn't hold back anymore. At the same time, she formed a thick vine in her other hand. Two vines spiraled and spun rapidly, humming loudly, rushing toward Yi Beixian. Stop struggling. You are destined to be mine. Darn it. You broke my lightning shield. With a cracking sound, the lightning shield in front of Yi Beixian showed cracks like a spider web where the vines touched. Villains die from talking too much. You greasy scoundrel, go die. Qin Sheng intensified her attack. The lightning shield shattered like glass. She seized the opportunity, and two vines shot straight at Yi Beixian's face. Darn it! Yi Beixian quickly summoned lightning to strike at Qin Sheng. But Qin Sheng moved as if she was stepping on wind and fire, using a skill similar to Lingbo Weibo to perfectly dodge all the lightning strikes. Behind her, deep craters were left, but not a single bolt hit her. Yi Beixian's two strongest moves were his lightning shield and his thunderbolt sniper. Shield for defense, thunderbolt for attack. No one had ever broken his shield, and no one had ever dodged his thunderbolt sniper. Even the leader of the Haiqing base wanted to recruit him and treated him with great respect. But today, this woman managed to do both. Yi Beixian felt a bit nervous. Qin Sheng was like a cat playing with a mouse, chasing and hitting him repeatedly. His movements became more frantic and less accurate. Meanwhile, the onlookers watching the scene felt like they had discovered something new. Three old men with reading glasses watched intently. The first old man said, "This girl is pretty good. If only she could come work for my son." The second old man said, "This girl is a plant evolver. Most of our plant-type evolvers at the base do logistics work. Their attack skills are weak. But she actually used her small wooden gun like a machine gun. She's talented." The third old man said, "Actually, I have two daughters who are married, but I also have a son who just turned 21. He would be a perfect match for her, a perfect match." The two older men glared angrily, shouting, "Old dog. You only know how to reproduce." Meanwhile, Li Chong and Song Pengfei, who were ready to accept defeat and leave, were now completely stunned.
Li Chong said, This.
She is a dual-type evolutionist, with both space and plant abilities. Song Pengfei asked, "Why are her plant powers so strong? She can actually make Yi Beixian chase and fight her. Did we just insult her earlier? What exactly did we say? Vampire, top tier, scum, backstabbing traitor, unkind." The two of them recalled the harsh words they had shouted at her just half an hour ago. Suddenly, their vision blurred, and they almost fainted. Song Pengfei stared at Yi Beixian, who was being beaten and screaming while hiding, trembling as he asked, "Does she hold grudges?" Li Chong's face turned pale. "She fights pretty fiercely. I think. She probably always gets revenge. What should we do now?" Song Pengfei looked at Li Chong with despair. Li Chong then looked at Jiang, whose gaze was fixed on Jiang Jianguo, who was shouting loudly and swinging his fists. Without warning, Li Chong rushed over to Jiang Jianguo, rolled up his sleeves, and shouted along with him,
"Boss."
"Keep going. Is this how they join the fight when they can't win?" Song Pengfei quickly followed, standing on a rock and shouting loudly, "Go, boss. Boss is so awesome." He made Yi Beixian lose his temper. "Boss, you're amazing. You're the most popular person here." His enthusiasm was as intense as a crowd of extras paid 800 yuan. Li Chong was stunned. Wow. You're really something. Jiang Jiangguo looked at the second and third cheerleaders who suddenly appeared beside him. His initial friendly feelings toward them gradually turned into suspicion. Are these two here with Lao Qin? Yi Beixian kept hiding while summoning lightning. Lightning struck down intermittently, creating holes all over the ground. But gradually the holes became smaller. The lightning grew thinner. Yi Beixian was sweating heavily, his face pale. Oh no! My kidneys are overworked. No, I mean my powers are overused. He hurriedly ran toward his group of close friends. But at this moment, the women who usually said they would die for him and fought over him all saw the whip behind him and were afraid of getting involved. As soon as they saw him, they all scattered quickly. Come on, women who can't even beat Yi Beixian. Are they really looking for trouble? While running, he shouted, Don't chase me. You go away. So many people. Go chase others, don't follow me. Go away. Why are you chasing me? At this moment, someone among the onlookers, who was being rude, suddenly added, I want some cough syrup. Everyone around burst into laughter. Qin Sheng's lips couldn't help but curl upward, almost breaking into a smile. Who on earth was that? Talking nonsense, while others were fighting. They chased Yi Beixian like cats and mice for a few minutes. Finally, a lightning bolt struck the ground, with a loud crack, and the fight stopped. Yi Beixian, badly injured and whipped across the face, was exhausted. His special powers were used up, and no matter how he tried to activate them, it was useless. Qin Sheng slowly walked over, holding a vine whip, his bright white teeth flashing painfully in the sunlight. Yi Beixian looked at his woman for help, but everyone avoided his gaze, and some even glared back fiercely. Qin Sheng kicked him, causing Yi Beixian to stumble back several meters and fall to the ground. Bang! He screamed and jumped up, but it was midday, hot and scorching, with the ground burning hot. His buttocks felt like they were on a hot iron plate. It was painfully hot. Except for the first couple of days after the apocalypse when he suffered a bit. After awakening his lightning powers, Yi Beixian had been doing well. Throughout the journey, he collected many beautiful women, so he never had to worry about food or drink. After arriving at the base, the Haiqing base provided him a powerful awakener with the best housing. It was fully equipped with appliances, and he could stay for free. He enjoyed the treatment of a strong person, and his only requirement was to complete a mission for the base once a month. Used to living a privileged life, he never thought he would have a setback, especially not at the hands of a woman. This wasn't really a defeat. Anyone with eyes could see he was being dominated and beaten. He covered his backside, looking at Qin Sheng with a frightened expression. Are you here to take back that heavy iron sword for your friend? I don't have the sword. My cousin Yan Jingjing took it. As the saying goes, you don't know someone until you fight them. I admit I was partly responsible for what happened before, but I was just standing up for my cousin. She told me someone stole her credit and bullied her. Old Qin, don't listen to his nonsense. Jiang Jiangguo angrily stepped forward and stood beside Qin Sheng. He said to her, You know what kind of person I am, right? I never do things like stealing others' belongings. Yes, I believe you. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Qin Sheng nodded. Jiang Jiangguo finally calmed down a bit and pointed at Yi Beixian. Where is Yan Jingjing? Tell her to come out so we can face her and see who's bullying whom. Yan Jingjing isn't here. She left this morning and hasn't come back yet.
Ye Beiquan timidly spoke.
Qin Sheng gently patted Jiang Jiangguo's shoulder. There's no need to argue. The woman you spend your days with, do you not understand her character? She's just used to bullying others because she's used to being in control. People who are wronged know better how innocent you are than you do yourself. If they want to bully you, they won't need a reason. Arguing with others is pointless. After speaking, Qin Sheng used vines to tie Yi Beixian into a bundle like a rice dumpling and hung him on a tree branch at the entrance of Area A. Just hang there. Wait for that person named Yan Jingjing to come back. Then she turned to Jiang Jiangguo. The person is tied up now. How you want to get revenge is up to you. Let go and do your thing. I'll watch the show. After saying that,
Qin Sheng waved her hand, yawned, and returned to a lounge chair under the shade, half closed her eyes to take a nap. Although the weather was scorching hot, it couldn't stop the crowd from enjoying the spectacle. Most of the onlookers had left, leaving only a few sitting under the shade. Yi Beixian looked like a giant green rice dumpling hanging from the tree, with only his head sticking out. The wind made him sway back and forth. Everyone coming in and out of Area A could see him. The people sitting under the tree were waiting for someone to ask questions, eagerly sharing what had just happened, each story more exaggerated than the last. They added their own details to make it more interesting. Jiang Jiangguo gathered Yi Beixian's close friends into a circle. With a sly smile, she said, "Yi Beixian, weren't you quite arrogant before? You didn't hesitate to step in and help your woman fight to take my things. Since you love women so much, today I will make sure you enjoy it." Then she turned around and spoke to the trembling women. "Today, I came mainly to seek revenge on Yi Beixian. Here's the plan. All of you spit at him, spit in his face. The one who spits the most and the hardest will be the first to leave." When she was beaten into a dog by Yi Beixian before, these women cheered her on like cheerleaders. They even took turns insulting her, but none of that mattered now. Her greatest hatred was for Yi Beixian. She was most proud of her high nose bridge. But he had actually broken her nose. This hateful person. Uncle could tolerate it, but Auntie couldn't. Hearing this, Yi Beixian, who was already badly injured and close to fainting, suddenly sat up in a panic, his face full of anger as he looked at the tall woman in front of him. He thought, as a prominent figure in the Haiqing base, if he was surrounded by women spitting at him, and it got out, how could he still maintain his reputation? "You wicked woman. A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. If you have the guts, kill me. How dare you humiliate me like this? What kind of hero are you?" Jiang Jiangguo spread his hands and shrugged with a strange smile. "Hee. I'm not a hero, and women and villains are hard to raise. You probably didn't learn that in your Chinese class, huh? Hee. Yi Beixian once again placed his last hope on the women he had loved before. "In the past, I was always willing to help you. Looking around, how many people in Haiqing base are happier than you? Living in villas, enjoying good food and drinks, not having to go on missions or worry about life. You wouldn't treat me like this, right? Red. You love me the most, don't you? I saved you from your husband. He was about to kill you and eat you. Xiaomei, when you were assaulted, I happened to pass by and killed the attacker. Didn't you say you wanted to follow me for the rest of your life to repay me? Qing, we're neighbors and grew up together. You wouldn't treat Brother Beixian like this, right?" He looked over these women's faces, but all their eyes avoided his gaze. Red. I love my husband. If he kills me, I will still love him. We are married, loving, and fighting. What does that have to do with you? Why do you insist on interfering? You don't understand love at all. Qing. Bah. Scoundrel. You said you only loved me, but later you loved all those beautiful women around you. You're a liar. Xiaomei, there are some things I didn't want to say, but since it's come to this, I won't pretend anymore. We originally planned to perform a fake kidnapping stunt, but it failed. You got my partner killed. Now I can only go along with you, eating and drinking together, and there's a sentence that I don't know whether I should say or not. Although you have many women.
Well,
You're not very good at it. Xiaomei's last words exploded like a bomb. Not only did they shock the onlookers, but Yi Beixian also felt like he was hit hard. Everyone around was talking, and the curious looks focused on him. He felt his mind buzzing. He stared blankly at Xiaomei, as if struck by lightning. "No, it does not very good mean." Xiaomei fiddled with her fingers, showing some disdain. "It means..."
well,
"I thought you were really impressive, but it turns out you're just average. I've been trying hard to boost your pride every time. Average. Just average?" They didn't say that before. Yi Beixian numbly looked at everyone's faces. "Is she lying? Right? You all know my abilities best, right? She's talking nonsense, isn't she?" At this moment, Xiaomei's words hurt him more than Qin Sheng's defeat. Average? Not very good? This is the biggest insult to a man. He would rather be called a scoundrel than be called not very good. Then,
Another woman hesitated and looked at Yi Beixian. Actually, I've wanted to say this for a long time. Yi Beixian, you are not a gifted person. You are really quite ordinary. Yes, just forget about it. You're both bad at this and love to act cool. But you are our breadwinner, so we have to go along with it. Yi Beixian, do you really think that with so many women around you, anyone truly loves you? And honestly, you're pretty average. After saying that, a woman named Xiaomei stepped forward first. Finally, she confirmed with Jiang Jiangguo, are you really going to let us go just because we spat? You won't deny it, right? Jiang Jiangguo shook his head seriously. Of course not. I always keep my promises. That loser was just dreaming about old Qin earlier. Ugh. Get lost. That's good. I believe you this time. Xiaomei nodded, quickly moved forward a few steps, and looked at Yi Beixian with some regret. Sorry, these days, everyone is having a hard time. Since you've lost now, we can only do what others want. It's not our fault. You won't blame us, right? Yi Beixian's face turned pale, and he forced a sad smile. Xiaomei, I knew you still have real feelings for me. It's her who forced you. I don't blame you. He hesitated. Before he could finish, Xiaomei cleared her throat. Cough, spit. A warm spit hit his face, and Yi Beixian's once passionate expression froze instantly. With her leading, the other women, afraid of being left out, hurriedly moved forward one after another, all spitting at Yi Beixian. Yi Beixian was heartbroken. You, woman, how dare you humiliate me today? If you have the courage, say your name. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young person in poverty. If you dare, say your name. I will definitely get revenge for today's insult. Jiang Jiangguo scratched his ear, looking impatient. Yes. Never underestimate a young person in poverty, middle-aged in poverty, or old in poverty. In the end, you die, and the one who passes away is the most important.
So you win, right?
Haha. And I, this girl, don't change my name or my family name. Jiang Jiangguo. Remember that. After saying this, she pointed at a group of women and shouted loudly. All of you, do you still want to leave early? Spit more saliva. He's still got time to talk to me. Hearing this, Yi Beixian wanted to say something, but immediately, the women around started spitting even more fiercely. Spit flew from all directions. He didn't dare open his mouth, afraid that he would swallow a mouthful of thick phlegm. Survivors passing by looked on with disgust, but couldn't help stopping to watch. Li Chang and Song Pengfei followed Qin Sheng, with Song Pengfei fanning a fan. Li Chang, an ice-type evolver, focused on forming ice blocks, placing them in front of his fan. The warm wind passed over the ice, then blew onto Qin Sheng. It was cool and very comfortable. The two were very attentive, afraid that Qin Sheng would remember the unpleasantness earlier. It must be said, the pleasures of capitalism really can corrupt people's hearts. Qin Sheng was enjoying the gentle breeze. Song Pengfei cheerfully handed over an ice pop. Boss, are you still hot? Want a cold treat to cool down? Are you guys just using this to test leaders? Qin Sheng rolled his eyes at the unappetizing ice pop. And I still prefer your original rebellious look. You've changed so much. I'm not used to it. All right. Song Pengfei took back the ice pop, put it in his mouth, and started licking it. Honestly, in this hot weather, having an ice treat is really refreshing. Even though it doesn't taste like much, it's made of water, so it cools you down and quenches your thirst. He looked at Li Chang with his eyes. Want one? Li Chang raised an eyebrow. What do you think? So, he made another ice pop and handed it over. The two of them enjoyed their ice treats together. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng looked at Yi Beixian sitting on a tree branch nearby. He had gone from feeling sad and angry at first to now looking numb, quietly enduring with his eyes closed, like a meditating monk. Jiang Jiangguo's move didn't cause any physical harm, but it was really cruel. But Yi Beixian wasn't a good person either. Relying on his strength, he often bullied others and caused trouble. The women around him were just some of his many lovers. These women, with his power, had also caused quite a few conflicts outside. All the cleanup was done by Yi Beixian. This Yi Beixian is not a good person, and neither are these women.
They left Yi Beixian, who was their supporter, and how could the people they had old grudges with not take revenge on them? Qin Sheng considers herself not a good person. After all, she lived for over 10 years in her previous life, and countless people died at her hands. She has seen many kinds of evil in the world. Her remaining kindness has been worn away in this brutal world. Good people don't live long. So, Qin Sheng wasn't too moved by the likely outcome for these women. She knows Jiang Jiangguo, though a bit strange in his thinking, would never steal from others. Judging by the injuries Jiang Jiangguo had at that time, if she weren't a beast changer and her body wasn't strong, she might have already been dead with internal injuries. It shows that Yi Beixian and Yan Jingjing at that time didn't plan to let her live. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng looked at Yi Beixian hanging from the tree and thought about cutting his head off too. But that was Jiang Jiangguo's revenge. Qin Sheng's job was just to catch people. How they chose to take revenge was Jiang Jiangguo's own decision, and she wouldn't interfere. This was their long-standing way of getting along, relying on each other, but not meddling too much in each other's affairs. Even if Jiang Jiangguo lost a fight or was bullied or beaten, as long as she didn't ask Qin Sheng for help, Qin Sheng wouldn't get involved. Even friends need boundaries. Thinking that interfering in your private matters is for your own good often doesn't lead to good results. Currently, both of them prefer this way of getting along. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei, who was vomiting the most violently, felt her throat burning and dry, with no saliva left in her mouth. She hesitated and walked toward Jiang Jiangguo. Can I go now? I have no saliva left. I can't vomit anymore. As she finished speaking, a bottle of water was handed to her. Thirsty? Drink some water and keep going. Xiaomei took the water and drank it angrily. At this moment, she wished that the bottle Jiang Jiangguo handed her was not water but a knife. She wanted to directly end Yi Beixian's life. If he had died today, it would have been better. If he survived and recovered, he would surely seek revenge for their false accusations today. But she dared not act rashly. They already had conflicts with Jiang Jiangguo, and she was afraid he might take this opportunity to retaliate. So she obediently took a sip of water, then continued vomiting, spinning around in circles as she did. She kept vomiting until her jaw cramped, and then she was allowed to leave. Meanwhile, Yi Beixian sat still like a meditative monk, unmoving. Even after the women left, he showed no reaction. His eyes were closed, his face peaceful, and his whole body surprisingly exuded a sense of transcendence beyond the mortal world. If you ignored his current appearance, you might think he was a wise master from somewhere. Later in the afternoon, Yan Jingjing returned home. She had bought a lot of things, but before she even reached home, she saw a crowd gathered at the entrance of a residential zone from afar. Among them was someone she always disliked, Jiang Jiangguo. Jiangguo, look over there. Is that Yan Jingjing? Song Pengfei, who had sharp eyes, saw Yan Jingjing behind the crowd, accompanied by a few bodyguards, all smiling. He quickly warned Jiang Jiangguo. At that moment, Jiang Jiangguo also saw the people coming. Yan Jingjing, who had been smiling, suddenly looked gloomy the moment she saw Jiang Jiangguo. Enemies meeting always make people feel angry. Jiang Jiangguo, you're still alive. I knew bad people are lucky. How dare you not die? Who do you think you are, you scoundrel? You're the one who's a scoundrel. Yan Jingjing spoke quickly, but she realized she had fallen into a trap too late. Yes, you really do have self-awareness. Scoundrel. Give me back my heavy sword. As soon as Jiang Jiangguo finished speaking, he grabbed a large iron hammer and rushed forward. You shameless thing. Stealing my grass is one thing, but daring to steal my heavy sword, I'll smash you to death. In the end of the world, strength is everything. Fists are the real truth. I only looked at your stuff to give you face, but you're ungrateful. This time, I'll have my cousin kill you. For a moment, Yan Jingjing didn't notice that the cousin he mentioned was hanging from a tree, acting very arrogantly. Seeing Jiang Jiangguo rush forward, she kept retreating, waving her hand and shouting sharply at the bodyguards nearby. A bunch of fools. What are you standing around for? Hurry up. You are sent by my cousin to protect me.
If I get even a little hurt, he will definitely kill you. Before she finished speaking, more than 10 bodyguards behind her rushed in, but within a few minutes, they were knocked to the ground by Jiang Jiangguo. Some tried to get up again. Qin Sheng casually pointed at the zongzi hanging on the tree and asked, "Hey, do you see who this is?" The bodyguard who was about to fight back looked closely and saw that the head sticking out of the zongzi was none other than Yi Beixian. His eyes were closed, and his face looked peaceful. For a moment, it was impossible to tell if he was alive or dead. This is Yi Beixian. Yi Beixian is dead.
He's gone.
Someone actually managed to kill him. He's dead. What about our wages? He's fallen. Who will pay us now? A few bodyguards looked at each other in confusion. Without money, do we still work? One hesitated and asked. No pay. What's the point of working? Let's get out of here, the leader ordered. The others quickly got up from the ground, patted their clothes, and left. Their quick, agile steps clearly showed they were somewhat careless about protecting Yan Jingjing. Even their injuries seemed to be fake. A veteran in the security world.
Big.
Cousin, Yan Jingjing couldn't believe her eyes as she looked in the direction Qin Sheng was pointing. When she saw the head hanging from the tree, she tilted her body and almost fell over. The umbrella of protection was gone. Now, see who you can rely on. Jiang Jiangguo grabbed a large iron hammer, kicked off the ground, and leaped high into the air. The huge hammer swung down with a gust of wind. Yan Jingjing immediately focused her mind. Fireball attack. A few fireballs flew toward him. Jiang Jiangguo dodged skillfully to the side, then struck down with a heavy blow. Give me back my sword. Yan Jingjing quickly cast a fiery web in front of her and moved swiftly to avoid the attack. She dodged the strike. After all, she was also a fire-type evolver. Besides Yi Beixian's protection, she had her own strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so reckless walking around outside. As an evolver, Yan Jingjing usually looked down on ordinary people and believed that strength was everything. She would often fight and kill ordinary people she didn't like. The same went for other evolvers she found annoying. If she could win, she fought and killed. If she couldn't, she called for help. Once, she was so angry after a normal person dirted her clothes that she cut off both of that person's hands. Living in the apocalypse was already hard for ordinary people. Cutting off both hands was like ending their future, no different from killing them. Jiang Jiangguo was annoyed by her behavior and rushed forward to fight her, although in the end, Yan Jingjing was rescued by Yi Beixian's people. However, the two of them developed a grudge because of this incident. Yan Jingjing is known for holding grudges. She can bully others, but if she suffers a loss, she will do everything she can to get revenge on the person who wronged her. Later, she kept trying to set traps for Jiang Jiangguo. Now, without Yi Beixian's help, she was defeated in less than 3 moves by Jiang Jiangguo. He smashed her palm bones with a single strike, causing white bone fragments to poke out from her flesh, which was shocking to see. Jiang Jiangguo didn't plan to stop. His next strike aimed straight at her head. If that blow hit her head, the outcome would be obvious. It would be a terrible injury.
Don't kill me.
I'll return what I owe you. I'll give it back to you right now. Yan Jingjing scrambled and crawled to the side, shouting loudly as she ran. You just want your heavy sword. I'll give it back to you. I'll give it back right now. While saying this, she used her healthy left hand to suddenly draw a completely black heavy sword, which was Jiang Jiangguo's. Jiang Jiangguo quickly grabbed his sword back, but kept staring at Yan Jingjing's hand. Where's my grass? Ugh, I've already used up the herbs. Yan Jingjing's voice trembled as she spoke. Seeing Jiang Jiangguo's face turn pale, she quickly said, But I have other things. I have many good items. If you spare my life, I will give you everything. All of it. I have lots of good stuff. Really? My cousin loves me very much and gave me many treasures. I will give them all to you. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, she spoke while piling many items on the ground. Soon, the pile became a small mountain. There were gold and silver jewelry, beautiful clothes, and supplies for food and drink. All these items appeared out of nowhere. Qin Sheng stared at the pile of things on the ground, then slowly looked at Yan Jingjing, who was crying like a flower in rain. She slowly stood up, walked over to Yan Jingjing, and looked at her still intact left hand. It was long, white, and tender, with a greenish hue, and wore a green gemstone ring right on her index finger. The dark green gemstone contrasted sharply with her fair skin, shining brightly in the sunlight. Qin Sheng faintly sensed that this object had a special energy, similar to her own space ability with the big brick. She raised her hand slightly, stopping Jiang Jianguo from raising his hammer again. Squatting down, she looked intently at Yan Jingjing and asked softly, "Are you a dual-element evolutionist?" Fire and space. Yan Jingjing was completely immersed in fear. When she suddenly heard Qin Sheng's question, she froze for a moment. Then she quickly nodded. Yes, I am a dual-element ability user.
Please spare me.
I will serve you like a beast, obeying your every command. Qin Sheng smiled faintly. That's not true. Be honest with me. Where did you get this ring? Yan Jingjing looked away nervously. This is my family's heirloom.
My mom left it to me.
Really? It's mine. She hid her left hand behind her back, trying to look calm. It's just an ordinary gemstone ring. It was worth something during the end times, but now it's useless. Since it's a keepsake for my mom, I wear it for sentimental reasons. At this moment, Jiang Jianguo also knelt down and said to Qin Sheng, "Old Qin, do you like that ring? Right now, it's not even worth a loaf of bread. It looks nice, but good looks don't fill your stomach." She looked at Qin Sheng's hand, which was long and white. As expected, people who are good-looking even have pinkish nails. Suddenly, she remembered a saying she saw online. Good-looking people even have double eyelids on their belly buttons. After hesitating for a moment, she asked again, "Old Qin, do you really like it?" Qin Sheng nodded. "Yes, all right then." Jiang Jianguo slammed his hammer next to Yan Jingjing's broken right hand. "Last time, after Yi Beixian defeated me, you interrupted me twice, breaking my arms and ribs and stealing my sword and herbs. I also broke your 2 hands and ribs. Isn't that fair? Since I don't like stealing from others and Old Qin likes your ring, now you give me the ring. The rest of the grudges are over. Otherwise, I will break your ribs and hands again. You choose. You're not a beast shifter, so your body might not withstand my big hammer." Yan Jingjing had no choice. Yi Beixian was already badly hurt. If she got seriously injured, she might not be able to leave the Sea City base. In the past, she relied on Yi Beixian's power to kill many people and offend others badly. Many people in the base had their hands or feet cut off because of her. Now, she had only one injured hand but still might escape the Sea City base. But if she lost both arms and ribs, with such serious injuries, she probably wouldn't make it out of Area A before being cut into pieces. After thinking for less than 3 seconds, she understood the danger clearly. Looking at Jiang Jianguo again, she confirmed, "Are you serious? If I give you the ring, you won't hurt me anymore and will let me go?" "Of course I am serious. Jiang Jianguo, am not a man of my word to go back on promises." Yan Jingjing extended her left hand, gritting her teeth with pain. "Just pull it out yourself." Jiang Jianguo chuckled softly, quickly removing his ring and handing it to Qin Sheng. "Old Qin, here you go. This is for you." Yan Jingjing was afraid Jiang Jianguo might change his mind, so she quickly ran outside. She didn't even have time to look at her beloved cousin hanging on the tree. Qin Sheng took the ring and casually put it into his pocket. He whispered to Jiang Jianguo, "If I'm right, this should be a space device. We'll study it when we get back." Jiang Jianguo was surprised at first, then worried. "I've heard of space devices, but I also heard they usually recognize their owner through blood. The previous owner must be dead for it to accept a new one. We were careless. I'll catch up now and deal with Yan Jingjing, but you said you wouldn't hurt her anymore," Jiang Jianguo reminded. "I won't hurt her with my hands, but I can kick her. Without Yi Beixian's help, Yan Jingjing alone, I could kick her to death. That's not breaking my word. It's unnecessary. She won't be able to leave the Haiqing base alive." Jiang Jianguo turned to look. Just as Yan Jingjing ran ahead, a group of suspicious-looking evolutionaries had already started chasing after her. They probably had bad intentions. Plus, she had made enemies outside.
It was really dangerous for her. Just as Jiang Jiangguo was about to say something, suddenly, a sharp screech of brakes sounded and a camouflaged truck burst into view. The vehicle stopped abruptly, kicking up a cloud of dust. All evolutionaries, everyone, immediately head to the mission hall. Emergency notice. Mutant beasts attacking the city. All evolvers, please head to the mission hall immediately. At the same time, similar scenes are happening in every corner of the base. A large number of mutant beasts have appeared in the southern forest. All evolvers, please go to the mission hall now. Half an hour later, the entire mission hall is filled with evolvers, packed tightly together. On the virtual screen that usually displays bounty missions, a recorded video is playing. In the dark, a group of fully armed soldiers enters a tall reed field. As they walk, they startle many fireflies. The reed field, taller than a person, suddenly fills with flickering firefly lights, creating a dreamlike scene. But at this moment, a loud scream cuts through the night sky. The fireflies, like bullets, carry streams of light as they pierce through the soldiers' bodies. The camera shakes wildly, with screams and sounds of people running away. Then, the video suddenly stops. A strong officer rewinds the footage, enlarges the image, and points at a soldier covered in holes. That soldier is full of holes all over his body. The fireflies move extremely fast. Without their own light, it's almost impossible to see their path clearly. Su Daxian points at the screen, frowning. Haidong Base is built facing the mountains and water. The water source in the south is the entire base's water supply. But 3 days ago, the team responsible for protecting the water source sent out a distress signal, and since then, we haven't been able to contact them. The front and back of the base sent out 3 small teams, but none returned and there was no news. Finally, an elite team made up entirely of evolved individuals was sent out, but they disappeared as soon as they entered, like a stone sinking into the sea. This was the last video message sent back before their signals vanished, after they entered the water source area. For now, we can only see that a large group of highly aggressive mutated fireflies appeared in the southern water source area. Fireflies are social animals, and judging by the footage, there are probably many of them. Haiqing Base is everyone's home. If the southern water source remains occupied by mutated fireflies, we cannot get in. Based on the current water reserves at the base, in at most 2 days, Haiqing will face a water shortage. Next, we hope more evolved individuals will join us to solve the problem of the mutated fireflies at the water source. I am Su Dian, the leader of this operation. The base has decided to gather all willing evolved individuals. We hope everyone can unite. With more people, our strength will grow. We can definitely solve the water source problem. As Su Dian spoke, quiet murmurs spread among the crowd. Someone couldn't help but ask, Captain Su, if all of you were wiped out, why are you calling so many evolved individuals now? Are you planning to send us all to our doom? I am just a plant-based evolutionist. I can't help the base much. Yes, yes, yes. Although I am a water-based evolutionist, my level is very low. I can only generate a little water each day to earn contribution points. Going there would just be risking my life. Captain Su, since you said it's voluntary to go, what are the benefits? Su Daxian raised his hand to stop the discussion. He said seriously, all evolutionists participating in this mission, whether successful or not, will receive 1,000 contribution points. If someone dies accidentally during the mission, the reward will go directly to their family. And, looking at the evolutionists below, Su Daxian continued, the base is about to establish an evolutionist guild to evaluate the levels of evolutionists. From now on, all evolutionists will need to be assessed by the guild. The guild staff positions are all vacant. Those who join this mission can have a priority to have a family member work there. As soon as he finished, there was a burst of chatter. That means this is like a secure job at the base. Captain Su, is that true? Su Daxian confirmed. That's the base's decision, it's true. Oh wow. I have a son, he can go in. My wife can go too. I want to go. I want to go. When it comes to job opportunities, even people who were reluctant at first are now eager to sign up. After all, who doesn't have family to support? This is almost like a guaranteed stable job before the end of the world. Easy work with no danger. Everyone is rushing to sign up.
afraid of falling behind. Old Qin, why don't we try too? Jiang Jiangguo is also excited. Qin Sheng points at the screen showing glowing fireflies flying around. Jiang Jiangguo, look at those mutated fireflies. Do they look like bullets shooting through your head? Although your beast form makes you immune to normal weapons, if you think your head can withstand a bullet, then go ahead. Next year on this day, I'll bring wine and meat to your grave, Jiang Jiangguo says. Jiang Jiangguo. Actually, I'm not really eager to go anymore. It's so hot. Wouldn't it be better to stay home, watch shows, and eat fried chicken? Old Qin, let's go home and cook.
I'm hungry.
I want garlic pork ribs for lunch. Qin Sheng chuckles and turns to walk out of the hall. Su Dania looks at the list in his hand and asks the soldier beside him, make sure everyone in the base who is an evolved person is notified, especially those with monthly missions. Then he suddenly asks, by the way, has Yi Beixian been notified? He has to complete a mission for the base every month. Let's include him this time. Captain, Yi Beixian's message was received and he has arrived, but the messenger looked uncomfortable, unsure how to describe Yi Beixian's current state. Just what? Does he refuse to come? That's not it. Originally, Yi Beixian and other powerful evolvers signed an agreement with the base. They get free food, accommodation, and transportation, but they must complete a mission each month. Has he changed his mind? Not exactly. Just look for yourself. The messenger pointed, and Yi Beixian, carried on a stretcher, was revealed to everyone. He sat cross-legged on the stretcher, eyes closed, appearing calm and peaceful. His ordinary features somehow radiated a sense of detachment from the world, unshaken by praise or blame.
Is that
Yi Beixian? How did he become like this? Su Danian hurried over and knelt in front of Yi Beixian. Yi Beixian opened his eyes, calm and steady. Captain Su, I am aware of what you said, but I am no longer interested in worldly affairs. I have decided to end my life. Master Beixian has decided to retreat into solitude this morning and withdraw from the martial world. He spoke very slowly, unmoving. If he shaved his head, he would look like a monk bathed in Buddha light. Su Danian thought that the person in front of him, who seemed to be suffering from depression, was definitely not the lively, woman-loving peacock he remembered. Yi Beixian. Could it be that a twin brother was pretending to be him? Su Danian said, are you really decided to give up on the world? I was planning to introduce my cousin to you. Yi Beixian smiled slightly and said, all the things in the world are just illusions. Su Danian exclaimed, my cousin is very beautiful. Yi Beixian replied, Bodhi trees are nowhere to be found, and the bright mirror is not a stand. Originally, there is nothing at all, so where does dust settle? Su Danian was annoyed and grabbed the nearby assistant. What the heck has he been through? Why does he look so useless now? If he was going to be useless, he shouldn't be giving up at such a critical moment. Moreover, he had received so many favors from the base. Now, just because he decided to give up on the world, he wants to act like he's not responsible? That's not acceptable. Are you really not going on the mission? The monk has already left the 3 realms beyond the 5 elements. Then lock this deadbeat up in prison for me. Su Danian was so angry that he ordered someone to carry Yi Beixian into the prison. Even when he heard he was going to be locked up, Yi Beixian showed no expression. He sat steadily on the stretcher and was taken away. Qin Sheng watched Yi Beixian, who was carried past him, seeming to be empty of all worldly attachments. For the first time, he doubted his memory. In a past life, Yi Beixian had more than 3,000 beauties in his harem. Does he want to see through worldly attachments this time? Are the saliva of those women really so frightening? At this moment, a voice sounded again. Qin Sheng and another person became the focus. Yi Beixian was surrounded by women in his backyard, spitting at him all afternoon, and now he's like this, completely dazed and foolish. A young messenger, sharp-eyed, spotted 2 figures about to step out of the door, pointed at them, and shouted loudly. It's her. It's those 2 women who made Yi Beixian like this. Otherwise, we might have gained another pawn for this mission. Oh no, another capable helper. The messenger almost said the wrong thing and quickly covered his mouth, afraid to speak further. But everyone present, as long as they weren't deaf, heard the word pawn. Their gazes almost turned into sharp blades, stabbing toward the people on stage. Su Nyan also glared fiercely at the person who had spoken incorrectly. At the same time, he loudly called out to the two who had already stepped one foot outside the door. Please, wait a moment. Jiang Jiangguo hesitated and looked at Qin Sheng. Old Qin, are they calling us? Qin Sheng sighed. What do you think? Su Nyan stepped forward. Yi Beixian is quite a strong person among the evolvers in Haiqing base. I didn't expect him to be beaten like this. It seems our base really has hidden talents. I have no interest in being a pawn, Qin Sheng said, staring at him. This woman just completely killed the mood. Su Daxian was stunned and awkwardly smiled. Don't listen to that little guy just now. He's just talking nonsense. Every evolutionist is very important to the base. How could they be used as cannon fodder? Sorry, if you're here to persuade me to deal with that mutated firefly, I still say no. Yes, I won't go either. I'll listen to Lao Qin. Su Daxian awkwardly smiled. Not many strong people had signed agreements with the base, and this time, the water source task was assigned only to Yi Beixian. Now, Yi Beixian looked almost broken. Although he couldn't figure out what kind of person this woman was, the fact that she could turn Yi Beixian into this state meant she was definitely a tougher opponent than Yi Beixian. Having more people means more security, and it's not like he was paying out of his own pocket. Thinking of this, Su Daxian made a firm decision. He pulled Qin Sheng to a corner, and with a determined look, he extended a finger. Listen, if you're willing to go, I'll apply to the higher-ups for a special approval of 10,000 contribution points for you. Do you think I'm someone special? It's just 10,000 contribution points. I say I won't go. Wait, how much did you say? 10,000. 10,000 contribution points. Qin Sheng silently counted on her fingers, realizing that most tasks only earned a few or 10 contribution points. This time, earning 1,000 points was like a huge fortune. She surprisingly gave herself 10,000 contribution points. 10,000 points would be enough for Jiang Jiangguo, the lazy one, to eat for half a year. Although there were many supplies in the space who would complain about having too much. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng quietly looked at Su Dainiu, then tentatively held up 2 fingers. I have a partner. If you give 1,000, we might have trouble sharing. Yes. Jiang Jiangguo's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly. It didn't matter whether it was money or not. She was mainly interested in all kinds of adventures. Then add 5,000 more. All right. It's settled. Without waiting for Su Dainiu to respond, Qin Sheng immediately nodded. This mission was a big opportunity. She would earn more than half a year's income. Su Dainiu looked at Jiang Jiangguo, who was half a head taller than him, and reassured himself. No worries, she was tall and strong, so he definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage. That night, 2 military trucks quietly left the base. At the same time, the entire Flying Tiger team and all the other evolved individuals participating in the mission also departed. Qin Sheng sat at the very back of the truck, watching the base gate grow smaller and smaller, feeling a bit sad. It wasn't because of anything else. Mainly, Jiang Jiangguo was snoring into her ear, sounding like a motorcycle starting up, making her head buzz. She thirdly pushed away the big head resting on her shoulder. Jiang Jiangguo fell asleep within 5 minutes of getting in the car, leaning on Qin Sheng's shoulder and snoring loudly. At this moment, the head was pushed away. She mumbled vaguely, then tilted her head in another direction and continued sleeping. Seated in another direction from Jiang Jiangguo was Li Chong, with Song Pengfei beside him. Li Chong felt the head on his shoulder and hesitated, wanting to push it away. After all, he was a married man, and it didn't seem right. Just as he reached out, a large Russian sausage caught his eye. At the same time, Qin Sheng's voice came. Let her lean and sleep. Okay. Li Chong hurriedly took the sausage, tore open the package, and stuffed it into his mouth. He hadn't enjoyed eating meat like this for a long time. Although both he and Song Pengfei were survivors, they were both married. Their families shared a house, and besides rent, daily food and drinks were a big expense. The contribution points earned for missions were just enough to keep their families fed and warm. Because they had to go on missions, they needed to make sure they ate enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough energy, which was very dangerous. Usually, they ate mainly grains and vegetables, saving most of the meat for the elderly and children. Song Pengfei watched Li Chong eat eagerly, swallowing repeatedly. At this moment, countless eyes in the car focused on Li Chong's hand. Li Chong tore off a piece of sausage and handed it to Song Pengfei, then quickly ate the rest of the food all at once. He cleaned the sausage casing thoroughly. The car kept moving forward, with the wind rushing inside, and the smell of meat quickly faded into the air. A few of the most evolved people sitting inside looked at Qin Sheng. They exchanged glances and silently smirked. This woman is just a fool. She exposed her space ability in front of so many people and openly shared her meat. She's afraid others won't know she has food in her space. This behavior is like showing off treasure in public. Qin Sheng felt the gazes sticking to her and looked up. The others immediately looked down, pretending nothing was happening. 2 cars moved quietly through the night. The lead car was full of base special forces. The car behind, where Qin Sheng was carrying only evolved people. The entire inside of the car was full of people sitting on the floor, including many men and women. They were all participants in this event. Li Chong quietly told Qin Sheng, "Boss, those monkeys and jerks are eyeing you. Be careful. They often rob lone, evolved people." Song Pengfei was still savoring the meat in his teeth and chuckled. He lowered his voice and said, "I think the ones to watch out for are those monkeys. Hopefully they don't pick the wrong fight and offend the wrong person." Qin Sheng smiled faintly, enjoying the evening breeze without saying anything. It was clear that the night wind was starting to grow colder. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the destination. On the way here, I heard that this was originally a forest planted temporarily in a resort. But after the apocalypse, not only animals and humans began to evolve, but plants also started to mutate. It was just an artificial forest, but in less than a month after the end of the world, it had grown into this size. Now, it looked like an ancient forest that had existed for thousands of years. At night, the moonlight was bright, so you could see these tall trees growing so high that they blocked the sky. The thickest trunks were almost large enough for an adult to hug. The dense branches kept the moonlight outside, but it wasn't dark under the trees. Strange plants emitted faint light in the dark, and some colorful mushrooms looked like tiny night lamps, decorating the night. In her previous life, Qin Sheng had stayed in the northern wilderness, a place mostly filled with deserts, with little vegetation or mutated plants. The biggest mutated plant was a banyan tree. It was very large, with a crown stretching hundreds of meters. At night, it emitted a soft glow, attracting nearby animals. Any creature that entered its range would be caught and eaten by the tree's vines. This tree was called the demon banyan tree. Qin Sheng looked at the magical forest before her, like something out of a fairy tale. This dreamlike scene did not make her relax her guard. Many of these glowing or non-glowing plants had mutated, and their original shapes had all changed. She couldn't recognize what many of these plants were anymore. She saw a tree that looked like an orange tree, but more accurately, it was a tree that resembled one. The fruit on it was much larger than normal oranges, and even from a distance, she could smell a faint orange scent in the air. However, she clearly saw what seemed to be an orange splitting into 2 halves and then quickly closing again, like a big mouth waiting to catch prey. In the apocalypse, the food crisis wasn't because the land couldn't grow crops, but because the seeds buried in the ground would mutate, producing fruits and grains that were often inedible and toxic. Some could even attack nearby creatures. The only way to regenerate food was to set up experimental fields near the base, carefully cultivated by plant evolutionaries to ensure the fruits were safe to eat. But this made food very expensive, and not everyone could afford it. On this continent, everything was changing, including humans. No one could predict whether this evolution would end well or badly. This was Qin Sheng's first time outside at night, and these plants looked even more magical than during the day. She calls this global end-of-the-world event evolution because, after many years, it is seen as a form of progress. Some people refer to this as the arrival of the Cambrian period.
About 550 million years ago, during a time of rapid life explosion, animals and plants evolved quickly, similar to what is happening now. The only difference is that this time, the evolution is caused by a deadly virus, which they call the bug. After seeing many strange creatures, Qin Sheng believes in the idea that survival is about being clever and adaptable. Her biggest dream is to find enough supplies, settle somewhere safe, and live peacefully until natural death. She originally didn't want to come here, really didn't, but the rewards from Su Dainyu were too tempting. She also felt she had been lying at home for too long, almost losing her ability to move her limbs, so she decided to come out and get some exercise. The team moves forward in an orderly way. The members of the Flying Tiger Squad are fully armed and lead the way into the forest. In contrast, the evolved individuals here are armed with various weapons, and their gear is far inferior compared to the squad. If the Flying Tiger Squad's equipment is like well-trained fighters, then these evolvers are more like a disorganized group. The squad, dressed in camouflage and fully armed, leads the way, with the evolvers following closely behind. A group of people quietly enters the forest. Jiang Jiangguo carried his heavy sword and tiptoed behind Qin Sheng, whispering, "You said we wouldn't be used as cannon fodder, but they haven't even given us a rifle. Stop talking nonsense. Look at your feet and be careful. Besides, weapons like these are rare everywhere. They wouldn't just give them to us easily." Qin Sheng pulled Jiang Jiangguo aside and signaled him to be quiet. "We've contributed a lot points, so be content. This is what we call a slow start, but once we begin, we'll eat well for a long time." The ground was covered with thick, decayed leaves and branches. Stepping on them almost buried half your ankle. As weight pressed down, the rotten water and mud beneath made creaking sounds. Tall trees, thorns, and unseen snakes, insects, and rats weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Jiang Jiangguo was a bit worried about Lao Qin, who was seeing the outside world for the first time, so he kept her behind him for protection. He quietly shared survival tips he had learned recently. "Old Qin, you haven't been out of the base much, so you don't know how dangerous these plants and animals are now. Stay behind me and I'll protect you. If you see any fruit, don't eat it randomly. Sometimes what looks like a fruit isn't what you think. When danger comes, don't rush forward. Run with everyone else. More people mean fewer targets, so your risk drops a lot. Someone has encountered a mutated brown bear in this forest. If we are unlucky and come across a mutated bear, you should quickly lie down on the ground, hold your breath, and pretend to be dead. Never try to fight it." Got it, got it." Qin Sheng silently used vines to strangle a large snake hanging from a tree, then continued moving with the main group. The deeper we go, the more mutated plants we see. We crossed a dense forest and came to a tall reed field that was higher than a person. As soon as we stepped into the reeds, a glow appeared beneath our feet, like a stone dropped into a lake, causing a ripple of fireflies to spread out. Countless fireflies flew out from hidden grass patches, filling the sky with light, beautiful beyond words. These fireflies are much larger than normal ones, with a round tail glowing at their rear. As they fly, the entire reed field looks like it's lit up with night lamps. Maybe because we are still near the edge of the reeds, they didn't sense any danger. So, these fireflies didn't attack like in the videos. They just flew around slowly and peacefully. Su Dayan raised his hand to stop everyone from moving forward. He spoke very quietly. "Don't go deeper into the reeds." The previous team went too far in, which triggered the fireflies' warning. These mutated fireflies have territory awareness. If we go too deep into their area, they might attack. An evolutionist spoke up and asked, "First, we build some defenses around the area, then set fire to the reed marsh. Reeds are very flammable, and once ignited, the fire will spread quickly. Most of the fireflies will be burned, and the few remaining can be dealt with together." After speaking, he waved his hand, and several members of the Flying Tigers team in camouflage took out large backpacks. It turned out they were all filled with gas masks. Everyone one each. Wear these to avoid inhaling toxic smoke. The reeds have mutated, and the smoke from burning them contains poisons. Be very careful. Just as everyone was about to distribute the masks, a small,
delicate hand suddenly stopped Sude from handing out the masks.
No.
The weather is hot now, and it hasn't rained for a long time. This reed marsh connects to the forest. If we're not careful, the whole forest could catch fire. There are many innocent animals in the forest, and these fireflies, they are innocent too. We invaded their territory, so they attacked us. They did nothing wrong. We can't just burn them all with fire. That's too cruel. A slim girl stepped forward, her big, bright eyes full of disapproval. Why do we face the end of the world? It's because humans hunt wild animals recklessly and damage nature. That's why viruses break out. Do you still want to destroy the forest now? Don't you think the punishment is already severe enough? Captain Sue, you can't do this. Maybe we can try to communicate with the fireflies and see if they can migrate somewhere else. Sue Dian stopped handing out masks and looked at the girl in front of him with shock. Where did this idiot come from? Don't they screen the people registering? Captain Sue, maybe you think my idea is too naive, but why not give it a try? What if these fireflies can understand us? Sue Dian hesitated for a moment. I think you make a good point. Then go ahead and try to reason with the fireflies. He gestured for her to go in. Yang Xiaoyun's smile froze on her face. She spoke confidently, but honestly, she was a bit scared to go. She had seen the videos. Fireflies attack quickly and with great force like bullets and can freeze people instantly. She stammered, Captain Sue, I mean send a strong evolved person to negotiate, not me. I can't do it. I'm scared. The other evolved people waiting for masks got annoyed and pushed Yang Xiaoyun aside. Are you crazy? Why are you acting like some hero now? You're already in trouble yourself. Who cares about those mutated beasts? Captain Sue, forget this crazy person and just give me a mask. What's this hero act? That's just being a hypocrite, a female evolutionist sneered. The saintly one says, oh, that person is so pitiful. I want to go save her. The so-called saintly person responded differently. Oh, that person is so pitiful. You should go help her. If you don't, you're just cruel, cold, and unkind. You such people are really disgusting. Captain Sue looked impatient and said, your name is Yang Xiaoyun, right? We've given you a chance. Since you're too afraid to go in, just follow our orders. I hope you can think of the bigger picture. Right now, it's the end of the world. It's a fight for survival, a race of different groups. This isn't a peaceful time where you can just act like a saint. Everyone else, hurry up and get your masks. Earth-type evolutionists, build earth walls to block the fire. Metal-type evolutionists, reinforce the earth walls. Wind-type evolutionists, control the wind to blow the toxic smoke away from here. Yang Xiaoyun felt very wronged as everyone laughed at her. She clenched her small fists tightly at her sides, her pretty face stubborn yet sad. Following Captain Sue's orders, the previously chaotic team quickly organized into a proper formation. More than a dozen Earth-type evolutionists used their powers at the edge of the reed marsh and forest. A row of earth walls suddenly rose up from the ground. The soil was rolling, and the loud rumbling made the normally calm mutated fireflies suddenly become restless. The fireflies flying around in the reed marsh rushed toward the source of the sound. Qin Sheng stared at the light bulbs, flying everywhere among the reeds, feeling like countless snipers were watching their group. Any sign of trouble, and they could shoot at any moment. Now, these snipers had started their attack.
Quick.
Light the fire. Water-type and ice-type evolvers form a barrier in front of the earth wall. Sude's voice suddenly cracked, and a vein bulged on his forehead. Hurry! Those fireflies are coming. Everyone do your best if you don't want to die. As soon as he finished speaking, members of the Flying Tiger team immediately lit their Molotov cocktails. Dozens of bottles were thrown high into the air, then exploded in the reed field, filling the sky with flames. The angry fireflies charged like crazy, as if stung by a hive of bees. Countless glowing points buzzed loudly. The snipers of the Flying Tiger team had already started shooting, and the machine gun's rapid fire tore through the night sky. But compared to the countless fireflies, the bullets looked like drops of water falling into the sea, no waves or ripples. All the evolvers launched their attacks at the same time. Ice arrows, fireballs, fire blades, earth cones. The sky was filled with flying projectiles. Yang Xiaoran didn't have time to think much and was pulled forward by another water-type ability user nearby. A water curtain rose in front of the earth wall, then quickly froze into an ice wall by the ice-type evolver. The fireflies are like moths flying into flames, rushing toward those who are destroying their gathering place. The fireflies are very fast and strong, like bullets, crashing into the ice wall with a loud bang and creating deep holes. The ice wall can't completely stop them. At best, it slows down the fireflies a little. Qin Sheng controls thin vines with both hands. For flying mutant insects like fireflies, thinner vines are more flexible. Two thin vines move like snakes, catching the targets, then weaving the fireflies together like candied fruit on a stick. Soon, the vines in her hands dance around like glowing ribbons. Meanwhile, Jiangua is shooting with a bow and arrow. Her beast transformation ability is strength-based, good for close combat with big opponents, but useless against agile, small mutant insects like fireflies, like trying to hit mosquitoes with a hammer. Out of the corner of her eye, she sees Qin Sheng's vines moving gracefully, like two agile snakes circling quickly, forming an invisible shield. Not a single firefly can get close to her. They start shooting and moving closer to her at the same time. Old Qin, just make a few more vines. You can string all these fireflies together in no time. Qin Sheng focused intently on the firefly that appeared within his attack range. Shut up. You think this thing is a ribbon? Controlling 2 is already my limit. If I try more, you'll be burying me next year. In an instant, flames erupted wildly in the reed marsh, spreading like a wildfire. The intense heat and the impact of the fireflies caused the ice wall to melt continuously. Water and ice element evolvers were constantly reinforcing the ice wall, but it was melting too fast. Soon, some couldn't hold on anymore.
Captain Su.
I can't do it. I can't hold on. My powers are almost gone. I'm done too. I really can't hold out anymore. Captain Su, the fire is too fierce, and the wall is melting too quickly. We can't keep up. Let's retreat. We'll come back tomorrow. Shut up. Don't talk about powers running out. Even if my strength is gone, I have to hold on. The ice wall is our first line of defense. Until the fire outside weakens, the wall must not fall. Otherwise, the wind-driven flames will roast us all. Su Daxian and other earth element evolvers used their powers to reinforce the earth wall. Seeing the wall had already become noticeably shorter, he scolded but understood that these evolvers were doing their best. Inside the base, most of the strong evolvers were recruited officially, while the rest were scattered fighters. He originally hoped that Qin Sheng, whom he paid a high price to hire, would be a very powerful leader. But just now, he saw that she was actually a plant-type evolver. In the base, plant-type evolvers are mostly responsible for logistics. Su Danian felt like he had paid the price of Lin Jiling to buy a Luo Yufeng. Darn it, he was too careless. When he saw her injure Yi Beixian, he instinctively thought she was amazing, so he didn't do much investigation before paying a high price. Now, it's too late to regret. Darn it, this wave has caused heavy losses. At this moment, with the blazing fire, the fireflies outside had already decreased by about 60 to 70%, mostly burned to death. After about 10 more minutes, the fire was almost out. The ice wall completely collapsed. Without the ice wall blocking, the Flying Tiger team members took advantage of the dirt wall's cover and opened fire. Suddenly, gunfire was everywhere. The evolvers also attacked without holding back. The number of fireflies was visibly decreasing at a fast rate. Su Danian also felt relieved. He originally thought that coming with the team this time would be a life-and-death situation, but everything was going smoothly. So far, only 2 members of the Flying Tiger team had been killed by the fireflies, and only about a dozen evolvers had died. Thinking of this, a satisfied smile appeared on Su Danian's face. The previous teams were too reckless, which is why they were wiped out by the firefly swarm. If they had used a fire attack like him, there would have been fewer casualties. Seeing that it was almost time, Su Daxian waved his hand. Everyone, charge with me. There aren't many fireflies left. After this battle, we go back to the base for rewards.
Eat meat, drink wine, find a girl. Let's go, everyone. After speaking, he jumped over the dirt wall first, ready to rush inside. At that moment, a vine blocked his way. Captain Sue, wait. These fireflies are acting strange. Very strange. Qin looked at the few mutated fireflies left in the sky, feeling that everything was going too smoothly. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Something was wrong, but she couldn't quite say what.
Light.
Qin's gaze fell on the ground covered with firefly corpses. These fireflies were clearly dead, but the glow from their abdomens hadn't dimmed at all. The ground was full of bodies, like stars fallen to the earth. They looked beautiful but made people feel cold. She stopped Su Daxian from moving forward. Captain Su, these fireflies might still be alive. Su Daxian frowned angrily, looking impatient. He cut the vine blocking his way into two with his sword. You're the second woman today to stop me. Miss Qin, I admit you're capable, but you must understand one thing. On the battlefield, you can only follow orders. Darn it, I haven't even argued with you about the high hiring fee, and you're still blocking my way to get promoted and make money. Qin looked at a small vine that had fallen to the ground and quickly withered. He said coldly, Captain Su, I think you have the wrong idea. I am not your soldier. I just participated in this mission. People who seek death despite good advice. If you insist on going in, then go ahead. Obeying orders is a prerequisite for receiving the mission reward. It seems Miss Su isn't interested in the pay for this task. Su Daxian glanced at the others and said, if you want the reward, follow me. Those who are afraid and want to stay safe, stay outside. After that, he led the members of the Flying Tiger team into the reed marsh. The remaining evolvers observed for 2 minutes, saw there was no real danger, and then followed. A tall, thin man, like a bamboo pole, brushed past Qin, looked at him, and then sneered dismissively. So, women are just women. If you're afraid of danger, why come out to do the mission? There are plenty of easy jobs in the base. Hee, when you say easy, you mean setting up a tent in Zone C and playing host, right? Hee, that's really easy, just lie around and you get food and drinks. Sigh, maybe being a woman is better. Others nearby also laughed and joked. This woman is an evolver, and she looks pretty good. If she were there, she'd probably charge a high price, more than we can afford. But hee, if a few of us pool our money, it might be worth considering. Hee, do you want to eat hot pot? Or mixed fish hot pot? Bro, you're pretty good at playing. How about we wait until we get the reward, then go together? Haha. Seeing the task almost complete, the remaining few mutated fireflies were no longer a threat. Everyone felt very relaxed, joking and laughing as they moved forward. They didn't notice Qin's face turning dark and almost dripping with anger. Suddenly, there were a few soft sounds. The skinny leader felt a chill in his head, then warm liquid flowed down from his forehead to his mouth. He reached up and touched it. It was hot. Looking closer, it was red. He stiffly turned his head and saw a vine, about the thickness of a finger, emerging from his companion's forehead. Then he collapsed weakly to the ground. Even in death, his mouth still held a faint smile from earlier. The other evolved beings, who had been chattering just moments before, suddenly fell to the ground without even a scream. Old Qin, these annoying little things died so easily, they didn't even feel any pain. You're kind-hearted, but if it were me, I'd smash their brains into pulp. Zhang Jiangguo, carrying a bow and arrow, said angrily. Since they were walking behind, they disappeared silently without anyone noticing. Even those who saw it looked away in surprise, showing no particular concern. In the end of the world, no one knows others' true nature. You haven't figured out their tricks, yet you insult them. Such people will eventually die by their own words. Everyone's attention was on Firefly, fearing that they might suddenly be hit by an attack. However, Yang Xiaoyan, who had been paying attention to Qin intentionally or unintentionally, saw this scene clearly. She was shocked and covered her mouth, her bright eyes filled with disbelief. She looked at Qin, who appeared healthy and well-dressed, with long hair that she rarely saw her wear. She couldn't help but keep watching her. But she never expected to see such a cruel scene. You? How can you do this?
They only said a few wrong words. Even if they did something wrong, it doesn't deserve death. How can you just kill them like that? Those are 3 lives. In the face of great disaster, humans should unite, not fight each other. You could have reasoned with them, argued. But you just killed 3 living people without hesitation. How can you be so cruel? If one day you are killed just because you mock someone casually, how would you feel? You look so beautiful, but your heart is so cruel. Yang Xiaoyan hates people who rely on their special abilities to attack and kill others casually. Especially this woman. Others only insulted her a few times, but she directly wanted to take their lives. That's just too overbearing. She kills without mercy. Qin Sheng looked at the woman in front of her. If she remembered correctly, she was the one who stopped Su De just now. After the end of the world, I figured out 2 rules for survival. The first is, teasing someone makes them cheap, and killing them is justified. If I get killed, I deserve it. But killers are always killed in return.
Yang Sia Oyun glaret ang rili.
At this moment, 2 figures approached from behind. The man in front, Li Chong, was covered in blood. There was a big bloody hole on his left shoulder, and part of his scalp was scraped off. Blood dripped down his face, making him look scary, but he sneered and said, "Hey, come here. I found a rare, amazing woman. Why bother talking about women like her? She's obviously got problems. People like her should stay in the base and earn some easy money quietly." Song Pengfei limped forward from behind, sneering, "But even if she offered me a small piece of bread, I wouldn't want her. People with mental issues are contagious." "What did you say?" Yang Xiaoyun's eyes widened. She gritted her teeth and looked angrily at the 2 men who suddenly appeared. "I am not that kind of cheap woman who sells her body. I am a water-type evolver. I can support myself with my own strength." Song Pengfei hobbled over, walking with a limp, glancing at Yang Xiaoyun's delicate body. "You should be glad you're an evolver. With your looks, you can't even handle that bowl of rice." That sentence was very insulting. "I will kill you." Yang Xiaoyan was so angry she felt dizzy. She waved her right hand, and 2 water arrows shot straight at their heads. Both of these people were badly hurt. It wouldn't be easy for them to dodge this attack. The water arrows were less than a meter away from them. Song Pengfei's heart was pounding wildly. But just then 2 vines suddenly shot out. With a gentle strike, the water arrows dissolved into mist. Jiang Jianguo covered his face with both hands, staring at Yang Xiaoyan with a look of disbelief. "Oh my gosh, how can you be so cold and cruel? They only said a few words to you. Even if they were wrong, they didn't deserve to die. These are real lives. You attack with killing moves just because of a small disagreement. And you did it while they were badly hurt. You're really terrifying." Her body language was very exaggerated, like a dramatic actress. Her eyes were wide like copper bells, trying hard to cry, but her eyes were watering so much that no tears fell. "Oh my goodness, my eyes are polluted by this cruel scene. I can't see anymore. The world is so scary."
Kong.
No. "Old Qin, please help me. Quickly cure my eyes." She leaned heavily on Qin Sheng's slender shoulder, acting overly dramatic. Yang Xiaoyun's face turned bright red from her provocation. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just too angry. How could they compare me to that kind of lowly woman? You could reason with them, argue with them. Why did you have to fight?" Qin Sheng said coolly. I didn't mean to. I was just too angry." Jiang Jianguo scoffed proudly. "Oh, old Qin, you don't know. There are people in this world who demand others follow saintly morals, but judge themselves by the worst standards." Yang Xiaoyan was so angry her chest hurt. You're too much. So many people bullying just one of me." Seeing that Su De's team had already gone deep into the reed marsh, she remembered her goal was to treat her mother's illness and also help her younger brother. Her brother hadn't eaten properly in a long time. "I can't argue with these people. I need to bring back the reward from this task." Thinking of her 2 hungry family members, she huffed angrily, then twisted her waist and turned to follow. As she left, Li Chong and Song Pengfei helped each other and approached her.
They both said, "Thank you, Miss Qin, for saving us. From now on, we are your people. We will work like oxen and horses without complaint." Qin Sheng rolled her eyes at them and waved her hand. All right. I don't need you to. I'm not short of useless people here. Yes. One useless person is enough. You two stay away. Jiang Jiangguo quickly nodded, no longer looking angry. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. But we want to repay your kindness, Song Pengfei said sincerely. Li Chang wiped the blood that kept flowing down his scalp with the back of his hand. We are truly loyal. From now on, we will follow you and listen to your commands. Qin Sheng casually broke off a piece of burnt mud, kneading it in her hand. Then she slapped it onto Li Chang's head. Burnt mud doesn't have germs, so it can stop bleeding. You two, hurry up and cover your blood holes with mud. When we get back to the base, you can see a doctor. The two nodded quickly.
Yes.
Leader, don't call me leader. Qin Sheng looked expressionless. From now on, just call me Miss Qin. During the attack earlier, you didn't even try to dodge. You just trusted I would act, then followed my lead. That's how you accepted me as your leader, right? I'm not stupid. You don't need to use that trick on me. Hearing Qin Sheng's words, Li Chang sighed. We knew we couldn't hide anything from Miss Qin. You really have sharp eyes. But we truly want to follow you. Song Pengfei nodded in agreement. Really from the heart. Thank you both for believing in me, but please don't bring this up again. The two exchange a look, their disappointed expressions obvious. At this moment, Qin Sheng speaks again. But if there's a chance in the future, I hope we can work together. A new hope appears. Although I didn't succeed in joining Qin Sheng's team, her words make me feel better. Li Chang happily nods. Of course. Thank you, boss. Song Pengfei cheerfully calls him boss. Since we can't call him leader, calling him boss is fine. Jiang Jiangguo watches as they crush the burnt clay and apply it to his wound. He asks with some confusion, "Aren't you two going inside?" Big Ear Su said if we don't go in, the mission isn't successful. Song Pengfei replies, "We're not going in." Didn't the boss say? These fireflies might not be dead. Li Chang agrees. Yes, I also think something's off. The fireflies in the video looked very fierce. But now, although these fireflies are strong, they aren't showing such aggressive attacks. I think there's something fishy. Hearing this, Li Chang chuckles to himself. He shares a little trick for avoiding trouble. With so many people here, who would notice us? Later, I'll say that if Faye and I are badly hurt and can't move, the mission rewards will still come to us. We wouldn't come all this way just to get stung by fireflies for no reason. Boss, you shouldn't have kindly warned Su Daniu and the others earlier. If they don't appreciate it, that's fine. Remember, you two probably won't get your task rewards. He pointed to his head, covered in mud. This scalp of mine was even scraped off by fireflies. These mutated bugs are so fast, they're almost as quick as bullets. I wonder if I'll ever grow hair back in this place. Qin Sheng silently glanced at his scalp. The dry mud stuck to it was now stained dark red with blood, but the bleeding had stopped. Her reminder about Su Daniu was just a casual comment. She also wanted to get her reward. If he had been more careful and observed more, it would have been better, especially since so many lives were at stake. But since no one appreciated her warning, she didn't care. After all, she wasn't the one injured. In the apocalypse, no one is responsible for anyone's life. As for the reward, it's better to get it, but if not, it's no big deal. She wasn't lacking supplies anyway. After Su Daniu led everyone into the reed marsh, he initially felt a bit cautious. Qin Sheng's words echoed in his mind. He moved carefully, every step cautious. But as they went deeper, aside from firefly carcasses and some other bugs, and the blackened reed stumps from the fires, there was nothing unusual. He suddenly relaxed. That's right. This water source has been guarded by someone dedicated before the fireflies arrived. All dangerous large mutated creatures in the lake have been cleared. Now, the fireflies that were burned or killed are no longer a threat. It seems this mission was very successful. Although more than 10 evolvers and 2 members of the Flying Tigers team died, compared to the complete destruction of the previous small squads, these losses are almost nothing. Yang Xiaoyan carefully walks at the back of the team.
always feeling like something is still following her. So she speeds up and moves to the front of the group. Someone is blocking the way ahead, and others are guarding the rear, which makes her feel a bit safer. The bodies of the fireflies under her feet crackle like fallen fruit when stepped on. Green goo oozes from the bodies and sticks to her shoes, glowing like fluorescent paint. Yang Xiaoyan feels a little sick. She always thought fireflies were beautiful creatures, but now, with the sound of crushing grapes under her feet, the goo flowing on the ground emits a strange, unpleasant smell. She can't help but swallow hard. The smell is a bit like fish, but also different. It starts as a fishy stench, but gradually, a strange fragrance emerges from the foul odor. Frowning, Yang Xiaoyun is about to react when suddenly, she catches a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye. Her whole body freezes, eyes wide open. What is that? There seems to be something moving on the body of that firefly. It looks like tiny bits of starlight coming from inside the firefly. No, that's not starlight. It's insect eggs. And then, the larvae of the firefly. Yang Xiaoran opened her mouth, wanting to shout a warning to those nearby, but in her shock, she couldn't make a sound. Meanwhile, the others kept walking deeper into the reed field, unaware of what was happening. Qin Sheng was crouched on the ground, threading a string of firefly corpses with vines, observing carefully. Old Qin, what are you looking at? Jiang Jianguo squatted nearby, chewing on a dark, spicy beef jerky. Li Chang and Song Pengfei were resting with their eyes closed. Although they weren't the leaders, they had only said a few words to help Qin Sheng, and suddenly each received a pack of cookies. Such good luck made them feel like they could talk nonstop all day. But neither of them ate the cookies. They put them in their backpacks to take home for their children. Both of them envied Jiang Jianguo, how great it was to follow Qin Sheng, always busy and never silent. And she could still chew beef jerky, spicy and flavorful. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw Qin Sheng crouched on the ground, looking at the firefly corpses. They moved closer to look too. There were two shadowy figures near Qin Sheng, but she didn't pay any attention to them. Two eyes focused intently on the round, bright belly of the firefly. Inside, there was a cluster of light, but it seemed like the light was moving. She casually picked up a stick and poked the firefly's belly, causing it to burst with a pop. The glowing liquid flowed out, some spilling onto the ground and some sticking to the stick. She raised the stick close to her eyes and looked carefully. She realized that the liquid itself did not glow. The glow came from tiny round eggs inside the liquid. When these eggs met the air, they quickly grew larger and then turned into small sparkling points of light that scattered into the air. This is larvae. The firefly's belly is full of larvae. Li Chang and Song Pengfei step back in fear, shocked. When the mother dies, the larvae are born. Qin Sheng squinted and looked at the star-like lights flying from the stick. These larvae grow with the wind. When they fly out, they are less than 10 meters away, and they grow from the size of a sugar grain to sesame seed size. If they fly farther, what will happen then? Each female firefly's belly probably contains hundreds of eggs, if not thousands. Jiang Jianguo, chewing beef jerky, stared at the flying larvae. Old Qin, put these larvae in a glass jar. We won't need to turn on the lights at night. Maybe we can keep some to use as night lights. Save electricity. Qin Sheng noticed a complete firefly corpse at his feet. Its belly was already twisting and swelling, as if something inside was pushing outward. She frowned and said, "Oh no, Jianguo, transform into a beast now. Let's run quickly." Jiang Jianguo was still focused on saving energy and electricity. When he heard Qin Sheng's voice, he didn't hesitate. He quickly took off his clothes, pants, and shoes and handed everything to Qin Sheng. He was now wearing a tight silver suit. "Old Qin, put my clothes away." Before he finished speaking, a sharp scream came from the reed marsh. Firefly. So many fireflies. Run. Fireflies are coming back to life. There are even more than before. Run. My legs. Wait for me. Help. Meanwhile, a deep roar like a bear's cry echoed through the forest. Roar. Jiang Jianguo's body swelled with the wind, growing taller than 3 meters.
Thick brown hair covered his skin, including his face. His hands and feet became much larger. They had been on a few missions with Jiang Jiangguo before, but they had never seen her use her beast transformation ability. Brothers Li Chong were stunned by this sudden change, standing frozen in place. Watching Jiangguo transform from a strong-looking girl into a big, hairy person, they were still trying to process what was happening. Li Chong said, "This is a beast transformation ability. It's a brown bear. Her power is to transform into a brown bear." Song Pengfei heard sharp, desperate screams coming from the reed marsh. The few remaining glowing points of light rose from the ground and scattered everywhere. Those trying to escape were quickly pierced by fireflies, and they collapsed on the spot, covered in blood holes. His face turned pale instantly. "The eggs. They are all hatching eggs. No, I shouldn't have gone in from the start. These eggs are thousands of times more than the original mother bugs. Run quickly. Run into the forest." Qin Sheng threw down his stick and ran into the woods. Jiang Jiangguo, supporting the injured Song Pengfei, who had a limp, also ran away. "Li Chong, your leg is better. Hurry up. If they catch us, we'll be like thieves." Li Chong looked at Jiang Jiangguo running swiftly and wished he could be the one carried instead of the one limping. But there was no time to think. He quickly caught up. Meanwhile, Su Dainyu could no longer be called clumsy. He was walking well, just finished clearing the remaining fireflies, and was about to complete his task. Suddenly, he heard a sharp, painful scream behind him. He turned around. In the reed marsh behind him, more glow-in-the-dark fireflies rose again. He thought they were escapees. But then he saw tiny fireflies flying everywhere, growing bigger as they flew, attacking them. Faced with a sudden swarm of countless fireflies, the team members panicked and fought back chaotically. A denser swarm of glowworms suddenly appeared. They rushed toward us like waves, one after another. There were so many, and their attack was so quick that the team almost instantly broke apart. Everyone panicked and ran toward the forest or jumped into the water. But although there were no large mutated beasts in the water, there were countless piranhas. People who jumped in earlier were torn apart almost immediately. Seeing this, others dared not jump into the water and instead turned to run into the forest. The glowworms flooded the area, almost covering the entire reed marsh, and chased after the people, flying out of their territory. Su Dian ran desperately forward, ignoring the authority of the Flying Tiger team leader. His mind was filled with images of team members being pierced by glowworms. The glowworms looked like guided bullets, constantly taking lives in the reed marsh. At that moment, Su Dian felt deep despair and fear. He regretted not listening to Qin Sheng's advice to observe more before entering. He underestimated these mutated glowworms. In the dark night, he had no time to figure out his direction. He ran out of the reed marsh and saw a few figures running ahead, so he instinctively followed them. Other survivors also ran with him, and so Qin Sheng and the others found themselves trailing behind a long line of people. After entering the forest, the fireflies flew much more slowly than they did in the reed marsh. However, they still followed everyone closely. Anyone who lagged behind or ran slowly was immediately pierced through like a sieve by their tiny bodies. The fireflies didn't attack urgently like they did in the reed marsh. Instead, they seemed to tease their prey, like cats playing with mice. Suddenly, a team member tripped over tangled roots on the ground, followed by a loud, heart-wrenching scream. Su Dian completely forgot he was a soldier and felt like a mad person running for his life. These fireflies couldn't be killed easily. Killing one adult firefly would cause hundreds of new ones to hatch from its body. The more they killed, the more appeared. An endless cycle. Bang! At that moment, he accidentally tripped over something and fell hard to the ground. Although he quickly got up again, he was now far behind. He saw figures running past him ahead. Panicking, Su Dian scrambled and crawled to catch up, shouting to those in front. "Help! Save me! Save me! I have lots of contribution points. Little tiger. Crazy. Wait for me. I am the captain of the Flying Tiger team. You can't leave me behind. But at this moment, no one paid attention to him. They all kept running, heads down, trying to escape. A pop sound, and a glowworm pierced through his shoulder blade. Blood splattered as the glowworm circled in the air before rushing toward him again. In his despair, Su Daeniu suddenly felt a courage he had never experienced before. Monster. You think you can kill me just with that? With a loud shout, a dozen earth spikes shot out rapidly, breaking the wind as they flew. The glowworms surrounding him were instantly pierced and fell to the ground. The danger was temporarily gone, but Su Daeniu had used almost all his strength. He was exhausted and weak, yet he forced himself to keep going. He couldn't die here. No one noticed the body of the glowworm pierced by the earth spikes, its glowing, round belly still shining. Old Qin. Huff puff. Where should we run to? I don't know. Huff puff. Just run forward. Find a place to hide. After transforming into a beast, your skin is tough, so those glowworms might not kill you right away. But I can't handle that. I need to find a hiding spot. Qin Sheng's head was buzzing. Suddenly, she thought North Wilderness from her past life was better. No such bugs, just sand. She had spent many years in North Wilderness and never encountered such strange insects. But here, the difficulty level is like hell from the start. She ran while looking back. And when she looked again, she was shocked.
Darn.
There were several people behind her, and a large swarm of glowworms like bright light bulbs. Qin Sheng looked at the dense swarm of bugs in the sky, feeling a bit scared. Her fear of tight spaces was about to kick in.
Darn.
Why is everyone just following her? Big brother. Can't you run in a different direction to spread out the attack? Wait for me.
Slow down.
Huff. I can't keep up. Li Chong panted heavily, like a bellows, almost out of strength to run. I got a whole shot in my butt. Darn, it hurts so much. If you can't keep up, you'll have more than just a hole in your butt. Your whole body will be full of holes. Hurry up and run. Jiang Jiangguo carried the dizzy Song Pengfei on his shoulder, still walking quickly. After transforming into a beast, she was over 3 meters tall, with legs taller than most people. When she ran, each step covered several of theirs. Qin Sheng was used to Jiang Jiangguo's speed and could keep up. But Li Chong was struggling. He was using all his strength just to barely catch up. His butt was burning and wet, causing sharp pain when he ran. He reached back and saw a bloody hole gushing blood from his butt.
Oh my.
These darn mutated fireflies are too powerful.
Darn.
My butt has a hole now. He kept shouting, but he didn't dare slow down or stare at the fireflies. His hands clenched into fists, palms sweaty. Darn it. No matter how painful, I have to run. If I don't, I'll definitely die here. Qin Sheng ran quickly while shouting. If you don't run faster, you'll never make it back to the base alive. Think about it. Soon someone will be spending your pension, sleeping with your wife, and hitting your child. These words worked better than any medicine. Li Chong's mind involuntarily flashed images of other men kissing his wife and hitting his son. Suddenly, the pain in his backside didn't seem so unbearable anymore. Can't die. I can't die. Wait for me, everyone. His legs suddenly sped up, spinning like a whirlwind, almost surpassing Jiang Jiangguo. At that moment, Qin Sheng suddenly saw a cave not far away. The dark entrance was on a mountain wall covered with unknown vines, making it look less hidden. Jiang Jiangguo. There's a cave over there. Let's go inside quickly. She made a sharp turn and headed straight for the entrance. Jiang Jiangguo quickly followed, shouting, "Whoa! Lao Qin, wait for me." Li Chong, who was already pale from blood loss, hurriedly covered his backside and limped after them. Su Daeniu, with sharp eyes, saw the others turn direction and immediately chased after them. In this panic, everyone instinctively followed the crowd. Qin Sheng ran into the cave and pulled out a security door from her space, ready to block the entrance. It's a cave. Let's hide inside quickly. We're saved. Don't block the entrance. Wait for me. Wait for us. Wait for me. Help. Help. Miss Qin. Wait for us. Jiang Jiangwo's first action after entering the cave was to throw the person on his back onto the ground, then turn to help Qin Sheng. Song Pengfei felt like he was on a roller coaster, dizzy and overwhelmed. He collapsed to the ground and started vomiting. Li Chong was at the cave entrance, watching the fireflies flying closely behind the others, looking anxious. "Hurry up and run faster. Denit. Come in quickly." Qin Sheng waited until the last person entered, then forcefully placed a security door across the cave entrance. Jiangwo blocked the door. He quickly pulled out another security door from his space and sealed the remaining opening. The cave entrance was small, and 2 security doors could completely block it. Su Daniu and the others leaned against the mountain wall, exhausted and gasping for breath, still catching their breath. Suddenly, Qin Sheng's voice was heard. "Everyone who doesn't want to die, come help block the door. If the fireflies get inside, we'll all be wiped out. Yes, yes. Hurry and block it." The others quickly ran to the cave entrance, holding the 4 corners of the security doors. The remaining Earth-type evolver immediately sealed all gaps with Earth. Jiang Jiangwo pressed his shoulders against the 2 large doors, which looked like liver-colored gates. "Old Qin, where did you get these security doors? They look so familiar to me." Su Dian leaned against the big door, feeling lucky to have escaped alive. He thought he would be doomed to fight off endless mutated firefly creatures, but somehow, he had survived. Now, he looked at Qin Sheng with shining eyes and muttered, the money wasn't wasted. Hee. Qin Sheng understood what Su Dian meant and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Just as he was about to say something, a sudden scream broke the silence. Yang Shaoran was standing at the very right side of the security door, trembling as she pointed at a spot. The door is broken." Qin Sheng looked in the direction she was pointing. How could the security door possibly be? Before he finished, he saw a small crack forming on the pigskin-colored door, which was bulging outward as if something inside was pushing against it. Without hesitation, Jiang Jiangwo grabbed an arrow, stabbed it into the crack, then pulled it out, revealing a pierced firefly corpse and white foam flying around. "Old Qin, this security door isn't very secure," she said, staring blankly at the exposed interior. "This thing is filled with foam. Wow, this is fake, cheap stuff." Seeing this, Qin Sheng immediately took out 2 large steel plates from his space and stacked them behind the door for extra protection. In less than a minute, they heard the sound of the steel plates being struck, making loud banging noises. It's like heavy hail falling on a tin roof. It seems that the poor-quality security door is completely broken. Qin Sheng feels a bit annoyed. She probably has a hoarding habit after the end of the world. Usually, she thinks everything might be useful, so she collects a lot of items. There are piles of shared bikes, electric scooters, tricycles, tractors, books, antiques. She just keeps stuffing things into her space whenever she sees them. If I remember correctly, these security doors were taken from a relocated community that hadn't handed over the apartments yet. At that time, she saw that all the doors in the community were newly installed. Bored, she took them all down and stored them, but it turned out they were all cheap, low-quality goods. She even spent several sleepless nights trying to pry open the doors. Thinking of this, she feels a surge of anger. After a while, a campfire is lit inside the cave. The crackling of the fire and the sound of metal plates being hit mixed together, each sound echoing in everyone's heart. The cave looks a bit like a big, round vase. The entrance isn't large, but the inside is quite spacious. A group of people sit or lie around the campfire. They barely escaped with their lives, but they don't feel very happy. Most of the people here are injured, and outside the cave, a large swarm of mutated fireflies still lingers, not willing to leave anytime soon. Qin Sheng looks around. There are about a dozen people inside the cave now. Su Daniu and 4 members of the Flying Tiger team, and that mentally troubled Yang Shaoyan. Once, a monkey with bad intentions looked at me for a long time in the car. There were also a few strangers. There was a man and a woman leaning on each other, probably a couple. The rest were Li Chong's brothers, along with her and Jiang Jiangwo. Song Pengfei, just regaining his senses, immediately pulled Li Chong and himself closer to Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangwo. Li Chong awkwardly knelt on the ground,
sticking out his butt. Song Pengfei casually dug up a handful of dirt, burned it with fire, and smeared it over the wound on his butt like plaster. The bleeding stopped quickly. Now, the small cave was divided into 4 groups: Su Danian and the Flying Tiger team, Qin Sheng's sister and Li Chang's brothers. Finally, Yang Xiaoyan, the monkey, and the others stayed together. There were clear boundaries between the 3 groups. Jiang Jiangguo, bored, was poking at the fire with a stick. Her beast transformation ability had been retracted after entering the cave. She was wearing a bright red sports jersey, looking around, then quietly whispered to Qin Sheng, "Old Qin, do you think it looks like when we were in college for people in one dorm, 6 groups?" Haha. Qin Sheng silently stuffed a piece of beef jerky into her mouth. "Be good. You're hungry. Have some food first." Jiang Jiangguo nodded, chewing the beef jerky, and continued to poke at the fire without saying anything. Yang Xiaoyan sat on the ground, looking at the floor and crying. When she looked up, she saw Qin Sheng putting something into Jiang Jiangguo's mouth, surely food. She had been hungry since noon and had exhausted her energy. Now she was leaning against the mountain wall, completely exhausted. Her eyes brightened with tears, and she shyly said, Miss Qin, since you can create things out of thin air to block the door, you must be a space-type evolutionist, right? Do you have any food there? Could you share a little with me? I'm so hungry. When I get back to the base, I promise to return it to you. You're really impressive. Out of all the dual-type evolutionists I've met, you're the only one. I envy you for having so many supplies. I can't even get enough to eat." As Yang Xiaoyan spoke, more than 10 pairs of eyes in the cave immediately turned to Qin Sheng. To escape, everyone had thrown away almost everything they had. The Flying Tiger team members had even discarded their guns, let alone food. Right now, everyone was starving. "Yes, I saw you use plants to attack the firefly, and you can also create steel plates out of thin air. You must be a space-type evolutionist. You definitely have food." "She does." The monkey sitting in the corner immediately pointed at Qin Sheng. "I saw her take out a big sausage on the car and give it to that guy. She's so generous. She must have a lot of food." Su Daniu also looked at Qin Sheng expectantly. "Miss Qin, do you still have?" Before he could finish, Qin Sheng directly replied, "I have plenty of food." She looked directly at Yang Xiaoyan and said, "Sharing with you is impossible. My supplies didn't come from nowhere. If you want to eat, you can buy it with contribution points. I didn't bring anything to trade, and my contribution points haven't been issued yet," Yang Xiaoyan said, feeling a bit wronged. "I'm not like you, a space evolver, who can carry so many things around. We're all in this together.
Can't you
be a little more generous?" Qin Sheng rolled her eyes at her. "You want a freeload? I think your face is pretty thick. Maybe it should be used as the base's defense wall instead." Even now, she still thought that just whining a little could get her freebies. Does she think I am one of those men who only care about the lower half of their bodies? She turned to look at Su Daniu. "Captain Su, I have food, but I won't give it for free. If everyone wants to buy some, fine. Keep a record, and after we go back, deduct it from your contribution points. That way, no one can deny it. What do you think?"
Su Daniu nodded repeatedly.
Yes, of course. After all, no one's supplies come from the wind. Hearing this, Yang Xiaoyan felt like it was specifically aimed at her. She cried sadly, covering her face and turning away as if she had been bullied. The monkey suddenly jumped up, angrily pointing at Qin Sheng. "What did you say? You want to trade with contribution points? We're in this together now. We should all face danger together. Don't fuss over these little things." He looked at her with anger. "I see you're just in it for the money. You shameless woman. Don't show your face if you don't have any shame. I originally wanted to stay with you longer, but since you're tired of living, don't blame us. Everyone, listen to me. There must be many things inside the woman's space. If we all go together and kill her, all the items inside will be revealed, and they will belong to us." As soon as the monkey finished speaking, the people behind him, except for the couple, stood up in agreement. Yang Xiaoyan looked at the monkey, then at Qin Sheng, tilted her head, and continued crying. She didn't move or show any reaction, acting as if she hadn't heard anything. She didn't want to risk getting involved in killing Qin Sheng because she didn't know who this woman was. She was afraid of getting into trouble. Anyway, if these people killed Qin Sheng, she was sure she would get a little something. Qin Sheng leaned against the stone wall, smiling. Are you planning to kill and loot? So what if we are? There are so many of us. Do you think you can run away? The monkey said proudly. The easiest thing in the world is to do illegal deals without any investment. If they can steal something, why buy it? They usually do sneaky, underhanded things, so they don't want to work honestly to earn their share. Jiang Jiangguo was quietly chewing beef jerky. Next to him, Li Chong, holding his injured butt, hobbled over, followed by Song Pengfei. Li Chong's bottom still hurt a lot, so he could only sit crookedly on a stone. He looked at the mischievous monkey and warned, Monkey, I advise you to stop having bad thoughts now. Greed can be dangerous. Li Chong, I tell you, mind your own business. When I came here, I noticed you kept following that woman around. Are you trying to get her attention? Haha, you coward. The monkey laughed loudly, acting very arrogant. I want this woman. None of you can stop me. You talk nonsense. Go back and drink your mother's tea. Just then, Jiang Jiangguo quietly poked his arm to signal him to stay silent. Li Chong looked at him confused, but Jiang Jiangguo could only wave his hand and whisper, Stop causing trouble. We're waiting to see these losers get what they deserve. Don't ruin the story. He looked like a bystander enjoying the show. Li Chong had no choice but to keep quiet. Meanwhile, the monkey suddenly looked confident, no longer tired and weak. He held his head high and pulled out 2 pistols from his jacket. Behind him, a few others also smiled confidently, ready for action. The monkey looked proud and said to Captain Su, Captain Su, you all are injured quite badly, but my brothers and I have been holding back. We haven't used all our strength yet. You are injured and disabled. With your current strength, our brothers could easily kill you quietly. But I am a kind person and do not hold grudges. Plus, I feel like we are old friends. Now, I give you one more chance. Think carefully, should we share this opportunity? A short man with a pointed face walks a few meters in front of Captain Su and stops. He pulls out a grenade and threatens. Captain Su, I advise you to listen to Brother Monkey. It's just a chance encounter with a woman. There's no need to risk your life for her. We respect your status, so we're giving you some face. Why make things difficult? Captain Su's eyes stay fixed on the grenade in the man's hand, his face turning pale. This is a special grenade from the Flying Tiger Squad. The pin has the squad symbol. How did you get it? The man chuckles, his eyes showing a fierce look. Hee hee, how did we get it? Of course, we stole it. The Flying Tiger Squad, after heavy losses, is just a paper tiger. A single stab can kill them all. We have plenty of these. You darn beast, stabbing your teammates from behind. The others in the Flying Tiger Squad glare angrily, trembling with rage. Captain, we shouldn't have asked these evolved ones for help. They're all so vicious. I remember. I think I saw a bullet hole on Stone's forehead. I used to think that gunfire was blind, and he must have been accidentally shot. Now I realize something is wrong. When Stone died, he looked completely shocked. He was definitely betrayed by those few worthless guys. Not only Stone, but several others also had bullet holes. The size of the holes was much smaller than the wounds caused by fireflies, so it was easy to see at a glance. Su Dainyu clenched his fists angrily, with veins bulging on his forehead. How many people have you secretly harmed? Darn you. Although Su Dainyu is also afraid of death, these people directly betrayed his brothers. That's something he cannot tolerate. The monkey and the others behind him each had guns and grenades. Moreover, after entering the reed marsh, everyone was exhausted and their abilities drained. Only they looked energetic and lively. There are only 2 possible reasons for this situation. 1. Monkey and his group are experts. 2. They never really went deep into the reed marsh. They stayed on the outskirts, waiting until most people were dead or injured before sneaking in to finish the job. It's clear now that it's the second reason. These guys never intended to complete the mission seriously from the start. That makes sense. If everyone had died, or if the survivors kept silent, Monkey and his group could not only get the reward money, but also make extra profit. They planned this very well. So, it seems Captain Sue is not giving face anymore. I give you my respect, you little brat, always playing sneaky tricks behind my back. If you have the guts, wait until I recover from my injuries, and then we'll settle this one-on-one. Sue Danyu trembled all over, partly out of fear and partly out of anger. His eyes were bloodshot, almost ready to burst. Still calling me monkey? I see you as nothing but a circus animal jumping through hoops. Don't wait for me to return to the base alive, or I'll find my brother-in-law and wipe out your whole family. Darn you! If looks could kill, the monkey would have been torn apart already. The monkey exchanged a fierce look with someone nearby, showing a hint of cruelty. All right, since Captain Sue refuses to accept a friendly toast and prefers punishment, don't blame us, the monkey said, pulling out his pistol and tucking it into his coat. No witnesses left in this cave. The short man looked at Qin Sheng and Yang Xiaoyan with a greedy expression. Brother Monkey, can we keep these two women alive for now? Hee. No way. Haven't you heard of the saying the night is long and dreams are many? Kill them now, and then we can strike while the iron's hot. The monkey was a bit annoyed. He had originally wanted to use this chance to drag Sue Danyu into trouble. After all, he had heard about Sue Danyu. He wasn't exactly a noble person, greedy, lustful, and stingy. Though a bit of a fool himself, he had a strong background. He had two very powerful brothers-in-law. Don't underestimate him. If he could pull Sue Danyu into their scheme and find a way to use him, it would make things much easier for him in the Haiqing base. But to his surprise, this guy didn't appreciate the gesture. Since that's the case, everyone should just die. Yang Xiaoyan originally thought that the monkeys were only targeting Qin Sheng, so she hid nearby, waiting to pick up the leftovers. She didn't expect them to be so ruthless that they wouldn't even spare her innocent self. Thinking of this, she looked at Qin Sheng with resentment. It's all her fault. If she hadn't offended those monkeys, she wouldn't have been caught up in this disaster. Qin Sheng, how can you be so selfish? Since you have so many supplies in your space, why not share them with everyone? Why be so selfish? Now you've caused trouble for everyone, and you're happy about it. It's all your fault. You wicked woman. Boo-hoo. When she heard the monkeys say they wanted to eliminate everyone, she panicked immediately. Trembling, tears streamed down her face. Monkey brother, I have a mother and younger brother at home waiting for me to take care of them. I promise I won't tell anyone what I saw. Really, I keep my mouth shut. Please spare me, Monkey chuckled. Whether you keep your mouth shut or not, you'll find out soon enough. Hee. Monkey, do you think you're invincible? We may be hurt, but we're not helpless. If you dare to attack, we'll all go down together. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't handle a few of you. Monkey was completely unfazed. He suddenly shot his gun.
Bang!
With the sound of gunfire, an evolved person who was about to attack secretly fell dead, eyes wide open. No matter how skilled you are, you still fear a kitchen knife, especially since I have a gun in my hand. And also, you're mistaken. I may be just a stone, but you are not jade. You are at best a piece of dog poop covered in gold leaf. I've tolerated you for a long time. You have no real skills, always relying on your brother-in-law's power at the base. Why should I? Why should I struggle just to get by? You think you can just take advantage of my sister. You're just jealous and resentful. It's not my fault your mom didn't give you a good sister. You jerk. Sue Danyu also refused to back down. Since we're all going to die anyway, who cares? At this moment, everyone who could move in the cave was standing and ready, watching the monkeys carefully. Both sides were tense, ready to fight at any moment. But the person who was targeted first, Qin Sheng, was still calmly playing with the fire, acting like nothing was happening. She even took a skewer and slowly roasted some beef jerky on it. Seeing Qin Sheng so relaxed, Sue Danyu suddenly remembered something. She managed to injure Yi Beixian, and it seemed she didn't go deep into the reed swamp, so she didn't have serious wounds. Maybe she has a secret trick to deal with the monkeys. But she was targeted by the monkeys and hadn't made a move yet. What was she waiting for?
She definitely wouldn't die, but it's unclear if she would save others. I even argued with her before. Women tend to hold grudges. Or perhaps he was just waiting for the monkey to finish off the people before making his move. In an instant, many thoughts flashed rapidly through Su Daxian's mind, and finally, he let out a loud shout that broke through his throat. Miss Qin, save my life, and I will give you 10,000 contribution points. The other members of the Flying Tiger team will do the same. Qin Sheng didn't even look at Su Daxian. She brought the charred beef jerky to her mouth, eating as she said, Captain Su, you're really something. You promised me a mission with these words, but then you changed your mind at the Reed Marsh. You're worried about contribution points, and then you say if you don't follow orders, it doesn't count as completing the mission. So, the right to explain everything is all yours? And I'm not interested in saving people. Suddenly, recalling old issues, Su Daxian felt a bit embarrassed. As expected, women really do hold grudges. But then his eyes rolled, and he said, if you're not interested in saving people, what about killing? Kill these pests, and I'll give you 10,000 contribution points for each head. I'll pay out of my own pocket. This time, I mean what I say. If you try to find excuses to back out again, let me be caught by the oldest, ugliest woman in the world day and night. Qin Sheng's cheeks froze in shock. You dare to make such a vicious vow? Jiang Jiangguo silently glanced at Su Daxian and gave him a big thumbs up. Since you made that deadly vow, I'll believe you just this once. Qin Sheng handed the remaining skewers to Jiang Jiangguo. Wow. Darn it. The monkey angrily pointed his gun at Qin Sheng. You wicked woman. Do you even respect me? Trash. Do you think you're so powerful that you can kill me? He pulled the trigger, ready to shoot this confused woman dead.
Huh.
He couldn't pull the trigger? The monkey looked down and saw a thin vine wrapped around his gun. Before he could react, a thin vine shot toward him and pierced his forehead with a splat sound. He suddenly felt a slight headache, but it wasn't very painful, more numb. His eyes became a bit unfocused, and everything around him looked blurry. It was like he was drunk. Monkey brother, wow, she's attacking us. Kill this woman. Bang.
Bang bang.
After a series of frantic gunshots, Su Dania looked up at the ceiling of the cave, where 5 bodies hung, swaying like salted fish. His eyes were filled with terror, and the look he gave Qin Sheng was full of deep fear. In less than 5 seconds, the lively people just moments ago were now hanging by their heads, caught by vines. Throughout, she never even moved her butt, and the vines in her hands seemed to have eyes, attacking those people. She also worked very closely with a tall, strong woman named Jiang Jiangguo. At the moment of attack, Jiang Jiangguo quickly drew a heavy sword behind him to use as a shield. Qin Sheng was in charge of attacking, while she used the heavy sword to block bullets. One was on offense, the other on defense, but it was clear that Qin Sheng was the main fighter, with Jiang Jiangguo supporting her. The most surprising thing was that they never exchanged a single glance throughout the fight. They worked together so seamlessly. However, what he found most frightening wasn't their coordination, but the vines in Qin Sheng's hands. He had seen many plant-based mutants, but none with such powerful killing ability as hers. She used her vines like a rapid-fire weapon, turning her rifle into a machine gun. The monkeys not only had guns but were also mutants, usually ruthless when robbing or fighting, making them harder to deal with than most mutants. But in her hands, they were like helpless chicks, easily caught and strung together. Jiang Jiangguo carried his heavy sword and kicked at the monkeys. With that kick, the fishy creatures fell like dominoes, their bodies staggering in a line. You darn jerk, trying to take advantage while it's hot. You sick freak, you darn mutt. Can't you see there are 2 women here? Do you look down on my mother? I'm going to kick your ass. You piece of trash. She angrily dragged her sword back to her side, sitting next to Qin Sheng, and continued to pick at the string of meat she hadn't finished eating earlier. At this moment, the cave was very quiet, so quiet that only the sound of Jiang Jiangguo munching on food could be heard. Qin Sheng looked up and stared directly at Captain Su. Captain Su, 5 heads. The meaning was clear.
If you say you'll do something, do it. One head costs 10,000. Remember to pay. Captain Sue showed a stiff smile. Sue, am definitely not the kind of person who breaks promises. When I return to the base, I will immediately transfer the money to your account. Not only will I pay, but I will also give extra. He realized that this woman would definitely become a powerful figure in the future, so he must not offend her. It might even be better to make friends with her. My brother-in-law once said, more friends mean more ways. Thinking of this, he immediately smiled and bowed to Qin Sheng. Thank you, Miss Qin, for saving me this time. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. I will do my best. Unconsciously, he even used a respectful title. Qin Sheng waved her hand. I only killed because I received your help. This isn't a favor. Besides, they also wanted to target me, so I was just saving myself. Helping you is just a matter of convenience. Just remember to contribute something when you go back. Don't forget. Of course, Sue Daxian chuckled. Darn it, this Miss Qin is so tough. Why doesn't she understand that relationships are about give and take? If I don't come up with a reason, how can I build a connection? She's just cutting off her chances to interact with others. Yang Xiaoren was recently with the monkey. When vines suddenly sprouted from the back of the monkey's head, warm blood splashed onto her face. Her mind went completely blank for a moment. After several minutes, she finally regained her senses. She panicked and stepped back until her back was against the mountain wall, unable to retreat further, and stopped. Her pale face showed fear and helplessness, tears streaming down her cheeks. You killed again. It's so scary. In just a moment, they were gone. She looked at Qin Sheng with big, watery eyes. You're too scary. You did the same thing in the reeds, and now again. You just kill people without a second thought. They only offended you a little, and you killed them. Now outside, there are mutated fireflies. If there's one more person, we have a better chance to escape. Qin Sheng looked confused. Are you blaming me? Are you upset that I stopped them? According to your logic, should I wait until they kill you first, then do it quickly afterward, so I can be justified in killing? Jiang Jianguo nodded with a sigh. Old Qin, I think she hates you. Maybe you acted too early. Maybe she's really twisted inside, just waiting for others to fall into her trap. He pointed at others and said, if you think it's a pity, there's still time. We have several men in the cave who can satisfy your twisted desires. The few Flying Tigers members pointed to by Jiang Jianguo quickly shook their heads. I can't do it. I'm badly injured and have no strength. I don't have a habit of performing in front of others. They all spoke almost at the same time. Yang Xiaoyan was so ashamed and angry she almost fainted. You're shameless. I didn't think that way. Oh, you think it's not exciting enough for you. Jiang Jianguo seriously pointed to a string of bodies hanging nearby. There, Monkey and the others are still fresh and warm. You go ahead. We promise not to look. Qin Sheng nodded. Yes, we won't look. Li Chong and Song Pengfei, we promise not to look. The others. Yes. We won't look, you go. You all. Yang Xiaoyan trembled with anger, crying loudly. You're bullying me. You're all helping Qin Sheng, that woman, to bully me. I was only trying to be kind. Why are you doing this? Woo. It's so unfair. You're really unfair. I am also a victim. She hugged her knees, buried her head deep in them, and curled up in the corner, crying loudly. It was as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. Qin Sheng looked at Su Daniu with a confused expression. Where did you find these strange people? Su Daniu looked helpless. I don't know there are such people in Haiqing Base. It's pretty strange that someone like that is still alive. Jiang Jianguo nodded. It's really strange. Old Qin, I suddenly really want to hit her. What should I do? She rolled up her sleeves and walked toward Yang Xiaoyan with a fierce smile. You darn old hag. I've tolerated you for a long time. What are you trying to do? Don't come any closer. Captain Su, help me.
Ah.
A few minutes later, Jiang Jianguo left feeling refreshed, waving goodbye. Yang Xiaoyan was lying in the corner, her face swollen and full of despair. She felt very sad. What is wrong with this world? It's not her fault. It's the world itself.
Why is everyone bullying her?
Why?
Time passed second by second. Xiao Tang, the youngest member of the Flying Tiger team, quietly nudged Su Dian's arm, and his stomach made a rumbling sound. Hearing this, Su Dian also felt hungry. He turned to Qin Sheng and smiled. Miss Qin, I'm shamelessly asking for some food. My stomach is acting up. I can't help it. But don't worry, just tell me how many contribution points you need. I'll pay you back when I return to the base. Yes, yes. We'll use contribution points to buy. The young couple looked eagerly at the woman across from them. Qin Sheng took out some cookies and instant noodles from her space and placed them in front of her. If you want to eat, just ask Captain Su to keep track. One bag of cookies costs 10 contribution points, and one pack of instant noodles also costs 10 contribution points. During difficult times, if you think the prices at the scenic spots are too high, don't buy. Qin Sheng portrayed a very stingy and greedy character perfectly. As for Captain Su, since you've done such a big deal with me, I'll treat you to something. After all, it's been a long time since the apocalypse, and the first time he met someone so generous, he thought it was fair to buy him a meal. Oh, that's too embarrassing, Su Danian chuckled. Although he still owed a few thousand contribution points, at this moment, he felt proud and accomplished. With so many people around, Qin Sheng only treated him. What is this called? It's called showing off. Yang Xiaoyan, holding her swollen right eye from Jiang Zhengwo's punch, was hungry and feeling wronged, but she spoke up. As for you, 100 contribution points for cookies and the same for instant noodles. As soon as she spoke, Qin Sheng calmly interrupted her. As you can see, I like to take advantage of chaos. Selling at high prices, if you want to eat, fine. If not, get lost. Yang Xiaoyan felt very wronged. Inside the base, a meal with meat only costs 2 contribution points. 100 points, if I save it, can last me a whole month.
And
you sell to them for 10 points each. But to me, it's 100. Because your morals are so high, so it's expensive, Qin Sheng said coolly. You, what you? And I'll still beat you up if you keep talking nonsense. Building the nation, he waved a fist as big as a sandbag, with a fierce and intimidating look. Yang Xiaoyan looked around left and right, seeing no one to speak up for her. She suddenly cried out, wow, sniffling and curling up in the corner like a small, helpless victim. She was lost in her sadness, watching nearby as Su Daniu started keeping track of their points. Little Tang from the Flying Tigers was the first to rush over, grabbing a bag of cookies and a pack of instant noodles. Captain Su, Tang, recorded 20 contribution points. Chen Bin, 10 contribution points. I want to eat 2 packs. Captain, please record it for me. A young couple nearby also approached. The woman took a pack of instant noodles, and the man took a pack of cookies. Qin Sheng took out a large, long-packaged breakfast biscuit, which was quite filling. A person with a normal appetite could barely fill up with 1 pack. The girl in the couple held her instant noodles, licking her dry, chapped lips. If only we had water, I'm so thirsty. She looked at a water stalactite dripping nearby in the corner. Honey, I want to drink water. Cannot drink. Water that hasn't been purified can't be consumed. Drinking it is dangerous, and it could cause big problems with your energy. Be patient and wait. Be good. At this moment, Qin Sheng took out a metal pot and a large barrel of water, placing them directly on the ground. Su Dania's eyes lit up. Miss Qin, how much do you sell this water for? Boiling water and making instant noodles is the best. There is water. Who would be willing to eat dry food without it? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the water bucket. As long as Qin Sheng's asking price wasn't too high, everyone could accept it. After all, hunger can be endured, but thirst is much harder to tolerate. Su Daxian even decided that if the price was the same as for instant noodles, he would buy it. In such difficult times, being able to fill your stomach is a dream come true. Who cares if it's expensive or not? Eat first, worry later. There's no need to contribute anything for this. You can just heat it yourself and drink. Remember to return the bucket and pot after you're done. Qin Sheng said generously this time, surprisingly. No money. Su Daxian couldn't believe it. If you have too much money and don't know what to spend it on, I wouldn't mind taking some, Qin Sheng replied. She took out several large packs of instant noodles, tore open the packaging, put them into a pot, added water, and once it boiled, she took out some braised beef, sliced it, and put it in. Then she used a big iron basin to serve the beef noodles, fresh and hot. She and Jiang Jiangguo each picked up a pair of chopsticks and started eating. Su Daxian couldn't help but drool. These were real beef noodles. Seeing this, others also started boiling water and making instant noodles. Since bagged instant noodles are cheaper, Qin Sheng always stockpiled them. Although one bag of instant noodles is only about $1 more affordable than a bucket, when you buy a lot, it adds up to a significant amount. You should know that she stocks supplies measured in tons. But now, no one cares about that anymore. Su Dan directly poured boiling water into the bag and carried it to eat the instant noodles. Su Tang swallowed hard and chuckled. Captain, when I was in school and had little money, I used to buy instant noodles in a bag, just soak them inside. After eating, I'd throw away the bag. No need to wash dishes, and it saved money, huh? Su Dan, feeling very hungry, didn't bother talking to the other team members. Before the noodles softened, he started eating. The person holding the crackers also dipped them in hot water to eat. For a moment, the cave was filled with the smell of food. Especially the instant noodles, which had a strong industrial flavor, very overpowering, hitting straight into the mind. Yang Xiaoyan silently swallowed her saliva and looked sadly at the group eating. She felt very sad inside. She realized that Qin Sheng was targeting her. She sold things to others at 10 times the price when selling to her. Gave water for free to others, but refused to give her any. She hadn't done anything to offend her, so why was she being bullied like this? Qin Sheng is an evolutionist with both space and plant powers. Seeing her eating so much, even adding beef to her instant noodles was a luxury. She must have plenty of supplies. Why couldn't she feel sorry for her? She was already so pitiful. With so many supplies, what's wrong with giving her a little food for free? Why is she so mean? There are others here. Clearly, everyone is working together on the task, so why does no one speak up for her? Everyone is only thinking about themselves. It's so unfair. Why are these people so unkind? Yang Xiaoyan is still lost in her sadness, feeling like the world is full of hostility toward her. Late at night, almost everyone has finished eating and gone to sleep. Yang Xiaoyan hasn't eaten anything. No one even offers her a sip of water. She is hungry and drowsy, drifting off to sleep. She wakes up in the middle of the night, feeling sore and weak all over, with numbness in her body. She leans against the stone wall, staring blankly at the small half-pot of water left by the fire. She quietly moves over, takes a sip, just one sip. It should be okay, right? Although Qin Sheng brought out this water, since she has already shared it with so many people, it's not much to take just a little for herself. Anyway, leaving the rest untouched would be a waste. She's only drinking a little of the water that others don't want, so she's not taking advantage. Yang Xiaoyan instinctively ignores the fact that, at this time, no one would waste water. The leftovers aren't because there isn't enough to drink, but because everyone is deliberately saving it for later, when they are thirsty. Qin Sheng already gave out a large bucket of water, so she can't just drink it all and then ask others for more. In the apocalypse, both food and water are precious resources. No one would waste them. Seeing everyone asleep, she quietly prepares to stand up and go drink some water. But as soon as she made a small movement, someone immediately opened their eyes. It was Captain Su Daxian of the Flying Tigers. Su Daxian has no special skills. He only became the captain because of his brother-in-law. Although he usually acts tough and brave, at critical moments, he is more afraid of dying than anyone else. Because of his fear, he didn't really sleep. He just closed his eyes to rest. When Su Daxian opened his eyes, Yang Xiaoyan pretended to turn over, with her back to everyone. She gave up her original plan. She is a water-type evolver, and after resting all night, she could still gather some water to drink. But since there was free water, who would want to waste their own ability? Now that she couldn't drink for free, she was only able to grudgingly gather a small amount of water in her palm and sip it carefully.
She was afraid others might notice her ability to heal and come to ask her for water. She thought her movements were unnoticed, but she was just being clever. In this environment, it's unusual to sleep peacefully. Most people remain alert. Although she was very quiet, the sound of swallowing could still be heard by others. Qin Sheng saw this little mouse secretly drinking water in the middle of the night and just ignored it. She considers herself not a good person, but she wouldn't kill someone just because they are a bit slow-minded. After all, having a slow mind isn't a big deal, since they are not on her side anyway. Qin Sheng's principle is to show no mercy to enemies, always settling scores immediately rather than letting them go overnight. For his own people, he can tolerate a lot, since Jiang Jiangguo has had a strange way of thinking since childhood and is used to it. For strangers, he adopts a mind-your-own-business attitude. As for what Yang Xiaoyan said, he didn't take it to heart at all. Who would bother arguing with a fool? Around dawn, the sound of fireflies hitting the window gradually stopped outside. However, the thick steel plate was quite damaged, with many dents and bumps, as if it had been hit repeatedly by bullets. Qin Sheng used vines to dig a small hole in the soil next to the steel plate and quietly looked outside. Su Dai, with his chubby butt, squeezed next to Qin Sheng, looking anxious. "How is it? Are those mutated fireflies still there?" "I haven't seen any fireflies for now." "Maybe they left," Qin Sheng replied calmly. Before Su Dai could get happy, he added, "But they might be hiding in the grass. Our view is blocked, so we can only see so much. To be sure, it's best to send someone out to check." Su Dai's smile just appeared on his face, then faded.
Who dares to go out and try?
"That would be risking death." Jiang Jiangguo, half asleep, rubbed his eyes and looked at Su Dai. "Captain Su, why don't you go? You're the leader of the Flying Tigers. You can't back down when it matters." Su Dai's eyes flashed fiercely. "What are you saying? Do you think I'm the kind of person who's afraid of death?" Jiang Jiangguo's eyes lit up. "Then you go, because I am the leader of the Flying Tigers. I can't die. I have to die with purpose, you understand." Both of them spoke almost at the same time. "Huh." Jiang Jiangguo looked annoyed. Only then did Su Dai sternly continue. "Besides, I still owe Miss Qin a lot of money for her head count. And with so many people here, I vouched for buying food on credit for Miss Qin. If I die, what happens if they don't pay back? Everyone present." "No need to worry, thank you." Feeling the gazes on the flying tigers around him, Su Tang silently looked at his team leader, shamefully burying his head in his lap. The team leader's face was really thick, probably 2 layers. At this moment, Su Dai's gaze fell on Su Tang. "Xiao Tang, I heard you're single, with no family or commitments. Why not go?" "Don't worry, I will ask the team to give you a hero's medal." "That, Captain." Su Tang didn't expect that just moments ago he was complaining about his team leader being afraid of death, and now this dangerous mission was suddenly assigned to him. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Actually, I have a girlfriend and she's pregnant." After saying that, he buried his head even lower. Jiang Jiangguo, lying on the ground, poked Su Tang with a stick. "Brother, your head is almost touching your butt." Su Tang. Su Danian looked around the cave again, but everyone there was someone who had barely escaped with their lives. Who would want to die now? Everyone who saw his gaze had their own reasons for hesitation. Anyway, no one wanted to be the sacrificial pawn. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. At this moment, Su Danian suddenly remembered that the monkeys had left a few hand grenades. "How about we throw a grenade to scare out those fireflies?" This suggestion was immediately rejected. There are many large mutated animals in this forest. Last night, when we were shooting, I saw a giant bear-like creature that was about 3 meters tall. But that bear was killed by the fireflies. Yes. Using bombs to scout is too noisy. If those fireflies have already retreated, the loud explosion might attract them back. Or maybe the fireflies have left, but if our bomb's noise attracts other large mutated beasts, we'll be in trouble. Li Chong pouted and spread his hands. "That doesn't work, and this doesn't work. So, what do you suggest we do?" Su Danian said with a worried face. Qin Sheng frowned, hesitating before speaking. "If nothing else works, I have one more idea. But this method is only for emergencies.
I really don't want to use it unless it's absolutely necessary. What's your idea? Su Danian looked anxious. Now's not the time to wait. As long as we can survive, I'll call you Dad if you want. Qin Sheng rolled her eyes at him. I don't want to have a big brother like you. As she spoke, she took out several cans from her space in front of everyone's eager eyes. Jiang Jiangwo's eyes widened, and he immediately jumped up. Yeah, I forgot we have this powerful weapon. What's this? Su Dania looked at the cans in Qin Sheng's hand, took one, and examined the writing under the light. Fried fish in a can. Are you planning to feed us? The Last Supper? Could it be that Miss Qin thinks she has no chance to escape and decided to take out all the good things from her space for everyone to share? But from the way Qin Sheng was searching, it didn't seem like that. Last night, she was bullied by the monkey and didn't react. She only acted after I mentioned paying her for her head, then she started killing. Now, she's being so generous? Sharing the cans with everyone? Su Dania didn't wait for Qin Sheng to answer. He opened a can himself, and immediately, a terrible stench filled the small cave. The one closest to the can was hit the hardest. Su Daniu inhaled deeply, and his stomach turned upside down instantly. Miss Qin, you actually put poop in the can? So stinky. Ugh, what is this? I can't take it anymore. I want to go out. Let me be bitten to death by fireflies. The cave suddenly echoed with loud screams. Su Tang leaned over to her team leader and looked at what he was holding.
Wow.
Captain, this is a can of herring, something really famous in the food world. Miss Qin, you actually have this? I didn't know your taste was so unique. Qin Sheng, uninterested in talking to others, used vines to catch a mouse inside the cave. She cut it into pieces with a small knife. She poked a piece of meat on a small stick and extended it outside the cave. As expected, as soon as the meat was pushed out, there was a series of popping sounds. Qin Sheng quickly pulled the stick back, and the small piece of raw meat on the other end was already reduced to just some meat shreds. Meanwhile, the quiet for a few hours was broken again by the sound of dense banging on the metal plates. Qin Sheng stared at the tiny meat shreds hanging on the stick. As I thought, these glow bugs haven't left. They've been waiting outside for us to bring food. Jiang Jiangguo spread his hands. Well, looks like we can't escape now. Su Dania's face darkened almost to the point of dripping water, then his gaze fell on the can of herring. His eyes lit up again. He looked at Qin Sheng with some anticipation. Miss Qin, how do you plan to use this can of herring? To poison the glow bugs. All guesses must be based on scientific experiments. Qin Sheng smiled faintly, then took a piece of mouse meat, skewered it on a stick, pinched her nose, and dipped it into the herring can. The steel plate still made loud banging sounds. Qin Sheng looked out through a small hole, and all he could see was a tiny area filled with buzzing fireflies. During the day, these fireflies' glow was almost invisible. It looked dark and dense, like a big swarm of flies. Su Dian also squeezed over to look outside. When he saw it, his face turned pale with fear.
How?
How come I feel like there are more fireflies than last night? Forget the feel, it's definitely more than last night, Qin Sheng said. Jiang Jiangguo also pushed closer to look outside, with a strange excitement on his face. Old Qin, do these fireflies look like big grasshoppers? We could roast them to eat. Qin Sheng quickly pulled Jiangguo back and extended a stick with mouse meat from the small hole. After half a minute, Qin Sheng still didn't feel the stick being hit again. How is it? Did it poison them? Su Dian eagerly crouched nearby, eyes shining. Qin Sheng said nothing. After another half-minute, he slowly pulled back the stick. The mouse meat on the stick was untouched, with no signs of being gnawed.
Su Dian sighed in disappointment.
Looks like the plan failed. We can't poison these fireflies. They don't eat the meat with the added stuff. Jiang Jiangguo frowned and looked at Su Dian with confusion. I've always wondered, your fighting skills aren't great, and with your IQ, you're only about half as smart as me. How did you become the leader of the Flying Tigers? Because of my brother-in-law. Su Daniu proudly said, my sister loves me very much, and my brother-in-law also cares about me. Jiang Jiangguo was speechless. Su Tang took the wooden stick from Qin Sheng and thought for a moment before speaking seriously. Miss Qin, do you think we can rely on the smell of this sardine can to avoid the firefly attack? Are you sure this method is reliable? I'm not sure. Qin Sheng grabbed the pot of water she boiled last night, which still had some water left inside. She directly opened several sardine cans and poured them into the pot. My experiment results are only for myself. You can follow my method if you want, but I can't make any promises. Seeing Qin Sheng's actions, Jiang Jianguo understood immediately and started stirring the contents in the pot with a stick, smashing all the fish inside. As they kept stirring, the cave was filled with repeated dry heaving sounds. Jiang Jianguo had never eaten sardine canned fish before and thought it smelled extremely foul. But after a while, she surprisingly started to miss the taste and got addicted. She kept hiding in the bathroom to eat it every few days. So at this moment, she didn't feel any nausea at all. After stirring for a long time, she even stuck her hand into the pot to taste it, then licked her fingers. Everyone else present watched and gagged again. Old Qin, the water's too much now. The flavor is a bit weak. Hearing this, Qin Sheng added 2 more cans of sardines into the pot. A few minutes later, the herring and the soup in the pot gradually mixed together, turning into a thick, sticky liquid with a strong, foul smell. Jiang Jianguo, this crazy man, surprisingly put the pot on the fire to heat it further. The smell of decay and rotting mixed with the fishy odor, and the foul-smelling soup bubbled and boiled in the pot. After heating, the smell became even worse. Everyone, feeling nauseous, couldn't hold back and vomited. Yang Xiaoyan looked at the bubbling mixture in the pot with a pale face. At this moment, she thought Jiang Jianguo, who was stirring the soup, looked like a witch from a dark fairy tale. This is too horrible. How can anyone eat this? I would rather die than eat this. It smells so bad, so disgusting. Jiang Jianguo looked at her coolly. You still want to eat it? Beautiful you. Seeing that the stirring was almost done, Qin Sheng took out a brush and handed it to Jiang Jianguo. Help me apply it. Okay. Jiang Jianguo nodded, then, drooling, dipped the brush into the fishy soup and started to brush it onto Qin Sheng's body. He didn't miss any corner or edge. Soon, Qin Sheng looked like she had just crawled out of a mud pit. Then Jiang Jianguo immediately covered himself with the soup as well. At this point, there was very little soup left in the pot. Faced with the survival challenge and the foul smell, Su Dazhong quickly chose to compromise. Like a fierce tiger pouncing, he grabbed the hot mixture before anyone else could. This is mine. No one else can take it from me. He gagged and quickly smeared the soup onto himself. The others quickly reacted and rushed forward. Just moments ago, they had been avoiding it, but now they were fighting over the pot like wild animals.
Ah, Sudnian.
Stop putting it on yourself. Leave some for all of us. Shut up. If I don't cover every part, what if fireflies attack me? You. Captain, please wipe some on me. You. Ugh, it smells so bad. Husband, Ugh. Yang Xiaoran watched in horror as everyone scrambled, constantly stepping back. They're crazy. All of these people are crazy. They actually believe such an unreliable method. The pot was soon cleaned spotless, shining brightly. Su Tang, the youngest member of the Flying Tiger team, saw that she couldn't get much soup, so she hugged Su Nian's body and rubbed her face against him, smearing the soup onto herself. Captain, I'm sorry.
Just a quick rub.
I promise, just once. Seeing this, others followed suit, each hugging the part of Su Nian with the most soup and rubbing it on themselves. Captain Su, he already did it, so let me do it too. Me too. Me, Captain. The young couple was even more aggressive. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. The woman also regained her senses and awkwardly let go of her hand. As her hand released, the long, pulled-up thongs suddenly snapped back, hitting Su Danian on the waist with a crisp sound.
Pia. Ah.
I can't take it anymore, Su Danian exclaimed in embarrassment and frustration. Jiang Jianguo looked at the bald Su Danian in confusion. Even his wig had been pulled off, revealing a shiny bald spot on his head. He couldn't believe that, at such a young age, he was already wearing a wig. It's not that serious, really not that serious. Why did they start fighting? We still have plenty of these canned foods. Right, Lao Qin?
Qinsheng hesitated, then slowly looked away from the pink leopard print thong on Su Danian and took out about a dozen sardine cans from the space. Yes, there are dozens of cans left. Enough for now. Jiang Jiangwo quickly added, special price, 10 contribution points per can. It's life-saving stuff, not too expensive, right? Seeing the sardine cans in Qin Sheng's hands, Su Danian wiped his tears and suddenly felt like he didn't want to die anymore. He raised his hand first. I'm fat, I need a lot of food. I want 3 cans. Immediately, others eagerly raised their hands as well. I'm thin. 2 cans are enough for me. I want 2. I want some too. My wife and I will take 4 cans. That in no time, Qinsheng watched a group of people imitate Jiang Jiangwo, stirring the sardine cans in the pot and even heating them up. At this time, everyone was no longer so particular. They simply poured all the canned food into the pot, stirred and heated it, then applied it to their bodies. To show apology, they let Su Dian go first to apply the mixture. After all, Su Dian had backing at the base and was not to be offended. They were afraid he would retaliate if he returned. The others also returned Su Dian's clothes and pants. But now it didn't make much difference whether he wore them or not. Su Dian, wearing torn rags, shouted about the heat while applying the seasoning to himself like marinated meat. Wow, so hot. Xiao Teng, hurry and help me rub my back. I can't reach it. Captain, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pull down your pants just now. You won't hold a grudge, right? Su Dian chuckled confidently. What are you thinking? I, Su Dian, am not that petty. I'll get you back when I go home. Yes, Captain Su is broad-minded and wouldn't mind. The young couple also came over to help him rub his back. After a few minutes, everyone smelled terribly bad. Except one person, Yang Xiaoyan. She hid in the corner. When the young couple went to call her, she shook her head wildly. I don't want this. It's too disgusting. I'd rather die. Then just die, since we're leaving anyway. The woman was too lazy to care about her and simply pulled her husband to leave. Jiang Jiangwo and several other men had already pushed aside the steel plate blocking the cave entrance. Because it was sealed by Earth-type abilities, removing it took more effort than putting it on. As soon as they moved the steel plate, the dark cave suddenly became bright. At the same time, a loud buzzing sound came from outside the cave. The mutated fireflies immediately went into a frenzy, flying around the entrance and trying to rush in. But as they approached, they seemed to be startled by something and quickly retreated. They buzzed around the entrance but refused to come inside. Dinyan Su bravely extended his arm, which was coated with canned food juice. The buzzing fireflies quickly backed away, avoiding his arm. However, they didn't give up and kept a certain distance, hovering outside. Seeing this, Dinyan Su became more confident. He stepped forward with one foot, then walked out completely. Sure enough, the fireflies retreated again, keeping their distance from him and not attacking. It was as if he was protected by an invisible shield.
Wow.
Miss Qin, we did it. They really aren't biting me. Ha ha ha. I knew it. My life isn't over yet. Ha ha ha. The others also showed happy expressions. It worked. These fireflies really aren't coming in. They're afraid of the smell. Let's go quickly. We can leave now. Jiang Jiangwo licked the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Old Qin, we can start catching bugs now. These look like locusts, and frying them to eat would definitely be tasty and crispy. You catch them, you eat them. I'm not interested. I still prefer to eat big bites of meat. Qinsheng quickly waved her hand, worried that a plate of fried mutant fireflies might appear on the table tonight. Then give me a bottle, she asked, reaching out. Qinsheng hurriedly found a large glass jar from her space and handed it to her. Jiang Jiangwo threw a little bit of sardine can juice into the jar, then hugged the jar and started running after the fireflies. Every time he caught one, he would put it directly into the jar. The fireflies, in the foul-smelling jar, looked dizzy and had no ability to fight back. Soon, the jar was half full. The scene quickly changed dramatically. The people who had been attacked by fireflies last night were now chasing the fireflies across the mountain. Everyone present was stunned. Su Dania looked at the fireflies running away in all directions and muttered, "Is this girl always so brave?" Li Chong silently sighed. It seems that Zhang Wo's sister hasn't fully let herself go yet, even though she used to go on missions with us. Song Pengfei pointed in the direction of Qin Sheng and whispered, "Don't you think that when she's with big brother Qin, Zhang Wo's sister is especially bold and wild?" The others were also stunned, all staring with wide eyes at Jiang Jiangwo, who was happily chasing the fireflies. Qin Sheng felt a little embarrassed, but then thought, anyway, Jiang Jiangwo was silly, and it was others who were annoyed, not herself. So she let it go. Seeing everyone else leave the cave one by one, she was left alone in the dark cave. Yang Xiaoyun's fear grew stronger. She slowly stood up from the ground. She shouted loudly, "I'm so scared. Wait for me. Wait for me." But no one paid attention to her. Everyone had already left. Finally, the last person stepped out of the cave. Yang Xiaoyun was stunned, then started crying. She hurriedly ran to the extinguished fire pit. She knelt on the ground, panicked, and smeared the sardine can that had fallen on the ground and mixed with dirt onto herself. At this moment, the kin juice on the ground had been absorbed by the dirt. She could only keep grabbing the wet mud and smearing it on her. "Wait for me. Please wait for me." But she still thought the mud was smelly. She endured the nausea and randomly smeared some on her hands, feet, and face. Since everyone else had dirt all over them, it seemed to have a repelling effect on fireflies. She tried to smear a little less, staying in the middle of the crowd. As long as everyone protected her in the center, maybe the fireflies wouldn't attack her alone. But such coincidences rarely happen. So, after smearing a bit of mud on her hands, feet, and face, she looked at the large patch of mud remaining on the ground, turned her eyes away in disgust, and rushed out of the cave.
Captain Su.
"Wait for me. Everyone, wait for me." The young couple at the back looked back and saw Yang Xiaoyun with a little mud on her hands and feet and a small smudge on her forehead. Clearly, they had all fallen to the ground and could have covered themselves completely, but she chose not to. Even at this moment, she still complains about the smell. She's worried about ruining her beautiful face. If she's so afraid of the smell, why doesn't she just stay back? Afraid of getting dirty and dying, yet still wants others to wait for her. She's not very brave, but she's quite proud of her face. The woman immediately frowned. Yang Xiaoran really is stubborn. "Forget her. Let's go." The two of them quickened their steps. When Yang Xiaoran reached the cave entrance, the others had already gone quite a distance ahead. She hesitated, standing at the door, not daring to go out. Her original plan was for everyone to wait for her, so she could walk with them. She wanted to blend in with the group so she wouldn't get too dirty or worry about being attacked by fireflies. It was a perfect plan. But now, seeing that everyone was leaving without her, she was angry and stomped her feet, crying and panicking as she hurried to catch up. "Wait for me. You can't leave me behind like this."
No.
"Wait for me. I'm scared. Please wait for me. I'm begging you." Just a few steps out of the cave, she was shocked by what she saw in front of her. Clearly, those fireflies usually avoid other people, so why do they start to cautiously approach her when she appears? Yang Xiaoyan feels cold all over. She instinctively takes a few steps back, then tightly covers her head with her hands, holding them firmly in front of her. What's going on? Why are these fireflies surrounding me? Help. Wait for me. Everyone wait. Help.
Sobi.
I don't want to stay here anymore. She covers her head and rushes forward. After the fireflies tentatively touch her a few times and find no bad smell on her, they quickly become active. Even the fireflies farther away fly toward her. In an instant, she looks like a beehive surrounded by worker bees. Ah, help! Piercing screams come from behind her. Su Daniu can't help but turn around, and he immediately turns pale at the scene behind him. Last night, his vision wasn't as clear as during the day, so he didn't fully realize how terrible the death of his teammate was. But now, he sees Yang Xiaoyun's body being pierced by fireflies one after another, full of blood holes. Her innocent, fair face has several blood holes, one of which goes straight through her eye socket. Blood streams down, and her features are unrecognizable. Yang Xiaoyan trembles with pain. She struggled desperately, trying to escape from this place that made her feel hopeless. She wanted to catch up with the people ahead. But how could she possibly outrun these dense, mutated fireflies? After just a few steps, her legs were injured and she collapsed weakly to the ground. She looked angrily at the others walking away. "Why didn't you wait for me? Why didn't you save me? You selfish, cruel people. I curse you all to have a bad ending. My face. It hurts so much. Help me." She cursed with all her might, but it couldn't change her situation at all. After struggling for about half a minute, Yang Xiaoyan lay motionless on the ground. Perhaps at this moment, she no longer looked like a person's body. Her whole body was torn and bloody, as if it had been hit by a barrage of gunfire 100 times. Her flesh was torn apart, with white bones and fragments exposed, a mass of broken meat. But the fireflies only attacked and tore her apart. They did not eat the remains. They circled around Qin Sheng and the others several times, probably because she was too stinky to eat. Finally, they dispersed directly. The woman among the young couple looked at the flying fireflies with a strange, sad expression. These fireflies don't eat people. The reason for such a large attack must be the anger caused by the destruction of the reed marsh. After all, in their eyes, that is their home. Su Dian coldly said, "This is a battle for survival, with no right or wrong. We are on different sides, from different races. If we can't live peacefully together, then we can only fight to the death. Lions hunt prey, and that's not wrong. They need to survive. Prey fighting back isn't wrong either, because no one wants to be eaten. These fireflies don't allow humans into the reed marshes to protect their home. Similarly, we're doing this to ensure the survival of our base." Qin Sheng was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Su Dian to say such words. At first, he felt a little admiration, but then he heard Su Dian say, "But next time, I won't come again. Let my brother-in-law find me a job with less trouble and more pay. A captain of a special team is too dangerous for me." Qin Sheng. The rest of the journey went surprisingly smoothly. Every animal within 3 meters of them immediately ran away, fleeing for their lives. It was like a poison zone, everyone afraid they might be killed next. When they reached the base gate, it took a long time for the guards to finally open the door, pinching their noses before letting them in. This group of people, who could be considered biological weapons, caused chaos on the street within 100 meters, chickens flying, dogs barking. They agreed to go home first and meet again after they had cleaned up. Su Dian, holding his thong, turned around and got into the car waiting for him, not wasting a second. Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo quickly went home to take a shower and change clothes. The clothes they took off could not be kept and were thrown directly into the trash. So, all day long, people in the neighborhood kept complaining about the broken sewer pipes. In the afternoon, Qin Sheng received her task reward commission on her ID card, along with the head fee owed to her by Su Daxian. She suddenly became a wealthy woman. Jiang Jianguo also received a commission of 5,000 contribution points, and he was so happy that he ate 3 more big bowls of rice that night. Although the mission to eliminate the fireflies was not successful, they gained information about the fireflies' incredible reproductive ability, which made them hard to kill. An unexpected discovery was that sardine cans could actually control the fireflies. Since force didn't work, they had to try a softer approach. Since returning from the reed marsh, Su Daxian resigned as the leader of the Flying Tiger team and focused on logistics. He spent his days wandering around with a teacup, occasionally coming to visit Qin Sheng and the others. According to him, his second brother-in-law discovered that sardine cans could control the fireflies and developed a very foul-smelling, brain-busting stink bomb. Although it couldn't be used to attack, it could effectively drive away the fireflies. They placed many stink bombs around the reed marsh, and within a few days, the fireflies migrated away in groups, leaving no trace. The water source returned to its usual calm, but the air was still filled with a strong foul smell. Anyone entering had to wear a gas mask, otherwise, they would start foaming at the mouth and twitching.
Jiang Jiangguo was very curious about the power of the legendary stink bomb. Late at night, he went to the water source and returned feeling dizzy. He vomited at home for 3 days and nights, even bringing up bitter water. For a whole week, he had no appetite. Qin Sheng gave Jiang Jiangguo a storage ring she got from Yan Jingjing, asking him to shed blood to recognize its owner. As expected, the blood was absorbed by the ring, proving that the previous owner was dead. Jiang Jiangguo has his own space, which made him very excited for several days. He kept putting things in and taking things out. His space is about 20 square meters, roughly the size of a room, with a height of about 3 meters. Compared to Qin Sheng's space, it's quite small. It also doesn't have a time-stopping function, so the flow of time inside is the same as outside. Therefore, some perishable foods cannot be stored inside. But it's important to know that, regardless of size, a space like this is a rare treasure. A few days ago, the base established a union for evolved beings, and many of them went to test their levels. A first-level space evolved being space is about 10 square meters. So Jiang Jiangguo's ring is quite good compared to other space-evolved beings. It's enough for storing food and will last him a long time. However, since smelling the stink bomb in the reed marsh, Jiang Jiangguo has not eaten for several days. Whenever he eats, he vomits. Even the people who love eating canned herring are afraid of the very stinky fart, so you can imagine how foul it must be. According to her, anyone who can invent such a disgusting, stinky egg must be a huge weirdo. Jiang Jiangguo sat cross-legged on the sofa, eating potato chips. In the hot summer, he wore a headband like someone resting after childbirth.
Bang, bang, bang.
Bang bang. A light knocking sound came from the door. She jumped like a rabbit and ran to open it. When she opened the door, she saw Su Dania's broad face. "Where's your big boss? Where do you think?" Jiang Jiangguo pointed behind him, and he looked over. He saw Qin Sheng curled up on the sofa, looking at her tablet and eating bear-shaped cookies. She was smiling, seeming to be in a good mood today. Su Dania chuckled, carrying 2 roast chickens into the room. He handed the 2 chickens to Jiang Jiangguo, then took off his shoes and went straight to Qin Sheng. His eyes shone with a strange excitement. Qin Sheng really couldn't ignore this man staring at her. His gaze was as creepy as a fox in the dark. Who knew when she first saw Su Daniu, she thought he was a tough, brave man. But now, looking at his big, smiling, flattering face close to her, she helplessly put down her tablet. She glanced at the roasted chicken that Jiang Jiangguo had already started to tear apart. The fox wishes the chicken a happy new year.
What do you want this time?
Just to be clear, if you're planning to ask Jiang to be your bodyguard again, don't even think about it. She's mine. Hey. I'm not here to talk about Jiang's girl this time, Su Dania said mysteriously, pulling out a small, delicate box from his pocket. I have something good to show you. Qin Sheng looked at the heart-shaped velvet box, feeling surprised. It looked a lot like a jewelry box for a ring. Seeing Su Dania's eager smile, a scary thought suddenly came to mind. A shiver ran down her spine. Could it be that after what happened last time, you've realized you love me? She quickly shook her head. Forget it. There's no way between us. Cough, what are you thinking? Su Dania rolled his eyes at Qin Sheng. You're not really my type anyway. I like someone sweet and dependent. Take a look and see if you recognize this. Su Daniu opened the jewelry box. In the center, there was a red crystal, shaped like an irregular polygon, about the size of a peanut. Seeing this, Qin Sheng's pupils shrank, but she quickly returned to normal. She looked puzzled. What is this? A gemstone? No, it's not. Su Dayan smiled proudly and said, This is a special energy form that only appeared recently. It comes from a mutated white ape that can breathe fire. Right now, only the core staff know about this thing's existence. But now, you two are in the know too. This is a good thing. The base has already tested it. When evolved beings absorb it, it helps speed up their supernatural training. If ordinary people absorb it, there's a good chance they can become evolved beings. It's like a source of energy. Really? Such a good thing. Jiang Jiangguo walked over, biting a chicken leg, and reached out greasy hands to grab the red gemstone.
Su Dayan slapped his hand away and carefully protected the box in his hands, holding his treasure tightly. Be careful. This is the only one I have, and my older sister gave it to me. At this moment, Qinsheng showed little interest and asked directly, "So, you brought this thing to see me? What do you want?" "I want to team up with you. Let's go outside the base to collect these treasures. The news isn't out yet, so we can be the first to make a big profit. Everyone is desperate to get this. In the end of the world, power is everything. When everyone finds out, it'll be hard to get it. My brother-in-law and his team have already sent several squads to collect outside the base." After examining the bodies, they found this energy form in mutated beasts and strange creatures. "Why don't you go with your two very strong brothers-in-law?" Qinsheng asked an important question. They only found out a few days ago that Su Dayan's two brothers-in-law are a base director and a second-in-command at the base. With this background, they can walk around the base freely. Hearing this, Su Dayan felt a bit upset. "My older and younger brothers-in-law don't let me join the hunts because it's too dangerous. They have also dissected alien species and mutated beasts before, but those things didn't exist back then. So, it's clear that these energy beings have only recently evolved. The alien species outside are definitely even more dangerous now. You two brothers-in-law are right. It is indeed very dangerous." Qinsheng nodded and asked again, "Did your brothers-in-law already send people out to hunt alien species and mutated beasts?" "Yes," Su Dayan nodded. Qinsheng sighed. She didn't expect the Haiqing base to be in chaos too. The energy beings brought by Su Dayan are called source crystals. They are energy beings that appear inside mutated beasts, mutated plants, and alien species once their abilities reach level 1. Not only them, but all evolved beings that have been parasitized by bugs and gained energy will produce source crystals. Evolvers, from another perspective, are also life forms parasitized by bugs. Tiny bugs, smaller than bacteria, enter the human body and compete with human genes. If the bugs win, they will consume human intelligence and turn into alien species. If humans win, they tame the bugs inside them and develop other supernatural powers, becoming what is called evolvers. This type of source crystal can indeed help evolvers increase their energy levels. However, its side effects are also very dangerous. For example, it makes them highly attractive to mutated animals and strange creatures, which can be deadly. If the High City base accumulates too many source crystals, it could trigger an invasion of strange creatures and mutated animals, as well as attacking plants, all at once. In the past, after people discovered the existence of source crystals, they started to kill mutated animals and strange creatures wildly, hoarding the crystals for themselves. The base is a gathering place for humans. Small bases have at least tens of thousands of survivors. Medium and large bases can have hundreds of thousands, or even millions of survivors. Even if each evolver only has one source crystal, the total number in the entire base is still very frightening. Thinking of this, Qinsheng felt a little scared. What should he do if a dangerous situation arises that he cannot win? Of course, he should run. After sending away Su Dainu, Qinsheng hesitated for only a few minutes before deciding that fleeing was the best plan. Using the famous 36 stratagems, the attack on the High City base might not happen in just a day or two, but since the official base has already sent a team of evolvers to hunt and kill mutated creatures and strange beings, the moment this news spreads, other evolvers will rush to hunt and fight for source crystals. That will happen very soon. Thinking of this, Qinsheng immediately started packing his things, taking everything he could carry into his space. Jiang Jiangguo had just finished eating and was squatting on the toilet, relieving himself. When he looked up, he saw Qinsheng come in through the door. "Quick, P. We need to leave. The Haiqing base isn't a place to stay long." "Huh? Oh, okay." Jiang Jiangguo was caught off guard and nodded blankly. But seeing that Qinsheng hadn't left yet, he asked, "What's wrong? Is there something else? Hurry up and pee. After you're done, clean the toilet. I want to take it with us. We can still use it at the next place." "What? You're taking the toilet too? What else? Do you think your family has a mine?" These are reusable resources. So Jiang Jiangguo watched as Qinsheng started dismantling the sink, the bathroom heater, the shower head, and even the floor tiles.
He quickly pulled up his pants to help. In the end, the place went from a bare-bones style to a war-damaged look, like Syria after a conflict. Only the security door was left intact. Everything else was taken away. Qin Sheng initially wanted to leave quietly, knowing how terrifying mutant beast attacks can be. The real danger isn't the strange creatures or large mutant beasts. It's the various mutant insects, snakes, rats, and ants attracted by the source crystal energy. These creatures aren't very big individually, but if they swarm out, it would be a very frightening scene. People who have experienced locust plagues might understand how a small change can lead to a disaster of massive scale. Haoqing Base still has hundreds of thousands of survivors. She can't directly persuade the leaders of the base. Whether they believe her or not is another matter. Even if they believe her, how can she explain that she knew about the disaster caused by the source crystal in advance? After all, the source crystal just appeared recently. She is not the type to sacrifice her personality for the collective good. Thinking of this, she takes out paper and a pen and writes down in detail the possible disasters the source crystal might cause. She plans to give the letter to Su De when she leaves, so he can pass it to his brother-in-law. Only Su De, her brother-in-law, can see the base leader at any time. By then, even if the base leader wants to question her, she will have already left Haoqing Base. She has done everything she can, whether they believe her or not, and whether they verify her claims, that is the base leader's responsibility. She puts the written letter into an envelope. Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo each carry their bags and go downstairs. Jiangguo, when you go to the cafeteria later, pick all the expensive meats and vegetables and pack them all. Use up the contribution points on your ID card. I'm going to the supermarket to exchange all my contribution points for useful supplies. We might not come back to Haoqing Base. Old Qin, what exactly happened? Why are you leaving so suddenly? It's about the source crystal. I'll tell you more after we leave the base. Oh, okay. Jiang Jiangguo is still a bit confused. How is he just eating roast chicken one moment, and now he's about to leave for a distant place? Since she was young, she had always been Qin Sheng's little follower and was used to listening to her. Anyway, old Qin would never hurt her. Staying with old Qin means having food to eat. The two of them talked as they went downstairs. As soon as they stepped out of the apartment, they met Li Chong and Song Pengfei coming back from outside. Li Chong glanced at Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo. Both of them had backpacks and looked like they were about to leave. He teased, "Hey, are you two going on a mission in the middle of the night?" Jiang Jiangguo hesitated and looked at Qin Sheng. "Old Qin, can I say something? Why are you so secretive?" "What's this big mission?" Song Pengfei asked. Jiang Jiangguo waited until Qin Sheng nodded before speaking. "Old Qin and I are leaving. We won't be coming back." "Not coming back?" Li Chong was surprised. "You're not going on a mission but leaving Haoqing Base?" "Yes." Jiang Jiangguo nodded heavily. "Why? The base is still safe, but if we leave, things will be different. Are you guys looking for some relatives?" "Since we've worked on a few missions with you, I'll be honest." Qin Sheng paused, not mentioning the source crystal, and directly said, "I have a feeling that something very dangerous might happen at Haoqing Base soon, so we decided to leave. You might think this reason is silly, but that's all I can say. How you choose to handle it is up to you." Yes, old Qin's words are always reliable. "You should also run quickly." A premonition? Li Chong found it hard to believe. Just because of a feeling, he was leaving the safe base? There must be some secret reason. "Are you really going?" "Yes, goodbye. Take care." Qin Sheng nodded and pulled Jiang Jiangguo away. They watched the two walk farther and disappear into the night. Song Pengfei felt uneasy, unsure why, but after hearing Qin Sheng's words, he felt a bit anxious. "Brother, do you think that girl Qin is telling the truth?" Li Chong looked serious. "You should go now and check if her family really moved away. Hurry back and forth." "Okay." Song Pengfei nodded and ran upstairs. Just as Li Chong sat down on the sofa, Song Pengfei returned. "They really moved out. Nothing is left at home. All the furniture is gone." Panting, Song Pengfei said, "Qin girl and Zheng Wo really left. They even took the floorboards away." "Who moved out?" "Qin girl and her friends." A young woman came out of the room, yawning, and asked, "Are those two women from the 7th floor?"
If they left, so what? No big deal. Perhaps he found a strong supporter and moved to a better place. That woman named Qin, she's very flirtatious and clearly not a decent person. I told you all not to get too close to her. Li Chang glared angrily and shouted, "You foolish woman. I told you to watch your mouth. If you talk behind people's backs again, I'll give you a big slap. Go ahead and hit me. Don't wait until later, hit me now. Maybe I'll die from it. You're just bewitched by that woman on the 7th floor. You always follow others on missions. If you're brave, marry her." The woman stepped forward, pointing at Li Chang's nose with a cold smile. "Sure, go ahead. It's not that you don't want to, but she doesn't want you. You're dreaming about her at night, calling her name. Do you think I'm dead?" Her voice was very sharp, and soon everyone in the house came out. More than 10 men, women, and children crowded into the living room, all holding onto the woman. "Sister-in-law, don't do this. Let's talk nicely and not argue. There are people upstairs and downstairs. It's not good if they hear us." Song Pengfei's wife kindly tried to calm things down. "You foolish woman. I don't want to argue with you." Li Chang stood up angrily and said to Song Pengfei, "Let's pack everything we can into the truck and leave only some food at home. Recently, everyone has been putting their personal belongings in the cars. If anything seems wrong, we can leave the Haiqing base at any time," he said to others. Just after he finished speaking, his wife immediately rushed over, tearfully grabbing his clothes. "See, I told you. You still won't admit it. You saw that woman on the 7th floor leave and just followed her. Why are you pretending here? Just leave already. Anyway, my son and I are a burden to you. Go ahead and be with that woman if you want." Smack. Li Chang couldn't take it anymore and slapped her. "Stop pretending to be crazy. Pack your things and leave." After being slapped, the woman quieted down, covering her face and saying, "Oh." Then she truly went back to her room to pack her belongings. Others didn't find this surprising. Li Chang's wife often caused trouble, then got slapped, and after that, she behaved herself. Sometimes, everyone even wondered if she was just waiting for a slap to act up again. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo quickly exchanged their contribution points for supplies. Then they found Su Dai and handed him a letter, asking him to give it to his brother-in-law. Su Dai looked confused as he took the pink envelope from Qin Sheng, which had his brother-in-law's name on it. "Miss Qin, even though we know each other a bit, I definitely won't help you steal my brother-in-law away. He's my real brother-in-law. No, that's my older sister. I could never betray her." Jiang Jiangguo slapped his head. "What are you thinking? This is an important matter. It concerns your life, so go give the letter to your brother-in-law." "Oh. And don't peek." Su Dania hesitated and looked back several times as he walked away. Qin Sheng watched his figure disappear into the distance. For some reason, he felt uneasy. "Zhang Wo, do you think he'll deliver the letter to the base leader?" "I think that's a bit unlikely." Jiang Jiangguo shook his head. So Qin Sheng quickly wrote 3 letters. When they reached the security room outside Area A, it was already very dark. Inside the security room, the lights were bright. Qin Sheng crouched in the bushes nearby, using binoculars to look inside. 3 elderly men were gathered around a steaming hot pot. Qin Sheng swallowed hard. "Suddenly, I remember we haven't had lamb hot pot in a long time. Hot pot in winter is the best." Slurp. Jiang Jiangguo also started to drool. Qin Sheng wrapped each of the 3 letters around a fist-sized stone, preparing to throw them out. Suddenly, Jiang Jiangguo quickly snatched the stones away. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 stones flew in a curved path far away. "Old Qin, let me help you throw. I'm on the school shot put team. I can hit every time." Before he finished speaking, there was a loud crash, shattering glass from the security room window. The 3 elderly men all screamed at the same time. "That hurt me so much. Wow. That kid threw something in my head. I worked so hard to get that hot pot. Let's get rid of that troublemaker." 3 large stones. One fell into an open space, one hit an old man's head, and the last one landed in the hot pot, splashing hot red oil everywhere. All 3 old men were caught, their heads covered in burns. When they stormed out angrily with their tools, Qin Sheng, and the other person had already run away. Jiang Jiangguo, you did this on purpose. I told you to throw the envelope in, not into the hot pot. And you even hit someone. If we didn't hit them, they wouldn't pay attention to these stones. These old men are really tricky. Forget it, let's run now. Two figures quickly jumped into a car, then sped off with the engine roaring. The black Hummer disappeared quickly, leaving Area A. They registered at the base gate and then successfully left. What they didn't know was that just a few minutes after they left, a group of people rushed into their rented house. They searched the house from top to bottom. Report back to the base commander. We're too late. They've already escaped. At the base interrogation room, Su Daniu was brought into a small dark room for questioning. Facing a wall full of various torture tools, he was about to cry. Brother-in-law. Please believe me, I really don't have much contact with those two women, really. I only know their names, nothing else. It was my sister who gave me that thing, and I suddenly became greedy. But I didn't get the chance to do anything yet. You can't punish me. I am my sister's favorite little treasure. She will be angry.
Sister, help me.
Before Su Danian was even punished, he was so scared, he confessed everything. He never expected that just delivering a message would get him locked up by his own brother-in-law. Could it be that Qin Sheng's letter really contained some deep love and hate stories involving her brother-in-law? Knock, knock. Come in. A man in work clothes entered, respectfully holding a tray. Base leader, your father and your father-in-law sent a few letters. More letters? The man sitting in the corner stood up. Under the dim light, his thin, withered hands took 3 crumpled envelopes from the tray. One of them even smelled like hot pot oil. He slowly opened them. The 3 letters had similar content, summarized in one sentence. If large amounts of source crystals are hoarded, it will lead to disaster. Source crystals? Is that what she called them? Very fitting. Order the artists to draw their appearances. No matter the cost, find Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo. They must know many interesting things. The man's deep, rough laughter echoed in the secret room, sounding very unsettling. Little brother, you're useless. This time I really met some interesting people. Such kind and foolish kids, they just exposed their secrets so openly. A city destruction? Are you worried about the innocent survivors in the base? Bring everyone back at any cost. I want to have a good talk with these 2 kids. Haha. Although Su Daniu was very scared, he honestly said, Brother-in-law, you don't know those 2 women. They are very clever. Since they sent this kind of message, they probably won't let you catch them. They probably ran away long ago. As soon as Su Daniu finished speaking, the man's proud laughter suddenly stopped. Do you think those 2 women are that stupid? They're waiting for you to catch them. Shut up. You useless thing. The base leader lost his temper. Su Daniu trembled, feeling that his brother-in-law was becoming more and more frightening. Could he be planning to hurt him? Qin Sheng originally thought that as long as a letter reached the base leader, it would be a success. But unexpectedly, all 4 letters reached the right people, none left behind. She was also afraid of being exposed, so after sending the letter, she immediately left the city. Now, she couldn't make calls, there was no internet, and with so many people around, even if she was exposed, it wouldn't be easy to find her. The 2 of them drove away from the base. Qin Sheng sat in the front passenger seat, spread out a map, and studied it carefully. Jiang Jiangguo chewed on a lollipop, held the steering wheel, and felt relieved once they left the base. Old Qin, what exactly is this source crystal you mentioned? Qin Sheng frowned slightly and explained everything about the source crystal. Jiang Jiangguo was silent for a long time. Wow, old Qin, is this also something you saw in your premonitions? If all the mutated plants, animals, and other creatures attack the base together, will there be any survivors? Most evolvers don't survive, and ordinary people have no way in or out. Qin Sheng felt a bit heavy-hearted. It's not that she was heartless or didn't want to save Haiqing Base, but she had seen countless disasters caused by source crystals firsthand. That level of attack is as helpless as a person facing a raging flood. All she could do was protect herself. People's greed is endless. Even in her previous life, although the dangers of source crystals were well known, people still hoarded them, causing countless casualties. After leaving a living body, a source crystal acts like a center, emitting a special magnetic field. Mutated plants and animals within 100 miles can sense it and crave its energy. Absorbing source crystals can speed up the progress of evolvers' training and has the same effect on other mutated creatures and species. Of course, different grades of source crystals have varying levels of purity. The higher the grade, the purer the energy. However, there is no absolute. Even the highest grade source crystals Qin Sheng has seen contain some chaotic energy impurities. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Absorbing source crystal energy can improve one's cultivation. But at the same time, it also absorbs the impurities within. If too many impurities accumulate, two things can happen. One is that the body explodes and dies. The other is losing reason and turning into a higher-level mutant. To avoid this, purifiers with cleansing abilities need to regularly clear the violent energy from their bodies. But clearing actually means transferring the chaotic impurities to the purifier, who then slowly digests them, exchanging injury for injury. No matter how harmful source crystals are, as long as they can increase energy, people will always be eager to get them. Some are willing to pay any price to obtain this power. They will find ways to fight for it and won't miss any chance. Old Qin, do you think the Haiqing base? Will it be destroyed? Can Li Chong and the others escape? Jiang Jiangwo's mind was a mess. She had planned to stay and wait at the Haiqing base, just eating and waiting to die. Why suddenly are they talking about running away? And that source crystal sounds so powerful. Is that source crystal really that amazing? Can it really increase one's strength? Do you want it too? Qin Sheng lazily raised an eyebrow. Hee, I was just asking, Jiang Jiangwo chuckled. Who doesn't crave power? You've been practicing martial arts since you were young, all to strengthen yourself. It's the same idea. Source crystals can give people a shortcut. Who wouldn't be tempted? Yeah, Qin Sheng replied softly. I also want source crystals. Everyone desires a quick way to gain strength, but once you use source crystals and taste the benefits, you can't stop. You have to keep finding purifiers to clean the impurities in your body. You crave the power of source crystals, but they also seem to covet your body. If the impurities in your body become too many, dying might be the only escape. Losing your mind and turning into a different kind of being is even worse than death. This is a game of strategy, a battle between outsiders and humans. Back in the northern wilderness, Qin Sheng saw her join a faction where many people consumed source crystals to absorb their power. But in the end, the violent impurities within the source crystals turned against them, causing chaos. People became neither fully human nor ghost, constantly needing purifiers to clear their bodies. After cleaning, the purifiers often suffered serious injuries or died instantly. Eventually, the entire faction fell into chaos. The top leaders all turned into terrifying high-level mutants. Such examples are common. From that moment on, she vowed never to absorb source crystals until she found a completely safe way. She absolutely did not want to become that kind of monster. Old Qin, where are we going next? Jiang Jiangwo asked as he drove, sniffling constantly and suddenly feeling a bit cold. Suddenly, she pointed ahead and shouted, Old Qin, look. It's snowing. Qin Sheng looked up. The sky had started to fall tiny snowflakes, which were so small that they were hard to see unless the car's headlights shone on them. Is it getting colder? Darn it, how is this so coincidental? We just left the base, and it's already cooling down. Qin Sheng looked serious. Getting colder is a good thing. Why do you look so unhappy? Jiang Jiangwo asked, confused. It was so hot before. I was at home every day holding ice cubes because I felt so restless inside. Now that it's cooling down, I don't need to waste ice every day. Cold is better than hot. When it's cold, I can just wear more clothes. But when it gets hot, even if I take everything off, it won't help. Qin Sheng said quietly, looking at the small snowflakes outside the window. She didn't argue but simply said, I hope you can stay so optimistic later. Let's drive into the forest as fast as we can, preferably find a cave to spend the night. After the snowstorm passes, we can keep going. Seeing Qin Sheng's serious expression, Jiang Jiangguo didn't dare to delay any longer and drove the car as fast as possible. But after a few minutes, the snow outside changed from gentle flurries to heavy snowfall, quickly covering the road in white. The temperature also dropped rapidly, and when they opened their mouths, they saw their breath as white mist. The car's air conditioning couldn't do much to help. Seeing this, Qin quickly took out a thick down jacket and snow boots from the space, and both of them changed into warm clothes inside the car. Then they continued driving, trying to stay as far away from the Haiqing base as possible. The farther, the safer. Jiang Jiangguo's teeth were chattering, and his hands on the steering wheel trembled. Old Qin. It's so darn cold. Sniff, sniff. I regret it. I'd rather be warm.
I feel like
My bones are freezing and breaking apart. She felt as if, in just half an hour, she had traveled from the hot climate of Africa straight to the Arctic. The huge temperature difference made her shiver all over. Outside, the cold wind howled. Qin took out an outdoor thermometer and checked. -10 degrees Celsius. And the temperature kept dropping.
-15 degrees. -20 degrees.
Soon, the car stopped because the road ahead was no longer suitable for driving. Deep in the jungle, tangled roots of massive trees rose unevenly from the ground, making it impossible for the car to go further. They could only walk with flashlights. After more than an hour, the two, wrapped in thick down jackets, finally found a cave. Jiang Jiangguo excitedly pointed to a place glowing faintly with a soft, flickering light. Old Qin, there's a light over there. That was a cave. Since there was light inside, there should also be people there. The two of them immediately headed toward the cave, but when they saw what was glowing inside, they both stopped. Jiangguo, look at those tiny glowing bugs. Do they look like mutated fireflies? Yes, they do. Do you think it's just a coincidence that they might be the same ones from the reed marsh before? Probably not a coincidence. Jiang Jiangguo was a bit unsure. After all, the last time, the mutated fireflies had left her with a big shadow. Those bugs were really scary. Qin swallowed hard. Maybe we should go back, Jiang Jiangguo said, but I think we'll freeze to death before finding the next cave. It's so cold. That's true. They had only found one cave after walking for over an hour. Who knew where the next one would be? So, she quietly took out 2 cans of sardines from her space bag. She handed one to Jiang Jiangguo. Fighting the urge to vomit, she said, we should put some stuff on ourselves to defend. Better to smell bad than to freeze to death. Jiang Jiangguo was about to open the can, but just then, a familiar figure stepped out of the cave. He was thin but very tall. As he came out, countless fireflies followed behind him, lighting his way as if they were specially illuminating him. The scene was as beautiful as a painting. He shivered and squatted down, cupping a handful of snow. Just as he looked up, beneath his silver hair, his handsome face appeared under the glow of the firefly light. His features looked so unreal, like a mythical creature from a legend. Wow, so handsome, such a pretty face. Both of them spoke at the same time, surprised to see the man appearing in the heavy snow. The man seemed startled by their sudden words, and the snow in his hand fell to the ground with a loud clatter. He looked fearfully toward the direction of the voices. The fireflies nearby quickly formed a defensive line, standing in front of him, ready to attack at any moment. When they recognized the faces of the 2 girls, their fear turned into joy instantly. A bright smile spread across their faces like melting snow. Miss Qin. Miss Jiangguo. It's you. Wow, what a coincidence. How come you're here? I never expected to see you again. I'm so happy. Mu Yuan looked at the 2 girls, feeling a bit confused and unsure. At that moment, Qin sneezed unexpectedly. Achoo! Mu Yuan finally realized that with the heavy snow outside, the 2 girls wearing thin clothes must be very cold. He hadn't thought that, compared to their light clothing, he himself was much more lightly dressed. He quickly said, "Come inside, it's very cold outside. Come to my house." Your house? Jiang Jiangguo looked at the cave behind him where fireflies were flying wildly. Are you now a caveman? He asked. Mu Yuan shyly smiled, but didn't explain much. He quickly invited the 2 inside the cave.
However, Qinsheng looked at the group of mutated fireflies flying around him and felt as if 1,000 pounds were weighing down his steps, making it hard to lift his feet. Mostly, he was just scared. Jiang Jiangguo wasn't much braver. She nervously asked Mu Yuan, "Are these little cuties yours? Are they dangerous, little cuties? You're afraid of them?" "Don't worry, they're very gentle." Mu Yuan suddenly realized she was talking about the fireflies around him. He quickly waved his hand and gently spoke to the fireflies. "Sparkling fireflies, you can go back now. Don't scare my friends." As soon as he finished speaking, the fireflies seemed to understand and turned around, flying back into the cave. This scene surprised Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo, leaving them both stunned. They followed Mu Yuan into his home. Once inside, they saw that the cave was full of signs of long-term living. The cave was deep. As they walked further in, they saw many mutated fireflies resting on the surrounding stone walls. The glow from the fireflies made the cave very bright, almost as good as electric lights. The walls had many holes carved into them. Inside these holes, various flowers and plants were growing, almost all different from each other. The fireflies were resting on the branches, leaves, and flowers of these plants. Qin Sheng carefully observed the small holes on the mountain wall. They were not deep, roughly the size of a fist, and held only a handful of dirt. Surprisingly, all the plants and flowers inside were still alive. This was very amazing. The deeper they went inside, the more plants there were. The cave was not very deep, just a short, straight tunnel. Its shape was like a triangle with a narrow entrance. The further inside they went, the larger the space became. Soon, they reached the very back of the cave. There was a small fire almost out, with a blackened, deformed small pot hanging on thick iron wires above it. The pot was bubbling with hot steam, as if cooking something. Not far from the pot, there was a pile of straw, with marks showing it had been pressed down for a long time, probably used for sleeping. "Old Qin, there's a fire. Let's warm ourselves. I'm about to freeze to death." Seeing the fire, Jiang Jiangguo hurried overexcitedly. He squatted nearby and started warming himself. But the fire was almost out. The first thing Mu Yuan did was to pull out 2 pieces of wood from under the straw bed. He held the sticks at both ends, kneeled, and broke the sticks in the middle. Then, he quickly threw the broken sticks into the fire. The flames reignited. He also hurried to warm his hands by the fire. Then, somehow, he found a wooden spoon, stirred the contents of the pot, took a deep breath, and smiled happily. He handed Qin Sheng a wooden spoon. "Miss Qin, the wild vegetable porridge just finished cooking. Please eat it. I don't have a bowl here, so you and Miss Jiangguo can use this pot to eat. The wild vegetables taste very good. I've tried all the local ones around here, and they are quite tasty." Seeing his hand, holding the wooden spoon, turn a bluish-purple from the cold, and noting that he was still wearing summer clothes, he shivered as he pushed the spoon forward again. "Miss Qin, have some of this wild vegetable porridge. It's hot and will warm your stomach. Just bear with it for now. When it gets light tomorrow, I'll go find some mushrooms for you to cook." Mushrooms are also very delicious. Despite his teeth chattering from the cold, he was still determined to give her the nourishing porridge he had. When they parted over a month ago, this young, pretty man was still fair and tender, with a bit of flesh on his cheeks, looking very comfortable. Now his face was pale, his body thin, and he looked severely malnourished. If it weren't for his striking features, Qin Sheng wouldn't believe he was the same person from before. If I remember correctly, the clothes he was wearing along with those sneakers with the toes missing, still the ones I gave him last time, were still on him. How could life turn out like this? Isn't he supposed to be a new human from 10,000 years in the future? Is this all? Qin Sheng sniffed loudly and unglamorously, not rushing to take the spoon. Instead, she took out a thick set of cotton clothes and pants from her space bag, hiding behind her backpack. For a moment, she was too lazy to look for something else, so she casually grabbed a men's outfit. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a big, colorful Northeast-style floral jacket with matching green leaves. Well, whatever, as long as she could wear it. She handed over the clothes and pants, sniffling, and said, "Hurry up and put it on." The temperature is already below freezing. You're wearing so little, yet you haven't frozen to death. It's a miracle. Then she looked at his feet and took out a pair of thick snow boots and socks from her space. Is this for me? Is there a fourth person here? Qin Sheng rolled her eyes at him. Hurry up and put it on. If you freeze to death, I won't be responsible for the aftermath. Mu Yuan's eyes turned slightly red as he took the brightly colored cotton-padded clothes and pressed his face against them. It felt warm. It smelled nice, too. In an instant, he felt his nose sting, and his eyes redden. Shivering, he put on the cotton clothes and pants, then quickly rubbed his already numb feet, put on socks, and slipped into the shoes. Then he kept staring at Qin Sheng with those small, bright eyes like a little rabbit, making her feel uneasy. Does this kid have a problem with his mind? He looks kind of strange. Could he suddenly order fireflies to attack them? No, that can't be. She had sincerely brought out the cotton clothes, pants, and shoes. It's just for staying overnight. The reward is more than enough. Does he want more because he's greedy? Qin Sheng looked at the fireflies around her, trying to signal Jiang Jiangguo to be alert. If something went wrong, she was ready to fight back immediately. But when she turned her head, she saw Jiang Jiangguo, the fool, already burying sweet potatoes and potatoes in the fire. Seeing Qin Sheng's gaze, he chuckled and showed 2 rows of shiny white teeth. Such a good fire, it would be a shame not to roast some sweet potatoes and yams. Qin Sheng could only agree. Yes, roast more. The 3 of us can share them. She then asked Mu Yuan, do you like sweet potatoes or yams, or do you want both? Me? Do I? Mu Yuan was surprised at first, then realized and pointed to himself. Do I get some too? Qin Sheng nodded before she could say anything. Suddenly, Mu Yuan let out a loud cry, rushed over, and hugged Qin Sheng's leg, starting to sob loudly. His sad and intense crying made people's hearts ache. He didn't say a word, but his crying showed all his feelings of being wronged. Jiang Jiangguo looked at Qin Sheng with confusion. What's wrong with him? Is he crying like his mom just died? Qin Sheng blinked. How should I know? Weren't we together? Until he ate the 4th baked egg, Mu Yuan finally looked up with red eyes. Why didn't you ask me what happened? Do you want to tell me? Yes. Then go ahead. I'm listening. Qin Sheng sat upright, secretly pressing his tear-soaked pants close to the fire to dry them slowly. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan was eating roasted sweet potatoes and drinking his wild vegetable porridge, beginning to tell his story in bits and pieces. Jiang Jiangguo refused Mu Yuan's kind offer to share the porridge. That pot of green, oily-looking stuff couldn't possibly be real wild vegetable porridge. Not a single grain of rice. It looked terrible and probably didn't taste good. Qin Sheng, unable to refuse politely, took a small taste of the wild vegetable porridge, then struggled to swallow it, smiling faintly. Mu Yuan asked, Is it tasty? Qin Sheng replied, Yes, it's delicious. But it was a lie. It was just boiled wild vegetables. And those unknown green mushes, are they really wild vegetables? They're bitter. Couldn't he learn from Wang Baochuan, who spent 18 years digging wild vegetables during harsh times, on how to identify edible plants? Not every plant can be called a wild vegetable. He couldn't believe he hadn't been poisoned by eating this way. Watching Mu Yuan happily eat roasted sweet potatoes and wild vegetable porridge as if it were a delicacy, Qin Sheng truly thought this kid was incredibly easy to take care of. Meanwhile, as Mu Yuan spoke, they gradually understood why he was here. It turns out he was tricked after coming to the city. First, he helped an elderly lady cross the street, but she stole all the food from him. Later, he helped a man with a limp carry things, and the man invited him to eat. After the meal, he woke up to find himself sold to a private contractor who made him carry bricks every day without pay or food. Finally, he managed to escape, and someone said they could help him find someone fair to seek justice. But then he was tricked into a dirty tent where someone started to try to take his pants. He fought back and hit the man trying to strip him. Then, scared, he ran away into the deep forest and never dared to go out again. Hearing this, Qin Sheng couldn't help but give a thumbs up and secretly thought, that's amazing.
Jiang Jiangguo was very straightforward. She was munching on a hot roasted potato and said in surprise, "I don't think you're some kind of new human from 10,000 years in the future. You're just a silly kid from 10,000 years ahead." Qin Sheng glared at her. "What nonsense! I'm just telling the truth. Give me some face." Jiang Jiangguo pouted and kept eating her burnt-looking potato. Mu Yuan looked at Qin Sheng with gratitude. "You're the first person I've met on this ancient earth, and you're the best to me. You're really great." Cough, cough. Faced with such sincere eyes, Qin Sheng felt a little shy and cleared his throat twice. Stay modest, stay modest. It's enough that we know internally. There's no need to show it so obviously. He had almost finished eating the roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes. Qin Sheng then took out a pack of braised pig trotters from his backpack, divided it into 3 portions, skewered each on a wooden stick, and heated them over the fire to eat. He also took out some drinks, and everyone shared them. Mu Yuan was originally quietly munching on his potato, but the small badge hanging around his neck kept warming up from time to time. This badge is a biological guidebook. His goal on this ancient Earth was to collect samples of all living creatures using the biological guidebook, then bring them back to the Blue Star, which had become a wasteland after 10,000 years, to rebuild a new ecosystem. However, he discovered that whenever Qin Girl took out something, the biological guidebook on his neck would heat up. The biological guidebook and his other treasure, the jade brick space, were both obtained by his teacher during an archaeological dig. When he first found them, they were together. They could sense each other and worked as a set. But he lost the jade brick space. Now, based on the reaction from the biological guidebook, it seems the lost jade brick space might be with Qin Girl. Qin Girl probably used her space ability, which caused the biological guidebook to sense energy fluctuations from the jade brick space, making it heat up. Should he ask her about it? Mu Yuan held her small badge on her neck, feeling conflicted. At that moment, a hot braised pig's trotter appeared in front of her. "Why are you just staring blankly? Why keep eating potatoes? Eat some meat. Look at you. You're almost as thin as a stick." Mu Yuan blankly took the braised pig's trotter, feeling sour inside, and her eyes welling up. Does she care about me? She shared her wild vegetable porridge with me, invited me to eat roasted potatoes, and even offered me the braised pig's trotter. She also gave me such nice new clothes. She is so kind to me. I can't believe I doubted the honest and kind Miss Qin.
I'm terrible.
Thinking of this, he made up his mind, placing the roasted pig's trotter on the ground, and suddenly stood up. With his action, a few fireflies fluttered around. "Miss Qin, I have something to tell you. Go ahead, tell me." Qin Sheng shivered in fright, almost dropping the roasted pig's trotter. She carefully glanced at the nearby fireflies. "Anything you want to say, I'm listening. Are you still hungry? Want to eat something else? Just say it." She silently reached into her clothes pocket, clutching the sardine can, ready to open it at any moment. Mu Yuan looked around mysteriously, then said to Jiang Jiangguo, "Miss Jiangguo, I have something to discuss with Miss Qin alone. Just tell us." I understand. Jiang Jiangguo quickly stuck a few pig trotters with a stick, then walked to the corner, drinking a beverage while nibbling on the pig trotters. "Feel free to say whatever you want. I can't hear anything." "Thank you, Miss Jiangguo." "Huh? What did you say? I can't hear." "There's no signal here." Jiang Jiangguo exaggeratedly waved his hand. "Qin Sheng, the whole cave is less than 20 square meters. Who are you fooling with, saying you can't hear?" Mu Yuan smiled gratefully at Jiang Jiangguo. Then he moved closer to Qin Sheng, standing very near her, and mysteriously took a jade pendant strung with a red cord from around his neck. The jade pendant was dull gray, not very good quality. The carved double dragons playing with a pearl looked rough, like a cheap product sold online.
But
for some reason, it felt strangely familiar. Qin Sheng was sure she had never seen this thing before, so where did this sense of familiarity come from? At that moment, she heard Mu Yuan whisper in her ear, "Miss Qin, have you ever seen a dull gray jade piece, about the size of a brick?" Hot air brushed past her ear, making Qin Sheng's heart skip a beat, like falling into icy coldness. She held her hand behind Mu Yuan's back and suddenly a Nepalese military knife appeared in her hand, quietly moving the blade's tip. It was aimed at the back of Mu Yuan's head. Jiang Jiangguo was biting into a pig's hoof when he noticed Qin Sheng's movement. He quickly shoved the remaining pig's hoof into his mouth, then drew his heavy sword, ready to strike at any moment. He knew that old Qin would never be swayed by beauty. Although she liked to admire pretty women, she would never hesitate to attack when the time came. It's a pity about such a handsome young man. He didn't know why he had offended Qin Sheng, but he was already drawing his sword. But as long as old Qin wanted to fight someone, she could count on him to follow along. His mouth still burned from the spicy pig's hoof, too much 5-spice chili powder. Now his mouth was on fire, but he couldn't bring himself to spit it out. He could only tear up and continue biting his big pig's hoof. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan seemed completely unaware of the killing intent behind him. He continued, "The biological guide in my hand and that piece of jade brick are connected. It was heating up just now, so it must have sensed the presence of that jade brick." "So what?" Qin Sheng asked with a smile. But inside, she was shocked. This little jade pendant on him was actually linked to her jade brick space. They could sense each other? Could it be that the jade brick in her hand belonged to him? No way. That was bought by her father when he was young, at least 20 years ago. Back then, this man named Mu Yuan was probably still wearing diapers. How could it be his? Here's the corrected and simplified version. "Well, my picture book seems to be broken and won't turn on. I was wondering if you could help me activate it. Since you can activate the brick space, you should be able to activate my picture book too." Activate? Yes, activate. This biological picture book can store samples of living creatures. It's very important. That's also why my teacher sent me here. Qin Sheng asked, "You said that piece of jade is yours? Do you know where it came from? If this person really knows the origin of the jade, they might tell me something I don't know." Mu Yuan shook his head. "My teacher told me these two things were dug out from an ancient tomb on Blue Star. The jade brick can store any inanimate object. If a living creature goes inside, it will stay in a moment of instant death, and the biological picture book can store living creatures. When a creature goes in, it immediately falls into a deep sleep. You said that jade brick was dug out of an ancient tomb?" Qin Sheng was a bit surprised. "So, this isn't your first time on this ancient earth? And you brought that jade brick with you?" Yes. I've been here a few times before." Mu Yuan nodded honestly. "The space-time wormhole is full of unknowns. We have to repeat thousands of experiments to succeed once in crossing over, and each time the timing is different. The lost jade brick happened during the last time I traveled back. I found people everywhere, all starving, eating bark and wild grass. There was not a single green plant in sight. Desperate with hunger, I traded the jade brick for a small bread roll, planning to find a way to get it back later. But I lost it and never found it again." He looked a bit upset, puffing out his cheeks. The flickering firelight reflected in his eyes, shining like a galaxy. Qin Sheng blinked, suddenly suspicious. Could it be that he knows her weakness and is deliberately trying to tempt her with his charm? Then the knife tip at the back of Mu Yuan's head moved closer by another inch. "So, when you used that jade brick before, did you try any method to make it recognize its owner?" "Recognize its owner?" Mu Yuan looked confused at this question. "It's not like a robot dog that can be programmed. It needs electrical stimulation each time to temporarily open the space and the biological guide. But the open time is very short. We've tried all sorts of ways, but couldn't figure out this strange and mysterious thing. Have you tried blood recognition?" Qin Sheng asked again. Clearly, she just smeared her blood on it, and the space recognized her as the owner, appearing in her mind. "Don't talk about blood. Even the teacher tried urinating on it, but it didn't work," said the pretty girl innocently. "Right now, I don't have a high-power current to activate the biological guide. I waited in the forest for over a month, hoping for lightning, but it never rained or thundered. Miss Qin, since you can use the brick space, you must know how to activate my creature guide, right?" Those big eyes are full of sincerity. "Miss Qin, please help me. I beg you."
Ugh.
This guy really has no shame. A grown man acting so cute. But when I heard that the creature guide in his hand was related to his jade brick,
I became interested. Did you really bleed to try to activate it? Yes, really, it didn't work. The pretty girl shook her head seriously. Trust me, I'll show you. He quickly grabbed the nearby Nepalese military knife. With a quick motion, the knife stabbed into his palm, blood immediately flowing out. He pulled out the knife, handed it back to Qin Sheng, then directly used his bloody hand to hold the jade pendant. He held it out to Qin Sheng. Miss Qin, look, it didn't work. I'm not lying to you. Qin Sheng stared blankly at the knife in his palm. He precisely grabbed the tip of the knife with his other hand, which proved he knew there was a knife hanging over the back of his head. You know. What did you say? I don't know. Mu Yuan shook his head honestly. Seeing this, Jiang Jianguo quickly ran over with his sword, placing his heavy sword on Mu Yuan's shoulder. But he seemed to ignore the heavy sword and still stubbornly opened his hand, showing Qin Sheng the blood-stained jade pendant in his palm. Look, I really didn't lie to you. Blood doesn't work. I wouldn't lie to Miss Qin. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. The air fell into strange silence. Is this Mu Yuan truly foolish, or just pretending? Is he not afraid of death, or is he overly confident? Miss Qin, does your blood on the jade brick work? Yes. How did you do it? Could you show me a demonstration? Qin Sheng instinctively took the dull-looking jade pendant, then used the tip of a knife to cut her own finger, letting blood drip onto it. See, I just did this, she said. Before she finished, a flash of white light appeared. The jade pendant that was just in Mu Yuan's hand disappeared instantly in the white glow. At the same time, Qin Sheng's hand, which had just dripped blood, felt warm inside her wrist. A bad feeling suddenly arose. No, it can't be that coincidental, she said with a slightly awkward smile. Jiang Jianguo saw such a miraculous scene with his own eyes and was also surprised. He loosened his grip, causing the sword to slip, and cut a small gash on Mu Yuan's neck. Bright red blood flowed rapidly from the fair, slender neck. All of this happened so quickly that there was no time to react. Qin Sheng instinctively reached out to grab the jade pendant, but her hand missed. I could only watch helplessly as it disappeared. Qin Sheng, I told you I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me? My biological guide. Where did my jade badge go? Mu Yuan looked helplessly as the white light faded and his jade badge was gone. His eyes turned red. Wow! He suddenly cried loudly, hugging Qin Sheng's recently dried thigh. Miss Qin, my jade badge is gone. I lost both things my teacher left me. Boo-hoo, what should I do? The teacher is still waiting for me to go back and rebuild our home. Without the biological guide, how can I collect samples or bring them back to Blue Star? Teacher, I'm sorry. His neck and palms quickly soaked Qin Sheng's pants with blood. While Mu Yuan was crying loudly, Qin Sheng looked at the inside of her wrist. There was a light gray, square-shaped mark, like a birthmark. She had another similar birthmark on her body. Qin Sheng thought for a moment, and a faint blue virtual screen appeared in front of her eyes. It showed neat rows of storage boxes, just like the backpack slots in a game interface. Mu Yuan seemed to sense something, raised his head, and stared blankly at a certain spot.
Mu Yuan, heh.
My biological guide. It really activated. Qin Sheng. Wow. Can you see it? Jiang Jianguo. What are you guys talking about? I didn't see anything. The three of them spoke almost at the same time. Then Qin Sheng looked at the small white face in front of him with shock. What did you see? I saw what I was supposed to see. Jiang Jianguo looked confused. What exactly did you see? A biological catalog. Mu Yuan pointed at the virtual screen in front of Qin Sheng. But why is my jade token missing? That's the carrier of the biological catalog. Qin Sheng. Is this the biological catalog? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Miss Qin, for activating it for me. Mu Yuan smiled like a fool. He still doesn't know that his biological catalog has not only been activated but also recognized a master. But this master is not him. First, there was the jade brick space, then the biological catalog. The two items Mu Yuan brought are all in Qin Sheng's hands. Qin Sheng also looked confused, suddenly feeling that everything was very absurd. Could it be that this pretty girl came all the way to deliver equipment just for her? Now, if she were to attack again,
Qin Sheng would feel guilty. But why can Mu Yuan see her biological catalog when he can't see the space? He can't see the space, but he can see this biological catalog? Qin Sheng suddenly remembered that just now, her blood and his blood were both absorbed by the jade token. But since they were absorbed at the same time, why did the jade token choose to appear on her? According to Mu Yuan, whether it was a jade brick or a jade pendant, they both tried to drip blood on them, but there was no reaction. However, this time, after adding her own blood, the objects immediately recognized her as their owner. Could this mean that these items are ancestors from her old Qin family? Qin Sheng thought carefully, and it seemed possible. Perhaps they were left behind by Qin Shi Huang. But Qin Shi Huang was known to have the surname Ming, wasn't he? She pondered wildly. Mu Yuan saw her diagram being activated and, without hesitation, grabbed a handful of burnt wood ash and slapped it onto her wound on the neck. Then she skillfully operated on the light screen. Jiang Jiangguo, holding his heavy sword, hesitated before walking over to Qin Sheng and pointing in Mu Yuan's direction. "Old Qin, what is he doing? Is he crazy?" she asked. To her, Mu Yuan, with tears on her face and blood all over her body, looked like she was randomly waving her arms in the air, like she was having a seizure. Qin Sheng flipped her wrist, revealing a rectangular mark on the inside. "His treasure seems to have recognized me as its owner. No, more accurately, it recognized both of us." Jiang Jiangguo raised his eyebrows.
Cut him.
"Take the treasure for yourself." This naive-looking young man seems simple-minded. He should be easy to take down. Qin Sheng thought about her two treasures, which seemed to be related to him. If someone sent equipment from afar and she didn't leave him alive, would even the heavens be displeased? And she always felt that this matter was too much of a coincidence. Both treasures were closely connected to the Qin family bloodline. After some hesitation, she said, "Maybe. We should keep it. That's fine. I trust your judgment." Jiang Jiangguo nodded decisively. Qin Sheng was about to explain, but she turned around and started showing off her pig trotters instead. As if she wasn't the one who suggested stealing treasures just now. At that moment, Mu Yuan suddenly felt that what he saw in front of him was a bit blurry. He looked up with blank eyes and said, "Miss Qin, I think I feel a little dizzy." Qin Sheng looked at him, noticing the ashes on his face and the still bleeding wound on his neck.
Darn.
She forgot to stop the bleeding. She quickly rinsed his neck with water, then applied some hemostatic medicine and wrapped it with bandages several times. Since he already knew the truth, Qin Sheng decided to come clean and stop pretending. She showed him her wrist clearly, letting him see that the jade pendant had already been taken by her and couldn't be taken out again. Fortunately, perhaps because she also absorbed some of his blood, he could still see and continue to use his plant guide. They studied for a while, and finally found that Mu Yuan could only use the guide normally if he stayed within 1 kilometer of her. Beyond 1 kilometer, he lost his connection to the guide. But Qin Sheng was unaffected. From this, it was obvious who was the main owner and who was the secondary owner of the jade pendant. Since all three people present knew about the space, Qin Sheng simply pulled out a sofa from it. Everyone settled on the sofa comfortably and warmed themselves by the fire. Mu Yuan still seemed a bit upset about the equipment he worked hard to get being taken by others. Suddenly, he felt like he had been jolted awake from a near-death experience. What a fool I am. He risked his life crossing a wormhole, and now he was back here just to have others take the box. He suddenly felt that the task his teacher gave him might never be finished. In that moment, he even considered giving up on himself. He looked tired and sad, with red eyes and drooping head. His silver hair fell over his shoulders, making him look like a small rabbit. He looked very fragile. Jiang Jiangguo quietly ate sunflower seeds, watching Qin Sheng patiently comfort this new, inexperienced person. He was thinking that soon he would be second in command, and his status would rise again. Then, old Qin could tell him what to do, and he could tell the third person what to do. Thinking this way, he actually started to look forward to the new person joining. That way, he would also have someone to boss around. You shouldn't act like that. Since things have already happened, neither of us can change them.
Anyway, I will take responsibility for you, okay? How can you take responsibility? You took away my most important things. I didn't do it on purpose. Weren't you the one who asked me to show you how to do it? Clearly, it was your own request, and it was also the creature that jumped onto me. What you and the creature wanted, I didn't want it to happen. But I stop with the excuses. Look, you can still keep collecting your biological samples. Maybe someday, the creature will come out of my body on its own. You're lying. I'm not stupid. I definitely can't get it back. If you think that way, there's nothing I can do about it. Qin Sheng spread her hands and left a dismissive remark, exhausted her patience, and gave up trying to comfort this crying little bunny. Then everyone remained silent. Silence was tonight's Kongqiao. Jiang Jiangguo waved at Qin Sheng and whispered in her ear, "Old Qin, how about we have a hot pot diplomacy? There's nothing a hot pot can't solve. If there is, then 2 hot pots. You're really clever." A few minutes later, Qin Sheng brought out a hot pot of Sichuan's spicy flavor from the space, along with beef tripe, tofu skin, boneless duck feet, potato slices, enoki mushrooms, and other hot pot ingredients. She placed them on the table, lit the alcohol stove, and took out 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. She and Jiang Jiangguo started eating. The remaining set of bowls and chopsticks was left empty, clearly reserved for someone. The aroma of the beef tallow broth was incredibly tempting, bubbling hot and filling the room with warmth, dispelling the cold. Mu Yuan couldn't ignore this wonderful smell at all. So far, he has tasted only a few different foods. After the nth time, he couldn't help but look over. He nervously asked, "Can I eat this every day from now on? Old Qin has plenty of stock. You can eat until you're full." Jiang Jiangguo picked up a piece of duck blood, put it in his mouth, and his cheeks moved from the heat. He said, "First, you can only be the third. I will always be the second. You're not allowed to compete with me." He didn't speak, just stared intently at Qin Sheng, with red eyes and a bandage soaked in blood around his neck. Qin Sheng bit through the crunchy bone in his mouth and said, "If you want to eat, you can have it every day." As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept past him. The handsome young man who looked like he stepped out of a comic grabbed chopsticks and awkwardly reached into the pot. Maybe he wasn't used to using chopsticks, so he fished around a few times but didn't pick up anything. He took out his wooden spoon, scooped up a beef ball, and shoved it into his mouth. But it was so hot it made him wince. Watching him eat so quickly, the comic-like filter in Qin Sheng's eyes shattered with a snap. Forget it. All those comic handsome boys are just kids. Jiang Jiangguo chuckled loudly. Mu Yuan felt a little embarrassed from her laughter, but she kept eating quickly, chewing and nodding, saying, "It's delicious, really very good." Outside, heavy snow was falling. The entrance of the cave was covered with dense vines, but it wasn't completely sealed, leaving some gaps. The temperature kept dropping. The fire was no longer enough to keep the inside warm, so they replaced it with a small gas heater about half a person tall. The bright red flames made the cave feel warm like spring. In just one hot pot meal, the 3 of them quickly became close friends. The aroma of spicy hot pot broth mixed with bubbling red oil filled the air. "Sheng Sheng, I still want to eat lamb hot pot. Sliced beef. Why do you call Lao Qin Sheng Sheng but call me Jiang Jiangguo by my full name? It's just a hot pot. You're so shameless." "Fine, then I'll call you Jian Jian or Guogua." "Annoying? Giggling? You're the really annoying one." "Forget it, just call me Jiang Jiangguo." "All right, Lao Qin, I also want to eat baby squid. But there are no more. Third."
Stop it.
"That was my duck intestine. You're supposed to cook your own. I won't. That was clearly mine. You already ate your own intestines. Give it back or I'll poke your nose." "Come on. I'll poke your eyes." "Oh, so you're not pretending to be innocent anymore?" "Lao Qin, hurry up and kick him out. I don't want the third anymore." Looking at the 2 people fighting over a piece of duck intestine, "You poked my nose, and I pulled your hair." Following the principle of talking less and eating more, Qin Sheng quietly scooped all the remaining duck intestines from the pot into her bowl, then secretly added some brain matter. "Let them fight. If you're not eating actively, there's a problem with your head." After they finished fighting, I started eating hot pot while they ate the hot pot base.
Once she was full and saw the two still fighting, she took a moment to wash her face and brush her teeth, then dragged 3 foam mattresses out of her space, placed them in the corner, spread sheets and blankets on them, and chose one bed. She lay down, covered herself, and went to sleep. Before the snow stopped, they probably had to stay here. Qin remembered that the snow lasted for more than half a month. The temperature dropped day by day, reaching below -40 degrees. The whole world was covered in thick ice and snow, food was scarce, and many survivors and animals would die from the cold. First, extreme heat eliminated many creatures. Then, the cold wave reduced the number of survivors even more. Some say these repeated extreme natural disasters are the Earth's immune system clearing out its viruses. And these viruses are humans. It is because humans recklessly damage and pollute the environment that the Earth's immune system was activated, deciding to eliminate these active viruses and create a new ecosystem. When she first heard this idea, she scoffed at it. But as she thought about it more, she realized that the current state of Blue Star is really similar to how people use a fever to kill bacteria when they catch a cold. Because the original bacteria are now harmful to the body. So, maybe they need to build a new, healthy bacteria community? She listened to Jiang Jiangguo and Mu Yuan arguing and gradually fell into a light sleep. Stop fighting, Mu Yuan's silver hair was pulled by Jiang Jiangguo, who was sniffling and holding up a finger, whispering, "She's asleep, let's not disturb her." "No. Unless you admit that the duck intestines were my idea." Jiang Jiangguo, with 2 panda eyes and a bright red nosebleed, showed they were equally tough. Mu Yuan waved her hand. "Fine, you made the suggestion. Okay, that's more like it. I admit I was a bit impulsive earlier, but we're still good brothers. Let's go have hot pot together." Jiang Jiangguo got up from the ground, and they shook hands to make peace. They sat back at the table. But as soon as they grabbed their chopsticks, Jiang Jiangguo exclaimed, "Oh my gosh. Where are my intestines?" Mu Yuan scooped and scooped in the hot pot with a slotted spoon, disappointed, and sighed. Sigh. The hot pot. Only the broth remains now. Jiang Jiangguo rolled up 2 pieces of tissue, handed one to Mu Yuan. She shoved another piece into her nose. "First, stop the nosebleed. Don't worry, I still have plenty to eat. We'll keep having hot pot with the various marinated foods and dishes I packed from the cafeteria. By the way, eating hot pot and drinking cold beer is the best in this cold weather. Third brother, I invite you to have some beer." Mu Yuan was trying to stuff tissue into her bleeding nose before she could stop her. Suddenly, Jiang Jiangguo ran over and shook the person sleeping on the bed. He mumbled something. Then he carried out a whole box of beer. He stuck the beer into the snow outside the cave. After about half an hour, he took it back, and it became her idea of ice-cold beer. She stepped on a stool, boldly opened a beer with her teeth, and spat the cap onto the ground. She handed him a bottle of beer and opened one for herself. "Beer?" Mu Yuan stared blankly at the bottle in her hands. Is this the beer she was talking about? Seeing her dazed, Jiang Jiangguo cheerfully said, "Deep feelings mean taking a big gulp. Shallow feelings mean licking a little. No more words, third brother, second sister, let me show you first." After saying that, she waved the glass bottle, tilted her head back, and drank it all in one go. Burp, a long, winding burp escaped from Jiang Jiangguo's throat. "That was great." She laughed loudly and opened another bottle. Days passed, and Jiang Jiangguo really behaved like a lazy bear, staying in bed all day. Besides eating, he spent almost all his time sleeping. Qin Sheng controlled 3 thin vines, wrapping around a pencil, drawing and writing on 2 sheets of white paper. Each sheet showed a different picture. On the left vine, she drew a lazy sheep. In the middle, she was writing the 3-character classic. On the right vine, the drawing was a bit twisted but could be seen as a bald hero. Outside, it was freezing with heavy snow, making it almost impossible to move forward. Anyway, she didn't have a clear goal and hadn't decided where to go next. So, she stayed hidden in this cave. But she wasn't idle during this time. She had already started trying to control the 3rd vine. In her past life, she and Jiang Jiangguo were both top fighters in the northern wilderness. Jiang Jiangguo was nicknamed the Strong Black Bear Woman. Her nickname was Tentacle Monster, but she also had fans who called her the Thousand-Armed Guanyin, not because of anything else, but because at her peak, she could control over 100 vines at the same time, doing different things during battles. From afar, it looked like countless tentacles floating behind her, or like the Thousand-Armed Guanyin. This is how she got her name. When fighting others, it was always one-on-one. If you want to fight her, you need to carefully think about how to face over 100 vines twisting with various weapons. Isn't that just like fighting a group? Outside the cave, the wind is howling fiercely, and the temperature is nearly minus 50 degrees Celsius. Qin Sheng turned up the flame on the gas stove to a higher setting. Above the stove, Mu Yuan, wearing a big floral coat, is stirring millet porridge in a pot while wearing an apron. Mu Yuan's hobbies have become very clear these days. She never expected that he would like cooking. Every day, he asks her for different recipes. When he's free, besides playing with his fireflies, he practices knife skills and makes delicious food. In just half a month, his cooking skills have already surpassed her own, who is only a beginner. After the millet porridge is ready, he lifts the pot and sets it aside. Then he reaches under his pillow and takes out something wrapped in layers of tissue paper. He carefully unfolds it, then takes out a sharpening stone from his pocket and sits on a small stool to start sharpening. Qin Sheng, smelling a faint fishy scent in the air after finishing her 30th drawing of the day, also curiously moves closer to look. She sees Mu Yuan sharpening that thing many times, but she never asked about it. His slender fingers hold a long, stick-like object that looks a bit like moldy wood, and he moves it back and forth on the sharpening stone. Clang, clang, what are you sharpening that stick for? I want to turn it into a knife. Sharpening a wooden stick into a knife. Qin Sheng's mouth twitched. I've only heard of iron being ground into a needle, never of a wooden stick being turned into a knife. Besides, no matter how much you sharpen it, it will at best become a toothpick. This isn't a wooden stick. Mu Yuan handed the object he was sharpening to Qin Sheng. Boss, take a good look. What do you think this is? Qin Sheng looked at it with a puzzled expression. After examining for a while, she realized it didn't look like a wooden stick, but she couldn't quite figure out what it was. It had a bit of a fishy smell, but also a hint of fragrance. What's this? She asked again. It's the bonito fish you gave me some time ago. Last time we made snake soup, you gave me 2 bonito fish, saying it would add flavor. I found this thing very hard, so I used a not-so-pretty one. The more nicely shaped fish, I want to grind into a knife. His sparkling eyes looked at Qin Sheng with anticipation. Boss, I want to make a sharp Nepalese-style knife from this bonito fish. What do you think of that idea? A bonito fish knife. Qin Sheng wondered if that thing was really a bonito fish. I don't believe it. She stared at the stick in her hand, which already looked a bit like a knife, and couldn't help but stick out her tongue to lick it. It tasted a bit salty. Whoa. It really is a bonito fish. She couldn't help but picture a scene in her mind. During the chaos, everyone was holding knives, spears, and swords. Only a silver-haired young man rushed into the crowd, holding a small fish knife and shouting wildly. Then she thought about how one day, when he was making soup, he found it not flavorful enough, and he took out his fish knife to stir it in the pot. I shouldn't think about this. The more I think, the more disappointed I feel. Such a good-looking young man. Why is his mind so strange? It's a shame about that perfect face. While Mu Yuan was sharpening his knife, she went to Jiang Jiangwo's bed and saw her lying there, snoring loudly with her bottom sticking up. She poked her nose with 2 fingers to block her breathing. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, Jiang Jiangwo's face turned red as she opened her eyes. She grabbed the 2 fingers in her nose and pulled them out with a pop. Old Qin, are you crazy? You almost suffocated me. Sure. Qin Sheng pointed at the figure at the door, who was sharpening a fish, and lowered his voice. Jiang, I just realized that the new guy seems a bit off. He actually wants to grind a dried fish into a knife. Jiang Jiangwo rolled her eyes. I thought it was something serious. It's just grinding a fish into a knife. I often see him talking to ants and worms too. He's got a problem. Qin Sheng pointed at his temple. Obviously, Jiang Jiangwo pulled the blanket and said, You wouldn't even look at normal people.
Look at the three of us. None of us are completely sane. It's all your choice, Qin Sheng. That suddenly, she felt offended. She wanted to say she was quite normal, but before she could speak, Jiang Jiangguo turned over and continued sleeping. He mumbled, "Have you ever seen a normal pretty girl stick her finger into someone's nose?" Hearing this, Qin Sheng silently looked at her right hand, where her index and fingers were still bent, and she grimaced in disgust. She repeatedly wiped her fingers on Jiang Jiangguo's quilt. Then she turned around to continue practicing her mental strength. The snow came suddenly and lasted for more than 2 weeks. The snow stopped, but the snow in the forest was almost as high as a person. When people jumped into it, only their heads were visible. Even at the cave entrance, if they didn't shovel every day, the door would have been blocked long ago. Mu Yuan was wearing a big, colorful winter coat from the northeast and was building a snowman at the cave entrance. Qin Sheng was studying a map while roasting lamb skewers over a fire with vines. The smell of cumin woke Jiang Jiangguo from his sleep. She drooled and sat next to the fire. She grabbed a handful of lamb skewers from a basket and put them on the fire. Seeing the map in Qin Sheng's hand, her eyes lit up and she asked, "Old Qin, can we leave now? We have been staying in this broken cave for half a month. My limbs are almost wasting away. I really can't stay here any longer." Qin Sheng looked at the map and nodded. "Me too, but I haven't decided where we should go next." Just as she finished speaking, Mu Yuan ran in holding a square woven bamboo backpack. "Really? Are we ready to leave? I've collected most of the plant samples nearby. I've been wanting to leave for a while." "I've been waiting for you to decide," he said excitedly, pushing the backpack forward like a treasure. "Boss, look. This is the box I made based on the book. Fireflies can live inside. Fireflies will follow you." Of course, the backpack was square-shaped with a simple lid on top. It looked a bit like a school bag, but larger. When opened, the inside was full of round holes like a honeycomb. Mu Yuan took out a bamboo whistle, placed it to his lips, and blew gently. A clear, crisp sound rang out. The fireflies inside the cave flew out neatly and quickly into the honeycomb. He closed the lid, and it was done. "Hey, little third, you're pretty skilled to tame all these fireflies," Jiang Jiangguo said while munching on skewers, giving a thumbs up.
Awesome, Mu Yuan chuckled.
Just being modest, just being modest. Hee hee. Qin Sheng also smiled and said, "I looked at the map, and there is a small town about a few dozen kilometers from here. Let's go to that town and find a place to stay. Living in a cave all the time isn't good." Then she turned to Mu Yuan and said, "You can also change your location to gather supplies." Jiang Jiangguo agreed. "Yes, yes. Old Qin is right," Mu Yuan replied. "I follow the boss's orders." Both of them almost raised their hands in agreement, eager to find a new place. At that moment, Qin Sheng suddenly said, "But before that, we need to modify the car. With this deep snow, normal vehicles can't go through." As she finished speaking, she bit into a lamb skewer and walked outside the cave to an open space. With a wave of her right hand, boom, a huge vehicle suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the snowy ground. Its dark red body was very eye-catching in the snow. It was a large, bright red off-road vehicle with sharp steel spikes on the front and back. The roof had space for weapons, and the whole car had a strong post-apocalyptic punk style. Jiang Jiangguo couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed them and then excitedly rushed over, squinting as he touched the car. "Old Qin, I really love you. You actually stored this big treasure. Oh, such a beautiful body. That big rear, that big front, and these rebellious spikes. Wow, it's truly a little spicy pepper. I really love it. If I could drive this car, I could go vegetarian for 3 years." She excitedly hugged the car, looking like a person who is very eager to see a beautiful woman. "Congratulations. From now on, you can be a vegetarian for life because this car is your responsibility to drive." Qin Sheng was walking by, eating skewers, and patted the car. The South African Raider, the biggest off-road vehicle in the world. The body weighs 10 tons. It's 6.5 meters long and 2.7 meters high. It can handle both flat roads and mountain paths.
The entire body has been reinforced on top of the original structure. With this big treasure, we can travel comfortably. I've already removed the back seat and replaced it with my single sofa and a small desk. From now on, one of you will be the main driver, and the other will be the co-driver. I'll sit securely in the back. Hee hee, just thinking about it makes me a little excited.
But
She suddenly changed her tone and took out a snowplow from the space. Your task now is to attach the snowplow to the little red car, so we can drive in the snow. Little red? Mu Yuan looked a bit confused. When did another person appear? Qin Sheng patted the big red car door. Yes, this is Little Red. Jiang Jiangguo, I've entrusted Little Red, this young lady, to you. You must treat her well. Do you hear me? Don't worry, I will definitely treat her like my own daughter. Jiang Jiangguo pounded his chest happily, smiling with all his teeth.
Mu Yuan nodded as well.
Qin Sheng left behind 2 generators and some other tools. Then she went back into the cave to continue practicing her powers. She split 3 vines, one to turn the skewers, one to brush on the sauce, and the last to sprinkle cumin and chili powder. Outside the cave, Jiang Jiangguo finished the last skewer in one bite, rolled up her sleeves, and got to work. Mu Yuan didn't know much about this kind of thing, so he quietly helped on the side. Actually, Jiang Jiangguo wasn't an expert either. She liked modifying cars, but usually just small off-road ones. This big machine was her first time, so she was extra excited. She borrowed a bunch of car modification books from Qin Sheng and became completely absorbed, skipping sleep and meals, working nonstop every day. Maybe because she was always tinkering with the engine, the noise was really loud. One day, a few unexpected visitors showed up outside the cave. Qin Sheng had been practicing all morning and felt a bit dizzy. She sat on a small stool at the entrance, holding a cup of hot bubble tea, watching them work on the car. But after a while, she started to feel uneasy, as if something was watching her. She looked around but found nothing. Just when she thought she was imagining it, she suddenly noticed 2 snowmen standing under a distant tree. A short, chubby figure with 2 dark, gloomy eye sockets. Those 2 snowmen, Qin Sheng had seen them before. Because Mu Yuan and Jiang Jiangguo had built many snowmen nearby, she didn't pay much attention. But suddenly, she felt that those 2 snowmen were watching them. It's so strange. How could snowmen watch them? Qin Sheng sipped her milk tea as she walked over. The vines in her hand were ready to attack at any moment. As she got closer, she noticed that the snowmen's dark eye sockets faintly glowed red. She immediately understood what those 2 things were. Her mind moved, and 2 vines swiftly shot out. They quickly pierced into the snowmen's heads.
Pop.
Pop, with 2 soft cracking sounds, the vines gently shook, and the snow on the snowmen quickly fell off, revealing 2 thin young men, with red eyes that showed they were different from normal humans. Qin Sheng controlled the vines, crushing the entire spine of the strange beings, then looked inside their heads. Sure enough, she found 2 source crystals. The 2 source crystals, covered in green sticky liquid, were about the size of a fingernail and gray-black in color. She casually wiped some snow off and then took out a glass jar, placing the source crystals inside. She then stored the jar along with her space. Turning around to leave. "Why haven't you dealt with those 2 strange beings squatting over there?" she asked Jiang Jiangguo. "I don't believe it. With your skills, you can't find those 2 different creatures, and it seems those 2 creatures have been sitting there for a while." Jiang Jiangguo blinked innocently. "Not only I know, Mu Yuan knows too. Those 2 creatures seem to love playing hide and seek. They often disguise themselves as snowmen and squat nearby. If it gets dark and we haven't noticed them, they make some noise to let us find them, then they let out a strange laugh and run away. Then, the next day, they come back again." Mu Yuan, with both hands tucked into the sleeves of a big floral coat and wearing a matching hat, nodded foolishly. Qin Sheng. She suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed and sat back on a small stool, clutching her chest. She suddenly thought she might have made a wrong choice. Letting Jiang Jiangguo modify the little red vehicle was probably too hasty. Especially after a few days, she saw that Jiang Jiangguo had turned her snow shovel into a zigzag shape, and the entire truck bed was flipped over and covered downward. From afar, it looked like the front end was close to the ground, with the sides lower and the middle higher, like an arrow. And the arrow shovel is decorated with colorful skull drawings that seem cool but are actually quite tacky. It could easily serve as a background for a social media profile. Old Chin, how do you think? Did I do a good job? I carefully studied and found that this V-shaped shovel is more deadly than the original straight one. Can you tell me what purpose those eye-catching drawings on the yard are for? Jiang Jingwo scratched his head and smiled shyly. Oh, you mean this?
It's just a small hobby of mine.
As a former king of destruction, I just want to remember my youth. Qin Sheng pursed her lips and forced a smile, then climbed into the car with her backpack. When she opened the door, she almost dropped her chin in shock. Colorful string lights hung from the ceiling, along with a special nightclub light ball, and her huge black lazy bean bag had turned into a fierce leopard print style. And it was pink leopard. The whole setup was full of wild energy. She almost thought she had entered a themed hotel room. Jiang Jiangwo was still enthusiastically explaining his various ideas, not noticing Qin Sheng's face growing darker. Mu Yuan watched the atmosphere grow tense and gently tugged Jiang Jiangwo's sleeve twice. But she was met with a fierce glare. Don't pull me. He obediently closed his mouth, silently backed away while holding his beekeeping backpack, and finally squatted under a large tree with his hands tucked inside his sleeves. Watching Jiang Jiangwo continue to introduce Qin Sheng to her various great inventions. Qin Sheng's eyes twitched, and her smile grew more stiff as Jiang Jiangwo kept talking. She knew she had been too careless. She didn't expect that in the last few days, her little red car would become unrecognizable because no one was watching her. Jiang Jiangwo, who was not very clever, couldn't argue with her. If anyone was to blame, it was himself. He knew she was unreliable but still entrusted her with such an important task of modifying the car. He should have been watching her all the time. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Getting sick from anger is no good. Holding in her anger for a day could cause ovarian cysts. Taking a step back might lead to breast hyperplasia. Suppressing her frustration could cause liver issues. Venting it might lead to thyroid inflammation. Swearing out loud could cause a heart attack, a little hormonal imbalance. She didn't do it on purpose. She was just a fool, not worth arguing with. Qin Sheng silently recited the Tao Te Ching, enduring again and again. But in the last moment, she pulled Jiang Jiangwo over and mysteriously introduced her greatest masterpiece. Old Qin, look. I even modified the horn. Isn't it amazing? She gently pressed a button, and a sharp, high-pitched female voice suddenly sounded, replacing the original horn sound. Here it comes, little brother. Qin Sheng's last string of patience snapped. It's her first time trying to be a person, and she can't understand why she should always be the one to compromise. She pulled out 2 large hammers from her space, her forehead bulging with veins. Jiang Jiangwo. Today I will smash you to death. Old Qin, stay calm. If you don't like this speaker, that's okay. I have other inventions. Surely one of them will suit you. Help. Old San, save me. Old San. Help. Help. Jiang Jiangwo was being chased around the mountain by Qin Sheng, wielding 2 big hammers. Mu Yuan glanced at the flashy car and muttered softly, I told you it didn't look good, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're getting what you deserve. He obediently crouched there, watching the 2 chase each other. Finally, the fight ended with Jiang Jiangwo's loud, exhausted scream. He even took a moment to let his firefly out for a quick walk. Despite the scolding and fighting, since everything had already been modified this way, Qin Sheng could only accept it. What could she do? Her silly best friend. She just had to bear it. Jiang Jiangwo, with a swollen face and nose, sat in the driver's seat, with 2 pieces of red tissue stuffed in his nose and big dark circles under his eyes. Qin Sheng sat unhappily in the back seat, which was decorated with pink leopard print. She was pulling down the string lights and the jingling bells that kept ringing as the car moved. People who didn't know might think she was catching monsters. There were so many bells. The noise made her head buzz. It took her half an hour to clear away all the messy decorations on the back seat. She even threw the leopard print sofa into the trunk and replaced it with a simple, comfortable sofa. Not because she didn't like the original, but because Jiang Jiangguo wanted it to look nice. He sewed many small beads onto the sofa, making it uncomfortable to sit on. This guy also poured 3 bottles of perfume on the sofa, making it smell very strong and dizzying. It seemed like he was using her sofa as a car air freshener. The car entered the national highway, which was covered in endless white snow. The snow was so thick that even the guardrails on the sides were hidden, blending the road and the surroundings together. Jiang Jiangguo had modified the snow shovel into a V shape, with a sharp tip that cut through the snow on the road. Then the car drove over it, revealing the pavement. Because the guardrails were not visible and there were no reference points, the car didn't go very fast. After all, driving too fast could easily cause a spin into the ditch. The inside of the car was spacious, with music playing and the heater on. They drove slowly and relaxed, like going on a picnic, so it didn't feel uncomfortable. The 3 of them sat chatting and snacking on sunflower seeds, occasionally talking to each other. Actually, Qin Sheng's space also stored a lot of snowmobiles, but she didn't take them out. Based on her understanding of Jiang Jiangguo, if she now took out the snowmobiles for him, it would be like her family's old husky, completely ignoring her. Even shouting through a loudspeaker wouldn't bring it back. So, she decided to be honest and just drive instead. At least she wouldn't freeze. She also didn't want to search all over for that silly person. There's a place called Manhwa town not far from here on the map. In winter, everywhere is covered in white snow. She plans to find a house in Manhwa town to stay in after the snow stops. The cold wave lasts only 3 months, and after that, she will set out again. She doesn't like crowded apartment buildings. She prefers standalone houses with yards. So, their destination is the outskirts near Manhwa town. The city's outskirts have many rural-style houses, and now, during this time, most are empty. There should be quite a few vacant houses. And as they expected, before even reaching Manhwa town, they saw many abandoned houses. Most of them had been damaged by wild animals. Some walls had collapsed, making them uninhabitable. After walking for a long time, a small village appeared in sight, with a red brick courtyard that still looked well-preserved. Mu Yuan was the first to get out of the car. "Boss, I'll go in and take a look first." He carried a beehive on his back, and as soon as he got out, he blew a whistle, summoning all the fireflies. He also carried a gun. Then he entered the small courtyard under the protection of a swarm of firefly guards. Jiang Jiangguo watched his distant figure, frowning slightly. "Old Qin, do you think that third brother is the kind of person who is not very strong himself, but has really powerful weapons? Look at him. He seems weak and unable to fight, but the swarm of fireflies he raises is like a trump card. If he had more, like hundreds or thousands of beehives, who could stand up to him? Hundreds or thousands of beehives." Hearing Jiang Jiangguo's words, Qin Sheng's mind couldn't help but imagine a sky full of fireflies, like locusts invading and destroying everything. He suddenly felt a bit nervous. If that were true, he alone could destroy a large base. Such incredible skills seemed impossible. If he really had them, he wouldn't be called boss by her. He might not even get a chance to be a little brother, always chasing behind him. Jiang Jiangguo spoke easily, but Qin Sheng knew that raising those fireflies was quite troublesome. He had to release them to roam, and sometimes prepare special potions for them, trimming their wings one by one. Because of this careful care, his mutated fireflies were more than twice the size of wild ones, with faster speed and stronger attack power. If the numbers grew large, it would be exhausting for him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Yuan was surrounded by fireflies, holding a machine gun, protected from 2 sides. Cautiously, he stepped into the yard. The snow was deep, and he walked through it, with only his chest above the snow because of the resistance. Each step was very difficult. The yard was surrounded by a large fence, with a row of single-story houses. There were 5 houses in total, 2 of which had their doors wide open. The other 3 were all closed. It looked like no one had lived there for a long time. But when he pushed open the door of one house, a strong smell of blood almost made him vomit. Inside, there were bodies everywhere. All of them had torn limbs, with broken arms and legs scattered around.
Not a single body was intact.
There was blackened blood, broken internal organs, and exposed guts in the open stomachs. Although the bodies and blood inside had frozen, it didn't make the scene any less disgusting. It was easy to imagine that not long ago, a very brutal fight had taken place here. He immediately blew a whistle. A clear, sharp whistle sounded from inside the house. At the same time, Qin Sheng, who was sitting in the back seat with her legs crossed and eating spicy chicken feet, quickly threw the remaining chicken feet into her bag. Whistle 3 long and 2 short. Something's wrong. She immediately ran into the yard. She also stuffed the last piece of ham sausage into her mouth, puffed out her cheeks, and followed quickly. Old Qin, wait for me. She rushed into the house in one go, but before she could ask anything, she immediately felt sick and almost vomited. There are dead bodies in 3 locked rooms. It seems they died after the temperature dropped, because their bodies show no signs of decay. The first room is somewhat okay, but the second and third rooms are shocking. In the second room, many dried human bodies hang from the beams. They are completely naked, with hair shaved off, and their internal organs removed and cleaned thoroughly. The skin on the bodies is yellow-brown, and a white crystalline substance covers their surfaces. When Jiangua entered last, he immediately saw Qin Sheng holding some white crystals between her index finger and thumb. "Old Qin, what is this?" he asked. "I don't know. I suspect it's salt," she replied. "Don't doubt it. Just taste it and see," he said. "No." Qin Sheng tried to stop him, but he grabbed her finger and licked the crystals twice. She mumbled with her mouth full. It's salt. Where did you get this?" Qin Sheng swallowed hard, trying not to vomit. Mu Yuan stared blankly at the row of mummified bodies hanging from the beams. "Boss scraped this off the bodies." Jiangua's eyes widened in shock. His stomach churned like a storm, and he clutched his throat tightly. "Old Qin, you caused this," he yelled. Then he covered his mouth and ran outside to vomit loudly. "You... ugh." Mu Yuan also felt a little like vomiting but held it in. After all, in front of the boss, she couldn't mess up. Qin Sheng sighed. "I told you before, don't just put anything I have into your mouth. You didn't listen, and now look at you." Jiang Jiangguo was vomiting non-stop under the eaves, almost throwing up all her vital organs and internal parts. She just habitually thought that everything Qin Sheng held was edible, so she instinctively wanted to grab first. But she didn't expect that what was on Qin Sheng's hand was actually salt. She also didn't expect that the salt on Qin Sheng's finger was scraped from a corpse. The thought that these things were taken from a human body and that she had eaten them made Jiang Jiangguo feel like she could vomit up last year's New Year's dinner. Qin Sheng looked around the room. It seemed like someone had lived here. There were many footprints on the floor, and the dust on the table and cabinets wasn't much, as if someone had cleaned regularly. But the rows of corpses hanging from the ceiling really made her feel uneasy. What kind of person would hang so many bodies in this room? And all of them had been preserved, dried, and smoked, like how people prepare cured meats for the new year. Just as I was thinking this, Mu Yuan suddenly pointed at a spot and asked, "What do you think this is?" Qin Sheng turned to look. Mu Yuan was pointing toward a row of cabinets standing in the corner of the wall. On top of the cabinets, there were many large glass jars neatly arranged. Inside these jars was clear liquid, and some contained human organs. As I got closer and smelled, I detected a faint alcohol scent. Some jars held hearts, others held lungs, and some even contained human reproductive organs. In the 2 jars in the far corner, there were embryos with umbilical cords still attached, taken from a person's belly. Based on their development, they seemed to be about 7 or 8 months old. If born, they could probably survive. "It seems this isn't a good place to live," Qin Sheng said with a worried look. She left the second room and quickly pushed open the door to the third room. The third room was a kitchen with the door closed. On the stove, there were some unwashed dishes and a pot with leftover meat broth. But it was hard to tell what kind of meat it was. Qin Sheng had asked Mu Yuan earlier if there were any footprints or signs of movement in the snow outside when he entered. He said that when he pushed open the door, the snow in the yard was piled high, with no signs of anyone walking through. He thought this house was uninhabited, but when he opened the first door, he realized he might have been wrong. Let's go quickly and leave this place. We shouldn't stay inside this house for long. Someone might come back at any moment. Qinsheng suddenly remembered something, turned around, and led Jiang Jiangguo and Mu Yuan out of the house quickly. Boss, are we leaving here? Mu Yuan asked blankly. This house isn't safe to stay in, but we can go somewhere else. There are many empty houses in this village. I just looked around, and there are several more ahead. Stop talking and follow me. Let's get out first. They hurriedly left the yard and stored their car in their space. Instead of leaving the village immediately, they continued toward the next house. If I'm right, it's likely that more than one house in this village has this kind of situation. Jiang Jingguo was feeling dizzy and nauseous just from breathing. Old Qin, earlier inside the house, we saw those mummified bodies, and they still had salt on them. Someone deliberately salted these bodies. Could they be planning to turn them into dried meat? Yuck, so disgusting. What kind of twisted mind would do such a perverted thing? Eating people and treating them like food, just like pigs. No, this definitely wasn't done by humans. It must be some other creature. Qinsheng didn't speak, only kept a serious face. The footsteps quickened, and then they opened the door of the next small courtyard in the same way. This courtyard was smaller than the previous one, with only 2 rooms. Inside the kitchen, there were still rows of smoked meat hanging, showing signs of long-term use. Seeing this, Qinsheng's expression grew colder. They had been wandering around the village for quite a while. They discovered that almost half of the houses in the village were occupied, and inside many of them, there were various animals and human bodies hanging. All the bodies had been cleaned thoroughly and turned into smoked meat. We might have entered a cannibalistic village. Qinsheng looked at the foggy village, feeling a strange sense of irritation. Right now, we don't know if the villagers are truly human. Jiang Jiangguo sipped small amounts of hot water, trying to suppress the urge to vomit. What should we do? Old Qin, maybe we should leave. This village feels both scary and disgusting. I even smell the scent of human flesh in the air. It's just too horrible, too uncomfortable. I can't take it anymore. Let me vomit for a bit. Ugh. Miyuan kept his hands in his sleeves, silent, just watching Qinsheng patiently, waiting for her decision. I want to stay. Qinsheng thought for a moment and said, I want to see what is really inside this village. Clearly, people live here, but we've checked so many houses and haven't seen a single person, or even a living creature. It's very strange. Jiang Jiangguo felt a bit annoyed. People are in danger, so hurry and run. But you, instead of escaping, keep risking yourself by going closer. Where did your cleverness from escaping the Haiqing base go? The Haiqing base already knew about the disaster and couldn't fight it. Of course, we had to run. We can't stay there and wait to be killed. But this village makes me feel really sick. Such a disgusting place shouldn't stay on this land. Also, I just counted. There are 16 houses with signs of people living in them. If they're human, then there are only 16 people. If they're some kind of different creature, usually such creatures have their own territory and don't tend to live so close together. It's very likely that each house is occupied by just one of these creatures. So, there probably aren't many of them. With just 3 of us, that shouldn't be a big problem. But what if all 16 houses are occupied by humans? Mu Yuan asked blankly, sleeves rolled up. That's obvious. Then we have to kill them. If they can use humans as food, it proves they are monsters. They must die. After some discussion, the 3 of them agreed to stay and observe the situation first. So, they found an abandoned small building to stay in while waiting for nightfall. Since there was no sign of activity in the villages during the day, it suggested that their activity time was at night. This was a 2-story, small house. On the balcony, Mu Yuan braced himself against the cold wind. He sat on a chair, hands resting on his knees, tucked inside his sleeves. His silver hair peeked out from under a large floral hat, tousled by the wind. He looked at the snowy scenery around him, his brows furrowed deeply, as if he hadn't found the answer he was seeking. In this environment, every choice and decision they made seemed logical yet unexpected. Jiang Jiangguo stood up and walked over to him, asking, "You've been standing here in the cold wind for a long time. What are you thinking? Come on, tell your sister, and I'll try to help. I'm wondering why people eat others. What do humans taste like? Do you know? You want to know what human flesh tastes like?" Jiang Jingwa frowned in disbelief, looking at him. "Haven't you ever eaten human flesh?" She looked as if she had eaten it herself many times. Mu Yuan was about to speak when Jiang Jiangguo continued, "Just bite your own rough skin or foot skin, and you'll know what humans taste like."
What's so special about that?
"I've been biting my own skin since I was a kid. The small building that Qin Sheng chose is located at the highest point in the village." Standing on the second-floor balcony with binoculars, she can see almost the entire village clearly. The village has always been very quiet. Besides the howling of the north wind, there is hardly any other sound. During the day, the village is so silent it feels like an abandoned place. But when night falls, sudden sounds of screams and laughter come from the forests surrounding the village, from all directions. 3 people hide behind the balcony with binoculars, quietly watching the dark figures flying into the village from all sides, each heading to their own house. Seeing what appears in their view, Qin Sheng frowns. She was right. These figures are not human. They are all strange creatures. Unexpectedly, there are more than 16 of them. She roughly counted at least 25. Some are big, some small. Some creatures live alone, while others seem to gather in pairs or groups like families, entering houses together. Jiang Jiangguo feels nervous inside. He holds his breath, afraid to speak, worried that the strange creatures might hear them from afar. When all the creatures disappear from sight, the 3 of them retreat back into the room on the second floor. Jiang Jingwen nervously rubs his arms, feeling goosebumps. Those different creatures are all completely naked, with 2 large fleshy wings growing from their backs, and they fly very quickly in the air. Even with a telescope, trying to follow their flight paths is not an easy task. From what I saw earlier, these creatures vary in size and age. Some are old, some are young. They seem to still keep some of their family habits from when they were alive. However, their eating habits are completely different from humans. Several of the larger creatures were holding struggling prey in their claws. If they're not human, then what are they? All of these are flying creatures. Their wings are much larger than the basic and first-level creatures we dealt with near the base before. The external shape of these creatures usually reflects their strength. With such big wings, I think most of the creatures in this village are probably second level. Only 2 or 3 smaller ones are likely first-level creatures. Jiang Jiangguo felt a strange sense of fear, but also an unusual excitement. She was always very interested in dangerous situations that could threaten life and safety. "Old Qin, let's take action tonight. We'll wipe out all the man-eating creatures in this village, capture them all and eliminate them." Qin Sheng hesitated for a moment, frowning with some worry. The most dangerous thing isn't the strange creatures inside this village, but the fact that we're near Tonghua Town, which has many villages close together. This village is just one of them. There could be many other villages like this nearby. My concern is that these creatures make loud calls to summon their friends. Could they attract all the other villages' creatures too? If that happens, we'll be in a tough spot. If there are too many of these creatures, the 3 of us won't be able to handle them. We might end up like dried meat hanging on a beam in a few days. So what do we do? Should we just let them go? Hearing Qin Sheng, Jiang Jiangguo felt a bit unwilling, but the thought of countless creatures flying in from afar made his scalp tingle with fear. Qin Sheng said, "The best way is to take them down one by one." At that moment, Mu Yuan, who had been quietly listening nearby, suddenly spoke. "Is there any way to block their sounds, like how signals are blocked?" Qin Sheng smiled in approval and flipped his right hand, revealing a clear glass jar in his palm. Inside the jar were 2 small, dark, irregular crystal-like objects about the size of a fingernail, which caught both their attention. Earlier, when we were in the cave, I collected 2 source crystals. We can use these to lure out the alien creatures one by one and defeat them. I've tried setting up soundproof devices and aluminum foil within a certain area. These can block the screams and magnetic signals of the aliens, preventing their signals from spreading. I built a soundproof container using a shipping box. We can place it somewhere. Then use my source crystal to lure the aliens inside and eliminate them. Hearing this, Jiang Jianguo chuckled slyly, showing a mischievous smile. When I catch the aliens, I'll make dried meat out of them and hang it on the ceiling for the mice and cats to eat. Mu Yuan nodded honestly. So, when do we go to set up this soundproof room? Where should we put it? Not in a rush. I observed this morning that the 16 houses where the aliens live are quite far apart, which shows they have their own territory. We don't need to place the soundproof room too far away. Just put it at the entrance of their homes. Lure them inside, close the door, and then let the dogs in. Jiang Zhengwo's eyes lit up. Why don't we make a big one, like a whole village-sized soundproof room, and trap the entire village inside? That way, we wouldn't have to call each one individually. Qin Sheng rolled her eyes. You really are quite clever. Then she simply walked away. Muyu also looked at her with sympathy and took a walnut from her backpack to give to her. Then she followed Qin Sheng behind. Jiang Jianguo stared blankly at the walnut in his hand, blinking with a confused expression. What are you all doing? I'm telling the truth. Yes, no problem. It's just that I, an ordinary person, can't keep up with your level. Qin Sheng waved her hand. Jiang Jianguo wanted to say more, but suddenly there was a knocking sound from downstairs. The front door was a simple wooden door, and the knocking echoed clearly in the cold wind. The three of them froze. Everyone in the village, except for them, was a different species. Any visitor knocking at this time, no matter who it was, definitely wouldn't be human. Could it be that those different species noticed the snow they crushed and the footprints in the yard? No way. Different species only respond to disturbances caused by nearby creatures, but they don't notice environmental changes much. For example, if a territory of a different species has a living creature moving inside, they become irritable. But if a dog leaves a few piles of poop while they're away, they'll ignore the dog's mess when they return. That's why Qin Sheng isn't worried about damaging the snow in the yard and attracting the attention of these creatures. Aliens only retain certain behaviors and instincts from when they were alive. They have no real intelligence. The knocking downstairs continues, slow and patient. It seems that as long as no one opens the door, they will keep knocking. They also do not try to break the fragile wooden door. Jiang Jianguo blankly turns his head. Old Qin, what should we do? We haven't even gone outside yet and they're already here. There's no need to worry. Just open the door. If friends come, we serve tea. If enemies come, we just shoot. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Sheng quietly activates his powers, readying the vines in his hand. Mu Yuan also puts his whistle in his mouth, prepared to summon his army of fireflies. Hearing this, Jiang Jianguo also feels confident. She pulls out her heavy sword from behind her back, walking boldly down the stairs. She reaches the door, peeks through the crack behind it, and raises her sword high, ready to strike as soon as she opens the door. But when she looks closer, she suddenly pauses. She turns around quietly and whispers to Qin Sheng, Old Qin, the creatures outside aren't aliens. It looks like they are humans. Humans? Qin Sheng frowns. In this village full of aliens, how could there be humans alive? It seems impossible. She stepped forward and looked outside through the door crack. The person standing at the door was definitely not a different species because his eyes were black. He also had a very clear human expression on his face. Although his appearance was similar to a human, he did not seem to have most human emotions. Outside the door was a middle-aged man with a square face, a beard, and a medium build. He wore a thick, dirty cotton coat and a black hat. Cold air from his breath formed ice crystals on his beard. He looked very calm, with no sign of impatience. He seemed very sure someone was inside the house, so he kept knocking rhythmically. He knocked 3 times, paused for a few seconds, then knocked again and paused again, repeating this pattern. Just as he was about to knock again, the door suddenly opened from inside. A very strong figure appeared. The man was momentarily stunned, then looked up and gazed at Jiang Jianguo. His prepared words got stuck in his throat. Is this woman perhaps too mighty and strong? When the door opened, Jiang Jianguo didn't say much. He grabbed the man's collar and pulled him inside. Then he closed the door with a quick, smooth motion, all in less than 3 seconds. The man was already inside the house. Suddenly, a stranger pulled him inside. He wasn't afraid, and instead chuckled happily, looking very honest. He looked at the three strangers inside the house and smiled kindly. Friends coming from afar, isn't it wonderful? Welcome, friends from distant places. This is Qinghua Village. My name is Wang Fuguei, and I am the village chief here. A village of a different kind, yet the village chief is a human? Qin Sheng suddenly found this village quite interesting. Jiang Jiangguo directly placed a big knife against Wang Fuguei's neck and said fiercely, "Are you the chief of this cannibal village? Do you all survive by eating people? Today, I will cut you and turn you into dried meat to hang on the beam. Slow down, little friend. Don't be in such a hurry. Young people get angry so easily. It's bad for your health. Let's talk nicely. I understand you probably have many doubts. I will answer all of them for you. Tonight, our village's big team is having a bonfire party. Why don't you join us? There will be lots of delicious food." Wang Fuguei warmly invited the young people in front of him, not minding the big knife across his neck at all. Delicious? What kind of delicious food? Jiang Jiangguo sneered coldly. Are all the foods in your village people? You, a disgraceful human, scoundrel. How could you mingle with outsiders? Harming your own kind. I will cut you into 18 pieces now, then put you in a pot with water, salt, cinnamon, and ginger to cook. Once cooked, I will share you with the villagers tonight. Let you taste what it feels like to be boiled in a pot.
No, no.
Calm down, calm down. I told you to stay calm. The world is so wonderful, but you are so angry. That's not good, not good. Wang Fuguei calmly shook his head. The heavy sword had already cut into his neck, causing blood to flow down, but he didn't seem to care at all. He looked as if he didn't feel any pain, smiling on his face. Seeing Jiang Jiangguo's expression, it was like an elder watching a naughty child, helpless, but very tolerant. Actually, I knew about you when you entered the village this noon. I thought you would see the condition of the first few houses and run away like the other survivors, escaping this terrible, cannibalistic village. But surprisingly, you stayed and found a small building. Since you stayed, we will naturally give you a good welcome. As for the questions you want to ask, I will answer them all at the dinner table later. Jiang Jiangguo was confused by the village chief's attitude. He couldn't decide what to do. Could there really be a misunderstanding here? Did they misunderstand the village chief, Wang Fuguei? She looked back at Qin Sheng with some doubt. Qin Sheng told her to put away her heavy sword. Then she said to Wang Fuguei, "You just said you're inviting us to dinner, right?" "Yes, yes. When friends come from afar, of course we should host a feast. Otherwise, our village might seem unfriendly." Wang Fuguei nodded naturally. Qin Sheng exchanged a glance with the others, then nodded with a smile, and said, "Since the village chief is so kind, it would be rude not to accept. So, thank you for your kindness." After saying that, she turned to Mu Yuan and Jiang Jiangguo. "Looks like we have dinner plans tonight. Let's thank the village chief properly." Jiang Jiangguo and Mu Yuan were initially surprised by Qin Sheng's excited expression, but they quickly reacted and happily nodded in thanks. Wang Fuguei chuckled happily. "That's more like it. That's more like it. Come on, everyone, follow me. Dinner is about to start." Wang Fuguei turned and headed out the door. The three followed behind. Jiang Jiangguo leaned close to Qin Sheng's ear and whispered, "Old Qin, this village chief looks suspicious. Why don't we just handle this now? Why is he still coming with us? What if he leads us into a trap? We might not be able to escape." Qin Sheng quietly glanced at the surrounding utility poles. It's easy to kill him, but first, look at the nearby utility poles and the rooftops. Darn it, do you think I want to follow him? Is there still a choice now? So many different creatures are staring at us closely. I don't want to follow him either, but I'm scared. Besides, is there a trap more dangerous than this? We are surrounded by dozens of second-level creatures. If they come one by one or a few at a time, that's fine. But darn, this is a whole group. Qin Sheng looked calm, but his words showed he was very scared. What about his face? It's just extra stuff. When you don't need it, just don't have it. Hearing this, Jiang Jingguo and Mu Yuan both looked up. They didn't realize how serious it was until they saw it. On the roof of their small building, the treetops around, and the utility poles, there were naked creatures hiding everywhere. Their huge, fleshy wings wrapped around their entire bodies in the snow and wind. They stood still, and if you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice them. Qin Sheng slowly said, "All these creatures came with Wang Fugue. He entered first, and right after that, we were completely surrounded by them. If you kill him, we will face dozens of second-level creatures rushing at us all at once." Wang Fugue came prepared, but he didn't directly attack us with those strange creatures. Instead, he took us to a so-called bonfire party. We just followed along, but we were told not to touch any water or food at the party. First, we follow Plan A. If that doesn't work, then Plan B. In short, we must act according to the situation. Jiang Jingwen nodded and said, "I understand. I know these basic rules. I just like to take the food from your hands. But I won't eat anything given to me by others casually. What if there's poison in the food?" Mu Yuan kept his hands in his sleeves and followed closely behind Qin Sheng, walking step by step. When Qin Sheng looked at him, he quickly nodded. "I know, I won't eat random things. I'm very obedient." Then he tugged at Jiang Jiangwo's sleeve and whispered, "What do the plans A and B that the boss just mentioned mean? I haven't heard of them before. What's Plan A and what's Plan B?" Jiang Jiangwo looked around and whispered mysteriously into Mu Yuan's ear, "Plan A is no plan. Just follow the story. Plan B is to flip the table and go straight to hell. Just do it directly." Unlike during the day, the Blue Flower Village looks more lively at night. They follow Wang Fugue as he walks ahead. They thought the village team he mentioned meant people living inside the village. But surprisingly, they had to walk through the entire Blue Flower Village before seeing the so-called bonfire party. The moon in the mountains looks like a big campfire, hanging high in the sky, spreading silver light everywhere. The moonlight is especially bright against the white snow, making the paths very clear even without streetlights. At the end of the road is a large square where the snow has been cleared. In the middle of the square, a tall bonfire blazes, lighting up everything around. Boys and girls run and play in the snow, their happy laughter echoing from afar. If they hadn't seen the bodies hanging in the yard earlier, smoked like dried meat, and the jars filled with human organs, they might think this is a peaceful, quiet village far from the outside world's troubles. Under the moonlight, everything looks so happy and peaceful, untouched by conflict. The hunger and chaos from the outside world seem absent here. Wang Fugue points to the laughing children across the square and says, "These little kids in the village are always running around and making noise. They're like a group of small sparrows. But it is because of them that the village has more energy. Otherwise, it would be boring with only us old folks here." Wang Fugue laughed happily, called over 2 middle-aged women to help carry chairs, and invited them to sit down. Then he rolled up his sleeves and quickly joined the group of women cooking nearby. The 3 of them followed happily. They sat on a small new bench, watching the bonfire in the center of the square and everything around. Jiang Jiangwo felt a moment of confusion. Suddenly, he thought that all the stories about the end of the world seemed like a dream. Living happily and peacefully in this village felt real. Until a cold wind blew in. Carrying the smell of rich meat soup, it hit his nose. He instinctively felt sick, covered his chest, and rushed to a nearby snow pile, vomiting loudly. His mind quickly regained clarity. "This is really strange. I used to think that this unbelievable scene was real. Darn, if it weren't for the smell of meat reminding me, I might forget that this is a village where people eat each other." Qin Sheng looked around for a while, took a handful of fruit candies from her backpack, and waved to the children. "Come here quickly. Sister has some delicious fruit candies for you." As soon as she finished speaking, the children around her rushed over excitedly. They gathered around her, laughing and giggling. Each little face was bright with a smile like a blooming flower. "It's candy. Candy. Come quickly, little tiger. This sister has lots of candy." "Really?
Candy.
Sister, are these candies for us to eat?" "Beautiful sister, are you visitors from outside? The village chief said there would be important guests tonight, right?"
Sister, do you have strawberry-flavored candy? I want to eat strawberry. I want apple-flavored. Oranges. I want orange-flavored. Sister, I want orange. Qin Sheng looked gentle and kind. Yes, yes, we have all kinds. Kids, don't be in such a hurry. Sister has plenty of candy here. I not only have candy but also chocolates. Do you want some chocolates? I want chocolates. I want some too. Sister, I want chocolates too. Can I have both candy and chocolates? I want to eat both. A group of children chattered around her like sparrows. Qin Sheng patiently handed out candies one by one, then took out some chocolates from her backpack, broke them into pieces, making sure everyone got some. Wang Fugue watched her interact with the children from afar, smiling happily. Nearby, an older woman was stirring a large pot with a spoon. He stared cautiously at the three new outsiders. Village chief, didn't you say we shouldn't let outsiders join our bonfire party? Why are you inviting them? Our village doesn't have much food to begin with. These meats are hard to find, and we barely have enough for ourselves. We shouldn't give them any. HMPF. Wang Fugue glared at her. Just shut up, you short-sighted woman. What do you know? These three aren't ordinary people. Look at the survivors before. They're all thin and bony, like sticks. Now look at these three, healthy with bright skin, and dressed neatly. They don't seem like refugees. Keeping them here could be good for us. And that young girl, she's so pretty and caring. She'll definitely like these children. The middle-aged woman pointed at the big trees and the power poles around them. On them sat strange creatures, curled up with wings covering their naked bodies. They stood still in the cold wind, like statues. But aren't you worried these outsiders might do something to our village elders? What could they do? Don't worry about it. Wang Fugue chuckled softly. He didn't see the new arrivals as a threat. Our village's secret weapons are too strong for most people to handle, even if these three are evolved beings. No one can run, after all. None of those people before managed to escape. The woman thought for a moment. A sneaky, cruel smile appeared on her face. That's right. None of the previous evolvers managed to escape either. Wang Fugue suddenly asked, "How about it? Are the sheep we caught today all settled in? Village chief, don't worry. They're all taken care of. Two of the unruly ones, causing a lot of noise, were directly slaughtered. The rest are too scared to make a sound, very obedient. We've all kept them in the cellar and are taking good care of them. Good, take good care of them. Don't let these sheep get too thin from hunger. If they do, they won't be worth much." His honest face turned toward the square, where he watched a young woman interacting with children. Such a beautiful girl. I really hope she doesn't know her worth. At this moment, a thin, long-faced man with sneaky eyes approached. He looked along Wang Fugue's gaze, then chuckled slyly, with a lecherous expression. "Village chief, I think you've taken a fancy to her? It's understandable. Your wife passed away several days ago. But this new lady isn't bad either, even prettier than the previous one. Village chief, you're quite lucky, haha." The woman cooking snorted. "Pfft, what's so good about this skinny woman? Just looking at her, I can tell she won't be able to have children. I think the woman next to us, who is tall, strong, with a big chest and hips and a healthy build, could be the next village head's wife. Village head, you should choose her instead, this tall and strong woman. I believe if you pick her, she could give you 18 sons. Look at her hips, so high, round, and big. And her legs, thick and long like stilts. She looks full of strength. She's definitely good at working. Oh, come on." Wang Fugue turned to look at the woman sitting by the fire, who was happily munching on a big pig's hoof. He swallowed hard, feeling dry. Just look at that girl's build. When she sits down, she could probably break at least 8 of my ribs. Are you trying to make her the village head's wife because you think I'll die too slowly? A group of children, after sharing candies, still gathered around Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng smiled warmly and took out a bunch of colorful small balls from his backpack, handing them out. These tiny balls are about the size of quail eggs, in many colors. Some are red, black, white, or other shades. They are threaded on strings like necklaces. They look very pretty. Qin Sheng's smile was gentle. "Little ones, do you know what these are?" I know. They're chicken eggs. Standing at the very front was a slightly taller boy, about 5 or 6 years old, happily raising his hand. Next to him, another child shouted, "No, eggs aren't this small. This is a little chick egg. These eggs are bird eggs, and sister gave them to you as a welcome gift. Let's play a little game, okay?" "What kind of game?" "It's called Little Egg Protectors. See the string on the egg? You hang it around your neck and protect it carefully. Don't let it break. Tomorrow, we'll meet here again. If you can give all the bird eggs back to sister intact, she will give you even more fun toys. Brave little warriors, can you protect these cute little eggs from getting hurt?" "I can. I can. Of course I can. We can do it, sister. Give me one." "I can do it too. I will protect them, sister. I will protect them too." A group of children chattered excitedly, choosing their favorite small eggs from Qin Sheng's hands. Then they all happily ran off, each one carefully hanging their eggs around their necks, protecting them gently. Mu Yuan sat on a small stool, watching Qin Sheng kindly talk with the children, handing out candies, chocolates, and fun toys. He couldn't help but smile a little. Boss really has a kind heart. She must like children and small animals a lot. Jiang Jiangguo wiped his greasy mouth, glanced in Qin Sheng's direction, then rolled his eyes at Mu Yuan. "You're overthinking. Old Qin never shows kindness without a reason. But she does like small animals." Mu Yuan's eyes lit up and he listened as Jiang Jiangguo continued, "But she usually only likes them at the dinner table. So, what is the boss doing now? I don't know. I guess old Qin is trying to get close to the enemy. These little kids seem easiest to break through. Maybe she wants to gather some useful information from them." Oh, Mu Yuan suddenly understood. "So, you still don't know much about old Qin. Once we spend more time together, you'll understand." "Hey, are you listening?" When Mu Yuan didn't answer, Jiang Jiangguo turned to look. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Just a second ago, he was sitting beside her, watching as a curious onlooker. Now, he was happily chatting with a group of elderly men and women. They were all kindly holding his hands, asking questions, laughing loudly. He was wearing a big floral hat, with beautiful, crescent-shaped eyes like a moon, looking very obedient. Noticing Jiang Jiangguo's gaze, she quickly winked at him. It seemed to say, "Look, I've also infiltrated the enemy." When Qin Sheng finished playing with her small toy and returned, she saw Mu Yuan acting like a well-behaved little puppy, chatting happily with a group of elderly men and women. What's he doing? He's getting along very well with those elders, like they've known each other forever. Jiang Jiangguo looked tired and drooped his head. Earlier, she had tried to play with the elders or the children, but their eyes showed deep suspicion. She had only raised her hand to greet the children with a simple, "Hi," but the children immediately crouched down, shouting loudly, "Please spare me, Your Majesty." It made her look like she was about to fight. She sighed helplessly. Truly, talented people are often not accepted everywhere. Only ordinary folks like Lao Qin and Lao Sen can truly blend in. It's not that she didn't want to fit in, but even if she appeared with the most common face, her outstanding aura couldn't be hidden. That's why these ordinary people felt she wasn't one of them. Genius is destined to be lonely. She sighed as she gnawed on her pig's trotter, still reminding Qin Sheng. "Old Qin, you should eat something quickly and fill your stomach now, so that when their food is served later, you won't be tempted to look at others' dishes and eat without thinking. If you can't resist and eat their food, it will be a disaster. After all, no one knows which small snack might be secretly poisoned." Qin Sheng brushed imaginary dust off her hands. "I think most normal people wouldn't be interested in their food, especially after seeing the corpses in those rooms. Anyone with a clear mind wouldn't be curious about their meals." She then looked at Jiang Jiangguo beside her. She thought that after Jiang Jiangguo licked the salt from her hand, he would probably feel sick and lose his appetite for days. But surprisingly, she underestimated him. Just a few hours later, he was hungry again. That small, unpleasant incident didn't slow down her eating at all. "But you should eat more too. Eat until you're full, so you won't be hungry later." Honestly, for a moment, Qin Sheng wasn't sure if Jiang Jiangguo would eat the food provided by the village if he was hungry. In her mind, Jiang Jiangguo seemed to eat almost everything.
Nothing he wouldn't eat. Even the herring cans that made her feel sick for days. Now she could sometimes squeeze out the juice and spread it on bread as a kind of tomato sauce. Sometimes, when eating noodles, she found the taste too bland and added some canned food. She was willing to try anything to push her eating limits. No, actually, Qin Sheng suspected that this person might not have any limits at all. By the way, why are you so caring today? You actually brought so much food, drinks, and toys for the kids. That's not like you. What do you think my style is? Do you think I have no love at all? Qin Sheng rolled her eyes at her. At least I was born under the red flag and grew up in the sunshine. I am a good young person of the new era and I do have some love. Ha, Jiang Jiangguo chewed on a bone. I've known you for a while now. Be honest, what's your real purpose? Otherwise, I'll lock you in a small dark room and use the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty. Hee. Don't think I don't know what kind of little snack you are. Qin Sheng looked around and then waved at her. Come here, I'll tell you something. Jiang Jiangguo leaned in close. I'll tell you first we do this. Then that. Then this. And then that. Mu Yuanyuan casually looked toward Qin Sheng, but saw she was no longer playing with the kids. Instead, she was sitting with Jiang Jiangguo. Both of them sat on small stools. A back view shows one person tall and broad, and the other slender and delicate. The tall figure leans slightly forward, lowering their head. She uses one hand to pinch Jiang Jiangguo's ear and whispers something into his ear. I don't know what they are saying, but I can see Jiang Jiangguo's eyes growing brighter and brighter. Finally, his eyes look like glowing fox eyes in the dark, along with her sly smile at the corner of her mouth. No matter how you look at it, they seem like a big villain. But right now, Mu Yuan's eyes are focused entirely on their close-together heads. Her face is flushed, and her eyes sparkle like stars. What should I do? What should I do? They're so close. A few days ago, I read a comic where it said something about this. What was it called again? Oh, right, the cutest height difference. Wow. Suddenly, I feel like they look great together. Wait, no, she's a girl. Mu Yuan's gaze suddenly falls on the tall, strong back with a ponytail. Then it feels like something in the air puffed and burst, and all the pink bubbles disappeared instantly.
He sighs.
Then he withdraws his gaze and continues chatting with the ant nearby. On the other side, Qin Sheng takes a small bird's egg from her bag and hands it to Jiang Jiangguo. He smiled proudly and said, Look, it's this thing. I'm really clever. Most people wouldn't think of my idea. Jiang Jiangguo turned the object over in his hand. It was just a round toy egg, looking simple and ordinary. But just now, old Qin said this thing was actually a listening device. He shook it, but it didn't make any strange sounds. Honestly, old Qin is really clever, so sneaky and crazy. He came up with such a wild idea. This small toy egg actually contains a listening device. All those little toys hanging around the kids' necks are actually listening devices. According to old Qin, when they gather tomorrow, they will exchange these listening devices for new toys. That way, not only the village's secrets will be exposed, but even private family matters might be revealed. After all, it's the end of the world. Who would think someone would carry a listening device with them? And now, there's no need to gather evidence for a lawsuit. As for losing them, it's unlikely. They probably won't lose them. Once they realize they've played with these small toys all night, as long as they don't break them, they'll be able to exchange for new toys tomorrow. Which kid would intentionally break their toy? Jiang Jiangguo suddenly thought of his annoying younger brothers and sisters. When I was in kindergarten, one day our teacher organized an activity called Little Angel Protecting the Egg, or something similar. We had to bring a raw egg and carry it with us all day, trying not to break it. If we succeeded, we would get a small red flower the next day. But those kids all hid their eggs under their beds, covered with sheets. She didn't notice when she went to sleep and just lay down on the bed. Suddenly, the egg yolk and white spilled all over the sheets, flowing down the bed. So gross. She was angry and pulled out all the kids, scolding them and giving them a spanking. Then her unkind dad grabbed a stick and chased them down the street for 3 blocks. The children went back to their parents or grandparents, happily showing off their new toys. The adults wanted to see them, but no one was allowed to touch. Everyone treasured their eggs so much that they wouldn't even let others look at them. A grandma who was cooking touched her little grandson and said, "Sweetie, you stay here and help Grandma cook the fire, okay? Tonight, we can eat meat. The elders caught a lot of sheep outside today, and tonight we'll have stewed lamb. Isn't that great? But Grandma, we can eat lamb every few days, but I've never seen a live sheep. Where are our sheep? Grandma, I want to raise a little sheep. The sheep should be white and soft. It would feel very nice to touch." Auntie chuckled happily and gently patted his head. "Little baby, you're Grandma's little sheep. Be good and eat your food. Grow up quickly, and when you do, you will become a big fluffy sheep. When I grow up, I will also give Grandma some lamb. But when you eat my meat, Grandma, you must make sure to clean me well first. I haven't had a bath in many days. Okay, my good little grandson. When Grandma eats your meat, I will make sure to clean you thoroughly before putting you in the pot, all right?" The child happily touched his new toy egg around his neck and nodded with a big smile. Okay. About half an hour later, the food was almost ready. Wang Fugue called a group of elders to help. Some carried stools, others arranged tables. Soon, a long table made by connecting many square tables was set up in the village square, surrounded by various wooden stools and chairs. It was clear that these stools were made from different families, each contributing one. So, the shapes and styles were not the same. Some were tall, some short, some were stools, others chairs. Large ceramic bowls filled with meat soup were brought to the table. There was no visible green vegetables. Instead, there was meat stew made with potatoes. The main food was sweet potatoes. There were about 7 or 8 bowls arranged in a straight line, placed in the center of a long table. There were also 2 bowls of chili sauce which looked like dipping sauces. Qin Sheng and the other 2 were seated together. Jiang Jiangguo sat in the middle, with Mu Yuan and Qin Sheng on his left and right. And next to Qin Sheng. Was it just a coincidence? Or was it intentional? They were sitting very close to Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue looked shy, with a simple, honest face showing a faint blush. His shy expression contrasted sharply with his honest face and wild beard, creating a strange feeling. It looked a bit awkward. In front of them was a big bowl of potato and meat stew. Under the firelight, the large chunks of meat and red oily broth in the bowl looked very tempting. The smell was very inviting. Qin Sheng instinctively remembered the scene she saw earlier in the small huts during the day. The row of preserved and smoked bodies hanging from the beams suddenly opened their eyes, staring at her with eerie smiles on their dried lips. Her stomach suddenly felt very uncomfortable, a strange sensation rising in her throat. She swallowed hard. She forced herself to suppress the urge to vomit. The village chief, with all this heavy snow blocking the mountains outside, it's hard to get a full meal. Your place seems to have pretty good food. What kind of meat are these? Wang Fugue smiled foolishly. Hee, this is lamb meat. Very fresh and tender. These sheep are raised right here in our village, all natural and pollution-free. You can eat with confidence. When the dishes were served, everyone hurriedly reached for the food with their chopsticks. Some even threw away their chopsticks and used their hands to grab large pieces of meat, not caring if it was hot, and stuffing it into their mouths. They ate quickly, their eyes fixed on the remaining vegetables in the bowl, as if afraid of missing out if they slowed down. Qin Sheng noticed something interesting. Earlier, all the villagers had sat separately, so she hadn't paid much attention. Now, almost everyone in the village was gathered around this table. She observed that most of the people were middle-aged or older. She didn't see a single young person, neither man nor woman. Looking around, the youngest seemed to be at least 45 or 46 years old. There were no young people in the village, yet there were so many children. Could they all be left behind children from the end of days, with their parents not having returned in time? Qin Sheng's gaze settled on a plump woman sitting at the corner of the table. She looked about 50 years old. She was holding a baby wrapped in a blanket, and with one hand, she was eagerly stuffing a greasy piece of meat into her mouth. One hand is holding a small baby wrapped in a blanket, gently shaking and rocking it now and then. The baby looks to be only 1 or 2 months old, with tiny hands as delicate as a kitten's. It might not even be a full month old. I've seen more than one baby like this since the end of the world. It's been several months since the disaster, and these newborns were born after it. Sitting nearby, Wang Fugue is enthusiastically using chopsticks to pick up a large piece of meat with a good mix of fat and lean. He places it in a bowl in front of Qin Sheng. Eat up. Why aren't you eating? Tonight, we're having some of the best lamb. The skin is tender, the meat is smooth, and it's full of juice. Look at everyone, eating so happily. The flickering firelight reflects on his honest face, and his chin's beard is covered in greasy soup. Village chief, may I ask, are all the people in your village here? Yes. Our bonfire party is held every 3 days, and everyone in the village comes. Wang Fugue blushes slightly, showing a shy smile. When you first arrived, it might have been strange to see so many people eating together. But after a while, you'll get used to it. Eating together is lively and fun, and it saves firewood. Just one pot cooks everything. This is our village's tradition. You'll get used to it over time. Qin Sheng wore a faint smile, but that smile did not reach her eyes. There were no young people here. So where did these little babies come from? After Wang Fugue finished speaking, he saw that a few people hesitated to pick up their chopsticks.
Come on, sister, eat.
Why aren't you eating? Nowadays, in our village, we can finally eat meat in big bites. Nearby villages are starving to death. If you've come to our village, it's a sign of good luck.
So don't hold back.
No need to save food for us. We're all family now. We have plenty of meat, so eat freely. Sorry, I'm a vegetarian, Qin Sheng said, glancing at the large piece of meat in her bowl. She had no appetite at all, and even felt a bit sick.
Who knew what that was?
Why would she put it in her mouth? Wang Fugue then looked at the other two people.
Muyuan nadadripitedli.
I also eat vegetarian. Wang Fugue's gaze fixed on Jiang Jiangwo without moving. Sister, don't tell me you're a vegetarian too? I saw you just now holding a pig's hoof and chewing happily. Jiang Jiangwo chuckled. Haha, sir, I don't eat vegetarian. But I've already eaten enough, and I'm not hungry at all. Wang Fugue's face instantly darkened. He instinctively glanced in Qin Sheng's direction, then clenched his teeth. She forced a stiff smile and said to Jiang Jiangwo, Little girl, what are you talking about? Call me uncle. Call you uncle? No way. You look like you're about 50 years old. We're not that far apart in age. Jiang Jiangwo didn't notice at all that Wang Fugue's face was as dark as a pot lid. Old uncle, what skincare products do you use? Your face is so thickly protected. Why are you embarrassed for me to call you uncle? My dad is about your age too. After saying this, Jiang Jiangwo realized that everyone at the table had gone quiet. The group that was just fighting over food had all stopped and were staring at her intently. The scene felt like it had been paused in an instant. She slowly looked at Qin Sheng. That old Qin, did I say something wrong? Qin Sheng smiled but didn't speak. He was holding back a grin that kept trying to come out. His face was almost like a funny emoji with a big grin. He was afraid that if he relaxed, he would burst out laughing. Wang Fugue forced a stiff smile and continued the conversation. Haha, it's okay. This little sister is just straightforward and honest. No worries, everyone keep eating. Don't make a fuss. You scared our new guest. The village chief gave the order, and the scene started moving again. Jiang Jiangwo always felt that the village chief and the villagers were all quite strange. They clearly knew that the others had already seen the things inside the small courtyards earlier. Yet, they still invited them to eat without any worry, as if they didn't care that they wouldn't eat. Are they just testing their patience? She quietly poked Qin Sheng's thigh. She gave her a look. What are they doing? Are they crazy putting on a show for fools? Qin Sheng smiled slightly and blinked. They're pretending to be naive, so we'll pretend too, and just follow the script. Mu Yuan also made a face at the two. What are you two talking about? Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangwo looked at him at the same time, both with twitching eyes. They both had a series of questions running through their minds. Jiang Jiangwo directly asked, Third, what's wrong? Are you cramping?
Mu Yuan.
Sure enough, I still haven't fit in with them. Among the three of them, one person was destined to be extra. They sat there watching others eat large bites of meat, not even touching a single chopstick themselves. Wang Fugue saw this and smiled, not forcing them. He just said with a smile, "Girl, do you think we're all very cruel, like monsters?" Qin Sheng smiled slightly, and you could just remove the word like. Seeing that she didn't answer, Wang Fugue smiled helplessly. He spoke to himself again. "You are also from outside, so you should know what the world is like now. Food is gone, starving people are everywhere, and there are monsters that eat humans. Do you know? Our country has always had a deep-rooted problem: hunger. This problem cannot be cured. When people are starving enough, they stop being truly human. In ancient times, during famines, there were often scenes of people eating each other. Bai Ji wrote in Light Fat, when well-fed, the heart is at ease. When drunk, spirits rise. During a drought in Jiangnan, people in Hangzhou ate each other. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as mere straw dogs. As the village chief of Qinghua village, my first rule is to prioritize saving my villagers' lives. Girl, you are still young and can't understand my sense of responsibility as the village leader. It's okay, I don't blame you. When you understand more about me in the future, you'll see my difficulties. Actually, I admire you. You are the first person to see the meat inside those small houses and not run away in fear. I admire your courage. Only someone like you deserves to be the wife of the village chief of Qinghua village." Wang Fugue was desperately trying to show off his exceptional literary talent. After all, as the former principal of Qinghua village's school, he also had some cultural background. He didn't expect that the village chief's wife he liked now, although she looked like a cultured person, was actually a real underachiever. He recited a long passage, but Qin Sheng only understood the 3 words by Ji. However, this didn't stop him from looking at the young, beautiful girl beside him with love in his eyes. Seeing Qin Sheng sitting steadily in the chair, calm and graceful, without any signs of panic or fear, he felt even more satisfied with her. Yes, that's right, she should be like this. Dignified, confident, and brave, fearless. Only such a girl is worthy of him, Wang Fugue. Only she deserves to be the wife of the village chief of Qinghua village. He had a feeling that this wife might be the last village chief's wife he would choose, because no one could be more outstanding or more beautiful than her. Before the end of the world, with his status and age, it was a bit of a stretch to be with such a stunning young girl. But now, in this apocalypse, even the most beautiful face is useless. Only someone like him, who has gained real power, is at the top of the pyramid. If this girl was willing to give him 8 or 10 big, healthy sons and obediently stay in the village to contribute to the community, he would definitely ensure she has enough to eat and wear warm clothes and live happily together until old age. A girl as beautiful as her should find a strong partner, settle down at home, teach children, and give birth to sons. Instead of relying on her fragile hands to struggle in this harsh and dangerous world. Qin Sheng is lucky to have met someone like him, a strong protector she can depend on. In this village, he is like a king. If Qin Sheng is willing, she could become the new queen. But if she doesn't appreciate his kindness, she might as well be a simple sheep. Before the end of the world, Wang Fugue was just an ordinary village chief in Qinghua village. His wife was fierce and bossy, always acting tough. But after the disaster, he gained a group of loyal followers who obeyed him completely. He became the ruler of this place. Killing his wife, the old, fat woman, boosted his confidence even more. With such a loyal group of followers, he had nothing to fear. Wang Fugue openly revealed his intentions. His gaze on Qin Sheng was bold and intense, staring directly at her every curve. He decided that in 3 days, during the next bonfire party, he would marry his new wife. They would enter the bridal chamber amid the blessings and envy of the whole village. On the surface, Qin Sheng smiled and laughed, but inside, she was furious. The left hand that rested on Jiang Zhangwo's thigh clutched her thick leg tightly, with fingers almost digging into the flesh. Darn it! Since meeting Yi Beixian, she hadn't encountered such a greasy man in a long time. Wang Fugue's disgusting and pitying gaze made her feel as if her whole body was wrapped in a thick layer of oily paper. But the key point is, although Yi Beixian was greasy, it was just ordinary vegetable oil. Wang Fugue, on the other hand, was using gutter oil, dangerous and toxic. If it weren't for her need to uncover the village's secret, she would have already thrown a few bombs to blow up this village and all its strange creatures. Oh, right, she didn't have bombs. Only pineapple buns. Never mind, she would endure for now. Patience is key to bigger plans. She must find out why the people of Qinghua village could command these strange creatures to do their bidding. She had a feeling that the secret was probably with Wang Fugue. After all, Wang Fugue was acting like the boss of the village, full of confidence and bragging. He must be the most powerful person in the village. If the secret wasn't with him, where did he get his confidence? Could it be because he used a special hair product? After dinner, the villagers of Qinghua village ate until their mouths were greasy, licking the last bits of juice from the potato and meat stew. Wang Fugue arranged a room for the three of them again. It was a small courtyard with 2 red brick walls. Next to this yard is Wang Fugue's own house, which is arranged this way. It's very obvious that this is their true intention. Qin Sheng only just realized this now. All these people live at the end of Qinghua village. The open space where they hold bonfire parties at night is nearby. The small courtyards at the village entrance are all inhabited by different species. In the middle of the village, there are many abandoned and empty houses. Thinking about it, Qin Sheng understood why. They deliberately let the different species live in the small courtyards at the village entrance and hang those bodies inside. This is to scare off anyone who accidentally enters the village and wants to stay overnight, or to create a strong psychological fear from the start. The first thing the three did when entering the house was to search all the rooms in this yard thoroughly, even checking between the bricks. Old Qin, I didn't find any listening devices. Boss, I didn't find anything unusual either. I checked all around the yard. This yard only has 2 small bedrooms, a small kitchen, and a tiny bathroom. Qin Sheng took a seed from his space and dug out a piece of soiled brick from the corner of the room near the wall. He dug a small hole, buried the seed, and poured a little water on it. Next, Mu Yuan and Jiang Jiangguo saw that a tiny seed, under Qin Sheng's special power, sprouted and grew so quickly that it was visible to the naked eye. The dense vines spread along the brick wall, like ripples on water. After a few minutes, the walls and roof of the room were covered entirely with the dense, web-like growth of climbing plants. Then, they watched as the branches of the climbing plants stretched out from the window cracks, covering the entire outside wall and the roof of the house. About 10 minutes later, the original small red brick courtyard was completely covered in green plants. It looked like an abandoned house overtaken by nature after many years of neglect. This is a special type of climbing plant I found in the countryside. I collected many seeds. If it's just a few leaves, it doesn't matter, but if a whole patch of these dense plants covers the area, it can serve as a defense. Also, if a stranger enters, we will know immediately. Also, Mu Yuan, release all the small bees from your hive. Let them sit in the yard and play, but don't let them fly away. Boss, they are fireflies, not small bees. Jiang Jiangguo looked at him with a glance. All right, I get it, you little pest. Hurry up and release your little treasures. Mu Yuan always felt that calling Jiang Jiangguo this way was a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. After finishing everything, Qin Sheng took a bottle of water from the space, drank it eagerly, and then let out a long sigh. She also pulled out a few lazy sofas from the space and placed them on the ground. She was the first to lie down, claiming one for herself. Finally, I can rest a bit. Jiang Jiangguo then lay down on a nearby lazy sofa next to her. Old Qin, it seems like Wang Fugue has taken a liking to you. Since we entered the village, his eyes have been on you, never moving. During meals, he even eagerly picked meat for you. He's been scanning your body with his X-ray, from your toes to your hair. If it really comes to it, why not just stay here and be the village chief's wife? Sacrifice yourself, and we'll be happy together. Can you just listen to yourself? Do you even know what you're saying? Why don't you sacrifice yourself instead? Qin Sheng threw a large bottle of water forcefully onto Jiang Jiangguo. Jiang Jiangguo chuckled, opened the cap, and started gulping the water down his throat. Mu Yuan crossed his legs and sank into a soft, plush, lazy beanbag. Boss, you don't have to endure this humiliation. If it gets too much, let's just flip the table. Screw it all. Add Jiang Jiangguo and me together, and the three of us can still break out. At worst, I will stay behind with Jiang Jiangguo. Let you go first. Hey, third brother, you've gone too far. Who gave you the right to decide for me? Sacrificing yourself to cover for me. If you sacrifice yourself, I won't stop you, but if you sacrifice me, did you get my permission? Jiang Jiangguo drank most of a bottle of water in one gulp. Just after twisting the cap back on, he heard Mu Yuan talking about her plan to sacrifice herself. And I told old Qin to be the village head's wife as a joke. You don't understand that? How could I really leave her here alone? Besides, you think old Qin is that obedient? Wang Fugue told her to follow, and she just went? Let me tell you, your boss might be hiding some bad plans. I've been old Qin's little follower for almost 20 years. I know her better than you do. Mu Yuan quickly got up from the comfy lazy bean bag, walked over to Qin Sheng, and squatted down. He rested his head on the sofa armrest. Boss, do you really have a plan? At this moment, he took off his hat. His silver hair was messy on top, looking like a little puppy with a frizzy coat. Qin Sheng couldn't help but reach out and pat his hair. Oh, little cutie, you're worth all the fuss I've made. You even thought of covering for me and letting me go first. Just for that, you're better than Jiang Jiangguo. Come, boss, let me treat you to some spicy strips. Qin Sheng took a pack of spicy strips from her space and handed it to him. Then she said seriously, all the villagers in Qinghua village, including Wang Fugue, are very unusual. But the most unusual thing is that they can control different kinds of creatures to do their work. Think about it. What is the most common thing outside? It's not humans, but different kinds of creatures. After being parasitized by bugs, more people become these creatures than evolve or are normal humans. If there's a way to make these creatures obey people, who wouldn't want it? Not just us three, even the big bases outside would be eager to find out the secret. But Wang Fugue wants you to be his wife. Qin Sheng looked at him and said, that's not the main point, okay? She continued, I originally thought the bodies in those small yards in front of the village were just the work of these creatures, so I planned to catch them all. But Wang Fugue's appearance changed my mind. I didn't expect anyone could command these creatures. Those creatures are like Wang Fugue's bodyguards, obeying him completely. That's very strange and goes against common sense. So I almost immediately changed my plan, played along, and followed Wang Fugue. Since he invited us in, we might as well have some fun inside the village. Let's see what treasure secrets are hidden beneath this village. Build a country, third brother. If we can get Wang Fugue to control different species, think about it. Who would dare to mess with us in the future? We could find a peaceful place to set up a base, and the three of us could train a large group of different species soldiers. If no one bothers us, that's fine. But if someone is foolish enough to bully us, we will send a big army to defeat them. However, Wang Fugue has his eyes on you and wants you to be his wife. Third brother, I've told you, that's not the main point. No, that's the main point. He wants you to be his bride. No matter what they say, Mu Yuan firmly insists that Qin Sheng will be the village chief's wife. Our eldest brother is so handsome. He's lived so long and seen the most beautiful people. How could he marry that square-faced big beard? Just thinking about our beautiful eldest brother holding hands with that square-faced man makes Mu Yuan feel a strange anger from her toes to her hair. No way. Absolutely not. The eldest brother cannot marry him. I can't even imagine it myself. Why should I marry someone else? She angrily hugged Qin Sheng's arm and stopped eating the spicy strips in her hand. She directly handed them to Jiang Jiangguo, like a scolded little dog. I don't care what the boss says. You can't marry that big-faced person. Tell me what you want, and I'll get it for you. If I can't, I'll come back to see you myself. He pounded his chest confidently. Come on, just forget about it, Qin Sheng said, rubbing his head. Exactly. What are you trying to prove?
Every day, you eat everything but leave leftovers. You can't do anything right. You're just a rookie, relying on a bunch of fireflies to survive. And you still want to show off. Really? Jiang Jiangguo suddenly lifted Mu Yuan's head. And who told you old Qin wants to marry that village chief? Is old Qin the kind of person who bends for a little bit of rice? That Wang Fugui's son, he's old enough to be my father. No, wait, if my old, deadbeat dad were here, he'd probably call him brother. He's so old and still acts like a frog eating tender grass. So shameless. Don't worry, when I say old Qin sacrifices himself, I mean it as a joke. If Wang Fugui really wants to marry her, even if you agree, I will do my best to stop it. Qin Sheng also nodded with a smile. Mu Yuan finally relaxed and took the spicy strips back from Jiang Jiangguo, tearing them open and stuffing them into his mouth one by one. Seeing him gobble them down like that, looking so inexperienced, Jiang Jiangguo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Old Qin, just look at him. That third guy was acting all lovesick and crazy for you a second ago, banging his head against the wall for you. And the next second, he's munching on spicy strips. I think he cares about you so much because he's afraid he won't get good food after you leave. He's just a foodie. At night, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo sleep in the left bedroom. The room has 2 beds, one for each, so they don't disturb each other. Mu Yuan sleeps in the right bedroom. Later in the night, in the dark, a chubby and a slim figure sneakily approach the small yard. The slimmer one whispers, "Grandmolly, do you think this is a good idea? After all, that woman might become the future village head's wife. What's wrong with that? So, what if she's the future village head's wife? All the women who looked good before, none of them became the village head's wife. But look at how things turned out. Now, all those former village heads' wives are locked in the sheep pen. If Qin Sheng were here, he might recognize that the chubby woman speaking is the one who cooked dinner earlier." Grandma Li glances at her, and the person next to her impatiently says, "Wang Dali, stop talking nonsense. If you're willing to do it, just do it. Say yes or no. If you don't want to, I have plenty of others. I'm not forcing you. Besides, we're not doing anything to this new wife. We just want to go in and take a look." When these 3 people arrived, they carried large backpacks on their backs. Who knows what treasures might be inside? We just need to find a chance to steal those backpacks without hurting anyone. What are you afraid of? Even if the village chief finds out, he won't do anything to us.